In a third-rate university, Siyu found himself plunged into chaos when a sudden collapse occurred on campus, leading him into a terrifying, unknown forest filled with various mutated creatures. His right hand unexpectedly transformed into a black-scaled arm, granting him the ability to tear apart monsters. He soon discovered that this forest world was an ancient civilization's energy circulation system, where both humans and deities were mere tools to maintain its operation. Siyu allied with the remnants of humanity, rebellious deities, and extraterrestrial forces to launch an assault on the headquarters of a biological corporation. In a moment of desperation, he detonated his energy core in a bid to destroy the system, inadvertently opening a cross-dimensional evolution passage. Chapter 1. The School Catastrophe. Siyu languidly rested his head on his desk, earbuds nestled in his ears as he listened to a news report. In the drawer of his desk lay a small radio. Influenced greatly by his grandfather, Siyu had developed a penchant for listening to news on the radio during his idle time. Professor Ma, lecturing on the Ding theory, gesticulated passionately at the front of the classroom. Yet few students seemed engaged, prompting him to lament the presence of a disinterested audience. The class, Computer Science 2, comprised 27 students. Adjusting his position for comfort, Siyu glanced around the room. His deskmate and close friend, Zhang Zhengmo, was already snoring lightly, drool pooling at the corner of his mouth and his eyes rolling slightly in his slumber, an amusing sight. Indeed, in the front row on the left, the ethereal Ning Yin sat quietly, attentively absorbing the lecture. Acknowledged as the belle of the computer science department, she was the object of admiration for Siyu and the majority of his male classmates. From his vantage point, he could only see the exquisite nape of her neck, her flawless skin, and her casually styled hair, all exuding an irresistible charm. Siyu swallowed hard, feeling his drowsiness dissipate. It seemed Ning Yin sensed his gaze as she suddenly shot him a glare, her eyes ablaze with an unmistakable intensity. Embarrassed, he quickly averted his gaze. Seated next to Ning Yin was a girl who shared his surname, Siyu. They had grown up in the same neighborhood, attended the same kindergarten, elementary school, and even high school, ultimately enrolling in the same university and class. Their relationship, akin to childhood sweethearts, was ironically strained. They often found each other insufferable. Siyu had once nearly burst into tears upon encountering Siyu at university, lamenting the misfortune of crossing paths with her again. After receiving her piercing gaze, he lay back down, closing his eyes while continuing to listen to the news through his earbuds. Despite his apparent lethargy, he found no inclination to engage in Professor Ma's lecture, which paled in comparison to the current news topics. The broadcast detailed reports of sinkholes that had emerged worldwide, with alarming accounts of a gigantic sinkhole over a kilometer in diameter that had nearly swallowed half of a small city. This phenomenon had incited widespread panic, with some linking it to the apocalyptic predictions of 2012. Although experts attempted to dispel the rumors, the fear persisted. Suddenly, a deafening boom resonated, followed by a series of rumbling sounds from beneath the building, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Students, previously engrossed in their own distractions, looked up in shock, faces painted with confusion and fear. Professor Ma, mouth agape, appeared to have an epiphany, promptly fleeing the classroom at a speed rivaling that of a sprinting champion. Siyu hastily removed his earbuds, bewildered. Zhang Zhengmo, roused from his slumber by the commotion, muttered groggily, "Was I just about to touch her thigh? What's with the thunder? Is it getting dark?" The rumbling subsided after a few seconds, and normalcy returned, though the sky outside had darkened ominously. What was that? An earthquake? Someone speculated. It must be an earthquake, but why is it so dark? Is it going to rain? Classmates wondered aloud, shaking off their stupor and rushing to the windows, their expressions a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Outside, a cacophony of voices erupted, indicating that the tremors had caused widespread alarm across the campus. Professor Ma had been the first to escape, and it was fortunate that the tremors hadn't resulted in the building's collapse. The thought of another quake sent shivers down Suyu's spine. The entire building was now a frenzy of movement as students poured out of classrooms, eager to evacuate. What's happening? Siyu pondered as he stepped into the corridor, glancing up at the foreboding sky, thick with dark clouds that loomed overhead, casting an unsettling shadow. Just moments ago, the weather had been clear, yet now, after the tremors, the atmosphere felt charged with an unexplainable tension. Looking down, he noticed throngs of students streaming out from various buildings, converging towards the open field, as the school administration took precautionary measures to evacuate everyone. Caught in the throng on the third-floor corridor, Siyu felt trapped, his mind racing with thoughts of his friend Zhang Zhengmo and the enchanting Ning Yin. In such a critical moment, it would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate my courage. If only I could find Ning Yin, he mused, scanning the crowd for her familiar figure. But to no avail, as more students exited the building, the crowd began to thin, and Suyu lamented missing the chance to impress Ning Yan. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. In his 21 years, Suyu had never heard such a harrowing sound, one that felt as if a sharp nail had penetrated his very soul, sending chills down his spine. Not just Suyu, but every student who heard the scream turned pale, their eyes drawn to the source of the terror. He distinctly recalled that it came from the school gate. This was a second-tier university with limited facilities, featuring only 3 teaching buildings, 2 dormitories, a library, cafeteria, and a small shop, all within close proximity to the gate. Just as he contemplated the implications, another horrifying scream echoed, sending shivers through the crowd. Suyu instinctively remembered that 2 security guards were stationed at the gate, and from his vantage point on the 3rd floor, he witnessed something utterly unbelievable. A horde of green-skinned, naked creatures, each no taller than a 13 or 14-year-old child, charged in from the direction of the school gate. Suyu's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the grotesque details of the creatures: enormous eyes, sunken noses, and gaping mouths, all adorned in vibrant green skin, wielding what appeared to be wooden clubs resembling baseball bats. He could hardly believe his eyes, and those around him mirrored his shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and horror, as if their minds had momentarily short-circuited. First, the building shook and rumbled, then the sky darkened, followed by the anguished screams, and now, this legion of monsters. Does this not feel like a dream? Some individuals even attempted to awaken themselves by twisting their arms, questioning whether they were trapped in a nightmare. A horde of roughly a dozen green-skinned creatures, armed with wooden clubs, dashed towards the playground, where a multitude of students had congregated. Most were in a daze, though a few reacted in time, letting out piercing screams of terror and scattering in every direction. Whoosh! From the 3rd floor, Suyu observed the chaos with clarity. He witnessed the fastest of the green-skinned monsters raise its club and, with terrifying speed and force, strike the head of a bespectacled student who stood frozen in shock. The impact shattered the skull, and blood splattered like cherry blossoms, mingled with bits of white brain matter. Isn't the skull supposed to be the hardest part of the body? How could it shatter so easily? In that fleeting moment, a peculiar thought crossed Suyu's mind as he recalled the green-skinned monsters resembling the goblins from many games he had played. With the fall of the first victim, the horde of creatures plunged into the crowd, each wielding their clubs with deadly intent, knocking down students who were paralyzed by fear. In confusion, their heads bursting apart, the glaring bloodshed caused those still standing in the academic building to retch in horror. The playground descended into utter pandemonium as students fled like headless chickens, shrieking in despair. Quick, call 110. At last, someone regained their composure, frantically shouting while attempting to dial for help amidst the chaos. Suyu snapped to attention. Fortunately, he often assisted his mother with chores like butchering chickens and fish, so he was somewhat desensitized to blood. Despite the gruesome scene, he refrained from vomiting, instinctively thinking of calling for aid. Upon checking his phone, he discovered there was no signal whatsoever. Those around him frantically dialed, but the calls would not go through. "Ah, they're coming for us." Suddenly, a terrified voice cried out from the front, jolting Suyu to attention. He glanced down to see one of the green-skinned monsters charging into the crowd, bursting through the door of the academic building, followed by screams echoing from within. Panic spread through the throng. Some instinctively fled to higher floors, while others, paralyzed by fear, jumped down without a thought for the height. Suyu's gaze fell upon a girl in a dress with glasses as class monitor. Lei Rue, quick, move the desks to block the door. Though Lei Rue appeared demure, she exhibited remarkable leadership in this critical moment. In the blink of an eye, the corridor outside the 3rd floor was deserted, with students either retreating to their classrooms or ascending to higher levels. Some rash individuals leaped from the building, seeking safety on the ground below, where escape routes were more plentiful than within the confines of the building. Suyu and several male classmates hastily pushed desks against the front door, their ears filled with the increasingly proximity of anguished cries. The youthful faces of these teenagers were etched with fear, as they confronted the chilling reality of death looming ever closer. A few girls huddled together, weeping softly, their legs trembling so violently they collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. Suyu, are we going to die? Suddenly, he felt someone clutching at his shirt. Typically, Suyu would bicker upon meeting, but at this moment, such trivialities were forgotten. For the first time, he discerned the fear in Suyu's eyes, stirring an unfamiliar emotion within him. Turning to her, he replied hoarsely, "I don't know, there are so many of us." He swallowed the rest of his words, as a thunderous crash erupted from the door, as if a colossal object had struck it, and several boys were nearly thrown backward along with the desks. "Quick! Hold it shut!" Lei Rue screamed from behind, rushing forward to lend her weight against the door. A sense of urgency replaced any romantic notions as Su gritted his teeth, pushing against the door with all his might. Abruptly, he turned and shouted, "Look out!" A sharp crack sounded as a wooden club smashed against the classroom window, shattering the glass into countless shards. A green-skinned creature, its face contorted with malice, emerged at the window. As it drew closer, the grotesque expressions and sinister countenance became horrifically clear, sending chills down their spines at a mere glance. "There are students from other classes too. Why are they only coming after us?" A girl, overwhelmed with fear, suddenly shouted in desperation. "I don't want to have my head smashed," another voice cried, witnessing the green creature relentlessly battering the window, threatening to break through. In a fit of terror, a student flung open another window and leaped out. The other side did not lead to safety. Jumping out would mean a direct fall from the third floor. With that leap, Su distinctly heard a blood-curdling scream. "Monster!" a boy shouted, brandishing a desk and hurling it at the window. The green creature had just begun to poke its head through when it was struck. Their university, with its inadequate facilities, had desks and chairs that were not fixed in place, proving fortuitous in this dire moment. Su glanced back and recognized the boy named Qin Jiaguai, the class athletic representative, known for his prowess in basketball and his tall, handsome stature, which garnered him many admirers. His girlfriend was the class beauty from the adjacent computer science class. It was rumored he had once pursued Ning Yin, but had settled for the class beauty instead, and they were now living together, a source of envy among many. As Su observed, an idea struck him, prompting him to grab a chair and exclaim, "Use the chairs." Qin Jiaguai understood and picked up a chair, ready to strike as the creature attempted to fully enter through the window. The green-skinned monster, being relatively small, could fit through the divided iron grates of the window, but each time it managed to poke its head through, Qin Jiaguai would strike it with the chair, thwarting its efforts. Others, seeing Qin Jiaguai holding the line, gained confidence and grabbed chairs as well. After 3 failed attempts, the creature finally suffered a blow from Qin Jiaguai, causing greenish blood to ooze from its head. Enraged, the creature retreated slightly, opened its mouth, and emitted a piercing shriek, standing in the corridor and glaring into the classroom with a ferocious and terrifying expression. "What is it doing? Why isn't it moving?" A girl nearby, still trembling, inquired of Qin Jiaguai. Her curiosity piqued despite her fear. Qin Jiaguai shook his head, equally puzzled. Su pondered for a moment before a realization dawned upon him, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "It's calling for reinforcements. This is bad." No sooner had he spoken than several piercing howls echoed from outside, reminiscent of ancient beasts. Then, the classroom door was struck with thunderous bangs. These green-skinned creatures possessed immense strength, and the door quaked under their assault. The students within were gripped by terror, knowing that if the creatures breached the door, they would all perish here. Chapter 2. Evolutionary Anomaly. "Quick, block the door!" Lei Rue shrieked, the first to rush forward. Soon, everyone surged up, firmly barricading the 2 doors. Aside from the 2 monsters pounding on the door, the group noticed that 2 more had appeared in the corridor, bringing the total to 3 creatures relentlessly striking the windows, shattering the glass in their desperate attempt to invade. "1 person per window," Qin Jiaguai shouted, gripping his chair tightly. The moment that green-skinned monster made the slightest breach, he would strike with all his might. Su also held a chair, defending one of the windows. After a couple of strikes, he felt a tingling numbness in his hands. Looking over at Qin Jiaguai and another boy, he saw them both drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that their endurance was waning. The doors were being violently shaken, and cracks began to form across their surface, the situation worsening by the second. "We can't hold out much longer. There are 5 monsters outside. This is the end. We're done for," Su thought, realizing that over a dozen green-skinned creatures had rushed toward their classroom, unsure whether to call it a misfortune or a stroke of fate. The monstrous figures hammered relentlessly against the iron bars, bending them as they attempted to squeeze through. This time, Su refrained from striking. Instead, he leaned against the wall, feigning exhaustion. Before long, one monster's head completely slipped through. "Quick, smash it!" Qin Jiaguai cried, his voice filled with panic. "Calm down," Su panted, watching as the creature's body began to inch its way inside. Qin Jiaguai, paralyzed by fear, felt his limbs weaken. If that powerful beast managed to fully enter, they would all be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jiaguai turned to help Suyu strike the creature that had partially entered, but suddenly, Suyu grinned and said, "It's time." With a firm grip on the chair, he summoned all his strength and swung down hard at the creature's head where it had breached the iron bars. A deafening crash echoed as Suyu's hands went numb, the sensation of his palms possibly splitting, but survival took precedence. He struck the monster with wild fury. Qin Jiaguai stood frozen, then suddenly grasped the situation. Earlier, they had wasted energy striking when the creature merely extended its head. It had caused no damage. Suyu had waited until it had entered partially, and with that blow, it became stuck, unable to retreat or advance, leaving it vulnerable to their relentless assault. Suyu swung the chair with unbridled ferocity, green ichor splattering everywhere as the creature emitted a blood-curdling scream, its wooden club falling from its grasp. Though immensely strong, it was still flesh and blood. As Suyu pummeled it with the chair, it soon grew weak, collapsing against the iron bars, devoid of the strength to resist. "Die, monster!" Suyu gasped, delivering one final blow. The chair shattered with a crack, and the creature's head burst open. To Suyu's astonishment, a glimmering black, crystalline object emerged from the shattered remains of the monster's skull. The moment it appeared, it shot towards Suyu's left palm, miraculously merging into his flesh. Suyu watched in shock, stepping back, only to find nothing in his hand, wondering if he had imagined it. Lifting his gaze, he saw Qin Jiaguai following his lead, waiting for the green-skinned monster to intrude further before striking. Unexpectedly, this creature relinquished its club, clawing at the iron bars, and, with a powerful pull and push, forced itself through the window into the classroom. In that instant, Suyu realized that he had not outsmarted the creature. Rather, it had been unfortunate. The iron bars, previously distorted from its relentless assaults, had allowed it to push through while its lower half remained stuck. The moment the green-skinned monster entered, the classroom erupted in screams. Several girls huddled together, trembling in fear. Some even lost control of their bladders. Qin Jiaguai, paralyzed by terror, fell to the ground. The monster, seemingly intent on vengeance against Qin Jiaguai, ignored its fallen club and lunged at him with deadly claws. With the creature's terrifying strength, a single strike could easily crush Qin Jiaguai's skull or eviscerate him. Just then, Suyu, who had just slain one green-skinned monster, turned and saw Qin Jiaguai in peril. Without hesitation, he seized a chair nearby and hurled it into the fray. In that moment, Suyu felt something was amiss. He had just exhausted himself in a frenzy of strikes, barely able to lift a finger, yet now, in this critical moment, he found it effortless to throw the chair. The most astonishing part was the chair's speed and power far beyond his expectations. As Suyu turned, he realized that the strength he had just displayed emanated from his left hand, a force that did not belong to him. Glancing at the back of his left hand, he noticed a small black scale, about the size of a fingernail, had appeared. With a thunderous crash, the chair soared through the air, striking the green-skinned monster that had just lunged at Qin Jiaguai. Green ichor splattered as the monster was sent flying. In that instant, Suyu recalled the small black crystal that had emerged from the monster's shattered head, which had flown into his palm and vanished. Could this all be linked to that crystal? Unconsciously, he relaxed his grip on his left hand, causing that strange power to dissipate. The small black scale vanished, and his hand returned to normal, but his limbs felt weak, as if he had lost all strength. Everything felt surreal. Yet one undeniable truth remained. The green-skinned monster he had just struck down was now rising, its voice a hoarse wail. Eyes filled with deep-seated hatred as it reclaimed its fallen club and charged at Suyu. A chill ran down Suyu's spine as he instinctively extended his left hand, lifting a wooden table beside him. The strange power surged again, and the table flew across the room. The monster's club crashed against the table with a resounding crack, splintering it into pieces. Suyu gasped, a sharp pain seizing his abdomen as he fell to the ground. The classroom descended into chaos. Lei Rue and the others barricaded the door, several girls wept in terror, and two boys pounded against the window, desperately trying to fend off the creature attempting to force its head inside. Qin Jiaguai lay on the floor, while another green-skinned monster, club in hand, hissed menacingly as it advanced toward the fallen Suyu. Suddenly, Suyu's sister, Suyu, appeared, her face streaked with tears, her fear driving her to rush forward despite the danger. Suyu, writhing on the ground in pain, felt the warm blood seeping from his abdomen, realizing that a shard from the shattered table had pierced him. Am I going to die? Suyu was suddenly struck by an odd thought as he collapsed to the ground, where he could vividly see the green-skinned creature descending from above, wielding a massive wooden club. In that moment, he also caught sight of Suyu, tears streaming down her face, rushing towards him like a madwoman. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the creature swung its other arm back, and in her frenzied charge, Suyu was perilously close to being torn apart by the creature's menacing blow. Chapter 3. Black Scales the Monster. Suyu let out a frenzied scream, fueled by an inexplicable surge of strength. He retracted his legs and kicked upwards, striking the descending green-skinned creature. He extended his hands, clearly grasping the wooden club that the creature had swung down, only to emit a cry of agony. Despite the forceful impact on the green-skinned beast, he felt no extraordinary power elsewhere in his body, and the creature's momentum nearly shattered his legs, sending a tremor through them. His right hand, already injured, suffered further damage as he seized the club alongside his left. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. It was a conservative estimate that at least 2 of his finger bones had broken. The pain was excruciating, and Suyu howled in agony. Yet he clung fiercely to the club. The black scales on the back of his left hand resurfaced, and an otherworldly force erupted forth, compelling him to throw a punch instinctively. With a resounding thud, a mixture of green fluid and blood erupted, along with a green orb. As one of the creature's eyes was violently dislodged from its socket, Suyu roared, gripping the wooden club and bringing it down viciously onto the creature's head. The classmates in the room stood transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief as Suyu, drenched in blood, wielded the club that once belonged to the green-skinned monster. Shinjagwa, who had just managed to rise from the ground, witnessed Suyu's transformation into a fearsome figure. The sound of cracking echoed as the creature's skull shattered like a rotten watermelon, splattering green viscera all over Suyu's hands and face. From the shattered head, a tiny, black crystalline object shot forth, rushing into Suyu's left hand at an almost imperceptible speed, disappearing without a trace. He released the club, stumbling backward and collapsing. Suyu's sister, Suyu, cried out and rushed to him, shaking him frantically, calling, "Suyu, Suyu, wake up." In that moment of clarity, Suyu was struck by the realization of how deeply she cared for him. However, a thunderous roar jolted him back to reality as several classmates shrieked in terror. With a jolt of fear, Suyu regained his composure, only to see Lei Xin and others sprawled on the ground. The stack of desks collapsed, and the classroom's front door lying in ruins. Finally, the front door had been breached, and the remaining 2 green-skinned monsters ceased their assault on the windows and rear door. Turning towards the entrance, together with the monster that had smashed through the door, they slowly advanced into the classroom. With 2 bloodied green-skinned corpses lying on the floor, the 3 monsters hesitated, their eyes flickering with uncertainty as they turned to face Suyu. It was he who had slain the 2 creatures. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, and the few remaining survivors in the classroom felt an overwhelming sense of dread as the 3 monsters entered, their hearts gripped by fear. A girl scrambled to the window, her face a mask of terror as she peered down from the 3rd floor, contemplating a desperate leap to escape the monsters. Others clutched their phones, repeatedly attempting to dial for help, yet to no avail. A few boys huddled together, trembling, ready to fight to the death, their fear transcending any notion of panic. Some gazed longingly at the rear door, yearning to push aside the barricading desks and flee, yet terrified that such actions would draw the monster's attention, making them the first targets. Back away, Suyu gritted his teeth, pain coursing through his right hand, abdomen, and legs. His face contorted in agony as he instinctively pulled Suyu behind him. She stumbled backward, unable to withstand the force of his grip, falling to the ground with a cry. The 3 monsters attacked simultaneously, launching themselves towards Suyu. "Run!" Several classmates shouted, and in an instant, many seized the opportunity to escape, abandoning Suyu. Only Shinjagwa, with a fierce shout, picked up a nearby chair and hurled it at the creatures. Class monitor Lei Rue was torn between her desire to flee and her instinct not to abandon Suyu, her anxiety palpable as she glanced between him and the doorway. They owed their chance to escape to Suyu's bravery. As the 3 monsters advanced, panic surged within Suyu. Yet he reached for the wooden club he had wrested from the green-skinned creature. Gripping it tightly, an immense power surged forth, far surpassing his previous strength. 2 small black scales, the size of half a fingernail, protruded from the back of his left hand. Could this newfound strength be a result of defeating the 2 creatures and absorbing their crystals? Despite the gravity of the situation, Suyu felt an involuntary urge to flee. He swung the club under a desk with great force, unleashing his power. The desk soared into the air, colliding with one of the monsters, which halted to defend itself. Suddenly, Suyu realized that the green-skinned monsters lacked intelligence. Perhaps the strange power in his left hand had enhanced his instincts. Or perhaps he had an innate talent for combat. In that moment, he thought faster than he ever had before, surprising even himself. The once-failed student who struggled to pass his exams. As the three monsters charged, Suyu knew he had to escape. However, as he threw the desk, two monsters halted to block it, while one circled around to attack him. An opportunity presented itself, fleeting yet palpable. Seizing the moment, Suyu met the advancing monster head-on, feeling a surge of confidence as he sensed his strength surpassing that of the beast. With a resounding clash, the two wooden clubs met. Pain radiated through Suyu's left arm as it felt as though it might snap, yet the monster fared worse, its grip failing as the club flew from its hands, revealing a face marked by shock and fear. Suyu seized the moment, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm as he swung the club with fervor. With a sickening crunch, the green-skinned creature emitted a low, mournful wail as its head burst apart, a black crystal ejecting from its body like a bolt of lightning, zipping into Suyu's left hand. The power within him surged once more, amplifying his strength, and he noticed another small black scale emerging on the back of his hand, albeit significantly smaller than the previous ones. A peculiar thought crossed Suyu's mind as the other two green-skinned monsters charged at him, their cries filled with fury. This time, he reacted a fraction too late. Although he managed to knock one monster back, the other struck him with its club. In that critical moment, Suyu instinctively extended his right arm. The impact of the blow against his right arm caused him to scream in agony, his arm snapping beneath the force. Fortunately, the club in his left hand had collided with the other monster as weapon first, causing it to stumble back and allowing Suyu to retreat a few steps, mitigating the full force of the blow. Otherwise, with a single blow, his right arm would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp, yet fortunately, it was merely the bone that had been shattered. Suyu let out a piercing scream as the green-skinned creature seized the opportunity and lunged at him with frenzied aggression, raising its club with the intent to deliver a fatal strike. With a swift motion of his left arm, Suyu, driven by excruciating pain from his fractured right arm, let out a wild cry and hurled the wooden club at the creature's head before launching himself forward. The force of his desperate attack was astonishingly potent. The wooden club collided with the creature's weapon, shattering it, and Suyu propelled himself forward, pinning the green-skinned monster beneath him. His chest throbbed with agony as the creature's claws tore into his flesh, yet in that very instant, Suyu's left fist descended with ferocity. The green creature emitted a gurgling sound as Suyu's punch obliterated its face, and the fourth crystal was absorbed into his palm. At last, the third complete black scale materialized before him. Chapter 4, Has the Day Changed? After vanquishing 4 green-skinned monsters, Suyu felt utterly drained, as though his very essence had been sapped. Although a surge of foreign energy coursed through his left arm, the rest of his body was in excruciating pain, rendering him nearly insensible. Apart from his left arm, he could feel nothing else. Collapsing to the ground, he heard heavy, labored breaths and managed to lift his head, only to see Qin Jiaguwei gripping a wooden stick, drenched in sweat. Before him lay the last of the green-skinned creatures, its skull shattered. This final monster had just been struck down by Suyu, who had swung it away. Qin Jiaguwei, seizing the moment with a wooden stick in hand, had lunged forward, striking the creature's head with wild ferocity until it was finally dispatched. At that moment, Qin Jiaguwei stared blankly at his right hand, where an unusual phenomenon had manifested. Unlike Suyu's protruding black scales, his hand bore a small cluster of blackened, hardened tissue that resembled a sudden mole. Upon touching it, he found it as cold as steel, and when he released his grip, the anomaly vanished. Feeling a surge of gratitude towards Qin Jiaguwei, Suyu acknowledged that had it not been for him slaying the last green-skinned creature, he might have succumbed to the 5th monster after battling the first 4. In the classroom, only Suyu, Qin Jiaguwei, the recently risen Suyu, and the class monitor, Lei Rui, remained amidst the devastation. The surroundings were in disarray. As Suyu and Suyu struggled to their feet, they rushed to him, their hearts plummeting at the sight of his battered state. Trembling, they asked, "Suyu, are you all right?" Suyu lifted his head slightly, gazing at the corpses of the 5 green-skinned monsters, feeling as though he had awakened from a vivid dream. With a bitter smile, he replied, "I can't move. The pain is overwhelming. However, Suyu, I didn't expect you to care for me so much. Do you have feelings for me? If so, just say it." Suyu was taken aback, instinctively delivering a sharp slap to the back of Suyu's head, exclaiming, "Nonsense." But she was soon shocked to discover that her slap had rendered him unconscious. Qin Jiaguwei periodically clenched and released his right hand, sensing the pulsations of the foreign energy within. He murmured, "Now I understand. No wonder Suyu became so formidable. After killing these monsters, he gained unimaginable power." A flicker of excitement surfaced on his face, a natural response to the overwhelming tension. When Siyu regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a hospital bed in the infirmary. The atmosphere was filled with the cacophony of voices, due to the surge in injuries. Numerous additional beds had been hastily arranged. A glance around revealed many injured individuals, swathed in bandages like cocooned figures. Upon recalling his injuries, Siyu quickly realized he was likely the most heavily bandaged among them. Aside from his left arm, every other part of his body bore wounds, and he found himself unable to move. Suyu, a voice filled with surprise called out, and familiar faces appeared, including Suyu and Lei Rue. Suyu, a sweet voice echoed, prompting him to lift his head slightly. He beheld a woman with a fair complexion and skin as smooth as jade. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a black skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, particularly her long legs, which sparked the imagination. Ming, Siyu managed to utter, only to realize his voice was hoarse, causing him to be startled. This curvaceous woman, Meng Bo, was their tutor for computer science class 2 and also taught them college English. Though she had a boyfriend, she was not yet married, making her the object of many students' dreams and fantasies. You were incredibly brave. I never expected you to single-handedly defeat 4 green monsters, Meng Bo remarked, her expression shifting slightly at the mention of the creatures, revealing a hint of lingering fear. Siyu suddenly recalled the 15 or 16 greenskin monsters that had stormed the campus and quickly asked, what about the other creatures? What is the situation now? Where is Zhang Zhangmo? He hesitated to inquire about Ning Yin, glancing at Siyu nearby, uncertain of whether to voice his concern. Master Yu, where have your eyes wandered? I'm lying right here beside you, and all you see are beautiful women? A voice grumbled from beside him. Surprised, Siyu turned to find Zhang Zhangmo, his close friend, also bandaged and lying next to him, half of his face concealed. Siyu exhaled in relief. Although Zhang Zhangmo appeared to be seriously injured, at least he was alive. Meng Bo explained, 17 monsters in total were defeated. Siyu, focus on your recovery. Everyone else, please step outside and allow them to rest. Understood, Lei Rue replied, casting a concerned glance at Suyu before suddenly saying, Suyu, thank you. Suyu was taken aback, astonished that this proud and aloof class monitor would express gratitude to someone she had always looked down upon. What is this, class monitor? Siyu asked, bewildered. I'm thanking you on behalf of the entire class. If it weren't for you, we could have all perished. You saved us, Lei Rue responded. Feeling slightly embarrassed at his address, recalling her previous treatment of him, she awkwardly pulled Suyu away with her. Zhang Zhangmo remarked, it's strange that Suyu has suddenly become so caring. Master Yu, isn't that odd? Suyu grunted in pain, his body aching severely. After a moment of thought, he replied, I was unconscious for quite a while. Now, what is the situation outside? Have the police arrived? Have they identified those monstrous beings? Could they be mutated animals that escaped from a zoo, or the result of a mad scientist's experiments? The police? Zhang Zhongmo's expression darkened. No, there's no signal on anyone's phone, and even the school's landlines are down. I fear that over 100 people may have perished, and the bodies are still piling up outside. The school administration seems to be in dispute over how to handle the corpses. A chill crept through Suyu, replaced swiftly by anger. If the phones aren't working, can't they go and seek help in person? The police station is not far from our school. Given the severity of the situation, how can no one intervene? His agitation caused him to inadvertently aggravate his wounds, eliciting sharp intakes of breath. In truth, with so many injuries, they should have been transferred to a larger hospital in the city by now. Yet, they remained crammed in the school infirmary, which was ill-equipped for anything beyond basic first aid, and the air was filled with the groans and cries of severely injured patients. Siyu's anger simmered, wondering if the school intended to conceal the truth. But no, with so many lives lost, how could that be possible? No, it's not that they don't care. Zhang Zhongmo interjected, his expression taking on a peculiar tone. It's that no one knows where we are right now. Suyu paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Old Mal, what do you mean no one knows where we are? Aren't we in the school? Isn't this the infirmary? Zhang Zhongmo smiled wryly. Let me finish. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was dreaming. Outside our school, everything has changed. It's all trees. It's bizarre. Our school has somehow ended up in a forest. What? Siyu was momentarily at a loss for words. A forest? What forest? Outside the school. The familiar sights had vanished. No roads, no residential areas, no internet cafes, no billiard halls. Instead, towering trees surrounded them, stretching endlessly into the distance. Zhang Zhongmo's voice grew increasingly strange as he spoke, and by the end, even his tone had shifted. Such matters would bewilder anyone. Suyu listened in stunned silence, momentarily convinced he had misheard. He then turned to observe the other injured individuals, addressing one of the girls. Is everything he said true? The girl, her face etched with terror, nodded, unable to utter a word. The school had transformed into a forest? What was this? A science fiction film? Or perhaps a Hollywood blockbuster? Just as Suyu contemplated laughing, thinking that Zhang Zhongmo must have orchestrated this prank, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled the thunderous roar and violent tremors that had occurred prior to the incident, followed by the darkening sky. At that moment, he had an inkling that it was as if the very heavens had shifted. A change in the heavens? Suyu gasped, a chill sweeping over him. Chapter 5, The Vanguard. Turning around, Suyu fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Zhongmo, whispering through clenched teeth, Is it true? Zhang Zhongmo nodded, an expression of peculiar fear and bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Suyu lay back, feeling as if his mind might explode. The events of this day were utterly shocking and surreal. Most astonishing of all was the transformation of their surroundings. The school had morphed into an unrecognizable realm, resembling a bizarre, unseen world. After lying there for a while, the door swung open, and several individuals entered, including the class leader, Lei Rue, and Suyu's classmate, Suyu. Both carried lunchboxes and approached the beds of Suyu and Zhang Zhongmo. I'm starving. It must be dark outside, Zhang Zhongmo remarked as he sat up on his bed. Though Suyu's left hand was functional, his body was immobile, leaving him reliant on others for sustenance. Suyu, you do it. Lei Rue delegated the task to Suyu. A flush crept over Suyu's face as he gritted his teeth, letting out a reluctant huff as he sat to the side. Enraged, Suyu thought, I risked my life to save you, and you can't even feed me willingly? He turned his head away, muttering, I'm not hungry. Suyu's reaction left Suyu momentarily stunned, but Lei Rue seemed to sense the tension. She took the lunchbox from Suyu's hands and smiled. Let me feed you, Suyu. Surely, you can give your class leader a bit of face? You are the hero of our class. If you starve, everyone will blame me. Everyone has been wanting to see you, but I kept them away. Now that you're injured, you need to rest. Lei Rue's demeanor had transformed from that of an authoritative class leader to one of warmth and kindness. Suyu's face brightened with a smile, exclaiming, My appetite suddenly returned. Oh dear, I just realized my stomach is nearly empty. He eagerly accepted a bite of food. Seeing this, Suyu felt a surge of irritation. Huffing and turning away. After feeding Suyu several bites, Lei Rue's expression suddenly darkened. What's wrong, class leader? Suyu inquired, curious. Lei Rue gazed at the food in the lunchbox and sighed softly. If no one comes to rescue us soon, in a couple of days, we might run out of food. She glanced anxiously at the overhead lights, her concern palpable. Fortunately, the school has a generator. We haven't lost power yet. Suyu questioned. Even if the outside is turned into a forest, hasn't the school organized anyone to venture out and scout the area? A shiver ran through Lei Rue as she whispered. There are those green-skinned monsters everywhere. Thankfully, the walls of our school are high, and the iron gates are securely locked, which keeps them at bay for now. But we can't hold out much longer. A chill gripped Suyu's heart at the thought of those green monsters lurking in the forest outside the school. Looking around, he noticed the somber expressions on everyone's faces. The youthful exuberance had vanished, replaced by an atmosphere thick with despair and fear. That night, they all endured in trepidation, with terrifying roars echoing from outside. Suyu recognized that most of the sounds emanated from those green-skinned monsters, occasionally mixed with the more horrifying roars of other creatures, sending shivers down his spine. Lying in bed, he could distinctly feel the strange force within his left arm coursing through his body, seemingly transforming his very essence, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Suyu's injuries were severe. 3 finger bones were fractured, his right arm was broken, and he had a deep wound on his abdomen that nearly damaged his internal organs. Such injuries would typically confine a person to bed for at least half a month. However, after just one night, the peculiar force seemed to have accelerated his healing significantly. While his right arm remained slow to heal due to the fracture, the flesh wound on his abdomen had remarkably improved, allowing him to move about without much hindrance. This was a new discovery for him. The strange force not only enhanced the power of his left hand, but also exhibited miraculous properties for healing his injuries. Yet, what exactly was this force? And what was the significance of the black, scale-like patterns that had emerged on the back of his left hand? Suyu was baffled. The challenges they faced defied all logic. Zhang Zhongmo's injuries were far less severe, apart from a bandaged head. He bore only minor cuts and bruises and would recover after a day's rest. At Su Yu's insistence, he assisted Su Yu as they slowly exited the medical office. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the dimly lit sky and a dense thicket of towering trees in the distance. Zhang Zhengmo had not deceived him. The school grounds had indeed transformed into a forest, an alien realm teeming with terrifying creatures. All around, dazed male and female students wandered in confusion. With such a grave situation unfolding, classes were naturally suspended. Though they attended a third-rate university, nearly 2,000 students were now trapped here, and the urgency of food supplies had escalated to paramount importance. As Lei Rue had mentioned, if the situation did not change soon, they would find themselves without provisions within 2 days. With the forest outside brimming with those green monsters, they were effectively imprisoned here. If the days dragged on without food, they would face a dire fate. A sense of despair enveloped each individual's heart. "We must find a way out," Su Yu murmured to himself. Indeed, a voice chimed in from behind. "We cannot wait here to die. Are your injuries healing? Follow me. The school authorities are looking for you." When Su Yu and Zhang Zhongmo followed Meng Bo into the dining hall, they found a substantial crowd gathered, mostly men. Su Yu spotted familiar classmates, Qin Jiagui and Ning Yan. Su Yu, Zhang Zhongmo, Qin Jiagui greeted them, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yu discreetly glanced at Ning Yan, who stood quietly to the side, her demeanor composed, her gaze focused and not wandering. Perplexed by the gathering in the dining hall, Su Yu was even more surprised to see a throng of students congregating near the entrance, peering in but not stepping forward. "Everyone, please take a seat," called out several middle-aged individuals at the front. Su Yu recognized the leader as Director Zhang, along with other school officials. With curiosity, Su Yu found a chair to sit in, with Zhang Zhongmo beside him. To his surprise, Qin Jiagui approached and sat next to him. Despite their average relationship, he now seemed unusually friendly. Others soon found their seats as well. Qin Jiagui flexed his right hand before speaking softly. "Did Meng Bo not inform you? We have been summoned here for an important mission." Su Yu shook his head as Director Zhang began to speak. He recalled that Director Zhang had a reputation for being verbose, yet today, he was succinct and to the point, quickly enlightening Su Yu and Zhang Zhengmo about the situation. It turned out that they had been gathered as a vanguard team to venture into the unknown forest to uncover its mysteries. Ideally, they would establish contact with the police or any capable rescue team, and at the very least, procure food supplies. Among the assembled group, several individuals, like Su Yu, had successfully defeated the green monsters and possessed special powers. Remarkably, Su Yu had slain 4 of these creatures, making him a figure of particular interest among the group, even drawing several glances from Director Zhang as he spoke. In total, 17 green monsters had been slain. Su Yu accounted for 4. A female student from the foreign language department had killed 2, and the remaining 11 had been dispatched by 11 others, indicating that 13 individuals present now possessed special abilities. What astonished Su Yu the most was that the seemingly calm and delicate Yu Yin had also slain a green-skinned monster, becoming one of the 2 girls among the 13. Of course, Su Yu understood that in such chaotic circumstances, the ability to kill a green-skinned monster largely depended on luck. For instance, he and Qin Jiagui were both present. In terms of physical strength, Qin Jiagui undoubtedly surpassed him significantly. Yet, it was he who happened to be fortunate, as the green-skinned monster had become ensnared in the iron bars, allowing him to slay it and acquire the extraordinary power. This enabled him to subsequently vanquish 3 more monsters. With this realization, Su Yu found himself at peace. Chapter 6. The 31 Squad. The matter of slaying monsters to acquire special powers was now well understood by all. Consequently, Su Yu and his 13 companions were summoned, joined by several robust individuals, including physical education teachers, school security, and members of sports teams, all of whom volunteered to participate. In total, they amassed around 30 individuals. However, among them, only Ning Yin and another girl from the foreign language department, who had killed 2 green-skinned monsters, were present. Su Yu quietly inquired about the girl from Qin Jiagua, who seemed to possess some knowledge of her background. It was said her name was Ma Zai, a somewhat renowned figure in the foreign language department, as her family ran a martial arts school, suggesting she had undergone rigorous training and possessed some martial arts foundation. After Dean Zheng concluded his speech, cafeteria staff served a lavish meal to the group of 30. They were on a perilous mission into the forest, seeking sustenance and survival, and the school had prepared a hearty breakfast for them before their departure. Meng Bo approached Su Yu and whispered, "How is your injury?" Initially, He had informed Dean Zheng that Su Yu was severely wounded and excluded him from the group. However, upon witnessing Su Yu's ability to rise, he decided to include him. How are you feeling now? Evidently, Su Yu's impressive feat of dispatching 4 green-skin monsters had left the school in awe. Thus they held high hopes for him despite knowing he was injured. Su Yu moved slightly. While his right arm remained immobile, the rest of his body was unharmed. He nodded and replied, "I should be fine. Yesterday, my injuries were severe, but today I feel much better. It appears that the benefits gained from killing that monster extend beyond mere strength. My recovery seems remarkably accelerated. I believe that in another day, I should be nearly healed." Meng Bo sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face as he nodded. With a powerhouse like Su Yu in their ranks, his confidence soared. In truth, the food reserves at the school would barely last 2 days. Should Su Yu and his group fail to locate alternative food sources or rescue teams within that time frame, the school would have to abandon its hold and venture into the unknown, risking everything rather than waiting for an inevitable demise. Everything hinged on the outcomes of the next 2 days as Su Yu and his companions scoured the forest. The school's only plan revolved around this. If they had rashly abandoned the defensible school for the forest at the outset, the casualties would be unimaginable. Let us hope we can find rescuers within 2 days. It would be even better if we could exit the forest, Zhang Zhongmo remarked, rubbing his bandaged face. Su Yu had just learned that Zhang Zhongmo had also slain a greenskin monster, making him one of the 13 endowed with special powers. 17 greenskin monsters had perished, leaving behind 17 sturdy wooden clubs, remarkably resilient and harder than solid iron, measuring approximately 1 meter in length. They were extraordinarily powerful weapons capable of shattering small rocks with ease. Su Yu was allocated one of these clubs as a weapon, along with several electric batons and other arms distributed among the group. For those without sufficient weaponry, baseball bats, iron pipes, and kitchen knives were provided, ensuring that each of the 30 individuals had at least one means of self-defense. Nevertheless, the wooden clubs wielded by the greenskin monsters were the most formidable. With time running short, the school could not procure better offensive weapons. Although knives were sharp, they were too short to be of much use against the club-wielding monsters. Once all preparations were complete, the group of over 30 set forth under the watchful yet fearful gazes of their fellow students, heading towards the school gate. At that moment, the iron gate stood firmly shut, with a group of individuals clutching various makeshift weapons waiting inside. Outside the gate, several greenskin monsters roamed, occasionally howling at those within. The towering gate thwarted their attempts to climb or breach it, leading them to abandon their efforts while lingering in front, instilling a sense of dread and despair. Dean Zheng, along with several leaders, teachers, and a throng of students, gathered at the gate to bid farewell. The greenskin monsters outside, sensing something, emitted piercing shrieks, brandishing their clubs as they resumed their assault on the gate, causing it to reverberate ominously. The expressions of those inside reflected a mix of hatred and fear. Among those bidding farewell were class leader Lei Rui and Su Yu. Noticing Su Yu's gaze, Su Yu hesitated to speak, prompting him to chuckle. "Su Yu, it seems you are quite concerned about me. If you have something to say, now is the time." Su Yu huffed, torn between reluctance and the urge to express her thoughts, finally saying, "Just be careful and don't act recklessly." She lowered her voice, adding, "There are many capable people here. Don't try to show off. You shouldn't be here, especially since you're injured. Your absence wouldn't be missed. Perhaps we should talk to Teacher Meng." Before Su Yu could continue, Su Yu gestured for her to stop, his expression turning serious as he met her gaze. "In truth, I worry more about you. Staying here doesn't guarantee your safety. We have only 2 days. If we fail to find a safe exit or rescuers..." His voice trailed off, the implications chilling. "Promise me, Su Yu, that you won't break your word." Su Yu insisted earnestly, her tone tinged with urgency. With a smile, Su Yu turned away, casually tossing his left hand back over his shoulder. "Understood, Su Yu. You really do fret too much. Be careful or you might scare away any potential suitors." Once more, Su Yu's face flushed with indignation. "You, be cautious." A gentle voice suddenly interjected from the side. Su Yu glanced over to see Qin Jiagua entwined with a beautiful girl with large, expressive eyes. Her face etched with concern as she spoke softly to him. Su Yu recognized her as Qin Jiagua's girlfriend, the class beauty from their computer science class, whose name he recalled to be Yuan Niping. Outside the massive iron gate, 6 green-skinned monsters had gathered, relentlessly swinging their clubs and battering the gate, creating a thunderous din. Fortunately, the gate, forged from thick iron columns, was exceedingly strong and not easily breached by brute force. Observing the crowd of humans gathered behind the gate, The green-skinned monsters let out sharp, excited howls. Are we ready? A teacher nervously grasped the small iron handle of the massive gate, which was secured with a large iron lock. In his other hand, he held the key, though it trembled uncontrollably. The gathered crowd fell silent as the 10 or so endowed individuals pressed forward. Among them, a student with a buzz cut, approximately 1.8 meters tall, stepped forward. Despite being of similar age to Suyu, he exuded an air of maturity and composure. "Teacher, hand me the key." Once the gate was opened, the green-skinned monsters would charge in, and they could not hope to escape without eliminating them first. The buzz-cut student received the key, gripping a wooden club left behind by the monsters in his right hand, extending the key with his left. Without hesitation, he turned the key, unlocking the lock with a decisive click. Following closely behind him were Qin Jiagua, Zhang Zhangmo, and another student unknown to Suyu, then Suyu, Ning Yin, Ma Zai, and others. The 13 individuals at the forefront were all endowed with special powers, followed by a mix of teachers, security personnel, and other students, totaling 31 members, the entirety of their squad for this mission. Dean Zhang, along with several school leaders, esteemed teachers such as Meng Bo, and a throng of male and female students including Suyu and Lei Rue, all stood with clammy palms, their eyes fixed in anxious anticipation. As the green-skinned monstrosities first launched their assault, the instinct for survival had taken precedence, prompting a frantic escape. Now, however, the crowd could barely regain their composure, witnessing as a group of individuals prepared to confront a host of terrifying creatures. This moment was fraught with a cacophony of emotions, tension, fear, exhilaration, and a myriad of complexities intertwined. With a soft thud, the small door adjacent to the massive iron gate swung open. Chapter 7. Into the forest, a palpable tension gripped everyone instinctively, even Suyu, who had already vanquished 4 of the green-skinned monsters. His left hand tightened around the wooden staff, and 3 small, black scales emerged on the back of his hand. Qin Jiagua gritted his teeth and, with a determined grunt, was the first to charge forward, followed closely by Zhang Zhongmo, and another student endowed with extraordinary abilities. Suyu trailed behind them. Upon witnessing the emergence of humans, the 6 green-skinned monsters ceased their assault on the iron door, brandishing their wooden clubs as they lunged towards Qin Jiagua, Zhang Zhongmo, and the others, emitting shrill cries. With a resounding crash, Qin Jiagua swung his staff, a dark metallic spot appearing on his hand, as his weapon collided with one of the monster's clubs. Both parties staggered back, grunting in unison. Zhang Zhongmo let out a low growl as he swung his staff, but to his shock, his arms trembled violently, and the club flew from his grip, sending him tumbling backward. Suyu, taken aback, wondered how Zhang Zhongmo, who had previously slain a greenskin monster, could falter now. Before he could ponder further, several monsters charged at them. Another student, Shi Xian, who had been following Zhang Zhongmo, lost his composure due to the chaos and, despite his abilities, was struck in the chest by a club from one of the monsters. Blood gushed from his mouth, causing both students and teachers inside to gasp in horror. A girl, in a state of frenzy, dashed forward, screaming, "Yu Xian!" Several individuals rushed to restrain her, urging, "Lin Xiao, don't act recklessly. Yu Xian will be fine." The situation rapidly descended into chaos, with voices of fear and panic echoing. Suyu, unable to move his right arm and initially reluctant to charge in, had estimated that the 6 green-skinned monsters and the 13 endowed individuals could easily prevail. Indeed, most shared his assessment. However, the reality proved otherwise. The monsters were faster than expected. The small door beside the iron gate was too narrow. While one person could easily escape, 2 would struggle to squeeze through. In their haste, 3 individuals became trapped, resulting in a brief but critical delay. In this fleeting moment, as Zhang Zhongmo fell and Shi Xian was struck down, it became evident that only Qin Jiagua and Suyu would stand against the 6 greenskin monsters. "Jiagua! Suyu!" came the faint cries from beyond the iron door. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Suyu, with a low growl, charged forward, noticing one of the monsters poised to strike Zhang Zhongmo. Without a moment to spare, he swung his staff with great force. Lacking formal training, their combat was rudimentary, but fortunately, the greenskin monsters were equally clumsy. Their similar levels of skill allowed Suyu's terrifying powers to shine through. Absorbing the essence of 4 greenskin monsters, Suyu's left arm was imbued with extraordinary strength. With a mighty blow, he struck the monster that threatened Zhang Zhongmo, sending it hurtling away with a pained shriek. The onlookers gasped as Suyu plunged into the fray, delivering another powerful strike. Once more, his staff collided with that of an approaching monster, but this time, The monster's weapon failed to withstand the force of Su Yu's strike, ricocheting back and striking the monster itself. With a sickening crack, the creature collapsed, its black crystal essence vanishing into Su Yu's right hand. A grunt from Qin Jiagua caught Su Yu's attention, and he turned just in time to see Qin Jiagua fall. In that moment of distraction, Su Yu was struck on the right shoulder by a club, causing him to scream in agony as blood sprayed. Reacting instinctively, he swung his staff, which struck the monster that had just attacked him with a resounding thud. The creature staggered back, bones cracking under the impact, and fell to the ground, another black crystal disappearing into Su Yu's left hand. Despite having absorbed 2 crystals, the 4th scale did not manifest, and his strength showed little increase. It seemed that the more he killed, the less effective the enhancement became. Surrounded by 3 remaining green-skinned monsters, Su Yu found himself in a precarious situation. From within the iron door, Su Yu's sibling, Su Yu, shouted and rushed toward him, grasping the doorpost. It was evident to all that Su Yu was in grave danger, blood staining half his body. Damn it! Su Yu gritted his teeth. His left arm surged with power, and instinctively he swung it, deflecting a wooden club that had struck him. To his surprise, while the pain was intense, his arm remained uninjured. With a swift motion, he ensnared the neck of the nearest green-skinned monster, unleashing his terrifying strength. A sickening crack echoed as he snapped its neck, blood pouring from its mouth. At last, other endowed teachers and students surged forward, surrounding the remaining monsters. A cacophony of shrieks and grunts filled the air as one student staggered back, while another monster was dispatched. After pushing aside the creature he had just slain, Su Yu found that the remaining green-skinned monsters had also been dealt with. The team had finally emerged from the iron door, including 18 ordinary individuals, who were now witnesses to the gruesome scene before them, their palms slick with cold sweat. All 6 green-skinned monsters lay defeated, yet a student among them had perished, Yu Xian. A girl, Lin Xiao, wept uncontrollably over his body, clearly his girlfriend. A heavy cloud of sorrow enveloped the atmosphere. Su Yu's right shoulder was nearly shattered, while Qin Jiagua had sustained an injury to his left arm. Zhang Zhangmo, though he had fallen, remained unscathed. Su Yu's remarkable performance, despite his wounds, had allowed him to single-handedly defeat 3 green-skinned monsters. Had it not been for Su Yu's bravery, both Qin Jiagua and Zhang Zhangmo would have surely perished. As Su Yu beheld the 4th scale finally manifest on his hand, a surge of inexplicable satisfaction welled within him. After a hasty bandaging of his injury, the remaining 30 individuals, burdened with the hopes of over 1,000 souls from their school, ventured into the unknown forest. Their faces were somber, weighed down with a sense of foreboding. Though his shoulder had been hastily treated, the pain was excruciating, causing Su Yu to furrow his brow and break into a light sweat. Yet, the extraordinary power within his left arm worked wonders, hastening his recovery and alleviating some of the pain. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the agony. Beyond the school lay an expansive forest, stretching endlessly. Their only option was to choose a direction and forge ahead, hoping to escape the woods or perhaps encounter other rescue teams. At the very least, they needed to find sustenance, as the need for food among the 1,000-plus students was staggering. Due to an injury to his right shoulder, Su Yu found his right arm immobilized. Zhang Zhongmo, ever the loyal companion, took it upon himself to carry Su Yu's backpack and remained steadfastly at his side. A thought crossed Su Yu's mind, prompting him to inquire softly, "Zhangmo, did you not also vanquish a green-skinned creature? You must possess extraordinary powers as well. Why then? Did it seem that your strength was insufficient against that creature? Logically speaking, having absorbed the dark crystal from a green-skinned monster should have endowed him with power comparable to that of the creature itself." Zhang Zhangmo, touching the gauze that covered half of his face, replied with an air of peculiarity, "My extraordinary power resides here." Su Yu was taken aback. At that very moment, a rustling sound echoed from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, 30 individuals found themselves ensnared in a trap. Chapter 8. The power of Mazai. In the depths of the forest, towering trees loomed, their lush branches and foliage obscuring the light, casting an oppressive gloom over the surroundings. The sky was shrouded in heavy clouds, pressing down as if to suffocate, creating an indescribable sense of despair. Amongst the trees, an assortment of unnamed grasses and bushes grew, reaching heights greater than a person. A group of 30 individuals, including Su Yu, Zhang Zhangmo, Qin Jiagua, Ning Yin, and Mazai, advanced cautiously through the underbrush, armed with wooden sticks, batons, and baseball bats. They struggled onward, navigating the tangled vegetation and sprawling branches. Abruptly, after barely a few hundred meters, a rustling sound erupted from the surrounding thicket. Startled, the entire group halted as a horde of green-skinned monsters emerged without warning, encircling them. Panic ensued, with some unable to suppress their screams. The sight of so many creatures sent hearts racing. Upon surveying the scene, Suyu discerned that there were at least a dozen of these green-skinned beasts, leaving them little time to strategize. The monsters roared sharply as they lunged toward the group. 15 creatures, merely half our number. There is nothing to fear, a woman's voice, laced with indifference, rang out. It was Mazai from the Foreign Languages Department, the first to charge forward. Among the 12 with extraordinary powers in the group, she had reportedly slain the most monsters, as her family owned a martial arts school, providing her with a solid foundation in combat. As Suyu observed her swift advance, he noted that her movements indeed differed from those of an ordinary person. With no time for further contemplation, a green-skinned creature swung a stick at him. In a moment of peril, disregarding the searing pain in his right shoulder, Suyu clutched his stick and struck at one of the beasts. Black scales emerged on the back of his hand, and a surge of power coursed through his left arm. His strength was now nearly 4 times that of a green-skinned monster. With a single blow, he sent the creature staggering backward, crashing to the ground. Even the simple-minded monsters displayed a hint of shock on their grotesque faces. A scream pierced the air as 2 individuals collapsed, having been struck by wooden sticks, blood and flesh splattering as they fell. Unfortunately, they were beyond saving. Qin Jiagui bellowed, gripping his stick tightly as he clashed with a green-skinned creature. The impact resonated through the air, causing both combatants to stagger, equally matched. A tall man, recognizing an advantage, struck the monster from behind. The creature howled in agony, retaliating with a swift blow that connected with the man. This individual, a robust physical education teacher, crumpled as his chest caved in, blood seeping from his mouth, nostrils, and ears. He staggered back, seemingly attempting to utter a word, only to be struck again by another green-skinned monster, blood erupting as he met his demise. Suyu, having just dispatched one green-skinned creature, turned to witness this horrific scene, his heart sinking. This was the teacher who had always brought humor to their lessons, a man who had treated them as equals. Seeing him fall like this stirred a primal rage within Suyu, who charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the offending monster. The creature attempted to block with its stick, but Suyu's force was overwhelming, sending the weapon flying. His relentless assault crushed the monster's skull and chest, leaving it lifeless, its death more brutal than the teacher's. Another green-skinned monster, trying to rise, was quickly surrounded by 2 students wielding baseball bats. Though they lacked extraordinary powers, their frenzied strikes splattered green ichor. One student, noticing strange black spots appearing on the back of his hand, realized he had absorbed the dark crystal from the deceased creature, transforming him into a new wielder of extraordinary power. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, mingling with the anguished cries of both students and monsters alike. Suddenly, Qin Jiagui let out a wild scream as his stick flew from his grasp, and he wrestled with the green-skinned monster. "Die!" he shouted, his right arm tightly gripping the creature's neck, while its claws raked across his chest, drawing blood and eliciting cries of pain. The power within his arm surged, growing stronger, and with a sickening crack, he finally broke the monster's neck. As Suyu struck another creature, sending it careening away, he realized that he had now killed over 10 of these monsters since the previous day, slowly acquiring a sense of how to combat them. With his extraordinary strength now several times that of the green-skinned beasts, they appeared increasingly vulnerable to him. The 5th black scale had emerged on the back of his left hand, and with the majority of the 15 monsters already slain, he swung his stick to shatter the weapon from a creature's grasp. His superior strength made it effortless to disarm them, and as they staggered back, he would advance, striking them down with a single blow, causing their heads to rupture in a spray of gore. In merely a blink of an eye, he could dispatch a green-skinned monster with such fluidity that others paused to watch, captivated by his prowess. Qin Jiagui, having just broken the neck of another monster, felt a newfound surge of power coursing through him, and as he noticed Ma Zai's performance, he mumbled to himself. So that's where her extraordinary power resides, in her right foot. Chapter 9. Dispute. Suyu single-handedly dispatched 7 green-skinned monsters, achieving remarkable success that drew the attention of many, including Ning Yin, who had seldom interacted with him before. Zhang Zhangmo sat on the ground, extracting a cigarette from his pocket, holding it with his green-stained fingers as he took a deep drag. Before him lay a green-skinned creature with its skull nearly crushed. A wooden stick, evidently belonging to Zhang, was lodged in its head, indicating that he too had just slain a monster. "Brother, care for a smoke?" Zhang Zhangmo exhaled a plume of smoke and called out to Suyu. Suyu approached slowly, shaking his head. Despite his recent triumph in defeating 7 monsters and the strengthening of his extraordinary abilities, which even accelerated the healing of his other injuries, he felt no excitement. The recent deaths of 4 individuals, particularly the familiar sight of his physical education teacher perishing before him, left a tremor in his heart. "What shall we do with their bodies?" asked a towering student with a buzz cut, taking a sip from his water bottle before wiping his mouth. The skirmish had been brief, and while they achieved a significant victory, many had sustained injuries. They paused to tend to their wounds and rest, while a few others, having slain their first greenskin monster and transformed from ordinary humans into extraordinary beings, displayed a mixture of exhilaration and shock as they felt the waves of power within them. A stern-looking man in a security uniform, holding a baton and around 30 years of age, gazed skyward and interjected, "In a place like this, we cannot predict what may happen next. Our priority is to locate a food source and find a rescue team. Time is of the essence. We must leave these bodies behind." Qin Jiaguai, gravely injured and bleeding profusely, looked up from his wound treatment, responding, "We can't just leave them here. They'll be devoured by other greenskin monsters." Clenching his fists, he stood abruptly. The security guard frowned slightly and remarked, "Are we to dig a grave for them? Remember, we only have enough food for 2 days. We cannot waste time on this." Qin Jiaguai retorted, "Have you considered that it might soon be your turn or mine to fall here? Would you wish for your body to be consumed by those monsters?" Furious, the security guard shouted, "What did you say? Are you cursing me?" He tightened his grip on the baton. The 2 men were on the verge of conflict, drawing the attention of everyone present. Zhang Zhongmo hurriedly interposed himself between them, attempting to diffuse the tension with a light-hearted comment. "How about a smoke? Let's not argue over this." The security guard coldly pushed Zhang's hand away, glaring at Qin Jiaguai. "Do your parents not teach you to respect your elders? Everything I consider is for the group's benefit. Remember, over 1,000 people in the school are waiting for our news. We cannot squander time on such disputes." Qin Jiaguai replied in a low voice, "If you lack respect for the deceased, why should I respect you?" The security guard roared in anger and seemed ready to strike. Suyu, who had been absent-mindedly twirling his hair, noticed the imminent clash and swiftly stepped in front of them. At Suyu's sudden appearance, the security guard instinctively inhaled, unable to strike. Since the onset of these strange events, Suyu's performance had been so striking that an inexplicable air of reverence had arisen among the group, including the security guard. "I shall not speak of grand principles," Suyu began, "but we are all comrades united for a common purpose. Both of your points hold merit. The ground is quite hard, and without proper tools, digging a grave could take a considerable portion of the day. We truly cannot afford to linger here. Perhaps we could simply relocate the bodies?" The security guard agreed to move the bodies to the trees, as it would not consume much time. Qin Jiaguai, recognizing the truth in Suyu's words, understood that without tools, digging a grave for several individuals would indeed take too long, and with only 2 days to work with, time was of the essence. Without further ado, they proceeded to move the bodies, placing them atop the expansive branches of a towering tree to avoid desecration by other monsters. "I'll help too," chimed in the robust buzzcut youth. Zhang Zhongmo inquired about his name and learned that he was Zhao Shichang, a senior from their school. "Once we place the bodies, we shall depart," the security guard added, eager to leave the area reeking of blood. For bodies were quickly arranged on the tree's thick branches, and Zhang Zhongmo leapt down from the foliage. "All right, everyone, let us continue onward," the security guard declared, having unconsciously assumed the role of leader for the group. Zhang Zhongmo shot him a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed. "Has everyone rested well?" The security guard glared at him, about to respond, when he noticed a rustling from the nearby bushes. Suyu, more perceptive, tightened his grip on the wooden stick and stood alert. A faint rustling sound emerged from the thicket, drawing the attention of the group. Then, a greenskin monster emerged, distinct from those they had encountered previously. Chapter 10. Terror. The great greenskin monster before them towered, at least 1.8 meters tall, a stark contrast to the diminutive green-skinned creatures they had encountered previously, which were no larger than a 13 or 14-year-old human. Its muscular form was an imposing sight, adorned with bristling black hair, and its claws, measuring 7 to 8 centimeters in length, gleamed ominously. Once again, a monster had appeared. The group quickly regained their composure, with most of those resting rising to their feet. The 2 nearest individuals charged forward, knowing that slaying the green-skinned creature would grant them formidable power. Although this creature was larger, it was solitary and therefore not a significant threat, especially since they had just vanquished a similar foe and acquired newfound strength. Eagerly, they sought to strike first. Be cautious. So you instinctively sensed something amiss. The massive green-skinned monster, with its mouth tightly shut, emanated a distinctly different aura and pressure. Die! Shouted one of the attackers, wielding a wooden stick as he swung it towards the monster's head. The other, more cunning, aimed lower, calculating that striking its legs would be more effective. If he succeeded, it would topple, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. The colossal green-skinned creature's eyes fixated on the scattered corpses of its kin, glowing with an eerie crimson hue as it advanced step by step. In an instant, it made contact with the two attackers, extending its arms with a swift motion. A strange sound resonated, akin to the tearing of tough leather or a knife slicing through flesh. Before the assailants could utter a scream, they were sent sprawling, their bodies twisting in midair. Upon hitting the ground, they gurgled, unable to produce any sound, blood pouring from their severed necks. The creature's sharp claws had nearly decapitated them in a single, brutal move. With their tracheas severed, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and their bodies convulsed before falling still, lifeless. Siyu, Zhang Zhongmo, Qin Jiague, Ma Zai, and Zhao Shichang gasped in horror. Ah! Someone cried, retreating in fear, while others surged forward, emboldened by their numbers, hoping to encircle the beast and attack. In a flash of green, the monster vanished from sight. Then a scream pierced the air. The group turned in shock to see a security guard, who had just clashed with Qin Jiague, lifted by one arm and a leg by the creature. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed as the monster wrenched an arm from its socket, and the guard's cries morphed into wails of agony. Stop! Siyu shouted fiercely, gripping his stick. After a brief moment of shock, he was the first to react and charge forward. Beside him, Ma Zai, possessing her own extraordinary power, moved even faster, hurling her wooden stick at the green-skinned monster to distract it. As she did so, she executed a swift martial arts technique, her legs striking out like a whip. If her kick connected, the creature would surely fall. Siyu was only half a second behind her, followed closely by Qin Jiague, Zhang Zhongmo, Zhao Shichang, and others who possessed extraordinary abilities. Despite their previous conflict with the security guard, they recognized the urgency of the situation. The monster was too powerful to confront individually. The large green-skinned monster remained rooted in place, still clutching the now armless security guard, and suddenly hurled him at Ma Zai, who was attempting to strike. With a grunt, Ma Zai was struck by the guard's body, causing her to stumble and blood to seep from her mouth. Both figures flew back from the impact. The creature then lunged forward, its claws extended menacingly. Siyu, realizing the imminent danger, summoned all his strength, and with a fierce throw, he launched his wooden stick at the monster. The stick whistled through the air, propelled by an unimaginable force, and struck the creature squarely on its back. With a grunt of pain, the monster staggered from the blow, its roar echoing as the sound of cracking bones filled the air. Seizing the opportunity, the others charged forward with renewed vigor. Siyu, feeling a sharp pain in his chest from exerting himself, paused to catch his breath before scrambling to retrieve another stick. The green-skinned monster, having been struck, turned to face its attackers, retracting its claws from the now lifeless body of the security guard. The guard lay sprawled on the ground, a gruesome hole punctured through his torso, his heart exposed. In his final moments, he clutched at the grass, attempting to rise, but life had already slipped away from him forever. Chapter 11. The horrific encounter. Although Ma Zai narrowly escaped the catastrophe of having her chest pierced, she fell heavily to the ground, a piece of her clothing torn away. Just a momentary delay had nearly cost her life. When she rose to inspect her attire, her once vibrant face had drained of color, and her legs felt weak beneath her. For the first time, she experienced a fear that penetrated to her very bones. The large green-skinned monster was thrown back with force, having sustained injuries from Suyu's earlier strike. As it rose, green blood oozed from the corner of its mouth. Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, Zhang Zhongmo, and others charged from all directions. Emulating Siyu, Zhang Zhongmo hurled 2 wooden sticks toward the creature. The ground was littered with the corpses of green-skinned monsters, leaving behind an abundance of wooden sticks. The monster's eyes began to glimmer ominously, its grotesque green visage contorting into a sinister expression, as if it were consumed by rage. It emitted a deep, raspy roar, starkly different from the shrill cries of the smaller green-skinned creatures, yet far more chilling. With a single roar, the beast swatted away the 2 wooden sticks thrown by Zhang Zhongmo and lunged forward. A thunderous crash echoed as Qin Jiague screamed, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying, his body cracking like a broken puppet, bones snapping within. The monster's collision had propelled Qin Jiague away, and with a swift motion, it seized another stick hurled by a different assailant, shaking both combatants. Suddenly, the monster bared its fangs in a devilish grin, and with a swipe of its claw, it cleaved off the top half of a man's head, blood and brain matter spraying forth. At that very moment, Zhao Shichong struck its back with a wooden stick, yet the creature howled in fury, stomping the ground with a resounding thud. It disregarded Zhao Shichong, charging in another direction. Its claws extended, piercing into another victim's abdomen, lifting him into the air before throwing him violently towards Suyu. Among all present, the green-skinned monster seemed most fixated on Suyu. The moment Suyu had hurled a stick that struck it, it had felt the first tremors of mortality, and thus, among all, Suyu became the object of its wrath and fear. The monster's strength was formidable, and as it hurled the unfortunate victim aside, Suyu recognized that if he did not evade, he too would meet a gruesome fate. With a swift whoosh, the body soared over Suyu, crashing to the ground with such force that it was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Feeling the chill of the approaching monster, Suyu instinctively swung his left arm, brandishing the wooden stick, aware that any hesitation would lead to his own demise. With a resounding thud, Suyu felt a tremor in his left arm as the stick collided with something solid. Looking up in horror, he realized that the monster had grasped the stick in its claws. The creature emitted a terrifying, raspy roar, and with a powerful grip, it yanked the stick from Suyu's hand, leaving him in agony. With no chance to retaliate, the monster swung the stick down upon him. Unable to escape, Suyu grunted, wide-eyed, raising his left shoulder in a desperate attempt to block the impending blow. The horrific impact struck his left arm, unleashing a piercing scream as the sound of cracking bones echoed within him. Behind him, a frantic cry erupted as Zhang Zhongmo charged forward, desperate to save Suyu. Seeing the danger, he lunged, wrapping his arms around the monster from behind. "Hurry, Zhang Zhongmo!" Suyu shouted in alarm. The monster, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Zhongmo's grip, swiftly reached back, aiming for his head. "Zhongmo!" Suyu cried out in terror, disregarding the pain in his left arm, summoning all his strength to strike the monster. With a dull thud, Suyu's fist connected with the monster's chest, but the creature retaliated with a claw, raking across Zhang Zhongmo's face, tearing away the bandages that shielded it. Suyu's heart sank as visions of Zhang Zhongmo, his closest ally since childhood, flashed through his mind. How could he perish here? At that moment, Ma Zai seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce kick to the monster's left leg. Her supernatural strength surged through her, and with a resounding crack, the monster howled in pain as its leg twisted grotesquely, causing it to lurch forward. Zhao Shichong silently approached, swinging his stick to strike the back of the monster's head. Blood spattered as the creature screamed, its claws flailing wildly. Both Zhao Shichong and Ma Zai were struck simultaneously, their bodies torn and thrown aside like rag dolls, leaving them with massive, bloody gashes. The green-skinned monster continued to roar, its twisted leg barely supporting its weight as it climbed back to its feet, its eyes bloodshot and its demeanor feral. With a swift motion, it seized another victim, its mouth curling into a sinister grin as it bit into the man's neck, tearing him in half with a violent rip, as blood and entrails spilled forth. The onlookers screamed in terror, the creature's brutality instilling a profound fear that scattered them in all directions, shattering their resolve to fight. In terms of speed, how could they possibly outrun this monstrous foe? In the blink of an eye, it had claimed 3 lives, and its next target was the paralyzed Ning Yin, who stood frozen in shock. Though Ning Yin had once slain a green-skinned monster and possessed extraordinary power, she had never anticipated facing such a ruthless creature. Staring in disbelief as it charged toward her, she was momentarily stunned, unable to react. "Get out of the way!" A frantic cry broke through, and Ning Yin finally snapped back to reality, realizing the voice belonged to Suyu, who had just risen from the ground. Chapter 12. Evolution of Mutation. Suyu felt a sharp pain as the creature tore a gash across his chest. Fortunately, the injury was not grave. As he struggled to rise, he glimpsed the green-skinned monster charging towards Ning Yin. Unable to suppress a frantic scream, he attempted to rush to her aid. But it was too late. With all his might, he hurled the wooden stick in his grasp. A piercing howl echoed through the air as the green-skinned monster, noticing Suyu, instinctively dodged the incoming projectile, swerving aside just in time. The stick flew past it, only for Ning Yin to let out a blood-curdling scream as it struck her right arm with unerring precision. The force of the throw was immense. Ning Yin was sent sprawling backward like a marionette with cut strings. Suyu was utterly taken aback that his throw had missed the monster but struck Ning Yin instead. Momentarily frozen in shock, the green-skinned creature, seeing Suyu back on his feet, twisted its body like a malevolent spirit and lunged at him once more. The two collided heavily, and as Suyu encircled the creature's neck with his left arm, he noticed that its left leg had already been severed by Ma's eye. In that critical moment, a sickening crack echoed as the monster's bone shattered completely, causing it to lose its balance and tumble alongside Suyu. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu flipped over and pinned the green-skinned monster beneath him, gripping its neck tightly from behind. The creature emitted a series of anguished cries, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Suyu, but his hold remained unyielding. The monster tried to reach back to grasp Suyu, yet it found itself utterly powerless. As scales of black began to emerge on the back of Suyu's hand, an extraordinary force surged through his left arm, an energy potent enough to rival 4 or 5 of those diminutive green-skinned creatures. This strength matched that of the larger monster he now grappled with. In mere seconds, the terrifying power erupted forth like a tempest, and a cacophony of cracking sounds resonated from the monster's neck, reminiscent of popping beans. Soon, green blood oozed from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. In a frenzied state, Suyu pressed down with all his weight, his feet anchoring him to the ground as he tightened his grip. Suddenly, with a violent spurt, green ichor sprayed forth as he exerted too much force, causing him to tumble backward, still clutching the creature's severed head. The otherworldly strength had proven so overwhelming that it had cleanly severed the monster's neck, flesh and skin alike. After landing on the ground, Suyu released his left arm and lay back, gasping for breath, his heartbeat thundering like a war drum. The entire encounter felt as surreal as a nightmare. From the severed head of the green-skinned monster, a black crystal the size of a fist materialized, transforming into a dark streak that flew into Suyu's left hand. As he lay there, panting heavily, he felt an intense heat surge from his left palm, an energy unlike that which he had absorbed from the smaller creatures. This force expanded within his hand, pulsating violently, as though it were on the verge of exploding. Realizing something was amiss, Suyu screamed in alarm and clenched his left hand tightly, slamming it down beside him. A thunderous crash echoed as his left fist struck the once solid ground, which felt as if it had turned to sludge, sinking beneath his weight. Momentarily stunned, Suyu quickly sat up, feeling waves of extraordinary energy ripple outward from his left hand, radiating through his body like ripples in water. The pain that had plagued him diminished significantly, and even the grievous wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Astonished by the extraordinary changes within his body, Suyu slowly withdrew his left hand from the earth, now transformed into a monstrous appendage covered in black scales. As he willed it, 5 claws, each about 5 centimeters long and glimmering faintly with white light, emerged from the scales. Even Suyu, with his keen perception, could discern the formidable hardness and sharpness of these claws. Stunned, Suyu marveled at his newly transformed hand, feeling the destructive energy coursing through it. As if with a mere gesture he could rend the earth asunder and shatter stone. An inexplicable sensation washed over him, and as he raised his left hand to examine the scaled claws, the scales began to shift and crack open, revealing a dark, glimmering eye. Startled, Suyu watched as the eye emitted a soft glow, enveloping him in its light, accompanied by a rush of information flooding his mind. Rank: First Level Black Iron Warrior. Insight: Eye of Perception. Ability: Rending Claws. Dumbfounded, Suyu pondered the implications of being a first-level Black Iron Warrior, possessing an Eye of Perception, and wielding rending claws. What did it all mean? In a daze, he turned to the lifeless body of the large green-skinned monster sprawled beside him, its head severed, and thus it lay dead. As his thoughts crystallized, the black eye on the back of his hand swiveled to focus on the headless corpse, transmitting another burst of information into his mind. Name: Big Brother Linbu Beast, Low-Level Beast Clan, Level 1 Beast Soldier, Favored Weapon: Sharp Claws to tear prey. Big Brother Linbu Beast? Was this the name of the large green-skinned creature? Could this Eye of Perception truly reveal the details of other beings? Startled, Suyu sprang to his feet, the eye on his hand rotating swiftly to fixate on another small green-skinned monster's corpse, prompting yet another stream of information. Name: Little Brother Linbu Beast. Weapon: Wooden Stick. Favored Weapon: Wooden Stick to smash enemies' heads. Lowest Level Beast Clan, Level 0 Beast Soldier. Indeed, Suyu began to comprehend. The Eye of Perception continued its rotations, swiftly unveiling the details of Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, and others who had just struggled to rise. Without exception, they were all identified as Level 0 Black Iron Warriors. Nothing more. Realization dawned upon him. By slaying these creatures and acquiring extraordinary power, he had seemingly transformed into a Black Iron Warrior. He had now ascended to first level, while they remained at 0 level. As Suyu released his left hand, the extraordinary energy subsided, and the black scales that had adorned his hand vanished. Along with the eerie eye, everything returned to normal. Qin Jiague, coughing heavily, managed to rise, each cough accompanied by the spillage of blood. Though gravely injured, he was fortunate that the strange power had begun to take effect, enabling him to stand once more. Chapter 13. The unique abilities of Zhang Zhangmo. The battle had resulted in devastating casualties. A single elder Linbu beast inflicted more damage than the previous 15 younger Linbu beasts combined. Only 18 individuals remained alive, among them a severely injured ordinary student, who lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose with every breath he took. His survival was questionable, rendering any continuation of their journey impossible. The others, including Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, and Ma Zai, were also gravely injured, but their inherent abilities not only alleviated their pain but also facilitated remarkable recovery. The most astonishing among them was Su Yu's healing prowess. Perhaps owing to his recent elevation to a first-tier black iron warrior, he channeled his power through his left arm, concentrating it on his wounds, healing at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, not only had his chest injuries mended, but he also regained mobility in his previously incapacitated right arm. Zhang Zhangmo had been struck on the head by the elder Linbu beast. Given the beast's strength and the sharpness of its claws, it was likely that his skull had been shattered. However, when Suyu turned his attention to him, he was astonished to see Zhang Zhangmo sluggishly sitting up, the white bandage on his face torn away to reveal a peculiar wound, while the rest of his visage remained unharmed. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Zhangmo chuckled, producing a cigarette and lighting it, seemingly aware of Suyu's astonishment. I have mentioned before, my ability resides in my face. This skin has now become impervious to blades and bullets, he remarked with a tone of self-deprecation and resignation. While others harnessed their powers through their hands or legs for formidable attacks in battle, his ability had manifested on his face, leaving Zhang Zhangmo helplessly pondering how to utilize such a peculiar advantage against the green-skinned monsters. Despite his amazement at Zhang Zhangmo's unusual ability, Suyu felt relieved that he was unharmed. He patted Zhang Zhangmo's shoulder and turned his gaze elsewhere, hesitating momentarily before finally approaching. Nearby, Ning Yin was slowly rising, cradling her right arm. Earlier, when the elder Linbu beast had aimed to attack her, Suyu had thrown a wooden stick at it, but the beast had dodged, resulting in the stick striking Ning Yan's arm instead. Thankfully, her ability had fortified her right arm. Otherwise, that blow could have reduced it to a pulp. Even so, the force of Suyu's strike was overwhelming, causing Ning Yin to feel as if her arm had been fractured, and she stood up slowly, her face drained of color. My apologies, are you all right? Suyu finally mustered the courage to approach, his voice trembling with concern. Ning Yin had always been the goddess of his dreams, the object of his secret affection. Despite her beauty and academic excellence, she rarely spoke to him at school, leaving him to admire her from afar, plagued by an inexplicable sense of inferiority that kept him at a distance. Ning Yin bit her lip and glanced at Suyu without uttering a word. The others had noticed Suyu's transformation after defeating the elder Linbu beast and absorbing its power, witnessing his left hand morph into a claw covered in black scales. Curiosity compelled Qin Jiague and the others to approach him. They were not oblivious. They suspected that the terrifying strength of the elder Linbu beast had endowed Suyu with formidable abilities, which piqued their interest. Suyu, not wishing to hold back, clenched his left hand, which immediately became enveloped in a layer of hard, dark scales, resembling a lizard's paw. Observing this black-scaled hand, Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, and the others gasped in awe, sensing the terrifying power concealed within. If I am not mistaken, slaying these monsters leads to an inexplicable mutation and evolution. Those who gain abilities are referred to as Black Iron Warriors. The elder Linbu beast is one, while the younger Linbu beasts are another, so you shared his recent insights and hypotheses. Qin Jiague clenched his right hand, noticing dark metallic spots emerging on the back of his hand. I understand now. As long as we eliminate enough monsters and absorb sufficient crystals, we will undergo continuous mutations and attain greater strength. However, it seems our mutations differ. You manifested scales, while mine appear as these peculiar metallic spots. The variations in their abilities and the sites of their mutations were evident. This concept of Black Iron Warriors is intriguing. Ma Zai interjected. These powers not only grant us extraordinary strength but also astounding regenerative capabilities. My injuries have healed significantly in such a short time. This power is truly remarkable. What kind of world is this? Are we still in the world we once knew? No one responded to her inquiry. Acknowledging that this place was not their original world would render the prospect of rescue impossible, leaving everyone to ponder their next steps. Some thought of their parents and loved ones, while others considered friends. A heavy silence fell over the group. Siyu ran his fingers through his hair, surveying the scattered bodies around him. Initially, he felt rage and sorrow upon witnessing the death of their physical education teacher, but now, confronted with the carnage, he felt a strange numbness. In less than half a day since their departure from the school, their original team of 31 had dwindled to just 18, one of whom was gravely injured, with their survival uncertain. The sky remained ominously dark, clouds looming like mountains above. Zhang Zhongmo checked his phone and suddenly announced, "It's noon." A wave of realization washed over the group. They understood the implication of his words. It was noon, and they had only 2 days in total. Half a day had already passed. Everyone bore some injuries, and Mazai suggested they rest for a while and have lunch before continuing. No one opposed the idea. Qin Jiagui looked at the severely wounded student and inquired, "What about him?" They all recognized that he lacked any powers, and given his critical injuries, it was impossible for him to continue. Were they to abandon him here? Chapter 14. The heartstrings of Qin Jiagui. This individual is also a teacher at the school, though he has only been teaching here for a year. The majority of the group comprises students, as the teachers at the school are predominantly older. Consequently, there are very few teachers present in this gathering. Among the survivors, only 2 are educators, and he is one of them. Ma Zai's inquiry was rather direct, causing the teacher's face to flush slightly, betraying a hint of embarrassment, clearly struck by her words. Siyu, twirling his hair, nodded in agreement. The others exchanged glances. And ultimately, aside from the teacher, 2 more individuals rose to their feet, albeit with their heads bowed in shame. In an instant, 4 more had departed, leaving only 14 people behind. Among these 14, there were 13 students and 1 teacher. The latter, surnamed Lin, was named Lin Shi and taught foreign languages. Siyu and his companions were unfamiliar with him. Lin Shi appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, sporting glasses and exuding a scholarly demeanor. He was reticent. Yet he had already dispatched 3 of the formidable Linbu beasts, though his quiet nature meant that few paid him any heed. The remaining 14 were all black iron warriors who had slain Linbu beasts endowed with extraordinary powers. They sat upon the ground, sharing their lunch while seizing the opportunity to rest. Their time was limited. As they took a break, casual conversations ensued, fostering familiarity and alleviating some of the gruesome tension in the air. Qin Jiagui consumed a couple of bread rolls and sipped some water, regaining a measure of strength. He set down his backpack and began to move the corpses strewn about. The gaze of everyone immediately focused on him. Qin Jiagui exhibited an extraordinary respect for the deceased. He did not solicit assistance from the others, instead choosing to lift the bodies of his fallen comrades and place them in the surrounding trees to prevent them from being desecrated or devoured by other monsters. Siyu, ruffling his hair, did not ponder long before he rose and approached to lend a hand. Seeing Siyu's movement, Zhang Zhongmo, Zhao Shichang, and even Ma Zai, along with the usually taciturn teacher Lin Shi, quickly joined in to assist. Nevertheless, many others regarded Qin Jiagui's actions with a peculiar expression, feeling that he was making a needless effort, given the perilous journey they had endured, with their own lives uncertain. It seemed unwise to squander time on the dead instead of resting and recuperating. Qin Jiagui hoisted the corpse of the school security guard, noting how the man's remaining hand clutched a handful of grass. The scene of his final moments flashed in his mind, and he suddenly uttered, "He has a 3-year-old child." Siyu, standing beside him, nodded and replied, "Yes, I believe his name is Hauer." The anguished cries of the security guard during his last moments had resonated with everyone, yet none had the means to save his life. Siyu reflected on the earlier conflict between Qin Jiagui and the security guard over the matter of corpse disposal, as the guard had vehemently opposed Qin Jiagui's perceived waste of time. Now, however, it was Qin Jiagui who reverently placed the guard's body among the thick branches, evoking a strange sentiment within Siyu. Observing Qin Jiagui's solemn demeanor and his reverence for the bodies, Siyu felt a stir of emotion. Raking his fingers through his hair, he sensed something peculiar. Qin Jiagui glanced at Siyu, as if sensing his thoughts, and softly remarked, "Siyu, do you think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill?" Siyu shook his head, contemplating before responding, "Your actions are not misguided. It is simply a time of great duress. I understand your sentiment." Qin Jiagui let out a gentle sigh, and then spoke lightly. "You should be aware that my father passed away quite early." Siyu paused, then replied affirmatively. Although their relationship at school had not been particularly close, He was aware that Qin Jiagui grew up in a single-parent household, having heard that his father had died when he was still young. A shadow of sorrow crossed Qin Jiagui's face as he spoke softly. I grew up in the countryside. My father was a farmer. Although we were impoverished, he treated me with great kindness. During the day, he tended to the fields, and at night, he would venture into the forest to clandestinely fell trees for extra income. It was illegal, yet many in our village engaged in such acts. As he recounted this, a bitter smile appeared on Qin Jiagui's face. One day, an accident occurred. By the time my mother and I received word and rushed to the scene, my father's body was barely recognizable. At this point, Qin Jiagui clenched his fists tightly, a metallic sheen appearing upon the back of his right hand. So he was taken aback and inquired, "Your father? He encountered a pack of wolves? By the time he was discovered, there was hardly anything left of him? I could not believe that those mangled remains could belong to my father, the one who had always shown me such tenderness." Qin Jiagui's teeth ground together as he growled, "See, do you understand? If we do not properly honor these bodies, they too may be devoured and desecrated by those green-skinned monsters. Have you ever considered the feelings of the deceased? Though they are gone, their souls linger, watching over us from above. Perhaps I am powerless to change anything, not even my own fate." Qin Jiagui looked up at the corpses draped over the branches of the nearby trees, a hint of desolation etched upon his face. Chapter 15. The power of the black-scaled hand. Suyu was at a loss for words, gently patting his companion's shoulder before adjusting his disheveled hair and stating, "I believe that there is always a way out of despair. We will be all right, and the sacrifices made will not be in vain. We will find food and rescue. Do not forget, your girlfriend is waiting for you at school." Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from afar. The group, startled, turned to look in the direction from which the sound originated. Indeed, it was where the teacher had departed with the injured students. Soon after, a series of anguished cries pierced the air, prompting everyone to rise in alarm. Yet, after those harrowing sounds, an unsettling silence enveloped them. They exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment, Hugu, a junior student, proclaimed, "It's over. Those four must have encountered a monster and been slain." His tone bore a hint of morbid satisfaction mixed with an inexplicable dread. Siyu shot him a glance and slowly sat back down, his heart growing heavier with each passing moment. It seemed that everyone else had reached the same conclusion, as they instinctively stood up, shouldered their backpacks, and grasped their weapons. It was time to embark on their journey. Without uttering a word, the group began to move toward their predetermined destination, led by Hugu and Zhang Runxing. Both were robust junior students and members of the school's football team. From the previous day to today, they had already claimed 2 small Gorlin beasts as their trophies. While they were not as formidable as Suyu, they were certainly competent. In the midst of this terrifying forest, they advanced with utmost caution. Time slipped away, and half an hour later, they encountered another group of small Gorlin beasts. The number was approximately 15 or 16, and they were wandering about 100 meters ahead, oblivious to the group's presence. However, Hugu, Zhang Runxing, Qin Jiagui, and Zhao Shichang did not hesitate. They charged forward without a word. They could have stealthily evaded the creatures, but their minds were set on confrontation. Having already slain 2 small Gorlin beasts, they felt empowered, knowing that defeating such monsters would only increase their strength, much like Suyu. Seizing this rare opportunity, excitement coursed through them as they yearned to vanquish more Gorlin beasts and grow stronger. In this forest, the path to survival lay in becoming ever more formidable. Seeing them rush forward without hesitation took Suyu by surprise for a moment, but he soon grasped their intentions and followed suit. As he activated his powers, he felt an urge to test the might of the black-scaled hand. Among them, only Zhang Zhongmo wore a wry smile. His powers were insufficient in combat, and the sight of the small Gorlin beast sent a shiver down his spine. Ning Yan, on the other hand, displayed a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She had never actively attacked a Gorlin beast, and though she was part of the group, her demeanor suggested she was detached from the team. The startled Gorlin beasts quickly noticed their presence and charged at them. Zhao Shichang let out a fierce shout, swinging his stick, which struck a Gorlin beast's weapon with a thud, followed by a heavy blow to its chest. Meanwhile, Hugu was not to be outdone, delivering a rapid series of strikes that staggered a Gorlin beast, resembling a drunken stumble, culminating in a final blow that splattered green ichor. Silently, Siyu appeared behind them. As he deftly maneuvered past, his left hand transformed, covered in black scales, morphing into a grotesque lizard-like claw. With a mere thought, 5 sharp claws emerged from the hand. As the 2 Gorlin beasts swung their weapons at him, Siyu glanced at his black-scaled hand, feeling an unusual calm wash over him. The movements of the Gorlin beast seemed to slow in his perception. With a swift motion, he evaded their attacks and, unexpectedly, his lizard-like hand pierced through the chest of one Gorlin beast with astonishing sharpness. With a surge of power, he swung his left arm, unleashing a torrent of green ichor as the creature let out a chilling scream. Its body cleaved in two from the chest down. Suyu stood in shock. He had never anticipated that the lizard claw would possess such terrifying lethality. An effortless swipe had severed the creature in half. This scene stunned not only Suyu, but also those who followed closely behind, including Qin Jiagui and Ma Zai. Was this the newfound power Suyu had gained after slaying a larger Gorlin beast? It was indeed a sight to behold. Chapter 16, The Eerie House in the Woods with a Soft Hiss. I extended my left hand and grasped the wooden club swung by a small Golem beast, yanking it effortlessly, sending the creature soaring through the air. Old schemer. Suyu suddenly called out, and the small Golem beast crashed heavily before Zhang Zhongmo. Zhang Zhongmo, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped Suyu's intention and let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master Yu." He swung his club down towards the dazed Golem beast. For Suyu, the vanquishing of such a creature yielded scant benefit, but for Zhang Zhongmo, who had only slain 2 Golem beasts prior, it was a substantial boon. After evolving into a first-tier black iron warrior, Suyu not only possessed formidable lethality in his left hand, but his extraordinary power radiated throughout his body, significantly enhancing his speed and agility, as well as his vision and hearing. As he charged into the throng of Golem beasts, Suyu easily plunged his hand into the chest of one creature and hurled it towards Zhang Zhongmo. The latter cackled with excitement, eagerly following behind Suyu to reap the rewards. The envy among the others was palpable, and soon, the total count of Golem beasts slain by Zhang Zhongmo surpassed 5. Others, including Qin Jiagui, Zhao Shichang, and Ma Zai, also had their share of victories, and in no time, the 15 Golem beasts were dispatched without a single casualty among the group. Surveying the ground littered with Golem beast corpses, the group exchanged glances. A singular thought emerging: they had all grown stronger. Unbeknownst to them, this small team possessed an astonishing prowess, effortlessly dispatching a squad of 15 Golem beasts. Among them, Suyu's performance was undoubtedly the most striking. His left hand, adorned with black scales akin to a lizard, wielding immense power that was merely a glimpse of its potential. Zhang Zhongmo, excitedly stroking his face, remarked, "Young master Yu, what do you think would happen if I too were to ascend to the first tier? I wonder what extraordinary abilities I might acquire." Qin Jiagui examined his right hand, noticing that the metallic sheen on the back of his palm had increased in size, feeling as hard as iron. He too felt a surge of anticipation, pondering the lethal potential his right hand would possess once he evolved into a first-tier black iron warrior. Having effortlessly dealt with the 15 Golem beasts, the group pressed onward, buoyed by their recent triumph. As Hugo parted the lush foliage before him, a gasp of astonishment escaped his lips. "What is it?" Zhang Runqing, closely trailing him, inquired in hushed tones, leaning in for a better view. "Is it a house?" Zhang Runqing exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. "See you, Zhang Zhongmo, Qin Jiagui." And the others felt a jolt of excitement, hastily crowding forward to peer through the obstructing leaves. Before them lay a small slope, beneath which stood a house nestled among towering trees, its presence eliciting thrill in the hearts of Suyu and his companions. "Let us go," Hugo exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he tugged a branch aside to dash ahead. Yet, Qin Jiagui seized him by the arm, murmuring, "Wait." Hugo blinked, furrowing his brow as he regarded him. Qin Jiagui, his expression serious, warned, "While discovering a house is undoubtedly a good fortune, don't you find it peculiar for a structure to suddenly appear in such a forest? One cannot help but fear that it may not bode well." Zhang Runqing scoffed. "Qin Jiagui, you are being overly alarmist. Are you conjuring too many fears? In our numbers, even if danger lurks, it is unlikely to pose a threat. Your caution is commendable, but perhaps a tad excessive." Having just vanquished a group of Golem beasts with ease, Zhang Runqing and the others felt their confidence swell. Dismissing other potential threats, Zhang Zhongmo interjected, "I concur with Qin Jiagui. While encountering a house is indeed fortunate, we must not act recklessly. Young master Yu, do you agree?" The last remark was directed towards Suyu, who was casually running his fingers through his hair. Responding to Zhang Zhongmo, he nodded. "It is always wise to exercise caution. Old schemer has finally made a constructive point." As he spoke, he pushed aside the branches and continued forward. Hearing the words of Qin Jiagui and Zhang Zhongmo, Hugo and Zhang Runqing gradually calmed, recognizing the forest's eerie nature and the mysterious aura surrounding the sudden emergence of the house. With a newfound vigilance, They gripped their weapons tightly and stealthily approached the structure at the bottom of the slope. As they drew near, it became evident that the house had partially collapsed. Through the gaping hole, they caught glimpses of scattered belongings. Suyu, endowed with the keenest eyesight as a first-tier black iron warrior, discerned the scattered items and was struck with astonishment. His gaze then fell upon a slanted sign above the door, which boldly proclaimed the words Jinhua Supermarket. Suyu's body tensed as if electrified, suddenly realizing something profound. At that very moment, the sound of footsteps echoed around them. And from the half-collapsed structure emerged a swarm of diminutive green-skinned creatures, the Galim beasts. "Everyone, be careful," Huga bellowed, and without hesitation, they formed a protective circle. Emerging from the surrounding thickets, at least 20 Galim beasts, brandishing wooden clubs, charged towards them. What struck them with the greatest shock, however, was the sight of a lifeless body lying near the doorway, a human corpse. Chapter 17. The rending claw. The crowd stood bewildered and shocked, a palpable sense of fear of the unknown mingling with their confusion. However, they had little time to dwell on such emotions. For a throng of 20 to 30 small Galim beasts had launched a coordinated assault, and the situation was dire. "Young Master Yu, please show no mercy," Zhang Zhamo shouted, wielding a wooden stick in each hand, swinging them about frantically. With a swift motion of his left hand, a cascade of black scales emerged, hissing ominously as sharp claws sliced through the air. In a single motion, he seized one small Galim beast by the head, tightening his grip until a sickening crunch echoed. Its skull crushed. Meanwhile, two small Galim beasts lunged at Yu from the side. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the lifeless body of the Galim beast he had just dispatched towards them. The collision created a thunderous sound, scattering the two attackers as if they were mere leaves in a storm. At this moment, Yu possessed a terrifying strength that dwarfed that of the small Galim beast with every gesture he made. Beside him, Mazai exhibited remarkable prowess as well. With a powerful kick, she propelled herself into the air, her right leg sweeping across the ground with such force that it left a distinct mark in the sand. One small Galim beast was sent flying, and before it could recover, she ensnared it with her legs, twisting with a sharp crack that produced a high-pitched wail as she broke its limbs. Rising swiftly, she raised her wooden stick and brought it down upon the wretched creature. Soon after, a black crystal materialized from the fallen Galim beast, merging into Mazai's right leg. Sensing the surge of enhanced power coursing through her, she leaped and slid across the ground, aiming her leg at a second small Galim beast with renewed vigor. Zhao Shichang, Qin Jiague, Huge, Zhang Runxing, Lin Shi, and others displayed their formidable abilities, each having slain multiple small Galim beasts, though they could not compare to Suyu's might. Dispatching a single small Galim beast had become a relatively effortless task for them, having felled several small Galim beasts. Suyu felt a peculiar surge of energy within his left hand, a manifestation of the bloodshed surrounding him. As he plunged his claw into the chest of yet another small Galim beast, the energy reached its zenith, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed the rending claw. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air as Suyu watched in astonishment as the small Galim beast before him was reduced to a gruesome pulp, its innards bursting forth as if caught in a meat grinder. "Incredible! Is this the rending claw?" He marveled at the sight of the gaping hole in the beast's chest, his breath catching in awe. After absorbing the crystal from a small Galim beast, he had successfully evolved to a first-tier level and unlocked the abilities of the Eye of Perception and the Rending Claw. The Eye of Perception allowed him to detect his opponent's information, while the Rending Claw had revealed its terrifying power in its initial display, astonishing even Suyu himself. As Suyu continued to marvel at the potency of the Rending Claw, a sudden rustling caught his attention. A branch was violently yanked, propelled by some unseen force, and a green blur shot forth into the circle formed by the group. "Ah!" Zhang Runxing suddenly cried out, having been struck hard by the green figure. He had already slain several small Galim beasts and demonstrated considerable strength, managing to react just in time to wrap his arms around the creature and roll away with it. A large Galim beast? In that instant, Suyu's keen eyes discerned the green blur to be an adult Galim beast, a creature far more formidable than its smaller counterparts. Previously, a single large Galim beast had nearly decimated their group, and he had never anticipated that such a beast would be lurking in the vicinity of their shelter. Caught off guard, Zhang Runxing felt the claws of the large Galim beast pierce through his chest, a searing pain that brought him face to face with the specter of death. In his frenzy, he clung tightly to the beast as they tumbled across the ground, fighting for his life. The sudden turn of events left the others stunned, nearly speechless. Suyu, however, quickly regained his composure and sprang into action. With a powerful push from his legs, he charged forward, his left hand poised with 5 sharp claws aimed at the large Golem beast entangled with Zhang Runxing. Among those present, only he possessed the strength to contend with such a creature. Yet, with the emergence of the large Golem beast, chaos erupted as the remaining small Golem beasts surged forward, putting Ning Yin, Zhuang Xiaohua, Li Dong, and others in peril. Seeing Ning Yin in danger, Zhang Zhongmo rushed forward without hesitation, swinging his wooden sticks fiercely at the small Golem beast threatening her. Ning Yin was not only the object of Su Yu's affections, but also the one Zhang Zhongmo secretly admired. His extraordinary powers surged as he swung. Yet the small Golem beast countered and sent him sprawling. With his arm screaming in pain, Zhang Zhongmo, in a moment of desperation, erupted into wild laughter. Clutching the small Golem beast, and using his own head to strike it. To his surprise, the force of the impact was staggering. He heard a sickening thud as the beast's face caved in, its nasal bones shattered, and its eye socket cracked, causing one eyeball to burst forth. The small Golem beast emitted a piercing cry, and Zhang Zhongmo held on tightly, relentlessly using his head to batter it again and again, until green ichor stained his face. Behind him, Ning Yin watched in shock at Zhang Zhongmo's frenzied demeanor, her hand covering her mouth as her wide eyes reflected both horror and awe. Upon the cessation of his relentless assault, Zhang Zhongmo lifted his head, his visage now stained verdant by the ichor. It was then that he discerned the cranium of the diminutive goblin beast, through his frenzied battering, had been reduced to a pulpy, amorphous mass, its life extinguished. Zhang Zhongmo paused, momentarily stunned, before erupting in a cacophony of manic laughter, brimming with exhilaration. He had finally comprehended that his extraordinary power resided within his cranium, and that cranial impact could indeed prove fatal to these monstrosities. His mirth was abruptly truncated by a searing pain in his back, the result of another approaching goblin beast's bludgeoning blow. The impact resonated with the force of a balloon's rupture, a truly terrifying strike that caused the goblin's head to explode, scattering emerald fluids and mangled flesh in all directions. Ning Yin, unable to evade the gruesome spray, found her face besmirched with the vile remnants. Her complexion paled to an ashen hue as she emitted a piercing shriek, frantically wiping away the detritus. Amidst the desperate struggle for survival, Zhang Ruinxin's harrowing cries were particularly unsettling. The sudden emergence of the elder goblin beast did not escape the notice of Su Yu and others, including Ma Zai, Zhao Shichang, Qin Jiagui, and Hu Ge. The elder goblin beast's terrifying and savage nature flashed through their minds, eliciting a mixture of fear, tension, and excitement. While some were gripped by trepidation, others, like Hu Ge, were consumed by exhilaration. Su Yu's slaying of an elder goblin beast had resulted in the evolution of his formidable black-scaled lizard beast claw. Hu Ge, too, aspired to personally dispatch an elder goblin beast, thereby attaining a more potent evolution. Thus, he followed closely behind Su Yu, abandoning his immediate adversary, the lesser goblin beast, and charging towards the elder goblin beast. Su Yu extended his 5 razor-sharp claws, a subtle sound of rending air accompanying their deployment, as he lunged towards the convulsing elder goblin beast. Having evolved into a first-order black iron warrior, his strength, speed, visual acuity, and coordination had all undergone a significant enhancement. His attack was swift as lightning, descending in an instant. With a resounding tear, the elder goblin beast emitted a howl, twisting its body in a defensive maneuver. Despite its rapid evasion, Su Yu's claws managed to tear away a substantial chunk of flesh from its back. The elder goblin beast's reaction was equally swift, its left arm flailing out, hurling Zhang Runxing, who was entangled with it, towards Su Yu. Zhang Runxing, in a frenzy, attempted to cling to the elder goblin beast, hoping to drag the monster down with him, even in death. However, his aspirations were futile, as the elder goblin beast possessed far superior strength and reflexes. With a forceful heave, it sent him hurtling through the air. As Zhang Runxing was unexpectedly flung towards him, Su Yu was compelled to halt his advance and reach out to intercept him, with a swift motion akin to a whirlwind. The elder goblin beast launched Zhang Runxing and simultaneously righted itself. Extending its right arm, it pierced through Zhang Ruinxing's body once more, its claws protruding from his chest. Seizing Su Yu's chest, it aimed to impale him as well, skewering him onto its extended arm. Su Yu roared in agony, his chest aflame with pain. In this perilous moment, the power within his left arm surged and expanded, a series of crackling sounds erupting as patches of black scales rose to the surface. Su Yu clenched his left fist and unleashed a devastating blow. In this life-or-death situation, he disregarded Zhang Ruinxing's fate and unleashed a fist that bored straight through. the tearing claw acting like an electric drill, generating immense power. It pierced through Zhang Ruanqing's chest. The horrific rotational force caused the blood and gore from Zhang Ruanqing's chest to be churned into a vortex-like spray, separated by Zhang Ruanqing's body. The Elder Goblin Beast's right hand pierced through him and grasped Su Yu's chest, while Su Yu's left-hand tearing claw skill, activated a mere half-second later, also pierced through Zhang Ruanqing's body and reached the Elder Goblin Beast's chest. The tearing claw, a terrifying skill, generated a rotational force and suction-like wind pressure. Even before it made contact with the Elder Goblin Beast, it sensed a feeling of asphyxiation. The threat of death descended upon the Elder Goblin Beast's mind in an instant. It suddenly realized that although it had been slightly faster and could easily pierce his body, it might not be able to kill him. However, the human's counterattack. This tearing claw would certainly kill it. With a whoosh, the Elder Goblin Beast retreated 3 meters in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ruanqing let out a final miserable cry. His eyes rolled back, and he died instantly, having been pierced by the Elder Goblin Beast and then struck by Su Yu's tearing claw. His chest and internal organs had been reduced to a mass of gore, making survival impossible. Of course, even without Su Yu's tearing claw, he would have undoubtedly perished. Although he knew that Zhang Ruanqing was bound to die after being pierced by the Elder Goblin Beast, it did not alleviate the guilt he felt for driving the tearing claw into Zhang Ruanqing's chest. In a daze, Su Yu seemed to feel Zhang Ruanqing's wide eyes staring at him with resentment, as if accusing him of killing him and using the tearing claw to end his life. Su Yu was stunned, but Hu Ge had already charged forward bravely, taking advantage of the Elder Goblin Beast's retreat. He gripped his wooden with both hands and rushed forward silently, concentrating all his strength into the, aiming for the Elder Goblin Beast's head. If the strike landed, Hu Ge was confident that he could smash the Elder Goblin Beast's head and take its life. Then, like Su Yu, he would evolve even greater power and enjoy everyone's awe. With a soft whoosh, Hu Ge, who was filled with excitement and tension, suddenly missed his sure-hit strike. The Elder Goblin Beast, which had been retreating, had disappeared into thin air. Hu Ge was stunned. He had exerted too much force, and his body lunged forward. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and then he clearly felt something pierce through his back and into his chest. Chapter 19. Re-evolution. It was an exceedingly strange sensation, one that Hu Ge felt acutely in that fleeting moment. He distinctly sensed a claw probing from his back into his body, which then lingered within him, crushing his innards. Eventually, the claw lifted him, hoisting his entire being high into the air before casting him away. The formidable and terrifying creature behind this act was none other than the Elder Linbu Beast. Its power exceeded imagination, surpassing even the one that had nearly decimated everyone previously by a significant margin, easily evading Hu Ge's ambush. The beast clawed into his body and then hurled him with great force towards Su Yu. Following their brief confrontation, the Elder Linbu Beast had developed a profound apprehension towards Su Yu. Now, seeing Su Yu inexplicably frozen in place, it attempted to test him by launching Hu Ge's body at him, while it itself followed closely behind, poised to strike and eliminate Su Yu. Su Yu, shaken by his earlier actions and the wide-eyed stare of Zhang Ruanqing, suddenly found himself immobilized. Upon witnessing Hu Ge being flung towards him, he felt a surge of trepidation and fear. Would he be forced, driven by instinct, to slay Hu Ge with his own tearing claws? Zhang Ruanqing. Hu Ge, they were his companions, his fellow alumni. In a moment of panic, Su Yu let out a scream and attempted to flee. Observing Su Yu evade, the Elder Linbu Beast sprang forward, its eyes glinting with determination. It perceived Su Yu's alarm, sensing that in such a state, Su Yu would be caught off guard. The beast was confident that a single strike would suffice to eliminate this human who had previously inspired great caution. With every ounce of strength, the Elder Linbu Beast launched itself, its claws digging into the ground and creating small craters as it moved like a streak of green lightning, too swift to describe. Su Yu was doomed. The onlookers noticed the perilous situation, with Zhang Zhongmo being the most attuned to Su Yu's plight. Realizing the urgency, and knowing they could not reach Su Yu in time, Zhang Zhongmo shouted desperately, "Su Yu is still waiting for you at school." Amidst Su Yu's frantic dodging, he was oblivious to Zhang Zhongmo's cries, but he distinctly heard the name Su Yu. It resonated within him, a name that had woven itself into the very fabric of his being over the past 20 years, as if it had become an instinctual response. Suddenly, Su Yu emerged from his panic, regaining composure. He lowered his hands and stood still, his entire demeanor relaxing. The others, including Ma Zai, gasped in shock at this instant. Su Yu stood with his back to the charging Elder Linbu Beast, whose claws were poised to grasp his head and back, nearly brushing his hair and clothing. As it appeared that Suyu was destined for a grim fate, the atmosphere shifted, as if time itself had halted. In a moment of silence, like the wind or lightning, Suyu stood motionless, his hands relaxed. Then, without looking back at the elder Linbu beast, he swiftly raised one arm. A cascade of black scales erupted, and 5 claws coalesced, spinning with otherworldly energy before unleashing a devastating strike. The elder Linbu beast suddenly halted, emitting a bewildered gurgle as its eyes widened in disbelief, only for them to explode from its sockets. Its left claw remained entangled in Suyu's hair, having just grasped his clothing, while its head was obliterated by the spinning claws, disintegrating into a gruesome mass of flesh, creating a brief whirlpool of blood and gore before it fell apart entirely. The spectators watched in stunned silence, eyes wide with shock. Even the remaining young Linbu beasts stood frozen, their weapons forgotten. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. The elder Linbu beast had charged fiercely, yet Suyu, with a seemingly casual counter, had dispatched it effortlessly. Zhang Zhongmo, unable to contain his excitement, shouted, "This is incredible. Suyu, how did you achieve that?" Although he had slain the elder Linbu beast, Suyu himself was unaware of how he had done it. The recent strike had been largely a stroke of luck. A moment's hesitation could have meant his own demise, with the elder Linbu beast's lifeless body crumpling to the ground. A black crystal from within it transformed into a radiant beam, vanishing into Suyu's left hand. As he felt the surge of energy coursing through him once more, Suyu let out a low growl, drawing the attention of those around him, all eager to witness the evolution that would arise from the absorption of the elder Linbu beast's crystal. In an instant, black scales enveloped Suyu's left hand, extending up his wrist with a series of faint crackles. The newly formed scales continued to ascend until they reached approximately 10 centimeters from his wrist, giving his left hand an appearance akin to an oversized black-scaled gauntlet. As the transformation ceased, Suyu exhaled deeply, swinging his mutated arm in the air, feeling the overwhelming power that surged within him, stronger than ever before, as his entire body seemed to amplify with newfound strength. Chapter 20. Supermarket. Suyu flexed his right hand, which had suffered multiple injuries and fractures in the past. Under the nurturing influence of foreign power, it had finally fully recovered. Moreover, in his movements, the strength was significantly greater than before. Although it could not compare to the terrifying might of his left arm, it was at least more than twice as powerful as it had been. Never before had Suyu felt his physical condition so optimal. All his pains had vanished. Just after absorbing the foreign power, his entire body felt as though it had been thoroughly cleansed and revitalized, providing an indescribable sense of comfort that lifted his spirits. As Suyu exhaled and released his left hand, the patches of black scales faded away, restoring his hand to its normal state. He then noticed Ma Zai, Qin Jiague, and Zhang Zhongmo surrounding him, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration. The ground was strewn with the bodies of the small golem beasts, while the remaining 5 or 6 had fled after their leader was vanquished by Suyu. Qin Jiague, feeling a twinge of envy, licked his lips and raised his hand as if to pat Suyu's shoulder, but hesitated and lowered it. Unbeknownst to him, Suyu's status in his mind had elevated to a level that made him reluctant to impose such familiarity. In the past, Qin Jiague, the tall and handsome sports representative, had seldom regarded Suyu with much respect. Only Zhang Zhongmo, unfazed, placed his hand on Suyu's shoulder with a grin, saying, "Hey, young master you. How did you manage that? I mean, just now, you stood there motionless while that monster charged at you, and when it became critical, you simply retaliated and took it down. It was like something out of legend, akin to a hidden martial arts master. I was sweating bullets for you. Even called out Suyu's name to rouse you." As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, suddenly feeling the pinch of having only a few left. Although he lamented the dwindling supply, he took out 2, placing one in his mouth and offering the other to Suyu. Though Suyu occasionally indulged in a cigarette while enjoying time with friends, he was not addicted. He was about to refuse when he inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Ruinchen's lifeless body on the ground. His body stiffened momentarily before he accepted the cigarette. Zhang Zhongmo lit Suyu's cigarette with a lighter and shot a glance at the others, saying, "Don't accuse me of being stingy. I only have a few left and want to share them with you." Qin Jiague chuckled and shook his head. "I don't smoke anyway." Zhang Zhongmo laughed. "I know. You're a good student." As Suyu took a puff of the cigarette for the first time, he savored the sensation as it coursed through his stomach before exhaling slowly. Oddly enough, after releasing the smoke, the weight on his heart seemed to lighten somewhat. The onlookers noticed Suyu's sudden silence and could surmise the reason. Zhang Ruinshen's death could hardly be blamed on Suyu. However, the fact that his strike had inadvertently struck Zhang Runsheng left a lingering shadow in anyone's heart. While Ma Zai, Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, and others had felled numerous small golem beasts, their victories were overshadowed by the tragic demise of Zhang Runsheng and Hu Ge, leaving no one in high spirits. After taking 2 more puffs, Siyu resolutely discarded the cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot. Zhang Zhangmo grimaced, hastily bending down to retrieve it, hoping it could still be smoked. Suyu approached Zhang Ruinsheng's body, crouching before him, and gazing into the wide-open eyes that seemed unable to close. Zhang Runsheng, I'm sorry, but in that moment, I had no choice. People are inherently selfish, and I am no exception. I feared for my life. If we manage to escape this forest, I promise to look after your family, to the best of my abilities. I hope you can rest in peace. As he whispered, he gently brushed his hand across Zhang Ruinsheng's face. When he withdrew his hand, Ruinshen's eyes, which had been wide open, finally closed. With a long sigh, Siyu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Observing Zhang Ruinshen's closed eyes, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, affirming, I will keep my promise. Rising to his feet, the previous shadows that haunted him dissipated. The others watched Suyu's display in silence, pondering whether they would feel the same sense of guilt and remorse had they been in his position. Seeing Siyu stand, Zhao Shichang suggested, Let us head inside to take a look, but stay cautious. We don't know what other surprises might await us. Between several towering trees stood a partially collapsed structure, exuding an air of mystery. Upon hearing Zhao Shichang's words, everyone turned their gaze towards it. Curiosity piqued once more at the enigmatic half-structure that had appeared in the dense forest. Siyu's attention returned to the slanted sign of the Jinhua supermarket, underneath which lay yet another body. Given their previous experience of being ambushed, the group treaded lightly and remained vigilant as they approached. Soon, they found themselves before the half-collapsed building, and the body on the ground quickly came into view, clad in a pale red uniform adorned with the words Jinhua supermarket. The head had been brutally smashed from behind, presumably by the claws of the small golem beasts. This is a supermarket uniform, Zhang Zhangmo exclaimed, peering into the interior of the half-collapsed building. The structure, having caved in partially, allowed everyone to see clearly inside. They exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar before their excitement erupted. Just as the sign suggested, the interior indeed resembled a supermarket, with various items scattered across the floor, igniting their enthusiasm as they discovered an abundance of food and beverages. Is this truly a supermarket? But how did it end up here? Suddenly, Ma Zai called out in puzzlement. As they moved deeper into the supermarket, they soon stumbled upon 2 more bodies, both dressed in supermarket uniforms, yet tragically lifeless, unable to share their fateful stories. It was undeniably strange, but the sheer volume of food was remarkable. At the very least, they had found provisions. Just as Zhang Zhongmo's excitement was building, Qin Jiague spoke up solemnly. It's useless. All this food is worthless. Zhang Zhongmo was taken aback, exclaiming, No way. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean useless? Look at this instant noodles. I checked the expiration date. It's still good. We can eat it. Chapter 21. The Sinkhole. Qin Jiague's expression turned somber as he spoke in a low voice. Have you forgotten how many people there are in our school? What use is this food? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Indeed, for their small party, the food was considerable. It could sustain at least 20 people for 10 days. However, for the over 1,000 students at their school, this amount would scarcely suffice for a single meal. Zhang Zhangmo stood momentarily stunned before snorting in amusement. He discovered a stash of cigarettes in a glass cabinet, and his excitement was palpable as he burst into laughter, hurriedly removing his backpack to stuff the cigarettes inside. His addiction was quite significant. Ma Zai, holding a packet of instant noodles, tore it open and sniffed, declaring, The smell is normal, but is it safe to eat? In this bizarre forest, the sudden appearance of such an odd supermarket left everyone uncertain about the edibility of the food. What if it were poisonous? It is safe to eat. Suyu suddenly interjected, breaking his silence. How can you be so sure? Ma Zai queried. Suyu slowly raised his head and replied, I have been to the supermarket before. The others stared at him in surprise. Qin Jiague asked, You've been here? You mean this place? Suyu's expression grew calm as he continued, Do you know what I was doing yesterday while we were in class? The group looked puzzled, and Zhang Zhangmo chimed in. What are you talking about, you? How does yesterday's class relate to this? Oh, I get it. You must have been listening to the news on the radio. Qin Jiague, somewhat perplexed, remarked, But what does that have to do with this supermarket? Suyu offered a faint smile, saying, Yes, I was indeed listening to the news. which reported on the sinkhole incidents occurring worldwide. Qin Jiagui nodded. I heard about that too. It seems the most terrifying case was in a foreign city where half of it collapsed into a sinkhole. The others looked at Siyu with confusion, unable to grasp how he had transitioned to discussing the sinkhole incidents and their relevance to the peculiar supermarket before them. Siyu continued. I heard a new report about our city, stating that 3 sinkholes had appeared consecutively on Remin Road, one of which had swallowed a large portion of a supermarket. The name of that supermarket is Jinhua Supermarket. At this revelation, the group gasped in astonishment, for the supermarket before them also bore the name Jinhua. When I saw that the supermarket was also called Jinhua, I initially thought it was merely a coincidence. I had previously shopped at the Jinhua Supermarket on Remin Road and vividly remembered its layout. Here was the counter, and there was the food shelf. Upon entering, I can now confirm that this Jinhua Supermarket is indeed the one from our city that fell into the sinkhole. The group exchanged glances, a chilling realization dawning upon them. Qin Jiagui suddenly exclaimed, Do you all recall the tremors we felt at school? It was like an earthquake, and then the sky changed. Are you suggesting? Mazai began. Qin Jiagui turned to Suyu, saying, You explain it. Taking a slow breath, Suyu stated, The only explanation for our current situation is that this supermarket fell into the forest due to the sinkhole, plunging into a realm beyond our comprehension. Just as our school did. Zhang Zhongmo gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Are you saying our school also experienced a sinkhole? Yes, a massive sinkhole that consumed our entire school, which then fell into this forest, sharing a fate similar to that of the supermarket. Zhao Shichang's face fell. His expression one of despair. If that is the case, then this isn't our world anymore, is it? Where will we find help? Where can we seek assistance? No. This can't be true. Suddenly, Zhao Shichang shouted in panic, his demeanor unraveling. Until now, they had all believed they were still in their familiar world, certain that they could find police or government aid by merely exiting the forest. Yet, the stark realization dawned upon them. This world was perhaps no longer the one they had known. I cannot fathom the notion of falling into another world due to a sinkhole. Mazai shook her head, unable to accept this reality. Suyu exhaled slowly, running his fingers through his hair. This is merely my hypothesis and may not be accurate. What is crucial now is for us to consider our next steps. Though he spoke lightly, Suyu believed the credibility of his reasoning was at least 80%. While it sounded implausible, the emergence of the Gorin beast, the transformation of their surroundings into a forest, and the presence of these anomalies were all astonishing occurrences that could be accepted. Thus, the idea of a sinkhole leading to another world did not seem so far-fetched. Currently, the most pressing concern remained the source of their food. The discovery of half a supermarket had briefly delighted them, but they soon recognized its inadequacy, facing over 1,000 people at their school. This food was but a drop in the bucket. Qin Jiagui solemnly stated, regardless of whether Suyu's theory is accurate, our immediate task is to continue searching. The discovery of half a supermarket is already an achievement. It indicates that this forest is not solely inhabited by monsters. There must be other treasures hidden here. Perhaps even a glimmer of hope for our escape. What do you all think? We have a day and a half left. Mazai, Zhang Zhongmo, and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, someone from the side softly interjected, although this food may not be abundant, it would suffice for us alone to survive for 10 days, giving us a greater opportunity to search. Chapter 22. Surrounded on all sides as soon as these words fell. Qin Jiagui glared angrily, recognizing a rather slender figure, Li Dong, a sophomore student. Although Li Dong spoke softly, his words stirred a reaction among the crowd. Perhaps there exists a more favorable alternative. They could carry the supplies and disregard the lives of the over 1,000 individuals remaining, thereby granting themselves at least 10 more days to seek an escape. The meaning behind Li Dong's statement was clear to all. Qin Jiagui retorted angrily, Li Dong, what do you mean by that? Have you forgotten there are still over 1,000 people in the school? Everyone is counting on us. Initially, Qin Jiagui glared at him, but gradually his ire subsided. Observing the silence, Zhou Kanghua's voice grew louder, solemnly declaring, I believe that if we truly find ourselves in such a predicament, we can only take the supplies and leave. It is not that we do not wish to save everyone in the school, but we must ask ourselves, what right do we have to rescue others? We could perish at any moment ourselves. If we cannot save ourselves, how can we talk of saving others? The very notion is absurd. The group fell into a contemplative silence, listening to Zhou Kanghua. After a moment, Qin Jiagui turned to Suyu. What do you think? Throughout their journey, Suyu had unwittingly commanded the respect of the group, who now viewed him as a leader. He ran his fingers through his hair, offering a faint smile now. Is there not still time? At least we can wait until tomorrow evening to reassess our options. Yet, in his heart, he thought of Suyu still at school. While he might not be able to care for everyone, he certainly could not abandon that girl. For now, however, he chose to evade the issue, knowing they had a day and a half left. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Qin Jigawei exhaled in relief, saying, "Right. We still have time. For now, we will proceed according to our original plan and test our luck. If by tomorrow evening we have still gained nothing, then we shall reconsider our next steps. What does everyone think?" Zhang Zhongmo had already packed his backpack with cigarettes, bottled water, and food, zipping it up before responding. "Of course, let us proceed as planned. Worrying about what comes after tomorrow is simply unnecessary." With Suyu and Qin Jiagawei having made their decision, the others voiced no objections. Ma Zai added, "What shall we do about the food? We cannot possibly carry all of it at once." After hearing Qin Jiagawei's words, everyone nodded and began to open their backpacks, attempting to fill them with as much food as possible. Ma Zai tore open a bag of instant noodles and began to munch on them. Zhang Zhongmo leaned over to peek into her backpack, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Aside from the water, it's all instant noodles. Ma, do you have such an affinity for them?" Ma Zai huffed lightly, replying, "I shan't converse with someone incapable of appreciating the delicacy of instant noodles." She continued to savor her meal. Suyu, however, discovered a box of chocolates, suggesting, "Everyone should take extra chocolate. It is high in calories and quite useful." Qin Jiagawei nodded in agreement, taking a box for himself. Observing the others hastily filling their backpacks, he noted that a full backpack could last 4 to 5 days if rationed, although there remained a plethora of food in the supermarket. The thought of the over 1,000 individuals back at school made even the most abundant supplies seem insufficient. "Qin Jiagawei, do you truly have confidence in this plan? It seems wiser for us to labor a bit more and carry all the food with us. What if, upon our departure, other monsters destroy it?" Zhou Huakong voiced his concerns, having filled his own backpack, eyeing the remaining stock of food. Qin Jiagawei furrowed his brow, responding, "If we aim to carry all this food, then we might as well abandon our hopes of making any progress." Zhou Huakong, think about it. If those monsters intended to destroy the food, they would have done so long ago. You should remember that before we arrived, this place was already infested with over a dozen goblin beasts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huakong looked at the food before him, his expression filled with reluctance. Suddenly, a sharp howl echoed from a distance, and the sound of rustling footsteps grew louder nearby. At that moment, Qin Jiagawei also noticed the scene. Around 100 meters away, a green mass swarmed, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that at least 50 to 60 goblin beasts were present. Among them, a few adorned with colors seemed to be the ones that had previously fled. "Why are there so many?" Zhang Zhongmo exclaimed, his face paling. The group quickly disregarded the food, setting down their backpacks in preparation for battle. "Do not panic. While their numbers have increased, we have also grown stronger. Utilizing the terrain, we still have a chance." Qin Jiagawei surveyed the surroundings and quickly began to move the shelves. Although the supermarket had partially collapsed, the remaining walls served as a natural fortress, sturdy enough to withstand the goblin beast's assault. Understanding the urgency, they blocked all possible exits and stacked several shelves together, leaving a 2-meter-wide opening as their battleground against the goblin beasts. The group divided into several teams, taking turns to defend the position, resting when weary. By rotating their defenses, they could neutralize the numerical advantage of their foes. In one-on-one combat, they were significantly stronger than these creatures. As long as they maintained their formation, not only could they eliminate all the monsters, but they could also grow even more formidable. Qin Jiagawei brimmed with confidence. Chapter 23. A critical situation. A sense of excitement enveloped the group as they swiftly organized themselves into teams. Fortunately, they had grown accustomed to her ambiguous demeanor throughout their journey. Among them, she remained the weakest, having only slain a single small gorin beast. Yet her striking beauty prompted the others to begrudgingly tolerate her shortcomings. However, several individuals harbored growing discontent, barely containing their frustration. Zhang Zhongmo's unique abilities rendered him less effective in this predicament, so he was advised to remain adaptable and step in if necessary. Conversely, Suyu, due to his formidable prowess, was permitted to act independently, engaging only when required. As the swarm of small gorin beasts drew nearer, a peculiar expression crossed Suyu's face as he murmured, "The situation appears dire." In an instant, he discerned 3 towering green-skinned creatures lurking behind the horde. 3 large gorin beasts had emerged together. These massive beasts, unarmed, ambled leisurely behind the 50 or so small gorin beasts. Suddenly, their gaze fell upon the decapitated corpse of a large Gorin beast slain by Su Yu. They halted, crouching around the body, seemingly studying it. At that moment, Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, and others also caught sight of the three large Gorin beasts, collectively gasping in horror. One large Gorin beast had nearly annihilated their entire force. Now, three appeared simultaneously. How could they possibly contend with that? A chill ran down Qin Jiague's spine as he exclaimed, "What?" His face drained of color. If the wall were breached, they would be surrounded by dozens of small Gorin beasts, though their strength had increased significantly. Being several times more powerful than the small Gorin beasts, they would be unable to withstand such a multifaceted assault, resulting only in their demise. Zhang Zhanmo, visibly anxious, queried, "See you, what should we do now?" They are about to charge. The small Gorin beasts had swiftly gathered nearby, forming an encirclement, seemingly awaiting orders from the three large Gorin beasts, who had come to a standstill. Su Yu, aware of the hopeful gazes directed at him, understood that while the others had indeed grown stronger, Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, and Ma Zai had become formidable in their own right, they still lacked the capacity to confront a large Gorin beast alone. His own victory over the first large Gorin beast had been a stroke of luck, a narrow escape from death. If the three large Gorin beasts charged, accompanied by the small ones, their fate would be sealed. With a clenched jaw, Su Yu raised his left fist, as a cascade of black scales gradually enveloped his hand. "You all must proceed according to plan, and do not disrupt the formation. Leave the three large Gorin beasts to me." With that declaration, Su Yu boldly stepped forward, advancing alone. Qin Jiague and the others were momentarily taken aback, while Ma Zai could not restrain herself from calling out, "See you?" Though they believed in his strength against one large Gorin beast, three posed a far greater threat. Zhang Zhonmo, licking his lips, suddenly broke into a grin. "Let us not forget that this fellow has already slain two such creatures. He has undoubtedly grown stronger. He will be fine." Despite his self-reassurance, even he harbored doubts. As Su Yu ventured forth, a stir erupted among the throng of small Gorin beasts. He flashed a grin, charging into their midst. With a swift motion, he severed the head of one small Gorin beast, green ichor splattering. Behind him, three wooden clubs descended simultaneously. Su Yu raised his arm in defense. The black scales upon his hand were as resilient as steel, and the clubs not only failed to injure him but were also repelled. With a flick of his claws, he dispatched another small Gorin beast. The onlookers, concealed within the supermarket, observed in awe. Ma Zai sighed softly, incredible. Although she too could easily eliminate a small Gorin beast, she lacked the courage to charge forth, let alone withstand an assault from more than three. The ease with which Su Yu dispatched the creatures was beyond her capabilities. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu had taken down several small Gorin beasts, prompting the three previously crouched large Gorin beasts to rise and emit a hoarse howl. With this cry, the horde of small Gorin beasts surged forward, not towards Su Yu, but towards the supermarket. Seeing the small Gorin beast rush past him, Su Yu refrained from further attacks, instead fixing his gaze on the three large Gorin beasts and extending his right hand in a provocative gesture. His greatest fear was that the three large Gorin beasts would act independently, creating a chaotic situation that could spell disaster. The strategy devised by Qin Jiague and the others sufficed for dealing with the small Gorin beasts, but against the more powerful large Gorin beasts, they would surely face annihilation. Fortunately, the three large Gorin beasts seemed intrigued by Su Yu, focusing their attention on him before charging in unison like three swift arrows. Even with their combined strength, Su Yu was acutely aware that he could not handle them all. He might slay one or even two, but he would undoubtedly fall to the others. Without hesitation, Su Yu retreated, catching the three large Gorin beasts off guard as he rejoined the throng of small Gorin beasts. The creatures hesitated momentarily before plunging into the mass of small Gorin beasts in pursuit of him. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the monsters lacked the cunning of humans, although surrounded by small Gorin beasts, which appeared to heighten his peril. The reality was that these creatures severely hindered the movement of the three large Gorin beasts, preventing them from executing a flawless combined attack. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu felt the surge of unique power within his left hand, a terrifying force honed from slaying both small Gorin beasts and two large ones. At this moment, the ferocity of his power had reached a staggering level, with black scales now adorning his arms. The three large Gorin beasts before him were undoubtedly ideal targets for testing his newfound strength. Chapter 24, The Comprehension of the Lizard Arm in the face of three formidable elder Linbu beasts. Su Yu found himself devoid of fear, his mind astonishingly calm. He assessed the situation with remarkable clarity, his movements fluid as he deftly maneuvered behind a younger Linbu beast. With a swift kick, he sent the creature hurtling towards one of the elder beasts. At this moment, Suyu's left arm, imbued with extraordinary power, was complemented by a 2- to 3-fold enhancement in strength across his other limbs, although still overshadowed by the might of his left hand. The younger Linbu beast let out a shriek as it flew backward, causing one of the elder beasts to stagger, despite narrowly avoiding a collision. The interruption created a gap of nearly a meter between it and its two companions. The remaining elder beast lunged forward, launching simultaneous assaults on Suyu. As their claws nearly grazed his clothing, Suyu nimbly retreated, colliding with another younger Linbu beast, which he sent tumbling away, though he himself was halted in his tracks. Seizing the opportunity, the two elder beasts wasted no time in redoubling their attack. With no options for evasion, Suyu gritted his teeth and charged forward, choosing to confront the beast on his right while abandoning the one on his left. His legs, already primed with power, propelled him like a cannonball, resulting in a tremendous crash as he collided with the elder beast. The impact was devastating for both, with Suyu erupting in a howl of pain, blood spewing forth, while the elder beast was similarly knocked off balance, its left paw swiping towards Suyu's right shoulder. In a surprising turn, Suyu did not evade the attack. Instead, he allowed the beast's claws to sink into his shoulder. Blood gushed forth as he was yanked along with the beast in a chaotic tumble. Meanwhile, the other elder beast, having missed its target, hesitated momentarily before turning around. In that instant, Suyu, with a fierce cry, unleashed a powerful left punch, striking the beast that had seized his shoulder. The black scales on Suyu's arm flared up, unleashing a torrent of blood and flesh as the tearing claw technique activated. The elder beast emitted a wretched howl as Suyu's left arm, now imbued with tremendous destructive force, mercilessly crushed its upper body, leading to its immediate demise. This sacrifice was not in vain. Suyu had calculated that to kill one elder beast in a single encounter was essential, for facing 3 simultaneously would leave him with no chance of survival. Though he succeeded in vanquishing one beast, the cost was steep. His right shoulder bore 5 deep gashes, internal injuries pulsing painfully, and he felt a nauseating sensation rise in his throat, the metallic taste of blood threatening to spill forth with any further impact. As he activated the tearing claw once more, the scales on his arm erupted, releasing a mist that provided a slight boost to his speed and power. With a fierce cry, Suyu charged forward, his left hand poised to unleash the tearing claw upon the remaining 2 elder beasts. The pair, having witnessed the devastating power of the tearing claw, recoiled in fear, darting aside to avoid confrontation. Meanwhile, outside the supermarket, a fierce battle raged between the younger Linbu beasts and members of the Qin family. As anticipated, the younger beasts could only assault through the narrow entrance, and with each wave of 3 or 4, the numerical advantage quickly dissipated, allowing the Qin family to gain the upper hand. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of 7 or 8 younger Linbu beasts. At this juncture, Suyu had absorbed the crystal energy from 3 elder beasts, transforming a significant portion of his arm into black scales, enhancing his otherworldly powers, speed, reflexes, and stamina. He now stood against 2 adversaries, gaining the advantage. For the first time, he realized that the elder Linbu beasts were not as formidable as he had imagined. With a stomp, he activated the tearing claw, releasing a sharp sound as the black scales spiraled upward, propelling him like a projectile. The resulting impact was thunderous, although the elder beast attempted to evade. It was caught off guard, sustaining a grievous blow to its left flank that left a gaping hole in its side. With another swift motion, Suyu unleashed a flurry of attacks, the tearing claw spinning like a meat grinder, severing the beast cleanly in 2. A crystal soared upward, merging with Suyu's left arm. The final elder beast, witnessing the carnage, stood frozen in fear. By the time it considered fleeing, Suyu's low growl echoed ominously as he raised his left hand to strike down upon its head. With a resounding crash, the elder beast staggered backward before collapsing, its head obliterated. Another crystal was absorbed into Suyu's arm. Having consumed the energies of 2 elder beasts in quick succession, Suyu's power surged, his left arm vibrating violently as the black scales expanded, completely enveloping his arm. Glimmers of faint black light flickered across the scales, and the eye of perception re-emerged upon the back of his hand, flooding his mind with new knowledge. Skill acquired. Lizard arm with a mere thought. Suyu activated the lizard arm. The black scales retracted as his left arm swelled and twisted, eventually expanding to the girth of a thigh and extending 2 feet in length, resembling the forelimb of some colossal lizard. Simultaneously, Another piece of information flashed through his mind, indicating that in the state of the lizard arm, the tearing claw could not be utilized. In its first tier, the lizard arm doubled its destructive capacity but reduced speed to 70% of its original. Following this, he received a detailed explanation of the lizard arm skill. Chapter 25. The police sue you. Gripping the grotesque and stout arm of the lizard, suddenly slammed it down onto the ground, producing a resounding crash that caused the earth to fissure, creating a pit. His left hand had returned to normal, and as he touched his right shoulder, he discovered that the gaping wound inflicted by the giant Galimba beast had long since stopped bleeding, and the injury was already healing. In all likelihood, it would be completely healed within half a day, leaving no scar behind. The speed of his recovery was truly remarkable. Gazing at the multitude of Galimbu corpses strewn about, Suyu pondered. To them, these creatures were undoubtedly monsters, yet he couldn't help but question whether he and his companions were still considered ordinary. Did they not resemble monsters in their own right? A sharp command from Mazai broke his reverie. Looking up, Suyu observed that 30 or so of the smaller Galimbu beasts lay dead, with only a handful remaining, in the absence of the larger Galimbu. As long as Qin Jiague and a few others held their ground, the situation seemed manageable. Aware that these smaller beasts could enhance their strength while they were capable of dealing with them, Suyu decided to refrain from intervening, instead choosing to observe. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the forest, stirring a sense of alarm within Suyu. He recognized it as the sound of gunfire. In such a wooded area, how could there be gunshots? Stunned, he turned to look, only to hear several more gunshots follow suit. Among the small Galimba beasts, several heads erupted with green blood, collapsing to the ground. As the gunfire continued, two figures emerged from the depths of the forest, parting the foliage, clad in police uniforms and wielding handguns. One appeared to be in his mid-20s, while the other was in his 30s. Despite their uniforms being tattered and stained with blood, the sudden appearance of these officers amidst the wilderness filled Suyu with a flicker of hope, as if he had glimpsed sunlight piercing through a storm. Police officers, these were true law enforcers. In an instant, Suyu recognized that these two individuals were indeed members of the police force, accompanied by a group of over 30. They bore the hopes of more than 1,000 students from their school, having traversed a perilous journey fraught with danger and loss. At last, they had encountered the police. They had finally found help. An inexplicable surge of excitement flooded Cuy's heart, almost compelling him to shout in joy. The gunfire continued incessantly, and one of the officers quickly replaced his empty magazine with a fresh one, resuming fire upon the cluster of smaller Galimbu beasts. The sight of the police drew the attention of Mazai, Qin Jiague, and others who had been in the supermarket, prompting them to erupt in joyous cheers. They surged forth, emboldened by the unexpected appearance of the officers, believing they were finally saved. The over 1,000 students trapped in the school would soon be rescued, and they could return to their peaceful lives, free from the shackles of fear that had plagued them. With a fervor reminiscent of wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, the ecstatic crowd poured out of the supermarket, sending the remaining 30 or so smaller Galimbu beasts into disarray. In no time, they scattered in all directions, vanishing completely. While the crowd showed little inclination to pursue them, Li Dong joyfully emerged from the throng, exclaiming, "Officers, are you the only two?" Amidst the frenzy of joy, Li Dong suddenly felt a twinge of confusion, for only these two weary officers had emerged from the dense underbrush, their uniforms tattered and their appearances far from pristine. The initial exuberance began to wane as Suyu recalled his earlier calculations. If this really was a sinkhole that had transported them to an extraordinary world, then these officers were likely just as stranded as they were. Encountering them might offer little hope. The two officers, having observed the retreat of the smaller Galimbu beasts, ceased firing. They watched as Mazai, Qin Jiague, and the others rushed out from the supermarket, their eyes narrowing with curiosity as they scrutinized the group. "Are you students?" inquired the older officer, his voice breaking the tension. "Yes, we are students from AJ Vocational Technical College. We don't know what happened. We suddenly found ourselves in this forest. Officer, you must help us," Li Dong implored, his desperation evident. The officers exchanged glances but offered no response, instead making their way toward the supermarket. Qin Jiague and the others began to sense something amiss about the officers, yet they still followed closely behind. Mazai lagged behind the group, leaning close to Suyu to whisper, "I've broken through." Suyu was taken aback, not quite grasping her meaning. "Look at my right foot," she said, her voice tinged with excitement and pride. When Suyu turned his gaze, he noticed that a series of black, cord-like strands were manifesting on her right foot. writhing and intertwining as if alive, presenting a most intriguing sight. Steel net. Mazai suddenly stomped her right foot, softly commanding. The strands of black began to spread outwards, quickly weaving into a net upon the ground. Suyu, standing beside her, felt his feet tighten as he looked down to find himself ensnared by the intricate web of black cords, immobilized. Startled, Suyu extended his left hand, opening his sensing eye on the back of his hand, which promptly revealed Mazai's information. First-tier Black Iron Warrior, race, undetectable, skills, undetectable, other, undetectable. In that moment, Suyu understood. Mazai had finally made her breakthrough, evolving from her previous state into a first-tier Black Iron Warrior. And the steel net was evidently her newly acquired skill. Congratulations, Suyu said, ruffling his hair with a smile. With another member of their group having ascended to the level of a first-tier Black Iron Warrior, their collective strength had undeniably increased. A smile broke across Mazai's face as she retracted the steel net, the black strands on her foot vanishing, restoring everything to its normal state. Chapter 26. Conflict. As the two policemen entered the supermarket, their eyes brightened at the sight of the scattered food on the floor. They rushed forward, each grabbing a piece of bread, only to halt suddenly as they recalled something, turning to observe Qin Jiaguai and the others who had followed them inside. "Can we eat this?" inquired one of the officers, a man in his 30s, clearly skeptical about the origins of the food. Qin Jiaguai nodded, his expression a mix of confusion and wariness as he regarded the two uniformed men, who bore little resemblance to the saviors he had hoped for, appearing instead as fellow refugees lost in this forest. Seeing Qin Jiaguai's affirmation, the older officer sniffed the bread, deemed it fresh, and took a bite. He then picked up a bottle of mineral water from the ground, opened it, and gulped down a substantial amount, visibly rejuvenated afterward. The younger officer, having found a pack of cigarettes on one of the shelves, tore it open, placed one between his lips, and tossed another to his senior. The older officer accepted the cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and, after inhaling deeply, addressed the group. "I am Yu Guoji, and this is Sunda. We are officers from the Jishan police station. Are you all students from the vocational technical college? Is it only you here? No teachers?" Yu Guoji directed his gaze towards Lin Shi. "Sir, could you please explain your situation to us?" It was evident that he preferred to converse with a teacher, believing only they were worthy of representing the group in a discussion of equals. Lin Shi paused momentarily before responding. "Around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, our school unexpectedly found itself in this forest. Now, over 1,000 faculty and students are trapped here, unable to advance or retreat. The food available at the school will only last for 2 days, and the situation is dire." Before Lin Shi could elaborate further, Yu Guoji raised a hand to stop him. "I understand. So, you are the school's representatives sent to assess the surroundings?" Lin Shi simply nodded, uncertain of how to proceed. Zhao Shichang interjected, "Officer Yu, do you mean to say that you were in the same predicament as us? What could possibly have caused this?" When Yu Guoji and Sunda had first appeared, a wave of elation surged through the crowd, but as they engaged in conversation, the initial fervor began to wane. The two officers appeared as disheveled as the others, leading many to doubt their ability to assist. After a puff of smoke, Yu Guoji replied, "It's quite simple. We do not know the reason either. However, we have indeed arrived in this forest, with all communication to the outside world severed. As you can see, we are like lost souls. Perhaps all of this is merely a cruel prank orchestrated by some unseen force, or maybe we are all trapped in a dream." His gaze turned intense, glinting with a hint of menace. As he spoke, his tone shifted, conveying a sense of chilling apprehension. Yu Guoji shuddered slightly and continued, "There is some truth to that, but pondering such matters is futile at this juncture. Our priority must be survival. There is enough food here to sustain us for 10 days to 2 weeks. With this time, we might find a way out of this forest and uncover the nature of this wretched place." Despite being in his 30s, Yu Guoji's speech was laced with coarse language, exuding a rough demeanor. Qin Jiaguai interjected vehemently, "No. This food was discovered by us first. Our school has over 1,000 people, all awaiting our news." In response, Yu Guoji drew his firearm, aiming it directly at Qin Jiaguai's head. "You insolent brat, do you have a problem with that?" Qin Jiaguai's fists clenched involuntarily, a metallic sheen appearing on the back of his right hand, shielding his knuckles. Sunda stepped forward, gesturing for calm. His tone was gentler than Yu Guoji's. "Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. We are all here due to inexplicable circumstances and should assist one another. With my brother Guoji and myself, along with your group, we stand a good chance of escaping this forest. As for the over 1,000 students you mentioned, We naturally care for their well-being. But we must first find a way out before we can help them, correct, young man? Chapter 27. The struggle for sustenance. Li Dong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Sun Da furrowed his brow slightly, while Yu Guozhi chuckled and remarked, "Little one, I believe you may have misunderstood our intentions. After all, it was no easy feat to procure this food. Sharing it among so many would be an utter waste. However, as I am a people's police officer, I suppose we can make do. You may follow us, but you must heed our commands. First, let us pack all this food into bags. As for the matter of over 1,000 students you mentioned, let us focus on survival for now." Sun Da continued, "Indeed. Everyone is aware of the dangers lurking in this forest. Do not be deceived by the seemingly formidable green-skinned creatures. There are far more dangerous beings within these woods. Only by following us will you have a chance at survival." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiague resolutely declared, "In that case, I will not accompany you. You may take a portion of the food, but each of you is allowed only one backpack at most. You must take no more than that. Once you have packed the food, you may depart." This declaration left Yu Guozhi and Sun Da momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before turning their attention back to Qin Jiague. Having faced numerous life-and-death encounters, Qin Jiague harbored no fear for the monstrous creatures, and thus felt no trepidation towards the two armed police officers. Moreover, possessing extraordinary abilities meant that even sustaining a few gunshots would not necessarily spell his demise. Ma Zai, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, cautiously stepped forward, directing her gaze towards her right foot. With her toes lightly tapping the ground, she was prepared to unleash her steel net at a moment's notice, ensnaring the two officers if necessary. "Teacher, what about you? What is your stance?" Sun Da suddenly called out to Lin Shi. Faced with this group of students, both he and Yu Guozhi, despite their firearms, were reluctant to engage in a genuine conflict. Though Lin Shi was a teacher, he was typically reserved and low-key. Upon being questioned by Sun Da, he sighed and, albeit reluctantly, responded, "We are all individuals in distress and ought to support one another. Our goal should be to find a way out, yet you have no right to command us." Yu Guozhi spat disdainfully, "Damn it, I extend my goodwill, and you ungrateful wretches refuse to acknowledge it. Fine, we are clearly at odds now. You go your way, and we shall go ours. I have no desire to waste more time here. Depart quickly. Aside from what you carry in your backpacks, no one is permitted to take any more food. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to use my weapon." Zhang Zhongmo, unable to contain his fury, retorted, "Hey, we were the ones who discovered this food first. It belongs to us. What kind of police are you, brazenly attempting to seize it?" Yu Guozhi cast a scornful glance at him, then raised his firearm, lightly blowing on the barrel. The implied threat unmistakable. So Yu ran his fingers through his hair and murmured, "This situation is indeed troublesome." Sun Da softened his tone, addressing the group, "Everyone, please remain calm. Our shared goal is to survive and escape this forest. There is no need for hostility. Though we are police officers, we are also human beings, simply striving for survival." Observing Qin Jiague's obstinacy, Sun Da sighed and said, "Let those willing to walk with us step forward. As for those like you, who fail to grasp the urgency of the situation, you are free to remain behind." He believed that, aside from Qin Jiague, the others would make the wise choice. Upon hearing Sun Da's words, Li Dong and Zhou Huakong were immediately tempted to step forward, but they hesitated, suddenly remembering Su Yu. Throughout their journey, Su Yu's remarkable strength had been evident, and having him in their ranks would significantly increase their chances of survival against the terrifying monsters. While the two officers possessed handguns, their true capabilities remained uncertain. Thus, it was unwise to act impulsively. Li Dong cautiously inquired, "Su Yu, what do you think?" All eyes turned to Su Yu, and the two officers exchanged puzzled glances. Was he Lin Shi the teacher? How was it that this seemingly unremarkable young man appeared to be the leader of the group? Chapter 28. The Crimson Monster. As Su Yu dispatched 3 of the formidable Linbu beasts, the 2 policemen had yet to arrive, thus remaining oblivious to Su Yu's terrifying prowess. Twirling a strand of hair behind his head, Su Yu noticed the gaze of the crowd upon him and couldn't help but smile, asking, "Do you have any questions? Haven't we all made our decision long ago? Are you already reconsidering?" Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Qin Jiague exhaled in relief, feeling at ease. Zhang Zhongmo chuckled, "Indeed. This decision was collectively reached by all of us. There is no need to alter it for the sake of outsiders. Trusting ourselves is never a mistake, right? Haha." Initially hesitant, Li Dong and Zhou Huakong observed Su Yu's reluctance to heed the policeman's directives, thus dismissing their earlier doubts. Compared to these unexpectedly arrived policemen, They were inclined to trust Suyu more. Seeing that none approached them, Yu Guizhi and Sunda felt a twinge of irritation. Zhang Zhangmo remarked, "Gentlemen, it is impossible for us to join you. The many must prevail over the few. How about you join us instead? However, we shall dictate the terms." "Shut up." Yu Guizhi glared, his frustration boiling over. Raising his firearm, he aimed it squarely at Zhang Zhangmo's forehead, barking, "You little brat, do you believe I won't pull the trigger? Don't think I'm afraid to shoot." Zhang Zhangmo rolled his eyes, but Suyu stepped forward casually. The moment Yu Guizhi's finger twitched, he would act decisively to sever Yu Guizhi's arm holding the gun. In this eerie forest, amidst a world gone mad, Yu Guizhi and Sunda no longer embodied the role of law enforcement. The constructs of law and morality had crumbled here. In such a scenario, as Yu Guizhi had stated, he truly would not hesitate to kill. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as Yu Guizhi bared his teeth. Regarding the provocatively postured Zhang Zhongmo and the advancing Suyu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sunda sighed. "Since we cannot reach an understanding, let us part ways as before." "You may leave." Li Dong protested. "Why should we leave? Once we are gone, won't you simply cart away all the food in this supermarket? That's unacceptable. If we must depart, we will take the food with us." Sunda smiled faintly, while Yu Guizhi's eyes narrowed further. Suddenly, he declared, "Sunda, it seems dialogue is futile. Let me be frank. If you don't vacate promptly, I won't hesitate to eliminate all of you." Zhang Zhangmo chuckled. "We aren't intimidated. We didn't grow up frightened." Qin Jiegue stepped forward, his supernatural strength surging. The instant the adversaries moved, he would be upon them with a lethal strike. With his enhanced abilities, his power, speed, reflexes, and regenerative capabilities had all multiplied, rendering the firearm before them far less intimidating. Fuming, Yu Guizhi was about to explode when Sunda suddenly restrained him, smiling, "Let us not stoop to their level. Let us withdraw." Yu Guizhi, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "What?" Sunda subtly signaled him, then urged, "Let us go." Realizing Sunda's cunning nature, Yu Guizhi slowly lowered his gun and allowed himself to be led away from the supermarket. Remarkably, the two actually departed without taking any food, which astonished the onlookers. Were they truly this accommodating? No, surely they would take something with them. How could they leave empty-handed? Something felt amiss. Zhang Zhangmo suddenly whispered, drawing attention to the peculiar behavior of the duo, and even he, usually careless, sensed something was off. The others quickly followed suit and turned their gazes toward Yu Guizhi and Sunda, now over 20 meters away. With their backs turned, the two moved closely together, engaged in a hushed conversation, unbeknownst to the crowd watching from behind. Sunda quietly retrieved his gun to reload the magazine. In truth, when the confrontation was imminent, Sunda had realized he had only a single bullet left in his handgun, prompting the pretext to leave with Yu Guizhi to seize the opportunity to fully reload. Understanding Sunda's intent, a sinister smile crept onto Yu Guizhi's face as they walked slowly toward the exit, both discreetly reloading their own firearms. They exchanged a knowing glance and abruptly halted. Once both guns were drawn, a total of 12 bullets would be unleashed. Even if they couldn't annihilate Suyu and his companions, they could at least eliminate a significant portion. Moreover, with the distance between them, their shots would easily find their marks. No matter how formidable Suyu and the others were, they would scarcely be able to approach. It could be said they had secured an overwhelming advantage. As Yu Guizhi and Sunda turned suddenly, Suyu, Qin Jiegue, Zhang Zhongmo, and Zhao Shichang, who had been keeping an eye on them, felt their faces drain of color. Qin Jiegue's mouth opened as if to shout. Yu Guizhi and Sunda clearly observed the expressions on the faces of their adversaries, a surge of exhilaration flooding their hearts. Aha! Does this little brat wish to plead for mercy? Too late. Yu Guizhi grinned maliciously, but suddenly he sensed something was amiss as Qin Jiegue shouted, "Beware of what's behind you." Behind? What could be there? Just as Yu Guizhi pondered this, he heard a chilling sound followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively looking down, he was horrified to see a gaping wound in his torso, a bloodied claw emerging from it, with a sickening crack. That was the last sound Yu Guizhi would ever hear, emanating from above his head. Beside him, Sunda felt a chill upon hearing Qin Jiegue's warning. Suddenly grasping the situation, he spun around and was met with a scene of sheer terror. A creature, drenched in crimson, with the body of a monkey and the head of a wolf dog, had ensnared Yu Guizhi's waist with its feet. One claw pierced through his torso, extracting a bloody heart, while its cavernous maw bit off half of Yu Guizhi's head, extending its blood-red tongue. It licked and slurped the remnants of Yu Guizhi's brain matter as if savoring tender tofu, devouring it with ravenous delight. Chapter 29. the blood monkey hound in a startling moment. 6 bullets were discharged in rapid succession, yet the crimson monstrosity raised the corpse of Yu Guozhi to shield itself. All 6 bullets struck Yu Guozhi's lifeless body, causing blood to splatter. Meanwhile, Qin Jigui, Su Yu, Zhang Zhongmo, Zhao Shichang, and others rushed out. Moments earlier, they had suspected a conspiracy between Yu Guozhi and Sun Da and had been attentively observing their departure. Suddenly, the two halted and turned, and at that exact moment, they clearly saw a large tree nearby, from which slid down a creature resembling a spectral apparition. Its body bore the shape of a monkey, yet its head resembled that of a wolf dog, cloaked in a mane of blood-red fur. The creature moved with an indescribable swiftness, gliding down the tree and leaping onto Yu Guozhi. Qin Jigui called out in shock, but it was too late. Yu Guozhi met his demise in an instant. Sun Da, gripped by terror, fired all 6 bullets, only for the creature to use Yu Guozhi's body as a shield. With a swift movement of its long arm, it hurled Yu Guozhi's corpse towards Sun Da, while simultaneously bringing Yu Guozhi's still-beating heart to its mouth, devouring it with delight. Since entering this bizarre forest, apart from the little and big Linbu beasts, this was the third creature they had encountered. On the back of Su Yu's left hand, the Eye of Perception emerged, its brilliance flashing as it captured information about the blood-red monster from afar. Instantly, details about the creature filled Su Yu's mind. Name: Blood Monkey Hound, adept at climbing. Agile in movement, partial to consuming the brains and hearts of various creatures, solitary by nature, relatively rare, easily drawn by the scent of blood and clusters of corpses, and quite difficult to handle. So you quickly deduced that this elusive blood monkey hound had been lured by the pungent aroma of the numerous corpses of little Linbu beasts strewn before the supermarket. The information gleaned from the Eye of Perception indicated that, although challenging to confront, this solitary blood monkey hound was likely the only one present. Sun Da had hit Yu Guozhi's corpse with all 6 bullets, and before he could reload, the blood monkey hound was already hurling the corpse toward him, forcing Sun Da to dodge frantically. At the same time, his right hand clenched, and black muscles bulged forth, rapidly transforming into a massive black fist. Inflated to the size of a football, clearly imbued with extraordinary power. In a flash, the blood monkey hound sprang, its powerful hind legs propelling it high over Sun Da's head, landing 7 or 8 meters behind him. A cold sweat drenched Sun Da's back as he hurriedly turned to face the blood monkey hound again. Su Yu, witnessing the scene, inwardly exclaimed in alarm. The most terrifying aspect of the blood monkey hound was its speed. Sun Da's attempt to confront it had come a moment too late. The creature lunged, its body coiling, and shot forward like a cannonball, crashing into Sun Da. At that moment, Sun Da had barely turned halfway. His extraordinary fist, still unable to unleash its power, was met with a chilling sensation as the blood monkey hound's claws tore open his skull, extracting the delectable brain. The blood monkey hound emitted a hissing shriek, leaping 10 meters away, before tossing the still warm brain into its mouth, savoring it with rapture. Sun Da's eyes widened, yet their gaze had already dulled. His once bulging fist shrank rapidly, deflating like a punctured ball, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Su Yu, Qin Jigui, Zhang Zhongmo, Zhao Shichang, Ma Zai, and others burst forth, while the blood monkey hound remained a mere 10 meters away, unconcernedly feasting on Sun Da's brain. A look of delight on its face. No one could have anticipated that the once dominant Yu Guozhi and Sun Da would perish in the blink of an eye. The blood monkey hound was far mightier than the little Linbu beasts. Monster! Everyone attack! Qin Jigui bellowed, raising his wooden stick, ready to charge. Wait! Su Yu suddenly interjected, raising his left hand to halt Qin Jigui, then signaling to Ma Zai with his eyes. From the blood monkey hound's previous ghostly movements, Su Yu discerned that it was far more formidable than the big Linbu beast. Sun Da's right fist had undergone a complete transformation into a colossal black fist, indicating he had achieved at least the first stage of evolution. In terms of strength, he was likely not far behind Su Yu. However, before the blood monkey hound, he had proven utterly defenseless. Should Qin Jigui charge in, he would likely meet his end in a single encounter. If the group rushed in haphazardly, the creature's speed could easily exploit the chaos, presenting a grave danger to them all. Among those present, Su Yu was the only one who conceived a viable strategy to confront this agile blood monkey hound, the steel net that Ma Zai had recently comprehended. If they could catch it off guard and trap it momentarily, Su Yu felt confident he could deliver a fatal blow. Ma Zai, understanding Su Yu's intent, immediately dashed forward to flank the blood monkey hound alongside him. Su Yu extended his left arm, a series of hissing sounds erupting as half of his arm became enveloped in black scales. He prepared to lure the blood monkey hound while Mazai would seize the opportunity to launch the steel net. Together, they had a significant chance of slaying this creature. However, to Suyu's astonishment, just as they lunged forward, the blood monkey hound abruptly leaped backward, swiftly ascending another tree, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the treetop, baring its teeth and hissing at the group below. Another leap, and it soared to another tree, vanishing in mere moments. Suyu and Mazai halted, momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the blood monkey hound would flee. Had it grown sated from its feast, losing interest in them? Or did it sense danger and escape? Rubbing the back of his head, Suyu pondered the creature's gaze as it departed. It bore no semblance of fear, but rather the predatory gaze of a hunter eyeing its prey, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. I understand now, Suyu murmured, a sense of headache creeping in. He surmised that after consuming Yu Guoji's and Sun Da's brains, the blood monkey hound felt content and thus withdrew. Yet they were undoubtedly still under its watchful gaze, perhaps lurking in the shadows, fixated on their heads. Chapter 30. Night Falls, The Unknown House Suyu. What are you mumbling about? Mazai inquired, unable to catch the words that slipped from Suyu's lips. After witnessing the blood monkey dog flee, she couldn't help but exhale in relief. Suyu shook his head, choosing silence instead. Zhang Zhangmo gazed somberly at the lifeless bodies of Yu Guoji and Sun Da strewn across the ground, sighing, "Damn it, how unpredictable life is. Just moments ago, those two were so arrogant, and now they are gone. What a world this is," Qin Jiagu murmured. "I never imagined there were other monsters in this forest besides those green-skinned creatures called Garimbu. I wonder if there are even stronger ones lurking about." A shiver crept down his spine. Zhao Shicheng asked, "Suyu, what was that creature that resembled a monkey but had a dog-like head?" They all knew Suyu possessed the eye of perception, which should allow him to discern the details of that beast. "The blood monkey dog is exceptionally swift," Suyu replied thoughtfully. "It may be even more formidable than that Garimba beast. However, I sense it did not flee merely out of fear. We must remain vigilant. It could reappear at any moment to launch a surprise attack." Upon hearing Suyu's words, Qin Jiagu, Zhao Shicheng, Zhang Zhangmo, Li Dong, and the others fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. The thought of such a phantom-like creature lurking in the shadows, potentially ambushing them, sent a chill through their bones. "Suyu, you're not trying to scare us, are you?" Mazai said, though she believed him more than she cared to admit. Taking a deep breath, Suyu replied, "I wish I were merely trying to frighten you. We cannot linger here any longer. The presence of these corpses may attract even more trouble. The blood monkey dog is likely drawn here by the scent of blood." His words sent a jolt through the group. Zhao Shicheng immediately declared, "All right. Everyone grab your backpacks and let us move. We've already wasted too much time here." Zhang Zhangmo lit a cigarette, chuckling at Mazai as she munched on instant noodles. "From now on, we shall call you Princess Instant Noodle. It suits you perfectly." Mazai shot him a glare, scoffing, "You big smoker." Before they departed, Qin Jiagu insisted on concealing the bodies of Sun Da and the others. Reluctantly, the group assisted him, fearing they might be delayed. Soon they managed to hide the bodies in a room within the supermarket and secured the door. Just as they were about to leave, Li Dong raised a concern. "What if someone like Yu Guoji and Sun Da comes to take the food left in this supermarket after we depart?" There was no solution to his query. The abundance of food was impossible to carry all at once. Eventually, they resolved to leave the food behind, leaving their fate to chance. As the group finally exited the supermarket, they noticed the sky darkening ominously. Zhao Shicheng pulled out his phone to check the time. Although it had no signal and could not make calls, it still served as a clock. Looking at the screen, Zhao Shicheng remarked, "No wonder it's getting darker. It's nearly 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock signified that they had only about an hour left before complete darkness enveloped them. "Let us go," Qin Jiagu urged. Leading the way around the half-structure of the supermarket and heading towards the denser part of the forest, the others remained silent, shouldering their backpacks and gripping their wooden clubs. Hastening to follow, they encountered no further dangers along the way, merely spotting a few corpses of smaller Garimba beasts. Upon closer inspection, Suyu deduced they had been shot in the head, likely by Yu Guoji and Sun Da. As darkness deepened, Suyu sensed an ominous presence lurking in the shadows, as if a pair of malicious eyes were fixated upon them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The feeling was profoundly unsettling. Contemplating for a moment, Suyu slowed his pace, deliberately placing himself at the rear of the group. The energy within his left arm pulsed restlessly. If his suspicions were correct, the blood monkey dog could launch a surprise attack at any moment. Among them, only he stood a chance of reacting in time. so he took it upon himself to stay at the back to prevent any further casualties. "Let us stop and rest when it hits 6 o'clock, Qin Jiagu said, glancing at his phone while seeking the group's consensus. With the sky growing darker and the challenges of navigating the dense forest amplifying, the inherent dangers became apparent. The group unanimously agreed with Qin Jiagu. After a day fraught with peril, they indeed needed a proper respite. To Suyu's surprise, the blood monkey dog did not attack them. As 6 o'clock approached, they once again spotted a cluster of houses in the distance. The dwelling occupied a significant expanse. Though it could not compare to their school, it was far more substantial than the half-structure of the supermarket. From afar, it loomed within the forest like a colossal beast of ancient times. Having learned from their previous encounter, the group felt no exhilaration upon sighting the house this time. Instead, a palpable tension filled the air. They were left wondering what this new structure could be and whether it concealed any dangers. The group halted. Zhao Shichong lowered his voice, asking, "What should we do?" Qin Jiagu pondered briefly before replying, "Let us approach cautiously and stay alert." Night had fully descended, but fortunately, they had brought flashlights. Several individuals retrieved their flashlights from their bags. "Conserve your batteries. 2 should suffice," Qin Jiagu advised. Indeed, without any supplies, every bit of power used would diminish their resources. Ma Zai nodded and stowed away her flashlight. With one flashlight lit, Qin Jiagu and Zhao Shichang led the way toward the house, followed closely by Zhang Zhangmo, Ma Zai, and Li Dong. Siyu remained at the back, a position that was inherently perilous. Since he was the strongest among them, he felt it was his duty to bear this risk. In such a world, clinging to life only hastened one's demise. Chapter 31. The Death Police Station. Navigating through the dense forest, the group stealthily approached. Soon illuminating a grim sight with their flashlights, rows of small golem beasts lay lifeless upon the ground, each marked by bullet holes. Could it be that these were also the handiwork of Yu Guoji and Sunda? The group exchanged astonished glances. Qin Jiagu raised his flashlight, directing the beam toward a nearby building, exclaiming, "Everyone, look." As they turned their gazes, they noticed a sign hanging near the entrance of the building, boldly stating Jishin Police Station, though it was now marred by green ichor and splashes of fresh red blood. A chill ran through their hearts as they recalled that Yu Guoji and Sunda had claimed to be officers from Jishin Police Station. Could it be that this very station had been transported into this forest, akin to their school? If that were the case, it was likely that the police force comprised more than just Yu Guoji and Sunda. With this thought weighing heavily on their minds, they hastened forward, disregarding the peril surrounding them. They soon stumbled upon the aftermath of a fierce battle. Numerous golem beast carcasses littered the ground, interspersed with the bodies of police officers clad in uniforms. These corpses bore the marks of brutal violence, some with crushed skulls and others with their bellies ripped open. As they ventured deeper, the number of fallen officers mounted to at least 20 or 30. Were Yu Guoji and Sunda truly the only survivors of this police station? Though Zhang Zhongmo was known for his bravery, he too felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to suppress a low murmur. This scene was harrowing. With the bodies of golem beasts and police officers strewn about, the pristine white walls splattered with green ichor and crimson blood, a sight both shocking and macabre. "Look." Suddenly, Qin Jiagu's flashlight halted on an iron door, which appeared to be twisted and mangled, as if struck by an immense force. The group exchanged horrified glances. What kind of power could have wrought such destruction upon a fortified door? It was inconceivable that a golem beast, let alone a larger one, could achieve this. Abruptly, a faint sound echoed in the distance, a soft thud that resonated ominously in the stillness of the surroundings. They paused momentarily, exchanging glances before whispering in unison, "Over there." Qin Jiagu, Zhao Shichong, Lin Shi, and the others quickly surged forward down the corridor. The police station was expansive, and as they dashed through the corridor, they entered a disordered courtyard where several golem beast corpses lay scattered. The sound of thudding grew louder, emanating from a 2-story building at the far end of the yard. Was it a monster or a human making that noise? Curiosity mingled with tension as they pressed on. Qin Jiagu illuminated the path ahead with his flashlight, urging, "Be cautious, everyone." Without further deliberation, he led the charge to uncover the source of the commotion. A guttural roar echoed through the air, as if their arrival had finally captured the attention of whatever lay within. As Qin Jiagu and Zhao Shichang burst into the 2-story building, they found themselves in a long corridor flanked by rooms. At the end of the corridor stood a fortified iron door, behind which 3 towering greenskin creatures were relentlessly battering the entrance, the door already beginning to warp from the force of their assault. These 3 creatures were none other than the formidable elder golem beasts, far more powerful than their smaller kin. Qin Jiagui shone his flashlight upon them, and the distinct low growl of the elder golem beasts reverberated back. Abandoning their assault on the door, they charged toward the intruders. With his left hand gripping the flashlight and his right hand tightly clutching a wooden stick, Qin Jiagui prepared for confrontation. Beside him, Zhao Shicheng boldly advanced as well. Though the elder golem beasts were fearsome, they had grown stronger, and most importantly, the elder beasts were key to their evolution. Ma Zai, slightly lagging behind, summoned forth dark tendrils resembling ropes from her right leg, having become the second black iron warrior to attain the first-tier realm after Suyu. Now, she was eager to test her newfound powers. The corridor measured merely 2 meters in width, and as the two elder golem beasts spread their arms in a guttural roar, they swiftly closed the distance to Qin Jiagui, Zhao Shicheng, and Ma Zai. With a fierce shout, Ma Zai stomped her right foot, unleashing a network of black ropes that radiated from her leg, attempting to ensnare the two charging elder golem beasts. Suyu, concerned for their safety, followed closely behind Ma Zai, only to witness Qin Jiagui emit a muffled grunt as the elder golem beast collided with him, sending his flashlight flying. On the other side, Zhao Shicheng faced a more dire situation. The elder golem beast had grasped his wooden stick, while its other claw descended toward his head. With the beast's razor-sharp claws, a single strike would spell certain death. Letting out a low growl, Suyu lunged forward, too late to intercept the elder golem beast, opting instead to collide with it, shoving Zhao Shicheng out of harm's way. As the black scales emerged on his left hand, he unleashed his tearing claws with a sharp hiss. The elder golem beast, taken aback by the sudden attack, instinctively raised its hand to block, while its other claw reached for Suyu's heart. A piercing cry erupted from its throat as Suyu's tearing claws shredded through the beast's outstretched arm, reducing it to mere fragments. Realizing the imminent danger too late, the beast found itself ensnared by Suyu's left claw, which dragged down its body from right shoulder to left flank, cleaving it in twain, viscera spilling forth, a swift and brutal demise. In the blink of an eye, Suyu dispatched one of the beasts, while Ma Zai's steel net finally came into play, ensnaring the remaining two elder golem beasts in a web of twisting black ropes. Realizing the predicament too late, the two elder golem beasts found themselves entangled in the strange, shifting black ropes, just as Ma Zai's right leg executed a powerful sweeping kick. With a resounding crack, her elevated foot struck one of the elder golem beasts squarely in the face, sending it crashing to the ground. As it fell, Ma Zai swiftly regained her footing, while the beast she had struck reeled back, its face crumbling like tofu under the force of her kick. Having entered the first-tier realm, Ma Zai had not only grasped the steel net technique, but had also amplified the power of her right leg severfold. The kick she delivered was the culmination of her martial arts foundation and newfound strength, which she aptly named Flying Sweep, capable of shattering even the sturdiest of wooden doors with ease. Chapter 32. Zhang Zhangmo's advancement. Ma Zai stood up, feeling a crystal belonging to her elder brother Lin Bu vanish into her right foot. A joyful expression surged across her face as she sensed a wave of powerful energy. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongmo let out an odd cry, covering half of his face with his hands. Suyu, Ma Zai, and others turned to look, only to find that one side of his face had turned to stone, and when he struck it with his hand, he was met with a painful jolt. Upon glancing at the scene beside him, Suyu noticed that the third Linbu beast had met a gruesome fate, its brain splattered. It turned out that after Qin Jiagui was sent flying, Zhang Zhongmo had rushed forward just as Ma Zai's iron net immobilized the remaining two Linbu beasts. Ma Zai then delivered a flying kick that shattered the face of one Linbu beast, leaving the last one vulnerable to Zhang Zhongmo's attack. Though the iron net had only held for about a second, it was enough to render the last Linbu beast momentarily bewildered. Zhang Zhongmo seized the opportunity, wielding a wooden stick with fervor, and struck down multiple times until he finally crushed the beast's skull, having absorbed the energy from several smaller Linbu beasts. Zhang Zhongmo's arms, while not the source of his power, had doubled in strength. With a final blow, he vanquished the last Linbu beast. After absorbing this creature's crystal, Zhang Zhongmo finally broke through, ascending to the rank of a Tier 1 Black Iron warrior. Overcome with joy, he truly felt his newfound strength, his face partially petrified with power, and he grasped a skill uniquely his own. With 3 Linbu beasts dispatched in an instant, Zhao Shicheng, shaken, scrambled to his feet and turned to Suyu, whispering his gratitude. He understood that in his eagerness to slay a Linbu beast for evolution, he had nearly met his demise had Suyu not intervened. Suyu smiled and shook his head, signaling that it was nothing, before his gaze shifted to the security door at the end of the corridor. The trio of Linbu beasts had battered it, leaving it misshapen. If they delayed any longer, the iron door would be completely destroyed. Qin Jiaguai picked up a flashlight from the ground, glancing at Zhang Zhongmo's half-stone face. A sense of unfairness welled within him. He had been far more serious than Zhang Zhongmo, excelling in many aspects. Yet this fortunate fellow had managed to slay the last Linbu beast. Let us see what lies behind that door, Ma Zai remarked, satisfied. Reflecting on how effectively her iron net had performed in battle, effortlessly taking down such a formidable foe, something she had never dared to imagine before. As the group prepared to approach the iron door, a piercing scream echoed from behind. "See you, Ma Zai?" And Zhao Shichang's hearts raced as they turned to see a fleeting shadow retreat into the darkness. When Rue, who had been at the back of the group, was bloodied. His head nearly severed, eyes wide in horror, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Blood monkey hound! Damn it!" Siyu shouted in fury, rushing outside. Only to be met with darkness. Night had fully descended, and there was no trace of the blood monkey hound. The others paled and followed suit. Siyu's fears had proven correct. The creature had been stalking them, seizing the opportunity to strike with its incredible speed, rendering them nearly defenseless. "What do we do?" Li Dong's voice trembled with fear. The group could sense Suyu's rising anger. Zhang Zhongmo, having calmed from his earlier excitement, felt the weight of another death, a blow to them all. Their numbers had dwindled to just 10, each individual crucial. Observing Suyu's grim countenance, Zhang Zhongmo called out. The sensation of being prey, hunted with no means of escape, was stifling. Ma Zai, Qin Jiaguai, Zhao Shichang, and Lin Shi displayed somber expressions. Ma Zai no longer felt the thrill from slaying a Linbu beast. Among them, only Ning Yan appeared detached, seemingly unfazed by the chaos surrounding her. Her indifference irking some of the group despite her beauty. Siyu approached the end of the corridor, eyeing the slightly warped security door. A gentle push yielded no movement. It had taken several Linbu beasts to merely distort it. The door's sturdiness was apparent. What could lie within that drove these creatures to such madness? With a soft hiss, Siyu activated his lizard arm. The others gasped as they witnessed his left arm swell and transform, not into scales, but into a massive beastly limb. The lizard arm skill enhancing his strength at the cost of speed. Without uttering a word, Siyu swung his formidable black arm and struck the security door with tremendous force. The impact reverberated through the air, causing the already warped door to emit a thunderous crack, even shaking the surrounding walls. The group recoiled in surprise as Siyu bellowed, preparing for a second furious strike. With a resounding crash, the door was finally twisted beyond recognition, nearly tearing free from its frame. As Siyu stepped forward, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Something icy pressed against his forehead. "Stop," came a soft yet firm command. Frozen in place, Siyu realized he was being held at gunpoint, a first for him. Sweat beaded on his brow. Despite his formidable powers and rapid recovery, a bullet at such close range to his temple would spell certain death. Chapter 33. The female officer and the child. "Stop right there," Siyu commanded in a low tone. His authority was palpable. Everyone paused in surprise, collectively gazing towards the iron door. At that moment, Suyu's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to discern the circumstances behind the security door. It resembled an archive room, cluttered with filing cabinets. The security door had been forcefully breached by Suyu, slamming into one of the cabinets and shattering it, scattering documents across the floor. Beside him stood a woman clad in a police uniform, her gun pressed firmly against his temple, her face etched with tension and vigilance, showing no sign of relaxation despite his humanity. "We mean no harm. The large Linbu beasts have been dealt with. We only wish to assist you." Siyu quickly assessed the situation and explained, acutely aware of the discomfort of having a gun aimed at him, fearing that a moment of her agitation could lead to dire consequences. As he spoke, Siyu clenched his left hand, ready to unleash his claw if she displayed any sign of aggression. While he held no desire to take a life, he was even less inclined to become a victim. Upon hearing Suyu's explanation, the female officer visibly relaxed a fraction and lowered her voice, commanding, "Step back, all of you." It was clear she remained skeptical of Suyu and his companions. Zhang Zhongmo muttered in dissatisfaction, "What is this? We killed the monsters and saved you. Yet you treat us like this?" After ensuring Suyu and the others were 10 meters away, the female officer let out a sigh of relief and lowered her firearm. As Suyu and the others retreated, she scrutinized them, noticing the 3 corpses of the large Linbu beasts nearby. In truth, she had heard the commotion from the battle earlier, but her instinct for self-preservation in such a perilous world prevented her from trusting any strangers who appeared unexpectedly. Perhaps this was the vigilance inherent in her role as a police officer. With the faint light from Qin Jiagui's flashlight, so you could now see the female officer's features clearly. Initially, he had assumed she might be the mother of the little girl, but upon closer inspection, he realized she appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. The fitted police uniform accentuated her figure, making her look mature and voluptuous, her legs long and elegant beneath her short skirt, exuding a captivating allure even in the midst of this dark and terrifying atmosphere. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her large eyes, complemented by delicate brows, made her strikingly beautiful, no less than a film star after makeup. So you contemplated that she was unlikely to be the child's mother, after all. The girl was at least 7 or 8 years old. Had the officer given birth in her teens? Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Zhang Zhongmo's exclamation. Hey, are we just going to stand here? Fine. Since they don't appreciate our help, let's leave. Suyu shook his head, ruffling the hair at the back of his head, and stepped forward once more. The female officer glared at him, raising her weapon again. Suyu extended his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling he meant no harm, and then opened his backpack to reveal food and bottled water. Upon seeing the provisions, the officer's expression softened slightly, and she swallowed hard, clearly famished. Recognizing her hunger, Suyu stepped inside, and this time she did not stop him, though she still held her gun tightly, remaining on high alert. Zhang Zhongmo attempted to follow Suyu inside, but Qin Jiagui blocked him, shaking his head. Their wariness is understandable. Encountering a group like ours here would naturally make anyone anxious. If too many of us go in, it could lead to trouble. Let us wait here for a moment. Zhang Zhongmo grunted in response but refrained from entering, instead pulling out a cigarette. What do you think? I've got plenty of smokes. Want one? Qin Jiagui smiled faintly, shaking his head, finding Zhang Zhongmo's demeanor rather crude and feeling reluctant to engage. He could not comprehend how Zhang had become friends with Suyu, whom he genuinely admired. Suyu approached the little girl, who was huddled against the wall with her knees drawn tightly to her chest. He knelt before her, offering a piece of bread with a smile, saying, Here, eat. He then produced a bottle of water. Initially filled with terror, the girl's expression began to soften as she sensed Suyu's kindness. Her hunger was palpable, and she eagerly accepted the bread, only to choke on it. Suyu quickly offered her water, gently patting her back. Take your time, I have plenty more. Children were easily comforted. Soon, the little girl's fear dissipated, replaced by a grateful smile directed at Suyu. Seeing her smile brought Suyu satisfaction, and he stood to address the still-armed female officer. Do you still not trust us? He held out some bread and biscuits, inviting her to take some. The officer let out a faint grunt, softly stating, I'm not hungry. However, just as she spoke, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Suyu, lacking any intent to mock her, sighed softly. We stumbled upon a supermarket on our way here and gathered these supplies. Otherwise, we too would likely be starving. After a brief pause, he added, If you wish, you may join us. If not, I will leave this food for you, and we shall depart. Noticing the officer's deep mistrust, Suyu was reluctant to prolong the conversation. He surmised that the police station had unexpectedly appeared in this forest, much like the school, and had subsequently come under attack from groups of Linbu beasts. This officer and the little girl were likely survivors who had taken refuge here until the large Linbu beasts had discovered them, coincidentally leading to their current encounter. Chapter 34. The Hunt for the Blood Monkey Dog. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the female officer's expression shifted several times. Noticing this, Suyu smiled gently and said, Farewell. Take care of yourselves, before stepping outside. As he was about to leave, the female officer could no longer contain herself and called out, Wait. Suyu's smile would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Gradually, she let down her guard, and with Zhang Zhongmo, Qin Jiagui, Ma Zai, and others entering, her last flicker of caution dissipated. What transpired next was in line with Suyu's predictions. The police station came under attack from swarms of little brother Linbu beasts. Fortunately, these officers were not defenseless civilians. Armed with weapons, they managed to slay numerous monsters. However, as the larger Linbu beasts appeared and ammunition dwindled, the situation inevitably spiraled into chaos. Witnessing her colleagues being slaughtered, Zhou Burong, in a state of panic, remembered the archive room. Seizing the moment of confusion, she grabbed Ding Shan and fled inside, securing the anti-theft door tightly. Ultimately, relying on this door, she and Ding Shan were the only survivors amidst the carnage of their fellow officers. Suyu's thoughts drifted to Yu Guoji and Sunda, and indeed, Zhou Burong recognized them. However, she was unaware of how they managed to escape. Observing the expansive area of the police station, Suyu deduced that it was unlikely for the little brother Linbu beasts to completely encircle the place. Thus, It wouldn't be surprising if one or two individuals managed to slip away unnoticed. The group glanced at Ding Shan, sighing inwardly. Children, after all, were blissfully ignorant of such worries. By the time they grasped the gravity of their situation, it was already midnight. Compared to the perilous forest outside, resting in this room felt much safer. Hence, they sought out rooms to rest, taking turns to keep watch, just in case. So you randomly found a place to lean against, and Zhang Zhongmo settled beside him, whispering, "Young master, you seem deep in thought. What occupies your mind?" Leaning against the wall and twirling his hair, Su Yu replied, "I am contemplating how to transform from prey to predator." Zhang Zhongmo paused, puzzled. "What do you mean? Young master you? This sounds rather profound." Meanwhile, Ma Zai scoffed. "The big smoker is rather dim-witted. He*s referring to the blood monkey dog." Zhang Zhongmo finally grasped it. Chuckling awkwardly, "Instant noodles, you're so clever. Do you think eating instant noodles makes one smarter?" He had previously referred to Ma Zai as the princess of instant noodles, but now simply called her instant noodles, given her fondness for them. Ma Zai dismissed him, turning to Su Yu. "So, have you thought of a good strategy? If the blood monkey dog continues to haunt us and ambush us sporadically, it poses a significant danger." Su Yu pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Why do you think the blood monkey dog is reluctant to confront us directly and instead opts for ambushes?" Zhang Zhongmo laughed. "Even I know that. We outnumber them." "Exactly," Su Yu said, rising abruptly. "If I am not mistaken, the blood monkey dog is likely still lurking in the shadows, watching us. If someone were to wander off alone, do you think it would hesitate to strike?" Ma Zai gasped. "Are you suggesting?" Su Yu nodded solemnly. "Everyone, stay alert and remain together. Do not separate. I will take a solitary stroll." He was prepared to use himself as bait to lure out the blood monkey dog. Ma Zai stood up, declaring, "I'll accompany you. My iron net would be most suitable for dealing with such agile creatures." After some contemplation, Su Yu shook his head. Firstly, having two people might prevent the blood monkey dog from appearing. Secondly, while her iron net was effective, it required time to deploy, and given the creature's swiftness, it could attack or flee before it could be used. Most importantly, although Su Yu felt confident in handling the blood monkey dog, having Ma Zai nearby posed a risk. If the creature targeted her, it would complicate matters. Having considered all this, Su Yu concluded that it would be better to take the risk alone. Thus he declined her offer. "If I go alone, the chances of it appearing increase. You all stay here." Outside was dark and foreboding. On such a night, only Su Yu dared to venture out alone, while the others would hesitate to do so. At this point, Su Yu had become the cornerstone of their group. None dared to imagine the consequences if anything were to happen to him. He smiled reassuringly. "I'm merely taking a quick look around. If nothing happens, then so be it." With that, he stepped outside, securing the door behind him. Once outside, Su Yu's senses heightened to their peak. Though he appeared to walk casually, every step was deliberate, his vigilance at its utmost. The strange energy within him coursed throughout his body, sharpening his senses. Whether the blood monkey dog appeared or not was secondary. Should it attack, Su Yu was confident he could swiftly pierce its body with his ripping claws. The existence of the blood monkey dog had already imposed significant pressure and threat upon them. If this monster was not eliminated before it could cause further harm, the consequences would be dire. As he traversed the corridor, Su Yu moved cautiously, soon exiting the building without incident. Crossing the police station's front entrance, he was met by the forest and the multitude of little brother Linbu corpses. Standing before the heap of bodies, he turned slightly, appearing at ease. Yet in that fleeting moment, his body tensed as he finally sensed the presence of the blood monkey dog. Chapter 35. Golden Galimbu. The blood monkey hound stealthily approached Su Yu along the courtyard wall, preparing to launch a lethal strike. To mislead the creature, he refrained from summoning the black scales of his left hand, waiting for the moment it would attack to unleash his extraordinary power. With unwavering focus, Su Yu finally heard a faint rustle behind him as the blood monkey hound closed in, poised to deliver its deadly assault. Unlike humans, the blood monkey hound lacked the capacity to ponder why this solitary human had emerged. It saw only an opportunity to strike. With its formidable strength, it believed it could easily slay him and indulge in a delectable feast of human flesh. At the instant of the hound's attack, Su Yu inhaled deeply. Ready to unleash his rending claws, a meticulously calculated maneuver, he was 90% certain he could create a transparent wound in the creature's body with a single blow. With a swift motion, his arms seized the blood monkey hound. As he pulled apart, the hound emitted a piercing, heart-wrenching shriek, blood spraying forth as its frail form was brutally torn asunder. The creature was instantly slain. Then, Su Yu reached into the torn carcass, extracting a crystal and swallowing it whole before discarding the two halves of the hound's body onto the ground. Dumbfounded, Suyu stumbled back several steps, a sudden chill racing down his spine as an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. His left arm instinctively surged with extraordinary power, the black scales manifesting, and an eye of perception emerged on the back of his hand. The sheer terror and oppressive presence he felt were unlike anything he had ever experienced, a suffocating dread that gripped his heart. Just as Suyu prepared to strike the blood monkey hound, another monster materialized beside him. Although it was close, he had failed to detect its presence. This creature bore a striking resemblance to Galimbu, with the same green skin, its stature falling between that of a small and a large Galimbu. However, it was distinctly different. Its green skin was adorned with golden spots, and its head had almost entirely transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The grotesque visage, combined with the golden skin, exuded an unexpected air of majesty, dazzling to behold. As the eye of perception activated, a stream of information flashed through Suyu's mind, revealing the creature's details. Name: Golden Galimbu, a rare and formidable beast. Born from the mutation of 1 in 1,000 small Galimbu, it evolved by consuming the core energy crystals of other beasts, and once its entire body transformed into gold, it would ascend to become the king of Galimbu, the supreme ruler of its kind. Possessing the bloodline of the golden race, it harbored treasures within, and slaying the golden Galimbu would yield those treasures. Before him stood this golden-spotted creature, a product of the rarest lineage, still in its growth stage, as evidenced by its partially golden head and remaining spots. Nevertheless, Suyu sensed an overwhelming authority emanating from it, a terrifying presence. As Suyu realized the peril, the golden Galimbu lunged at him. In an instant, it vanished from sight, prompting Suyu to instinctively swing his left arm in defense. With a thunderous impact, his arm shuddered, managing to block the creature's strike, yet he was sent sprawling backward by an immense force. The terror was palpable. Suyu had never encountered such a powerful beast. The blood monkey hound and the large Galimbu combined paled in comparison to this golden Galimbu. Rending claw. Suyu howled as he fell, activating the technique. The black scales rose, releasing a faint mist as he sprang back to his feet, the rending claws propelling him forward with newfound speed for a counterattack. Remarkably, the golden Galimbu stood its ground, not attempting to evade. Instead, it clasped its hands together, and its muscles split open, revealing a pair of golden steel blades. With a resounding clash, Suyu's rending claws met the golden blades, sending tremors through his left arm as if struck by an unrelenting weight. He staggered, his footing faltering as if he were intoxicated. A flicker of surprise crossed the golden Galimbu's eyes. Its golden blades were jolted apart, sensing the might of Suyu's attack. A bloodthirsty excitement ignited within the creature, intrigued by Suyu's strength. With a low growl, the golden Galimbu propelled itself forward like a flash of yellow lightning, its steel blades aimed viciously at Suyu's chest. Should they pierce him, a swift motion would cleave him in two, a method of slaughter it savored. Suyu, unable to match its speed, had no choice but to frantically wield his rending claws against the oncoming assault. The power of the rending claws was formidable, yet the golden Galimbu, more agile, deftly deflected one blade while the other struck true. With a sharp sound, blood gushed from Suyu's abdomen. He realized this was the result of his desperate leap backward. Otherwise, he would have suffered far worse than a mere cut. Chapter 36. The Destruction of the Golden Beast Bang. In almost the same instant, gunfire erupted. The golden Galimbu shuddered, its golden steel blades momentarily slowing. Suyu suddenly recalled that Suyu was waiting for him at school. He could not perish here. With a frenzied scream, Suyu retaliated. A resounding crash echoed as the black scales on his left arm erupted, releasing a plume of white mist that generated a terrifying counterforce. For the first time, his tearing claws overpowered the steel blades of the golden Galimbu, followed by a heavy punch that struck its chest. Immediately, green ichor splattered from the beast's chest, and with a piercing howl, it retreated faster than Suyu's punch could connect, leaving the impact only partially realized, yet its chest was left a bloody mess. From the other side came a fierce shout, as a figure soared through the air, targeting the retreating golden Galimbu. Suyu turned his head and saw Zhang Zhongmo, Qin Jiaguai, Zhao Shichong, and even the female officer Zhou Burong had appeared. It was she who had fired her gun, disrupting the golden Galimbu and granting Suyu the opportunity to strike back. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the beast's blade. Earlier, when the golden Galimbu had slain the blood monkey dog, its agonized cry reached the ears of Qin Jiaguai and the others. Recognizing the sound, They understood that Suyu must have encountered it, igniting a mix of excitement and anxiety among them, unsure of Suyu's fate. Knowing well the ferocity of the blood monkey dog, after a brief discussion, they rushed out to assist Suyu, only to discover him locked in a desperate struggle with a yellow-spotted Garinbu. In a moment of urgency, Zhou Burong opened fire. Fortunately, having retained some ammunition while hiding with Ding Shan in the archives, her shots proved timely and saved Suyu's life, while Ma Zai leaped forth, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the golden Garinbu with a flying kick. "Be careful!" Suyu, aware of the Garinbu's terrifying nature, shouted urgently as he charged again. The golden Garinbu emitted a low growl, filled with rage, having been struck by 2 bullets and its chest shredded by Suyu's claws. Though it was not in mortal danger, its movements were severely hampered, a consequence of its own carelessness. As Ma Zai's flying kick approached, the beast let out a furious roar and swiftly swung its blade. With a sickening sound, Ma Zai cried out in pain as the kick was met with a brutal slice that severed half of her foot, blood gushing forth. The golden Garinbu then retaliated, delivering a crushing blow to her chest, sending her tumbling backward with a scream. "Damn it!" Suyu roared in fury, desperately lunging forward, while Zhou Burong continued firing, her shots ringing out one after another. Humph! The golden Garinbu swung its steel blade, effortlessly deflecting all 3 bullets, sparks flying as it extended its other hand, aiming a lethal strike at the advancing Suyu. The beast's horror far exceeded anyone's imagination. Zhou Burong gasped as she witnessed it block her bullets, while Zhang Zhongmo, seeing the peril Suyu faced, charged forward, his face partially turned to stone, gripping his club tightly. He could see that Suyu was in dire straits. This monstrous Garinbu was far too formidable. He resolved to assist Suyu, knowing that he must not perish, no matter the cost. Suyu raised his arm, and once more, his tearing claws clashed with the golden steel blade. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as another blade descended. Suyu kicked out, striking the golden Garinbu, yet the beast's blade left a grievous wound across his body. With a pained grunt, Suyu leveraged the force of his kick to tumble away, while the golden Garinbu grinned menacingly and lunged at him, with Zhang Zhongmo screaming as he charged forward. If Suyu were to perish, they too would not escape the monster's wrath. They had to unite to vanquish this terrifying creature. As Suyu regained his footing, he was confronted by the beast's sinister visage, its steel blades poised to pierce his chest. In a fit of rage, the golden Garinbu turned, ready to deliver a devastating kick to Suyu, while its claws sought to tear Zhang Zhongmo apart. Suddenly, Ma Zai's voice rang out, "Suyu." At that moment, the golden Garinbu felt as though its feet were ensnared, unable to lift them, sending a chill through its heart. Though Ma Zai's foot had been partially severed, the stubborn girl still managed to hold her ground with what remained of her foot, activating the iron net. By the time the golden Garinbu realized what was happening, its feet were already ensnared by the iron net. Ma Zai screamed as she poured her strength into it, while Zhang Zhongmo clung desperately to the golden Garinbu. Qin Jiaoguai, Zhao Shichang, Lin Shi, and the others rushed to join the fray. This strike demanded all of Suyu's strength and extraordinary power. After unleashing it, he felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground without a thought for the golden Garinbu's condition. When Suyu turned over, he beheld Zhang Zhongmo still clinging madly to the headless golden Garinbu, using his stone-like head to ram against the creature. On the other side, Ma Zai lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her face twisted in pain, as pale as a sheet. Finally, Qin Jiaoguai, Zhao Shichang, and the others caught up, only to halt, staring in disbelief at the headless Garinbu before shifting their focus to the fallen Suyu, their attention riveted to his left arm. In that final, desperate strike, Suyu's tearing claws unleashed their terrifying might, utterly shattering the golden Garinbu's head into a mass of gore. Without its head, even the beast's formidable power was rendered moot, leading to its immediate demise. From the remains emerged a black crystal, nearly the same size as the one found in the corpse of the smaller Garinbu, yet distinct, as faint threads of gold shimmered on its surface. This crystalline form, interwoven with strands of gold, transformed into a torrent that surged into Suyu's left arm. He felt a surge of extraordinary power coursing through him, releasing into his limbs and body, miraculously healing all his injuries. Not only that, but his 36,000 pores expelled foul, putrid sweat. Chapter 37. Second-order Black Iron Warrior. This peculiar force exerted itself upon his entire being, cleansing every inch of his skin and every sinew within. The impurities and filth within his body were expelled one by one, reminiscent of the legendary process of marrow washing and vein cleansing, a true metamorphosis. Suyu lay on the ground, experiencing this wondrous phenomenon, while members of the Qin family focused their attention on his left arm, where patches of black scales began to emerge. Starting from his left hand, they ascended rapidly, completely enveloping his entire arm until they reached his shoulder, where they finally ceased. The newly formed black scales shimmered with a faint glow, exuding a dark radiance that was distinctly visible even in the depths of night. It seemed that with a mere wave of his left arm, Suyu could unleash catastrophic power. Flashes of information flickered in Suyu's mind. He had ascended once again, elevating from the First Order to the Second Order as a Black Iron warrior. Building upon the First Order Rending Claw, he had comprehended the Second Order version. And the skill of the lizard arm had also advanced in strength. The previously diminished speed had improved, reducing the slowdown from 30% to merely 20%. Furthermore, he had grasped a new skill, Tooth Bomb. What astonished him the most was the qualitative change in the extraordinary force within his left arm. It no longer merely felt like a vague power. This time, Suyu could distinctly sense a dark-hued current coursing through his left arm. Upon entering the Second-Order realm, the extraordinary force transformed from an indistinct concept into a tangible gas that could be perceived internally. This gasification brought significant advantages, allowing him not only to passively sense the extraordinary force as before, but also to actively command it with his will. He could concentrate it in one area for enhanced destruction and attack, or disperse it throughout his entire arm, or even his whole body, for comprehensive defense. The intricacies of this newfound control were far beyond the capabilities of the First Order extraordinary force. Without uttering a word, she raised her bloodied, severed foot and began to remove her shoes and socks. "Do not move," Suyu commanded, his gaze stern and authoritative, compelling Ma Zai to halt her struggles involuntarily. "Stop wasting your effort. It's futile." "I'm crippled," Ma Zai understood, her expression sorrowful as she spoke through gritted teeth. Ma Zai noticed that Suyu's left hand transmitted a palpable warmth, a sensation that flowed into her foot, significantly alleviating the pain, and soon, an itch began to manifest at the sight of the severance. Unable to resist, she instinctively reached for it, but Suyu shot her a warning look. "Do not move. Otherwise, if your foot misaligns, do not blame me." Startled, Ma Zai immediately ceased her movements, still incredulous as she asked, "Can my foot really be reattached?" The onlookers were equally astounded, witnessing the faint black light emanating from the wound, which visibly healed at an astonishing rate. The itch Ma Zai felt was indeed a sign of the wound's closure. Suyu smiled reassuringly. "As long as you remain still, it will surely reconnect. And it will be as perfect as before, leaving not a single scar. Do not worry, this will not hinder your prospects for marriage." Ma Zai's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Suyu, her spirits lifting slightly upon realizing the possibility of reattachment. She retorted playfully, "So you're not entirely a bad person. I thought only the drug addict was untrustworthy." Zhang Zhongmo interjected, "How am I not a good person? If you're going to accuse someone, it should be Suyu, not me. This is truly unfair." Ma Zai scoffed, "Regardless, none of you are good people." "Hey, drug addict, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a woman S-foot before?" Zhang Zhongmo chuckled. "Your comment reminds me of a novel I once read. Surely everyone has heard of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? In it, Zhang Wuji touched Zhao Min's small foot, and as a result, she fell for him and eventually became his wife. I suddenly find this scene so familiar. It mirrors that story perfectly." At this remark, Ma Zai's face turned beet red, leaving her almost speechless. Even Suyu felt a twinge of awkwardness, clearing his throat as he continued to hold her foot, ensuring it remained in place until the injury healed. Qin Jiagui could not contain his curiosity, inquiring about Suyu's recent experience. For the group had now noticed the corpse of the blood monkey dog but remained ignorant of the terrifying nature of the golden Garinbu. Suyu explained that among 1,000 Garinbu beasts, only one would emerge as a golden Garinbu, and everyone was struck with dread, realizing how fortunate they were to have defeated such a fearsome creature. When Qin Jiagui asked about the golden Garinbu, Suyu suddenly recalled the information from his eye of perception, which mentioned that these creatures contained hidden treasures. What treasure might lie within the golden Garinbu before him? A sense of curiosity began to stir within him. Chapter 38. The Secret Treasure. The Earth Spike Ring. The battle against Golden Garinbu unveiled many truths to Suyu. It became evident that his closest ally was indeed Zhang Zhongmo, who recklessly charged to his aid when he sensed danger. This was the essence of a true brotherhood forged in life and death. In contrast, while individuals like Qin Jiagui and Zhao Shichong shared a commendable rapport with him, they paled in comparison to Zhang Zhongmo. However, Suyu was unexpectedly impressed by Ma Zai's resilience. Despite having her foot severed, She persevered and utilized the remnants of her foot to deploy the iron web, effectively ensnaring Golden Garimbu. Her actions became a pivotal factor in Suyu's ability to defeat him. Suyu felt a deep admiration for this remarkable woman. When Qin Jigue inquired about Golden Garimbu, Suyu recalled the hints from the Eye of Perception, indicating that this being, bearing the bloodline of the Golden Clan, must possess a secret treasure within. His curiosity piqued, Suyu awaited Mazai's full recovery. Once her foot healed completely, he rose and smiled, asking her to test for any discomfort. His left arm felt weak, having expended considerable energy to assist her. Fortunately, the consumed energy would gradually replenish. The ability to heal others with his transformed power was one of the advantages of having reached the second tier of energy transformation. Having just grasped this capability, he decided to put it to the test on Mazai, and the results were astonishing. Her severed foot was restored. As Mazai flexed her right foot and found it to be entirely normal, a smile graced her face. Zhang Zhangmo chuckled, remarking on her dainty foot, suggesting she find a suitable pair of shoes among the deceased, acknowledging the grim reality of their circumstances. While his words were blunt, Mazai shot him a glare. Realizing the truth in his statement, Suyu approached the headless corpse of Golden Garimbu, contemplating briefly before extending his left hand. A series of black scales emerged, shimmering with an eerie glow as 5 sharp claws materialized. Without hesitation, he dismembered the corpse before the onlookers could voice their confusion. Suddenly, silence fell as Suyu extracted a glowing golden sphere from the remains, within which floated a small ring. "What is this?" Qin Jiagui asked, astonished. Suyu replied, "According to the Eye of Perception, it appears to be a secret treasure." With a forceful gesture, the sphere burst open, and the ring emitted a chime as it fell into Suyu's palm. At that moment, the eye on the back of his left hand emerged once more, casting a faint glow over the ring that radiated a soft yellow light. Secret treasure, Earth Spike Ring function. The ring harbors potent Earth elemental energy, inscribed with the Earth Spike sigil. It can harness this energy to invoke the Earth Spike Assault spell. But the energy can only support one invocation before requiring a full 24 hours to recharge for reuse. Other functions remain unknown. Suyu paused, beginning to comprehend that the Earth Spike Ring enabled the casting of a spell called Earth Spike Assault, which could only be utilized once a day. While this functionality may seem somewhat underwhelming, he acknowledged that having it was better than not. With a smile, he donned the ring on his right finger. After concluding these tasks, the previously dark sky began to show hints of dawn, indicating that morning was approaching. He fell into a deep, restful slumber, only to be roused when Mazai tugged at his ear, causing him pain and prompting him to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he found the room already illuminated. "Wake up, lazy pig," Mazai huffed, releasing her grip once she noticed Suyu was awake. Since the previous night when he had helped her remove her shoes and tended to her wounds, her demeanor towards him had subtly shifted. Rubbing his eyes, Suyu asked, "Is it dawn?" Observing that no one else remained asleep in the room, he hurriedly got up. He felt somewhat embarrassed, having slept so soundly for the first time since arriving in this world. Exiting the room, he retrieved his backpack, brushing his teeth with the toothbrush and toothpaste he found. For washing his face, he splashed some mineral water on himself. His clothes, stained with the gruesome green fluid from Garimbu, were uncomfortable, and although the men might manage, the women, who preferred cleanliness, must have found this situation nightmarish. With the group now numbering 13, including the female officer Zhou Burong and the young girl Ding Shan, they gathered for breakfast. Despite the addition of 2 people, they had ample provisions, enough to last each for 4 or 5 days. Moreover, the death of Wenrui meant that his bag and its contents belonged to Zhou Burong, so their food supply remained sufficient for the time being. "I wonder how my parents will react when they learn of the events at school," sighed Zhuang Xiaohua, who also hailed from AJ City. If the school had truly vanished due to the sinkhole, his parents would undoubtedly have been informed. As their only child, he had been pampered, and it was impossible for them not to worry under such circumstances. Zhuang Xiaohua's mention of his parents cast a pall over the group, as everyone reflected on their own families. Qin Jiagui, whose father had passed away, was raised solely by his mother, and hearing Zhuang Xiaohua speak of parents reminded him of his father, who had tragically succumbed to a pack of wolves, and of his mother, who had endured great hardship. A somber shadow crossed his face. Chapter 39. The rear of the group initially, he was resolute in ensuring that all the corpses were properly handled. However, after enduring such a series of calamities, he has come to recognize the absurdity of his stance. To put it mildly, the blood monkey dogs that could scale trees would effortlessly wreak havoc upon any concealed bodies. even if they were hidden aloft. Sighing, Qin Jiaguai nibbled on a piece of bread, soon reminiscing about his girlfriend Yuan Niping, who remained at the school. Due to familial circumstances and a deep-seated fear of solitude, he cherished his current relationship immensely. What has happened to everyone? Zhao Shichang suddenly exclaimed. We have 2 days, and 1 day remains. It is not the final hour yet. How can we despair? A day had already passed, leaving them with only today to explore. If they achieved nothing today, the consequences would be dire. Rising to his feet, Qin Jiaguai spoke solemnly. Time is of the essence. We must move on. Lingering here in lamentation serves no purpose. So you stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, took a sip of water, and stood up, shouldering his backpack. Indeed, it is time to depart. With the addition of the newly joined officer Zhou Burong and the young girl Ding Shan, a total of 13 individuals stood in line, shouldering their packs as they exited the police station, which was steeped in the stench of blood and strewn with corpses. Though there were firearms littering the ground, they were devoid of ammunition, reduced to mere scrap metal, save for a few rounds still remaining with Zhou Burong. They exchanged glances, having spent 2 nights in this forest. Today marked the dawn of the 3rd day, and they had but today left to explore before they would need to make irrevocable decisions, moments that none wished to face. The little girl, Ding Shan, closely followed Zhou Burong, safeguarded in the midst of the group. Zhou, gun in hand, wore an expression of vigilance, scanning their surroundings. She had yet to enter the forest since arriving in this world. Qin Jiaguai and Zhao Shichang led the way, while Siyu habitually lingered at the rear. For the end of the line was often the most perilous position. Typically, he was alone in this last spot, but today was different. Ma Zai had also fallen to the back, walking beside him. Hey, do you often lag behind because you dislike the limelight, or are you simply afraid of danger? Ma Zai inquired with a smile, well aware that Siyu is not one to fear. She speculated that he preferred to avoid attention, unlike Qin Jiaguai, whose every action seemed to suggest he was the leader of their group. Siyu ruffled his hair, replying, well, someone has to be at the back, right? Ma Zai responded with an ah, finally grasping that Siyu intentionally placed himself in the most dangerous position. A sudden wave of inexplicable warmth surged within her, and she murmured, indeed, you are quite the oddity. Is this a manifestation of kindness, or should I deem you kind-hearted, or perhaps foolish? Siyu smiled faintly, stating, I hadn't given it much thought. If someone must take the rear, then it might as well be me. It has little to do with kindness or foolishness, does it? Ma Zai, are you overthinking this? Ah, and I must thank you. Your performance last night was brave and commendable. He gave her a thumbs up, genuinely praising her. However, Ma Zai was suddenly reminded of his earlier actions with her foot, causing her cheeks to flush. She huffed, turning her face away and retorting, You and the drug addict are no good, are you? Zhang Zhongmo grinned and chuckled. All right, I'll truly bite you. He revealed a set of white teeth. Ma Zai lifted her foot, huffing defiantly, Do you dare? I shall serve you with my foot. Her demeanor was fierce, entirely unafraid of Zhang Zhongmo. At the mention of feet, Zhang Zhongmo adopted a mischievous expression, glancing at her feet, and then gesturing towards Suyu with his mouth. Serve me with your foot. If you dare, I cannot, for I fear the wrath of the esteemed you. Besides, a gentleman does not covet his brother's affections. How could I compete with my good buddy you? You should serve him well with your feet, for he was so gentle in helping you last night. At his words, Ma Zai's face flushed crimson, her bravado evaporating. Siyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he shook his head, saying, You're speaking nonsense. I was merely tending to her injury last night. I've explained this numerous times. What I did was not a massage. I had no leisure for such frivolity. If you find it disgusting, that's one thing, but please do not drag Miss Ma into this. Hey, how's this disgusting? Have I been so repulsive to you? Ma Zai retorted, displeased by Su Yu's remark. Zhang Zhongmo reveled in this interaction, thinking, Su Yu, you prioritize romance over friendship. This is your retribution for wanting to assist the young lady. Noticing Ma Zai's anger, Su Yu cleared his throat, realizing he had spoken too bluntly and that it might hurt her feelings. He hurriedly added, No, I didn't mean you were disgusting. I was just saying that, wait. Don't you find this face before you to be distasteful? Finally, Su Yu found an excuse, pointing at Zhang Zhongmo, who was reveling in the exchange. In his mind, he thought, You brought me into this for your banter with Ma Zai. Don't blame me for taking a stab at you for the sake of a lady. Chapter 40. The Stone Monument. Upon hearing Su Yu's remark, Ma Zai recognized his attempt to divert the conversation, that his words resonated with her, prompting her to nod in agreement. That's a fair point. Indeed, it is a rather repugnant visage. Zhang Zhangmo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of despair as he pondered how his handsome face could be considered disgusting. Observing the serious expressions on Suyu and Ma Zai's faces, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he contemplated a retort. Suddenly, the usually taciturn Lin Shi interjected, "Zhang Zhongmo, they are a duet. How can you possibly compete against two voices alone?" Lin Shi, typically silent, had now delivered a thunderous statement. Suyu and Ma Zai instantly flushed, while Zhang Zhongmo paused, then erupted into hearty laughter, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, I shall remain silent. Ha ha, Teacher Lin, you are as sharp as ever." In his excitement, he clapped Lin Shi on the shoulder, a gesture indicating camaraderie. Lin Shi smiled faintly and returned to his silence. Could it be that Ma Zai has a slight affection for me? Suyu's mind wandered to this peculiar notion, only to dismiss it swiftly, reasoning that it was likely a mere manifestation of youthful shyness without deeper implications. With this thought, he unconsciously glanced back at Ning Yan, who was walking within the group, only able to see her silhouette. Indisputably, from any angle, Ning Yan embodied beauty, living up to her reputation as the campus belle. Yet, her peculiar nature intrigued him. Previously, he had noticed her quiet demeanor and academic prowess, but since entering the forest, she appeared almost in a trance, seemingly absent from the moment. If his memory served him correctly, she and T engaged in combat since leaving the school. What could be the reason for such behavior? As Suyu pondered, he recalled the incident where, in an attempt to save her, he accidentally struck her arm with a stick, and the glimmer of hatred in her eyes had been unmistakable. Frustration welled within him as he ruffled his hair. Meanwhile, the group had traversed quite a distance through the pleasant morning air of the forest, and the police station was now out of sight. "Look!" Suddenly, Zhao Shichong, at the forefront, pointed ahead. The group followed his gaze to discover a stone monument towering about 20 meters away, slightly tilted and covered in moss, revealing its weathered existence over the years. The unexpected appearance of such a monument in the forest piqued their curiosity. Upon closer inspection, they noticed an arrow engraved upon it. "Is this a directional sign?" Qin Jiagui exclaimed in delight, hastily clearing the moss to reveal the arrow pointing straight ahead into the distance. Zhao Shichong, equally enthusiastic, remarked, "Could this mean we are on the right path? The presence of such a directional stone suggests that something lies ahead, perhaps the exit of this forest?" "Indeed, there must be something," Qin Jiagui concurred. "Otherwise, this stone would serve no purpose. Let us hasten our pace and see what awaits." Excitement surged through the group. Perhaps the arrow truly indicated the forest's exit. Even if it did not, it still offered a glimmer of hope. The weariness that had previously settled upon them dissipated, and they quickened their steps. However, carrying a person, Ding Shan, who was already 7 or 8 years old, proved to be no light burden, and soon, Zhou Burong was panting with fatigue. Observing this, Siyu approached, saying, "Allow me to take over." Zhou Burong cast a grateful glance at him and handed Ding Shan over. The young girl, her face flushed, quietly said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being so weak." Siyu smiled reassuringly. "You are just a child. It's perfectly normal." He ruffled Ding Shan's hair, shrugged off his backpack, and hoisted her onto his back. With his newfound strength as a second-tier black iron warrior, carrying Ding Shan felt effortless. Meanwhile, Li Dong and others exchanged glances, subtly frowning, sensing that carrying a child was indeed a burden, though none voiced their concerns. After all, they did not have to bear her weight themselves. As they hurried onward, they covered considerable ground, yet before them loomed an endless expanse of towering trees, the forest stretching infinitely. The initial fervor of the group began to wane, and their speed decreased. Qin Jiagui opened his mouth, about to offer words of encouragement to invigorate the group once more, when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant sky. The sound was terrifying, shaking the very ground beneath them, causing everyone to halt in shock. Almost immediately, a second roar followed, much closer this time. As the second thunderous sound reverberated, Suyu and the others looked up, witnessing a scene they would never forget. Amidst the churning clouds, a colossal foot, as immense as a mountain, descended from the heavens, breaking through the clouds with a tremendous crash. Though the point of impact was over 100 meters away, the resulting shockwave swept through the air like a tempest, sending the group tumbling helplessly, feeling as though they were leaves caught in a storm. Fear gripped their hearts as the world around them seemed to tremble. The terrifying sight akin to the sudden onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 41. The colossal hand and foot of the eagle-headed beast. The thunderous sound, akin to a nuclear explosion, emanated from the descent of a colossal foot, as immense as a mountain, crashing down upon the earth. When that giant foot lifted, Countless towering trees in the forest were uprooted, sinking into the soil, leaving behind a strange, foot-shaped clearing devoid of vegetation. Behind them, Ding Shan gasped in astonishment. The young girl was utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos, feeling the fierce winds whip around her before she was propelled backward. As the titanic foot descended and then lifted again, a beam of golden light pierced through the dark clouds above, resembling a radiant golden rainbow, crashing heavily against the giant foot. A chilling hissing sound erupted from the foot, and the forest surrounding Su Yu and his companions was besieged by a more terrifying gale. Su Yu anchored his left arm deep into the ground, gritting his teeth to steady himself, his eyes wide open, absorbing the horrifying spectacle before him. The golden light coalesced and clung to the giant foot, and as Su Yu gazed from a distance, he discerned that the light had transformed into a creature that was half human, half eagle. This golden beast possessed an upright torso akin to that of a human, but its hands and feet bore talons reminiscent of birds. Atop its head sat a golden eagle's visage, its entire form enveloped in a dazzling golden sheen, with feathers shaped like those of a bird cloaking its body. A pair of golden wings, which had initially been raised, suddenly folded tightly against its back upon landing on the giant foot. The brilliance of its golden form, the eagle-headed humanoid, was so extraordinary and noble that it defied description. Su Yu stood transfixed, his heart surging with tumultuous waves of awe. What was this creature? He was utterly astonished, rendered almost immobile, while above, the golden eagle-headed being, retracting its wings, landed upon the colossal foot that had just been raised. With a chilling hiss, a torrential downpour of blood rained down, inundating the area within hundreds of feet in an instant. The enormous foot, as massive as a mountain, began to fracture, radiating outward from the point where the golden eagle-headed creature had landed, spewing forth a fountain of blood. A deafening howl reverberated through the forest, causing all creatures to bow their heads in terror. Suddenly, a massive claw, covered in black fur, descended from the heavens, aiming to seize the golden beast. In response, the creature spread its golden wings wide and shot into the sky with a swift motion. A brilliant golden light enveloped it, transforming into a radiant golden arc, akin to a soaring rocket, as it collided with the descending claw. The clash in the air produced a terrifying sound as the golden arc ascended, shattering the giant claw into countless fragments, leaving it in disarray. The golden eagle-headed being's brilliance exuded an unstoppable terror as it appeared poised to vanish into the clouds above. Suddenly, another gigantic claw swept across the sky. This time, the golden creature was struck by the mountain-like limb, causing its radiant form to dissipate, and it plummeted from the sky with a thunderous crash just a short distance away from Su Yu and his companions, creating a massive crater in the earth. As the dust settled, the golden eagle-headed being rose from the pit. This close proximity allowed Su Yu and the others to grasp the creature's immense stature. Though it seemed diminutive compared to the massive hand and foot, it stood over 10 meters tall. Its golden form radiated an air of divine authority that rendered them breathless. Upon rising, the creature's piercing gaze swept over Su Yu, Ding Shan, and Qin Jiague, momentarily fixing upon them before shifting its attention skyward. The gigantic claw that had just sent it sprawling was once again descending with formidable force. The creature's gaze struck fear into Su Yu and his companions, sending their hearts racing and nearly causing them to faint under the weight of its fierce presence. What a powerful entity this was! After landing, the golden being did not take to the skies again. Instead, it retracted its wings and raised its claws behind it, gripping and tearing at its own wings. The folded golden wings twisted and transformed into a colossal golden bow and a golden arrow. Drawing the bow, the golden creature aimed not at the descending claw, but into the void. The bow was stretched into a crescent shape, and the creature emitted a piercing cry that shattered stones and pierced clouds, propelling the golden arrow like a streak of lightning into the heavens, vanishing into the clouds. Almost simultaneously, a dreadful, piercing wail echoed from within the clouds, causing the descending claw to halt abruptly. Golden lightning erupted from the claw, tearing through its surface until it was ultimately consumed and obliterated, silencing the anguished cries, and illuminating the clouded sky with a radiant golden hue. The golden creature exhaled deeply, releasing 2 streams of vapor resembling jade dragons from its beak, pressing the golden arrow against its back, which reverted to its wings. With a powerful leap, it soared into the sky, and upon reaching a certain height, it unfurled its golden wings, revealing that one feather was missing, having transformed into the golden arrow. However, this lost feather would soon regenerate. Chapter 42. Leadership Qualities. The golden monstrosity vanished into the dark clouds above, and the colossal hand also dissipated into the air. The once frenzied scene gradually settled into a haunting calm, leaving behind only the remnants of chaos, fallen trees and pools of blood, the entire area in disarray. Suyu, Qin Jiague, Zhang Zhongmo, Ma Zai, and the others took a considerable time to regain their senses, their spirits returning to their bodies. The events that had just transpired felt akin to a nightmarish dream, had it not been for the sight of devastation around them. They would scarcely dare to believe that the chaos was real. What on earth was that? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Shichang finally moaned in despair. At that moment, anyone who still believed that the world before them resembled the one they once inhabited must surely be a lunatic. What kind of damned world is this? Zhao Shichang suddenly cried out, his fists pounding heavily against the ground before him. The madness they had just witnessed struck their souls with such force that they could hardly bear its weight. A hand and foot as large as mountains? A golden creature resembling an eagle soaring through the skies? Moreover, it had seemingly vanquished the master of those immense appendages. What could be more insane than what they had just witnessed? Zhao Shichang, calm down. We are still alive, are we not? Qin Jiague suddenly sprang to his feet, shaking Zhao Shichang and yelling. Zhao Shichang hesitated, then rolled his eyes, murmuring, alive? Suyu nodded, acknowledging that Qin Jiague possessed the qualities of a leader. At the very least, he could offer words of encouragement that none of the others could muster. We have arrived in a realm of madness. Those Glimble beasts. That golden Glimble, the extraordinary powers within us. This world was always insane. What further absurdity could we expect? We must remember that we must survive, no matter what. We must strive to live. Only then can we eventually escape this nightmare. Qin Jiague shouted passionately. Therefore, we cannot succumb to despair. We must continue onward. I understand. Thank you, Zhao Shichang replied, pausing briefly before patting Qin Jiague on the shoulder. Zhang Zhongmo gave Qin Jiague a thumbs up, exclaiming, I must admit, I'm starting to appreciate you, Qin Jiague. He produced a cigarette, adding, don't refuse. Everyone should have one. Smoking will help us regain our composure and think about our next steps. This time, even Qin Jiague, who never smoked, took a drag, only to cough violently, tears rolling down his face. Zhang Zhongmo burst into laughter, and at last, the atmosphere lightened somewhat, their collective mood recovering from the recent terror and despair. Damn it. I used to believe that Ultraman and Superman were mere figments of imagination, but now I wonder if they might actually exist. That golden creature with an eagle's head is no less formidable than Ultraman, Zhang Zhongmo said, exhaling smoke with a half-joking, half-wry smile. Suyu pondered for a moment before stating, let us depart. Lingering here serves no purpose. This world is filled with enigmas and entities beyond our understanding. We must choose to accept it calmly and focus on what needs to be done. He then lifted Ding Shan into his arms and led the way forward. Indeed, we must accomplish what we need to do. Remember, there are over 1,000 people in the school awaiting our good news. No matter what, we must find a way out today. Qin Jiague called out, grabbing his backpack and following suit. Zhang Zhongmo extinguished his cigarette, hoisting both his and Suyu's backpacks, grumbling. Young master you, why must I carry your bag? It makes me feel like your servant. Suyu shot him a glare. While Zhou Burong felt a twinge of discomfort at his words, considering that Suyu had entrusted Zhang Zhongmo with the bag only to carry Ding Shan. She quickly interjected. I can take it. Zhang Zhongmo chuckled, saying, Police beauty, don't take it to heart. I'm just teasing young master you. It's become a habit of ours. Zhou Burong glanced at Suyu, who smiled back, assuring her, ignore him. That's just his nature, a mouth that gets him into trouble. He has offended many with his words, and I've often taken the brunt of it. Zhang Zhongmo laughed at this, recalling, it's amusing to think back. Even when we were young, I would get into trouble, and you, despite being scrawny, would always step in to defend me. It often left me in worse situations. As they reminisced about their childhood, Ma Zai approached, intrigued, and remarked, I never imagined Suyu would have such a personality. The chain smoker hasn't changed at all. Zhang Zhongmo grinned, adding, there is something even more entertaining. Suyu's sister, Suyu, is practically his nemesis. Ma Zai, I must tell you, next time you wake him, don't tug on his ears, just whisper Suyu is here, and he'll leap up faster than a rabbit. Ma Zai, puzzled, asked, who is Suyu? His sister? The name certainly suggests a familial connection. Just as Zhang Zhongmo was about to explain, a rustling sound interrupted them. A swarm of grotesque creatures emerged, old and hideous, with wrinkled faces and disproportionately large heads, small in stature, dressed in rudimentary leather armor, wielding shovels in one hand and wooden shields in the other, hissing excitedly as they charged toward the group. Chapter 43, Goblin's Designation, Goblin. They are distant relatives of the Goblin King, preferring to dwell underground. tirelessly excavating one tunnel after another, only to abandon them shortly thereafter. They have a penchant for consuming various plant roots and often congregate to assault humans and other creatures, using their corpses as fertilizer for their cultivated flora. Furthermore, goblins are adept in rudimentary craftsmanship, fashioning their own leather armor and shields. In battle, they don their leather armor and shields, wielding the shovels they typically utilize for digging to attack passers-by traversing their tunnels. Their numbers can be quite intimidating. As Suyu activated the Eye of Perception on the back of his left hand, he swiftly gleaned the details and characteristics of the aged and grotesque creatures that had suddenly emerged before him. Qin Jiaguai, Zhao Shichang, and Lin Shi quickly reacted, discarding their backpacks and assuming combat stances. Zhou Burong raised her pistol, disengaging the safety. He released Ding Shan from his back. Observing the peculiar sight of the diminutive creatures clad in leather armor, armed with shovels and wooden shields, after a brief pause, Qin Jiaguai and Zhao Shichang surged forward, with Zhang Zhongmo having evolved into a first-tier black iron warrior, greatly motivating them. They were eager to slay the monsters to elevate their levels. And these diminutive adversaries appeared to be the perfect targets. Zhang Zhongmo discarded 2 large backpacks, grinning, "Let you all experience the skills I, Zhang, have mastered." Upon upgrading from a 0 tier to a first-tier black iron warrior, individuals typically acquire 1 or 2 skills at random based on their personal attributes. Suyu had acquired the Eye of Perception and Rending Claw, while Ma Zai had learned the Steel Web. Naturally, Zhang Zhongmo had also gained his own skill upon his ascension. As half of his face transformed into stone, Zhang Zhongmo lowered his head slightly. Emitting a low growl, the rock cannon strike erupted from his head with a crackling sound, and he charged forth. With a thunderous boom, a goblin raised its wooden shield to block, while simultaneously swinging its shovel. Zhang Zhongmo's face twisted in pain as he clutched his left arm. Suddenly realizing the formidable power of his rock cannon strike, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, recalling how he had forgotten to utilize this skill during the fierce battle with the Golden Goblin King the previous night, resorting only to headbutting in his desperation, a rather embarrassing oversight, as delivering a rock cannon strike then would have surely incapacitated the creature. Zhou Burong fired her weapon in rapid succession, 3 shots ringing out, finally striking one goblin in the head, causing it to collapse. Suyu stood still, his left arm exhibiting a beastly transformation as black scales emerged, yet he refrained from engaging. Qin Jiaguai, Zhao Shichang, and Lin Shi were on the cusp of breaking through. If possible, they hoped to slay more goblins to aid their ascension, for only upon evolving to the first tier would they gain skills, signifying a nearly qualitative leap in strength as the 0 tier was exceedingly weak. Ma Zai unleashed the Steel Web, instantaneously ensnaring 2 goblins, followed by a swift kick. With a sharp sound, she struck one goblin squarely in the face, while the Golden Goblin King could sever Ma Zai's foot, protected by otherworldly forces. Her right leg was exceptionally powerful, even a stone would not intimidate her. The force of her kick shattered the goblin's face. As she landed with grace, Ma Zai supported herself with her hands, launching into a martial arts whip kick. A resounding crack echoed as her leg lashed out like a whip, striking another gobliness thigh, sending it hurtling backward, its leg shattered. These 2 moves were executed with precision and flair, instantly killing one goblin and severely wounding another. Suyu observed, silently praising her prowess. Her martial arts foundation set her apart, revealing that despite being fellow first-tier black iron warriors, Ma Zai was evidently far superior to Zhang Zhongmo. Zhang Zhongmo had rushed in recklessly, knocking down one goblin while sustaining a wound to his left arm from a shovel, leaving Suyu unable to assist him in time. Meanwhile, Qin Jiaguai roared triumphantly, striking a goblin's head with his wooden club, sending blood splattering as the creature fell heavily. At that moment, Li Dong found himself in peril. Although he had struck one goblin, he was now besieged by 2 others, unable to fend off their assault. Suyu surveyed the battlefield acutely, recognizing Li Dong's danger. Raising his left arm, he unleashed a series of white, fawn-like projectiles resembling the sharp teeth of a large beast, emanating from the black scales. With a sharp command, he unleashed the projectiles, which flew forth like bullets, striking the 2 goblins. With a hoarse wail, the goblins staggered as blood erupted from their chests, providing Li Dong the opportunity to strike down one with his club. The sharp projectiles Suyu had launched were the result of his newly acquired skill, Fong Blast, attained after ascending to the 2nd tier. These projectiles, originating from his black scales, detonated upon hitting the enemy, producing a significant explosion, serving as a ranged attack with a range of approximately 20 meters, beyond which accuracy diminished. Zhou Burong, witnessing this, regarded Su Yu with astonishment. That technique had proven nearly more powerful than her firearm. Suddenly, Qin Jiaguai let out another roar. This one tinged with excitement. Su Yu turned to see that his right hand was entirely enveloped in dark metallic skin, realizing he had indeed attained a first-tier status. True to form, Qin Jiaguai swung his newly transformed metallic hand, bellowing, iron fist explosion. His metallic right fist slammed into a goblin's chest. With a tremendous explosion, the goblin screamed in agony as it was violently propelled backward. A gaping hole blasted through its chest, resulting in its immediate demise upon impact with the ground. Su's expression shifted. Iron fist explosion? Quite impressive. Qin Jiaguai pressed forward, his fingers morphing into 5 sharp, metallic claws. With a sweeping motion, he inflicted 5 gaping wounds upon another goblin's chest. Chapter 44. Iron Fist Explosion. The Iron Arrow Claw, the second skill he comprehended, mirrored that of Su Yu. Upon entering the first tier, both of them simultaneously grasped 2 offensive skills. The goblin shrieked in agony, wielding a shovel to strike back. Qin Jiaguai realized that the Iron Arrow Claw lacked sufficient lethality, promptly reforming his stance into the Iron Fist Explosion, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding bang. Before the shovel could strike his head, he shattered the goblin's chest, sending it flying. Upon entering the first tier, Qin Jiaguai had mastered 2 skills in quick succession, dispatching 2 goblins with a single blow, astonishing everyone present. Ma Zai cast a glance, feeling overshadowed by his display, unable to suppress a soft snort. This fellow certainly relished the spotlight, exhibiting a dominance even greater than Su Yu's upon his initial entry into the first tier. Reflecting on this, she observed Su Yu from a distance, her gaze igniting with a hint of challenge. Su Yu noticed and smiled, offering no response. Ma Zai, equally perceptive, retreated to Su Yu's side and whispered, "What do you think? His move is quite impressive, albeit overly ostentatious." Seeing that the goblins were nearly exterminated, Su Yu relaxed his left hand, causing the black scales to dissipate. He ran his fingers through his hair and remarked, "Indeed, it appears quite formidable." Ma Zai's eyes lit up. Su Yu's choice of words, formidable rather than powerful, spoke volumes. In truth, Su Yu had analyzed Qin Jiaguai's Iron Fist Explosion in comparison to his own Rending Claw from when he was still in the first tier. Both attacks boasted commendable power. However, the Iron Fist Explosion relied predominantly on the sheer force exerted by the metallic fist to create a destructive blast, whereas his Rending Claw harnessed the sharpness of his resilient black scales to generate a swirling vortex of power. Each strike, akin to a flurry of razor blades, could shred flesh and bone alike. In comparison, Su Yu felt that his Rending Claw was by no means inferior to the Iron Fist Explosion, especially considering that he had now ascended to the second tier, far surpassing the newly initiated Qin Jiaguai. Qin Jiaguai's challenge was merely indicative of Su Yu's status as the target of his aspirations, not a reflection of his current strength to confront Su Yu. The goblin's strength lay between that of the lesser and greater Linbu beasts, and the group had suffered no injuries while vanquishing over a dozen of them. Qin Jiaguai emerged as the 4th first-tier Black Iron warrior, following Su Yu, Ma Zai, and Zhang Zhengmo, having mastered the Iron Fist Explosion and Iron Arrow Claw. As more individuals progressed in tiers, their understanding of the extraordinary powers deepened. By defeating monsters and absorbing their crystalline essence, one could become a Black Iron warrior. The ranks of these warriors varied, with the lowest being the 0 tier, followed by the 1st tier. Su Yu had already ascended to the 2nd tier, with each elevation. New skills and greater strength were acquired. Moreover, each individual's extraordinary powers displayed unique characteristics. When Su Yu activated his left-hand ability, scales akin to those of certain beasts appeared on his forearm, complementing his claws and skill attributes, clearly showcasing a primal might. In contrast, Ma Zai exhibited bizarre traits, with steel-like tendrils manifesting from her right foot, while Zhang Zhangmo's facial features became rocky and Qin Jiaguai's skin took on a metallic sheen, rendering his fist as solid as black iron. It was evident that despite absorbing the same essence, individual differences led to diverse evolutionary outcomes. As they observed Qin Jiaguai's evolution, Zhao Shichong, Lin Shi, Li Dong, and others gazed on with longing, eager to discover the nature of their own potential transformations. After dispatching the goblins, those who hadn't advanced, like Li Dong, discarded their wooden sticks obtained from the lesser Linbu beasts, opting instead for the goblin shovels, which evidently boasted far superior striking power. They soon discovered a burrow behind a towering tree, clearly the goblin's lair. The creatures had emerged to attack upon sensing their approach, only to meet their demise. Without lingering, The group pressed onward. The 13-member team now included 1 second-tier Black Iron Warrior and 3 first-tier Black Iron Warriors, rendering them quite formidable. Typical lesser Limbu beasts or low-tier goblins posed little threat. As the group halted for a midday meal, the clouds overhead unexpectedly parted slightly, revealing the faint glow of the sun, lightening the previously somber atmosphere. Despite having traversed a significant distance in the morning, they had yet to make any substantial discoveries. Surrounded still by an unending expanse of forest and ancient trees, overgrown with a bewildering array of flora, the names of which eluded them. As noon approached, even Qin Jiaogui, who had been exhilarated by his recent advancement, began to feel his spirits wane. According to their agreement, they had only the afternoon remaining. The group settled together, resting while retrieving provisions from their backpacks. Ma Zai continued to savor her instant noodles, visibly absorbed in the experience, while she extracted a small bottle of orange juice from her bag. Unaccustomed to mineral water, she had stocked several bottles of orange juice, cola, and Sprite in her pack. Ding Shan took a few sips from her mineral water, finding it rather bland, and gazed longingly at the orange juice in Ma Zai's hand. Noticing this, Ma Zai smiled and offered her the juice. Ding Shan shyly shook her head. Siyu ruffled her hair and chuckled. What is there to be shy about, little one? He took the juice and handed it to Ding Shan, who then stuck out her tongue and softly said, "Thank you, big sister." She then turned to Siyu, adding, "And thank you, big brother." Siyu laughed heartily, giving Ding Shan's hair another playful tousle, finding her quite endearing. Chapter 45, Peril by the River on the Other Side. Li Dong, feeling somewhat restless, took a bite of his bread and suddenly said, "Qin Jiaogui, it's already noon. All we see around us is endless forest. Should we continue our journey this afternoon?" Although Su Yu was the strongest among them, he tended to be more reserved and rarely made decisions. In contrast, it was Qin Jiaogui, who enjoyed the spotlight, that often took charge, which is why Li Dong turned to him for guidance. Li Dong's inquiry, though casual, implied a deeper concern. Pressing forward seemed futile, as the unending forest loomed ahead. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, the group fell into contemplation. Qin Jiaogui responded, "No. We must persist. Even if we only have an afternoon left, we cannot abandon our quest until the very last moment. Perhaps hope will arise just when we least expect it." Seeing Qin Jiaogui's unwavering determination, Li Dong turned to Su Yu, asking, "What do you think?" Among those present, only Su Yu might sway Qin Jiaogui's opinion. However, when Su Yu echoed Qin Jiaogui's sentiment, disappointment flickered across Li Dong's face, prompting him to refrain from further comments. After a brief rest, they packed their belongings and resumed their trek. True to their expectations, the path ahead remained dominated by towering trees, with occasional ambushes from creatures like goblins and small beasts. Eventually, Zhao Shichang evolved, becoming the 5th first-tier Black Iron Warrior. His unique power manifested on his right hand, which, upon evolution, was covered with a layer of black armor. Unlike Qin Jiaogui, who struck with his metallic fists, Zhao Shichang wielded a sharp, ivory-like blade that emerged from the black shell of his hand. Known as a bone knife, it effortlessly severed small trees, showcasing its formidable sharpness. As time slipped away, the group's disappointment deepened. However, when Qin Jiaogui pushed through a thicket of bushes over a meter high, he suddenly let out a joyful exclamation. Ma Zai, following closely, also cheered and rushed ahead, revealing a slope beyond the underbrush. Below lay a river, approximately 10 meters wide, winding through the forest like a white ribbon amidst lush greenery. At that moment, the sight of the river filled Ma Zai and the others with immense joy. After enduring countless battles over the past 2 days, their clothes were soaked in blood, the stench unbearable. Thus, the appearance of the river was a source of exhilaration that words could scarcely capture, prompting even Ma Zai to dash forward in excitement. "Be careful," Qin Jiaogui cautioned as he hurried to catch up, just in case. "It's a river. A river." Zhao Shichang laughed heartily and ran towards it. Behind them, Ning Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as she joined in. Soon, all 13 members gathered by the riverbank, gazing at the water with palpable excitement, their bodies itching with the desire to plunge in and wash away their weariness. "Everyone, calm down. We don't know how deep the river is or if there are dangers lurking beneath. We must assess the situation first," Qin Jiaogui reminded them, maintaining a level head amidst the excitement. Zhao Shichang chuckled. "I suggest we take turns bathing. Now that we've seen the water, it's hard to resist." Even he, a man, felt the urge, so it was no surprise that Ma Zai and Ning Yan nodded in agreement. Zhuang Xiaohua, laughing, eagerly shed her outer garments and leaped into the water. Ma Zai scoffed, and the other women quickly turned away. Seeing that the river was indeed clear and shallow, Qin Jiagui, Suyu, and the others felt reassured. Zhao Shicheng added, "Then, ladies, you can keep watch while we wash up." Before he could finish, Zhuang Xiaohua, who was enjoying herself in the water, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, thrashing about wildly. Blood erupted from the once clear river, staining the water crimson. Despite the apparent emptiness of the river, Zhuang Xiaohua's body twisted unnaturally, as if ensnared by some unseen force, her mouth opening wide in a desperate cry for help as she sank deeper. "Everyone, be cautious. Don't jump in recklessly," Qin Jiagui shouted, his iron fist materializing as he hesitated, torn between action and the bewildering sight of Zhuang Xiaohua's struggle. The more inexplicable the situation, the more terrifying it became, even for Qin Jiagui. Meanwhile, Suyu, without a word, leapt into the fray, his left shoulder cloaked in black scales that emitted a mist. He dove into the river, unleashing his tearing claws to create swirling currents, producing a thunderous roar as he surged towards Zhuang Xiaohua. With a resounding crash, Suyu's claws whirled at high speed, sending water splashing everywhere. In that moment, he let out a low growl. "I understand now." White fangs protruded from his arms, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of fangs that shot through the water with explosive force, resulting in a violent eruption of blood. The onlookers on the riverbank were left in shock, slowly grasping the grim reality of the situation. Chapter 46. The journey's end. Suyu let out a low whistle and took a step forward, his left arm swinging heavily. At that moment, a horrifying, piercing wail erupted from the riverbed, shrill and reminiscent of a baby's cry. The sound split the air as flesh and blood were violently propelled from the creature he had clutched, mixing with the rushing water. With a deft motion, Suyu flipped his hand, and with a resounding thud, he hefted an object from the river, casting it upon the shore. It was revealed that this monstrous being possessed a peculiar chameleon-like quality, enabling its body to change color according to its surroundings. When submerged in the water, it blended seamlessly with the clear river, rendering it undetectable. This very trait misled Zhuang Xiaohua into believing the waters were devoid of danger, prompting him to leap in, unaware of the lurking threat that awaited him. As Suyu hoisted Zhuang Xiaohua's lifeless form onto the bank, he beheld the grotesque contortions of the once vibrant man, who had now succumbed to death, reflecting on the recent laughter they had shared. The vivid essence of a life extinguished in the blink of an eye struck a poignant chord within him. The onlookers, gazing at Zhuang Xiaohua's wide-eyed corpse, fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, Qin Jiagui felt a pang of regret. Had he not hesitated and instead followed Suyu into the water to aid in vanquishing the creature, perhaps Zhuang Xiaohua might have had a chance at survival. Frustratingly, in that instant, aside from Suyu, no one else dared to brave the river's depths. Overwhelmed by shame, Qin Jiagui finally recognized that he might never be able to rival Suyu. In critical moments, he lacked the decisiveness that set Suyu apart. This realization compelled him to glance at Suyu once more. At this instant, Suyu, fixated on Zhuang Xiaohua's lifeless body, appeared inscrutable to Qin Jiagui. Suyu, who typically seemed unremarkable, revealed extraordinary courage, accurate judgment, and remarkable adaptability in moments of crisis. A sudden clarity dawned upon Qin Jiagui. Suyu's ascent to become the sole second-tier black iron warrior among them was not mere fortune, but rather a testament to his true strength. In that moment, Qin Jiagui felt the stark disparity between them. His fists clenched tightly, for reasons he could not quite understand. A flicker of jealousy ignited within him towards Suyu, for the qualities he now possessed were ones he yearned to emulate. The emergence of the strange creature and Zhuang Xiaohua's death cast a pall over the group's spirits, and as twilight descended, the afternoon was swiftly drawing to a close, leaving everyone devoid of enthusiasm. Suyu's perceptive eye discerned that the deceased creature was known as the river anaconda, its cry akin to an infant's wail. Its ability to alter its hue with the environment allowed it to ambush from beneath the river's surface. Toothless yet immensely powerful, it could constrict its prey to death within a single breath, subsequently devouring its entire form. A solitary creature of the aquatic beast clan, it was a fearsome presence occasionally spotted in woodlands and wetlands. Gazing at Zhuang Xiaohua's body as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the group lost even the desire to bathe in the river. Soon, Li Dong, Zhou Huakong, and others took up shovels, repurposed from a skirmish with goblins, and began to dig a grave on the riverbank. Qin Jiagui set down his shovel, cradling Zhuang Xiaohua's body in his arms, silently apologizing. "I'm sorry. If only I had been braver, perhaps you would still be alive. I vow never to be so weak again. Watch, so you can achieve great things. And so can I. I will not be outdone." After laying Zhuang Xiaohua to rest in the grave, the others helped cover him with earth, swiftly burying him. With the task completed, Qin Jigui exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his conscience, and murmured, "The sky is darkening." The others understood the implication of his words. Gazing at the narrow river before them, Qin Jigui felt his resolve to continue weighing. It appeared their journey would reach its conclusion here, at the edge of this river. With Zhuang Xiaohua's demise, their party was once again reduced to 12. Silence enveloped them for a long while as they sat upon the ground, each lost in their own thoughts. Nightfall in the forest arrived swiftly, casting them into darkness. They silently consumed their provisions, listening to the terrifying roars emanating from the distant woods. As night deepened, the forest took on an eerie quality, the sounds of the night growing particularly unsettling, sending shivers down their spines. Ding Shan, her large eyes filled with fear, curled up beside Zhou Burong, who held her close, covering her ears to shield her from the dreadful sounds. Li Dong sneered, "There are plenty of monsters outside the forest. Let the goblins and the likes feast on these beasts' corpses. Perhaps we too can survive." His words, however, repulsed the others. The goblin beast's blood was green, and its flesh equally unappetizing. The thought of consuming such a creature was nauseating. "Li Dong, your words are revolting. Must you be so disgusting?" Zhang Zhengmo nearly spat out the sausage he was about to eat in disgust. Li Dong retorted coldly, "Disgusting? Haven't you heard the old tales? In times of famine, people resorted to eating tree bark and roots, even resorting to cannibalism. What makes you think we can't consume monster flesh? If you wish to avoid such a fate, there is but one solution." Chapter 47. A painful choice. Zhang Zhengmo inquired with curiosity, "What is the plan?" Li Dong, with a deep gaze, slowly replied, "We still have enough food for 2 or 3 days, right? If the supplies in the supermarket remain, we could gather them all, which would sustain us for at least 10 to 20 days. With that time, perhaps we can find a way out, don't you think? It's certainly better than following those people, feasting on the corpses of monsters or consuming tree bark and wild grass." As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. After Li Dong finished, a heavy silence enveloped the group, a silence so profound that each could hear the rapid beating of their own hearts. Many felt a cold sweat form in their palms. A seemingly simple choice brought forth the dual torment of moral conscience and the harsh reality of survival. Noticing the stillness, Li Dong could not restrain himself from whispering again, "What do you all think?" His voice was almost hoarse, and the sweat dripped from his palms. Seeing the silence persist, he shouted in desperation, "Are you truly all so noble? Unable to abandon them? Even our own survival is uncertain. Do we have the capacity to consider others?" After a long pause, Zhou Huakong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. "I share Li Dong's sentiments. Although I feel deeply remorseful for them, I cannot fathom a scenario where over 1,000 people go without food and water. It's one thing to endure hunger with leaves and wild grass, but what about drinking water? Moreover, moving as a large group might attract terrifying monsters. The consequences are too dreadful to contemplate." Gazing at the river before them, he acknowledged that, although it contained water, the consumption needs of over 1,000 individuals would be staggering. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Seeing someone finally concur with his perspective, Li Dong let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned to Su Yu and Qin Jiagui, only to find them still lost in contemplation, seemingly unable to make a decision. Suddenly, Zhao Shichang stood up, his voice calm and measured as he said, "I have contemplated this extensively and realized a fundamental truth. Whether it's us or those in the school, we all arrived in this forest simultaneously, standing at the same starting line. The power to determine our future lies solely within ourselves. We will not harm them, but we also lack the capacity to assist them. I believe we can share our experiences from these past 2 days with them. I wish for everyone to survive, but I cannot extend help to so many. Therefore, I apologize, but my choice aligns with Li Dong's. I do not view this as selfishness. In the face of life, all are equal. Why should I undervalue my own life? Why should I place myself in a position where I might starve or die of thirst for the sake of others? I am not a saint. I cannot do that." With that, he sat back down. Zhang Zhengmo grunted, "What a performance. You sound as if you're delivering an inaugural speech. Quite impressive." Siyu lifted her gaze to Zhao Shichang and suddenly remarked, "Indeed, we are all ordinary individuals, aware of the need to look after ourselves. Perhaps there is nothing wrong in that. I too am selfish. I cannot extend equal care to everyone. However, certain individuals, certain matters, and certain principles must be upheld, even at the cost of one's own life." Zhao Shichang was momentarily taken aback. "Siyu, what do you mean by that? Are you abandoning us? Are you choosing to side with those over 1,000 people?" Siyu shook her head and softly replied, I have said that I cannot offer equal fairness and concern to everyone. It is simply impossible. Yet there are individuals in the school whom I cannot forsake. Even if it costs me my life, I must protect them. Do you understand? Zhao Shicheng was momentarily stunned, while Qin Jiagui clenched his fists, emphasizing his words as he declared, "Yes, I share Su Yu's sentiments. There is someone in the school I wish to protect. No matter what, I cannot abandon her." Suddenly, Zhou Burong interjected, "In that case, why not bring along those you treasure? That would resolve our current dilemma." Qin Jiagui trembled at the thought, and Li Dong quickly added, "Yes, Qin Jiagui, you are referring to your girlfriend, right? Then take her with you. It wouldn't hurt to have one or two more people in our group. Su Yu, who is it that you cannot part with?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jiagui's eyes lit up. This indeed seemed a viable solution. The thought of enduring a life of consuming tree bark or even the corpses of monsters with over 1,000 people sent chills down his spine. Moreover, he could not bear the idea of his girlfriend living such a life. For Su Yu, the one she cherished was of course Su Yu. Initially, the group felt guilt over the decision to abandon over 1,000 individuals, hesitant to confront the reality. However, upon solidifying their resolve, they felt a sense of relief and began to meticulously plan. Ultimately, they decided that apart from Zhou Burong and Ding Shan, the remaining 10 individuals each had the right to choose one person from the school to take along, a right they could also relinquish. Su Yu naturally chose Su Yu, while Qin Jiagui selected his girlfriend, Yuan Niping. The other men began to ponder whom they should bring along, although some considered relinquishing the option, understanding that the more individuals in the group, the more food would need to be shared. Of course, this was contingent upon the availability of supplies in the supermarket. Otherwise, all would be rendered meaningless. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the distance, followed by a sharp screech. As the sounds reached their ears, the group's faces paled. For the roar and screech were alarmingly close, seemingly just a few hundred meters away. Then, the forest erupted with a cacophony of crashing sounds, as if two massive beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. "Everyone, be cautious," Qin Jiagui whispered, rising to his feet. Hearing the commotion, the group turned pale. These were undoubtedly fearsome creatures. Chapter 48. The savage bull demon. The fierce battle lasted only a brief moment, just a couple of breaths, before it culminated in a series of thunderous crashes. As the onlookers' expressions turned pale, realizing the imminent danger, a creature that had been hundreds of meters away was now charging towards them with alarming speed. Even if they wished to evade, it was too late. This creature had a massive head and was cloaked in a dark green hue, resembling the goblins they had encountered earlier. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was not merely a goblin riding a gray wolf. Rather, the two had become grotesquely fused into a single entity. This was a singular monster. Its appearance so bizarre that it initially appeared to be a goblin atop a giant wolf. As Su Yu activated the Eye of Perception on his left hand, he swiftly gleaned the information regarding this charging beast. Name: Goblin Knight, Level 2 Beast Soldier, a mutated evolution among goblin kind. They capture wolves, carve open their flesh, and merge their own bodies within, resulting in a grotesque fusion that forms the Goblin Knight, with the speed to rival that of a wolf and ferocious strength. They are the silent assassins of the jungle. A powerful Goblin Knight can nearly match a golden goblin from the Goblin Beast clan. Su Yu gasped in disbelief. The Goblin Knight before him possessed strength comparable to a golden goblin. However, this Goblin Knight appeared battered and bloodied. Upon spotting the group, it ignored them entirely, leaping into the river and swiftly making its escape to the opposite bank's jungle. Realization dawned upon Su Yu that earlier commotion had clearly been a fierce clash between the Goblin Knight and an unknown monster. The Goblin Knight had been swiftly defeated and was fleeing in their direction. Just as he contemplated this, a terrifying roar echoed before them, announcing the arrival of the creature that had pursued the Goblin Knight. But upon seeing Su Yu and his companions, the monster halted abruptly, its bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with a cruel excitement. Compared to the thick-skinned Goblin Knight, the tender flesh of humans was a delectable prize, especially with a whole group of them gathered. The creature, originally intent on hunting the Goblin Knight, shifted its focus entirely to the group. At this moment, even if they wished to flee, it was too late. The beast had sprinted towards them with a speed far superior to theirs. "Be cautious, do not act rashly," Qin Jiagui warned, clenching his right hand into a fist, revealing his metallic skin that quickly transformed into a black iron gauntlet. Though he need not have reminded them, the group was acutely aware that this creature was no ordinary foe, far beyond the goblins or lesser goblin beasts they had encountered before. Before them stood a monstrous figure with the head of a bull, its two black horns glinting ominously, radiating a menacing chill. Its body was reminiscent of a large dog, covered in thick, pale yellow fur, but what captured their attention most were the two enormous arms resembling those of an ape. Dark as iron and seemingly imbued with immense power. The group instinctively recognized that the most fearsome aspect of this creature lay in those two formidable arms. On Ma Zai's right foot, black, cable-like tendrils shimmered, ready to ensnare the beast should it come within reach. Suyu activated the Eye of Perception on his left hand, revealing information about the savage bull demon. Though the eye indicated that its speed was moderate compared to the group, it was indeed terrifying. "Get clear," Qin Jiagui shouted, darting to the side, his iron fist swinging in an attempt to strike the savage bull demon from the flank. He had activated the Iron Fist explosive skill. Should he connect, it would create a gaping hole in the beast's hide. Qin Jiagui surmised that the savage bull demon was of a high level, and if he could slay it, he might evolve further, becoming a second-tier black iron warrior, thus standing on par with Suyu. However, he had underestimated the challenge. As his fist swung, the ape-like arms of the savage bull demon reached out, seizing his face and dragging him backward as if he were a mere chick caught in an eagle's grasp, leaving him utterly defenseless. Qin Jiagui screamed in terror, realizing that a mere tightening of the beast's grip could shatter his skull. Without uttering a word, Suyu's left hand transformed, enveloped in black scales, completely beastifying his left arm. White fangs erupted from the scales, and as he placed his right hand upon them, a series of explosive sounds erupted as he unleashed the fangs of fury. The fangs shot forth like bullets, and Suyu, a mere half-step behind, lunged forward. Meanwhile, Ma Zai dashed forward, recognizing Qin Jiagui's peril. Ignoring her plans to deploy the steel net, she launched a flying kick aimed at the savage bull demon's arm. Confident she could sever the limb that held Qin Jiagui captive, Zhang Zhongmo roared, activating the rock cannon headbutt, charging from behind. Zhao Shichang's right hand hardened, extending a bone blade to slash upwards. In the blink of an eye, the group surged forward, none retreating in fear. Having endured trials over the past 2 days, they had grown significantly stronger, their resolve firm. With Qin Jiagui suddenly in danger, the group rushed to his aid, each showcasing their unique skills and demonstrating powerful coordination, thrusting the savage bull demon into a perilous predicament. Chapter 49. The spike assault. The fierce roar of the bull demon reverberated as it unleashed a series of explosive sounds from its back. Having endured 3 devastating hits from the teeth projectiles, enraged, it seized Qin Jiagui, swinging him like a weapon towards the approaching Suyu. Just as Suyu activated his rending claw, launching himself with all his might, Qin Jiagui was suddenly hurled towards him by the bull demon, transforming Suyu's attack into a collision with Qin Jiagui instead. Startled, Suyu inhaled sharply and attempted to withdraw, but the bull demon executed a swift spin, grabbing Suyu's head with its other arm just as Suyu was retreating in panic. Simultaneously, Ma Zai's flying shovel, altered by the bull demon's rotation, struck its back. With a resounding thud, Ma Zai cried out in pain, collapsing, while the bull demon, struck, erupted in a furious roar and charged forward with heightened speed. Both Suyu and Qin Jiagui found themselves swiftly grasped by the bull demon. In that fleeting moment, Suyu pondered the peculiar speed of the bull demon's arms. Instead of delivering a crushing blow, it merely grasped their heads, a perplexity that struck him. In this instant, the disparity between him and Qin Jiagui became evident. Despite Qin Jiagui's formidable nature, the sudden grip of the bull demon conjured images of others whose skulls had been shattered, instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered him incapable of anything but a terrified scream. Conversely, Suyu's mind sparked with unusual thoughts, activating his rending claw. He unleashed a torrent of vaporous energy from within his left arm, revealing a cascade of black scales. From beneath these scales, jets of white mist erupted, and utilizing the thrust of this mist, Suyu let out a low growl, delivering the first true expression of the second-tier power of his rending claw. The jets of mist surged forth, and the speed of his punch was beyond description. Even he could only perceive the afterimage of his sweeping left arm. In the next moment, blood sprayed through the air as the bull demon howled in agony. The arm that had seized Suyu was utterly shredded by the rending claw. With a furious roar, the bull demon flung Qin Jiagui towards Suyu and leaped away with powerful strides. Suyu's follow-up rending claw missed its mark as the bull demon retreated several meters, swiftly turning to snatch one of its dark horns from its head and hurl it towards the group. A collective shudder rippled through the onlookers as the horn, upon being thrown, emitted a haunting wail, trailing a sinister glow as it descended towards Suyu. Alarmed, Suyu let out a low growl and raised his rending claw in defense. The impact was explosive, sending him reeling as if struck by lightning, while the bull demon prepared to launch a second horn. In a moment of desperation, Suyu executed a swift maneuver, pressing his right hand against the ground to activate the spike assault incantation inscribed upon his ring. He recalled that this incantation allowed for long-range attacks. A faint glow emanated from the ring, followed by a series of sharp cracking sounds from the earth. Suddenly, numerous massive stone spikes erupted from the ground around the bull demon, rising like a forest of steel needles. The spectacle was overwhelming, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Suyu stood transfixed, witnessing the bull demon emit a piercing shriek before being impaled by the sudden onslaught of stone spikes. These spikes held their form for a brief moment before vanishing, leaving behind a series of gaping, translucent wounds on the bull demon, which fell heavily to the ground, blood staining the earth crimson. Its eyes widened in disbelief. The bull demon succumbed to its fate, unable to comprehend the calamity that had befallen it. Having executed the spike assault, the earth element within the ring was completely depleted, requiring 24 hours of automatic absorption before this formidable spell could be cast again. Chapter 50. A flicker of thought crossed Suyu's mind. Could this be a harbinger of an impending upgrade? Although the arm appeared somewhat terrifying at first glance, its strength was not overwhelmingly potent. Despite its astonishing speed in seizing both his and Qin Jiagui's heads, it lacked the sheer explosive force capable of instantaneously crushing their skulls. He had not considered that if the arms of the bull demon possessed such swiftness and formidable destructive power, it would undoubtedly transcend the realm of a mere second-level magical beast. Qin Jiagui, witnessing this, picked up a shovel from the ground to assist. As he dug, he reflected on his earlier encounter with the bull demon. He could not fathom why, upon having his head seized, he had succumbed to such panic. In truth, all he needed was to remain calm and unleash a fist of destruction. He could have effortlessly shattered the bull demon's arm. Yet, why had he been unable to act? Was it because Suyu had ascended to the rank of a second-tier black iron warrior, or was it simply that Qin Jiagui was inferior to Suyu? No, that could not be possible. Biting his teeth in silent determination, Qin Jiagui vowed that if he encountered a similar peril again, he would not succumb to panic. He must remain composed, finding a way to turn despair into victory. Zhang Zhangmo observed the scene, exclaiming, "Good heavens! You call him a friend, yet you are eager to claim his possessions before his body is even cold?" Li Dong, in a frenzied state, howled, leaving Zhang Zhangmo speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Suyu remained silent, approaching the pile of provisions that Li Dong had just toppled, retrieving a bottle of mineral water and a pack of beef jerky. Others soon followed suit, each picking up one or two items. Li Dong stood frozen, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling. Zhang Zhongmo accepted the food Suyu tossed his way, placing it solemnly into his backpack. Suddenly, he felt a weighty responsibility accompanying these two items. Seeing Zhang Zhongmo collect the provisions, Li Dong abruptly turned away, his shoulders quivering slightly. It was evident that Li Dong's shoulders trembled with suppressed emotion, his voice choked, and tears glistening in his eyes. At that moment, Ma Zai inquired of Zhang Zhongmo, "Hey, chain smoker, how can any woman tolerate your habit? You must not have a girlfriend, right? I think you should really consider quitting. I care about you, you know." Zhang Zhongmo snorted in response, though he was not pleased. Ma Zai's words struck a chord with him. Noticing his expression, she smirked slightly and added, "Unlike you, Suyu, who doesn't smoke, is likely to have a girlfriend." Chapter 51. Evil Fire. Zhang Zhongmo chuckled and remarked, "You have guessed wrong. Suyu neither smokes nor drinks, and he certainly does not have a girlfriend." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Ma Zai's beautiful eyes light up. Zhang Zhongmo was not oblivious. He suddenly realized, cursing under his breath about that wretched woman. She was not concerned about whether I could find a girlfriend. She was slyly inquiring about whether Suyu currently had one. It seemed that Ma Zai had genuinely developed feelings for Suyu. With this thought, Zhang Zhongmo couldn't help but smile mischievously, intending to tease Ma Zai. He leaned in slightly and whispered, "Ma Zai, although Suyu is currently single, he does have someone he secretly admires." Ma Zai's expression shifted slightly, and she asked with a smile, "Oh, you know?" Zhang Zhongmo pointed discreetly towards Ning Yin, who was leaning against another large tree, saying, "That classmate of his. It's an open secret that we all know." Upon seeing his gesture, Ma Zai quickly recognized Ning Yin. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Indeed, Ning Yin was beautiful and elegant, even if she had not performed notably in their team. However, her exterior was her only admirable quality. Ma Zai questioned whether Suyu could truly be drawn to someone who seemed merely ornamental. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Suyu yourself," Zhang Zhongmo suggested quietly. Mazai felt a sense of gloom. The idea of directly questioning Siyu felt daunting. When she glanced over at him, she found him seated with Qin Jiagui and Zhao Shichang, engaged in a light-hearted discussion regarding their perspectives on the forest. If Suyu's conjecture was correct, their school had been transported to this forest due to the sinkhole incidents occurring worldwide. Yet, how had these sinkholes formed, and why had they been brought to this realm? Was it a natural occurrence, or was there someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes? If it was manipulation, what was the purpose? And how would they escape this forest and return home? As the three exchanged their thoughts, they gradually returned to discussing the Black Iron Warriors. They all understood that in this world, individuals endowed with extraordinary powers were referred to as Black Iron Warriors, and the unique abilities they displayed varied from person to person, with differing ranks. Was there a highest rank among the Black Iron Warriors? If so, what tier was it? What had that enormous hand and foot that had descended from the sky been? Could it have belonged to a giant of colossal stature? And what about that golden-headed creature that had obliterated them? So you vividly recalled the piercing gaze of the golden-headed creature sweeping over him and his companions. Its intensity akin to a thunderbolt, devoid of any emotion, as if it were merely a human glancing at a few ants crawling on the ground, dismissing them without a second thought. During their conversation, Lin Shi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly interjected. Why is possessing extraordinary power referred to as being a Black Iron Warrior? Zhao Shichang chuckled lightly before responding. Perhaps it's because the manifestations of our mutations resemble the color of black iron. My right hand resembles the hard shell of an insect, while Qin Jiagui's is akin to a fist forged from black iron, and yours resembles it as well, Siyu. Although Zhao Shichang spoke in a half-joking manner, there was some truth to his words. However, Lin Shi held a differing view, stating, while the term warrior and Black Iron Warriors can be understood, why use black iron to describe them? I feel there must be some significance. It cannot merely be because of the color of our mutations. He gestured toward Zhang Zhoumo, whose half-rock face bore little resemblance to black iron. Zhao Shichang had no retort to that, and as Suyu scratched the back of his head, he was about to speak when he noticed Zhou Huaqing approaching Ning Yin, who was seated against a tree. He leaned in and whispered something to her. Ning Yin glanced up, her beautiful face momentarily flickering with anger, yet she chose to ignore him. Zhou Huaqing appeared somewhat irritated, raising his voice slightly. What are you pretending for? Do you really think your beauty entitles you to follow us around, taking advantage without contributing? What's wrong with being my girlfriend? It's a privilege I grant you. Otherwise, someone like you would eventually meet a grim fate in this forest. By being my girlfriend, at least I can protect you. In this perilous forest, where death lurked at every corner, many had shed their facades of morality and hypocrisy. Zhou Huaqing's words revealed his blatant desires, expressed in an unvarnished manner. Ning Yin understood the implications of his words. Anger surged through her as her once fair complexion turned pale, rendering her momentarily speechless. Zhou Burong, who was nearby, heard Zhou Huaqing's remarks. Being a policewoman, her innate sense of justice flared up, prompting her to stand and assert, "You are being utterly inappropriate. Such matters require mutual consent. Your one-sided affection is meaningless." Zhou Huaqing shot her an irritated glance, retorting, "This is none of your business. My pursuit of women does not concern you." He then turned back to Ning Yin, demanding, "Speak up, Ning Yin. What are your thoughts?" Siyu lowered his hand from his hair, while Zhao Shichang chuckled. Zhou Huaqing certainly knows how to take the initiative. It's surprising he still has the mood for romance in this environment. Yet, Ning Yin does seem to have some issues. Had she known this would happen, she shouldn't have joined our team. She has done nothing but hold us back. Qin Jiagui nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement. Siyu took note of this, realizing that most of them had developed a distaste for Ning Yin's demeanor. There was an unspoken anticipation among them, a hope for some drama to unfold between Zhou Huaqing and Ning Yin, perhaps believing they too could partake in the aftermath. Evil and desire, like a spark igniting a flame, may begin as a mere flicker, but once stirred, could blaze uncontrollably. Chapter 52. First love. Ning Yin wore a frosty expression, casting a glance at Zhou Huaqing without acknowledging him. Zhou Huaqing, unabashed, chuckled and declared, "Since you choose to remain silent, I shall assume your tacit consent." He boldly settled beside Ning Yin, attempting to drape his arm over her shoulder. Zhou Huaqing's audacity grew increasingly brazen as he discreetly observed Ning Yin throughout their journey. Noting the lack of conversation between her and the others, it became evident that Ning Yin was an isolated figure, devoid of connections with those around her, which emboldened Zhou Huaqing. At least he could indulge in his reckless behavior without fear of interruption. The forest was perilous, fraught with the potential for fatal encounters. And he was unwilling to face death as a virgin. He yearned to experience the allure of intimacy between the sexes. The flames of his desire intensified, fueling his courage, especially as he perceived Ning Yan's fear of him, further invigorating his boldness. Surprisingly, Zhou Huakong's actions did not elicit disdain from the others. Rather, they too felt a stirring within, prompting them to glance towards Ma Zai and Zhou Burong. Zhou Huaqing, cease this at once. Finally, upon witnessing Zhou Huakong's hand reaching for Ning Yan, Suyu could no longer remain seated and stood up abruptly. Zhou Huakong froze, momentarily taken aback by Suyu's defense of Ning Yan. A peculiar, rigid smile crossed his face as he replied, Suyu, I am pursuing Ning Yan, and she seems to have no objections. Are you overstepping your bounds here? Zhou Huakong refrained from being as disrespectful to Suyu as he was to Zhou Burong. Yet the implication in his words was unmistakable. He was courting Ning Yan, and her silence was not a deterrent to Suyu's interference, which he viewed with a hint of displeasure. Suyu turned his gaze to Ning Yan, who, despite her pallor from anger, remained passive, leaving him perplexed about her true thoughts. In class, Zhang Zhongmo had also expressed interest in Ning Yan, but after a few days of interaction, he had lost all affection for her. In his words, Ning Yan was merely a pretty face, lacking substance. In contrast, he found himself drawn to Ma Zai. Although Zhang Zhongmo no longer held any fondness for Ning Yan, witnessing Suyu's confrontation with Zhou Huaqing ignited a spark within him, prompting him to leap to his feet and exclaim, Zhou Huakong, you're overstepping. When I say stop, you must stop. Why do you waste your breath? Zhou Huaqing, taken aback by Zhang Zhongmo's outburst, felt his face flush with anger. However, he stood firm, retorting, Why should I? Are you bullying me alone? Zhang Zhongmo replied with a smirk, Indeed, you are the target of our mockery. Need I explain further? My brother here also fancies her. So best you step aside and cease your unwarranted aspirations. He patted Suyu on the shoulder in camaraderie. At Zhang Zhongmo's words, Suyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and Ning Yan regarded them with icy indifference, her countenance pale. Perhaps in her eyes, Suyu, Zhang Zhongmo, and Zhou Huakong were merely interchangeable, indistinguishable from one another. Zhou Huakong's complexion darkened, veins standing out on his neck as he wrestled with his fury. He nearly lunged at Zhang Zhongmo but restrained himself, recognizing that Suyu was not to be trifled with. Yet, the indignation simmered within him, as he believed his pursuit of Ning Yan posed no threat to the others. In a sudden fit of rage, Zhou Huakong raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Ning Yan's face, cursing her as he turned to walk away. The impact caused her complexion to shift, and blood seeped from her lips. Zhang Zhongmo, incensed, bellowed, You wretched fool, do you seek death? He prepared to charge at Zhou Huakong, but Li Dong interjected, forcing a strained smile, We are all companions. It is unworthy to let a trivial matter ruin our camaraderie. Wouldn't you agree? Li Dong was among Zhou Huakong's closer companions, and sensing the tension, he felt compelled to intervene on Zhou Huakong's behalf. Zhang Zhongmo shot him a withering glare, ready to escalate the conflict, yet Suyu gently tugged at his arm, shaking his head. As Zhang Zhongmo held immense respect for Suyu, he relented with a huff, spitting onto the ground in frustration, muttering, Next time you dare to provoke me, you'll regret it. Suyu glanced at Ning Yan, who apathetically wiped the blood from her lips, seemingly detached from the chaos around her. Sighing softly, he felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Perhaps Ning Yan truly preferred Zhou Huakong as company? Was he merely meddling in affairs that were not his own? This realization solidified his resolve to refrain from involving himself in Ning Yan's matters in the future. Suyu had been enamored with Ning Yan since their first encounter during enrollment, a moment that could only be described as love at first sight. When Ning Yan appeared before him clad in a flowing white dress, she resembled a pristine angel, and Suyu's heart raced, nearly halting his breath. Unfortunately, despite being in the same class, opportunities for interaction were scarce, and each time he laid eyes on her, a sense of inferiority overwhelmed him, preventing him from mustering the courage to speak. However, after the harrowing incident that led them to the forest, they found themselves in the same group, presenting a chance for closer contact. Yet, Suyu soon realized that the distance between them remained insurmountable. Ning Yan was akin to an iceberg, repelling any approach. Suyu's affection for her far surpassed Zhang Zhongmo's superficial admiration, which was rooted solely in her beauty. Suyu cherished every aspect of her being. Yet her dismissive demeanor left him feeling disheartened and defeated. Perhaps fate had deemed them incompatible, regardless of how he transformed. Whether from a once ordinary student to someone who commanded attention. Lost in his despondency, Suyu sought solace in a cigarette, the first he had ever requested from Zhang Zhongmo. Igniting it with a flick of his lighter, Was this what first love felt like? It had scarcely begun, yet it seemed to have concluded before it even had the chance to flourish. Chapter 53. Distribution of food. Su Yu's demeanor made Ma Zai realize that he must genuinely have some affection for Ning Yan. Through the smoke exhaled by Su Yu, as she gazed at his somewhat hazy visage, a flicker of melancholy surged within her heart. That night passed amidst the distant echoes of various terrifying roars. And as dawn broke, everyone rose in unison. Su Yu reached up to touch his head, discovering it was slightly damp, likely from the night dew. Today marked the 4th day since their arrival in this forest. There were approximately 15 to 16 goblins, and with Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, Ma Zai, Lin Shi, and others stepping forth to confront them, they swiftly vanquished the goblin horde without sustaining any casualties. Unbeknownst to them, they had all grown stronger in the process. By noon, they rested for half an hour, replenished their energy, and resumed their journey. Along the way, they encountered several groups of goblins and small Linbu beasts, dispatching them without incident. Lin Shi finally leveled up, advancing to the 1st tier. Upon becoming a 1st-tier Black Iron warrior, his power was utterly distinct from the others. When his anomalous right hand mutated, it transformed into a mass resembling a block of black iron, yet it bore no resemblance to Qin Jiague's black iron fists. Instead, it took on a form reminiscent of a handgun. This gun-like structure featured a dark aperture at the front, adorned with numerous tiny holes along its sides. When Lin Shi unleashed his anomalous power, these small holes generated a strong suction, drawing in air from the surroundings and from the central black hole. A beam of pale white light would erupt, effortlessly creating a hole of about a finger's width in a large tree. Zhang Zhongmo, astonished, touched the hole in the tree trunk and inserted his finger, feeling a searing heat emanating from within. Goodness, this is even more formidable than a real gun. Teacher Lin, you've struck gold. Zhang Zhongmo exclaimed enviously, giving Lin Shi a thumbs up. Qin Jiague approached as well, inquiring, Teacher Lin, what do we call this technique? Lin Shi's mutated power was unlike anything the others possessed, piquing their curiosity. Furrowing his brow slightly, Lin Shi replied succinctly, air bullet. He realized that while his close combat strength had not improved, this air bullet seemed potent, though it was suited for ranged attacks. If monsters closed in on him, he would be in peril. The force from his right hand still lingered at the 0 tier. At present, only Ning Yan, Li Dong, Zhou Huakong, and Ding Shan had yet to ascend to the 1st tier. Ning Yan did not engage in monster slaying and thus could not level up, while Ding Shan, being a child, had yet to possess any anomalous powers. As for Zhou Bairong, she had not showcased her abilities much due to her use of a firearm. But Su Yu speculated that she, too, was a black iron warrior with formidable powers. During their time at the police station, she must have slain numerous monsters, making it implausible for her to lack anomalous abilities. Li Dong and Zhou Huakong were on the cusp of advancing to the 1st tier, potentially elevating at any moment. However, the transition from the 1st to the 2nd tier was considerably more challenging. Aside from Su Yu, who had already attained the 2nd tier, none of the others, including Ma Zai, exhibited any signs of progressing to the 2nd tier. Elevating to the 2nd tier required more than merely defeating goblins or small Linbu beasts. Su Yu had advanced by vanquishing several large Linbu beasts, including a rare golden one. Li Dong and the others rushed into the supermarket, eager to see if any food remained. Anxiety gripped their hearts. What would they do if the food had vanished? Even Su Yu felt a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, upon entering the supermarket, they were greeted by a plethora of goods strewn across the floor: bread, sausages, instant noodles, biscuits, and an abundance of bottled water and assorted carbonated beverages. A collective sigh of relief swept over them. Ding Shan slid down from Su Yu's back, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed at the sight of the food. It was precisely this exuberance that endeared her to Su Yu and Zhou Bairong. As night fell, they decided to spend the night there. Having a half-constructed house was certainly safer than dwelling in the forest. They then convened to discuss the distribution of the bountiful food, with Li Dong proposing a new perspective. Excluding Ding Shan, there were 10 adults present, and he suggested that all food should be evenly divided into 10 portions, one for each person, while Ding Shan would share her portion with Zhou Bairong. If anyone else wished to bring friends from school, they would need to bear the cost of their food themselves, as he believed this was the only fair approach. Clearly, he did not intend to bring anyone from school along. By his proposed method of food distribution, he would receive a significantly larger share than if it were distributed equally. Qin Jiague shook his head, asserting, "That is unreasonable. We should distribute the food equally." Zhou Huakong scoffed. Qin Jiague, Have you forgotten that this supermarket was discovered by all of us here? It is entirely reasonable for us to share the spoils among ourselves. As for anyone else wishing to bring friends from school, that is their choice, but they must cover their own food costs, deducted from their share. Is it fair for us to pay for them? Zhang Zhongmo added with a chuckle. If we were to allocate based on contribution, it would still be unfair to divide equally. After all, who could deny that Su Yu's contribution was the greatest? Why should you receive the same amount as him? His remark was a pointed jab at Zhou Huakong, stemming from the previous night's events. Chapter 54. Returning to school, Zhou Huakong was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Zhongmo's words. Just as he contemplated a rebuttal, Su Yu nodded in agreement, stating, I concur with the proposal of dividing the provisions equally. This unexpected endorsement left Qin Jiague, Li Dong, and Zhou Huakong astonished, as they never anticipated Su Yu would side with them. In truth, Su Yu had his own considerations. He had deliberated on the available food and realized that if it were divided into 10 portions, it could sustain an individual for an entire month. Consequently, even if he took Su Yu with him, the two of them could survive for at least half a month, and with careful rationing, possibly even up to 20 days. In such a time frame, numerous unforeseen events could transpire. Given this reality, what was the point of engaging in a dispute over food distribution? Seeing Su Yu's agreement, Qin Jiague reflected for a moment before also consenting. He thought that the food he would receive could sufficiently sustain both himself and Ni Ping for several days. In those days, dangers were unpredictable. Who could guarantee that everyone would survive? If someone were to perish, their share of food would be preserved, and perhaps by fortunate chance, they could acquire more provisions or even discover an escape route. Thus, arguing over food seemed utterly pointless. With Su Yu and Qin Jiague in accord, the others had no objections. Li Dong and Zhou Huakong, however, remained somewhat skeptical. They wondered if Su Yu had ulterior motives, as the proposed division evidently favored them while disadvantaging Su Yu and his companions. Such self-sacrificing arrangements seemed implausible. They feared Su Yu might harbor other intentions. This thought unsettled Li Dong. As a second-tier Black Iron warrior, Su Yu could easily deal with them in a mere moment, and the others likely wouldn't intervene. Ultimately, life was more valuable than a greater share of food. Thus, Li Dong shook his head and declared, No, I have reconsidered. While this may appear fair, it is not truly equitable. Since we are all companions, we will need to support one another on our journey ahead. If we divide the provisions so meticulously, it loses its significance. I propose we determine the final number of survivors first, then distribute the food evenly. Surprisingly, Zhou Huakong also nodded in agreement with Li Dong's perspective, stating, Indeed, we are companions. There is no need for such precise divisions. Qin Jiague chuckled lightly, having discerned their sentiments. He remarked, Then it is settled. This food represents our last hope, and leaving it here is exceedingly perilous. Reflecting on it now, our decision to store these provisions here was indeed reckless. Should others arrive first and take the food, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone nodded in unison, acknowledging the folly of their earlier decision. Fortunately, the supermarket contained large plastic bags, and they busied themselves packing all the food and bottled water, filling several dozen bags. As they surveyed the pile of bags in the center, a collective sigh of satisfaction escaped their lips. As was customary, they took turns keeping watch while the others rested. Though the night was filled with the roars of wild beasts, they were fortunate to remain undisturbed, allowing everyone to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. When dawn broke, the group awoke one by one, exchanging glances and feeling relieved to find that they had all survived. Su Yu pondered the prospect of ascending to a higher tier. He certainly did not believe that being a second-tier Black Iron warrior marked the pinnacle of his evolution. Each person shouldered several bags filled with provisions, their enhanced strength allowing them to manage the burden with relative ease. Even Ning Yin found it manageable. The supermarket was not far from the school, and they trudged along like diligent porters, each bearing bags that seemed almost larger than themselves. Remarkably, throughout the following half-day, they encountered no monsters, which both surprised and delighted them. They quickened their pace, and by noon, the school was finally in sight. Aware that entering the school with their large bags of food could pose challenges, they devised a plan. Li Dong, Zhou Burong, and others decided to remain discreetly nearby to guard the provisions, while Su Yu, Qin Jiague, and a few others would enter the school to retrieve their friends and leave promptly, avoiding any unnecessary delays. As for the fate of the others within the school, they could not concern themselves with it. They believed those without food would likely abandon the school in search of fortune in the forest, facing experiences akin to those they had previously endured. However, these matters were no longer within their purview. After all, one must prioritize their own survival. Siyu and his companions were not saints, but rather ordinary individuals, justified in their self-interest. Yet, plans often falter in the face of reality. Upon reaching the school and gazing at the distant structure, the group was suddenly struck dumb. The school's walls were in disrepair, and from afar, they could see numerous corpses strewn across the ground, the scent of blood wafting through the air. Panic surged through Siyu as he instinctively dropped the bags he was carrying and rushed forward, his heart racing. Siyu, please be safe. His worst fears had materialized. Qin Jiagui, equally horrified, set down his bag and urged, everyone, stay calm. You remain here to guard the food. He then hurried after Siyu. Siyu was consumed with worry for Siyu, and his concern extended to his girlfriend, Yuan and Iping. The others exchanged troubled glances when suddenly, Lin Shi also dropped his bags and sprinted away. The group was taken aback, wondering if Lin Shi had someone he cared for at the school as well. Chapter 55, The Goblin Assault. Zhao Shichang spoke in a grave tone, urging everyone to exercise caution. Food is of paramount importance. We must maintain our formation. They carefully placed the provisions on the ground, standing vigilant and scanning their surroundings. His primary concern was not the monsters, but the potential discovery of their supplies by outsiders. As they were alarmingly close to the school, Zhang Zhongmo observed Siyu dashing into the school like a swift arrow, feeling a twinge of worry. However, considering Suyu's current capabilities, which far surpassed his own, he reassured himself that Siyu would be fine. Staying behind to guard the food was equally crucial. Siyu charged ahead, his heart racing with urgency. His greatest fear was the possibility of the school being breached by monsters during his absence. And it seemed that his worst nightmare was unfolding. Upon entering the campus, he was met with the horrific sight of numerous student corpses, interspersed with the bodies of goblins. Frowning, he wondered if it was indeed goblins that had invaded the school. The distant sounds of battle echoed from behind the campus and within the buildings, startling him. He hurriedly made his way toward the girls' dormitory, the most likely place where Siyu would be found. As he dashed across the playground, the ground was littered with corpses, and the moans of severely injured students filled the air. Upon seeing Siyu, they could not help but cry out for help. But he had no time to respond. He sprinted past the playground, maneuvering around a classroom building, only to find a swarm of goblins surrounding several structures, including the girls' dormitory. The scene was chaotic, filled with screams and shouts. Cursing the vile creatures, Siyu's left arm transformed into a fully beastly state. With a piercing roar, he surged into the midst of the goblins like a tempest. His claws, now adorned with black scales, unleashed a torrent of white vapor. The mystical energy within his arm surged forth, empowering his claws for devastation. The sounds of tearing flesh echoed as Suyu's claws wreaked havoc among the goblins. One goblin barely had time to react before its skull was crushed, leading to its swift demise. Another goblin attempted to turn, but was met with a deep gash across its chest, blood gushing forth before it crumpled to the ground, its upper half severed. In the blink of an eye, several goblins lay dead at Suyu's feet as he continued his relentless charge toward the girls' dormitory, calling out, "Siyu, are you there?" Yet, the cacophony drowned out his desperate cries. Like a tiger among sheep, Siyu reached the front of the girls' dormitory, leaving a trail of goblin corpses in his wake. His formidable presence soon attracted the attention of other goblins, as well as fleeing students. "It's Siyu," someone exclaimed in astonishment. For many recognized him after his remarkable debut on the first day. This creature, with the upper body of a goblin and the lower body resembling a greyhound, was unmistakably a goblin knight. The previous night, they had encountered a goblin knight being pursued by a brutal minotaur, revealing that while the goblin knight was weaker than the minotaur, it still surpassed Lin Shi, their elder brother. Now, a group of goblin knights had discovered the school and launched an assault. Despite the iron gates and brick walls offering some protection against lesser goblins, they proved no match for the goblin knights, who swiftly breached the defenses. Among the students, not a single one possessed extraordinary powers. The sight of such formidable foes sent the ordinary students into a panicked retreat, easily overwhelmed by the goblin horde. Yet, some managed to slay goblins and evolve into new power wielders. As Siyu emerged, ruthlessly dispatching goblins, he caught the attention of a goblin knight that had just stormed into the girls' dormitory, tearing through several girls. The knight leaped down from the second floor to confront him. "Get out of my way," Siyu hissed, launching himself forward with a powerful thrust. His left claw, now cloaked in a more intense white mist, propelled him with greater force, enhancing both speed and impact. The goblin knight sensed the imminent threat, displaying remarkable intelligence as it leapt away, avoiding the strike by a significant margin. As the goblin knight landed, it saw Suyu advancing toward the dormitory and quickly lunged, attempting to ensnare him from behind. Each time Suyu retaliated with his claws, the knight evaded, but it persisted in its pursuit, preventing Suyu from ascending the stairs. Frustrated and furious, Suyu shouted once more, "Get away." He pressed his hand to the ground, activating the spike ring that unleashed a deadly surge of earth spikes. The goblin knight, reveling in its apparent superiority and toying with Suyu, was taken by surprise as the ground erupted with sharp spikes, impaling it and nearby goblins before they could comprehend the danger. This single strike claimed the lives of at least one goblin knight and 5 goblins. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu turned and charged into the girls' dormitory, unimpeded by any further goblin knights, as one goblin, still dazed by the spectacle, dared not obstruct him. Chapter 56. Fragile Friendship. As Suyu dashed forward, several dark beams struck his left arm, amplifying the ethereal power within. However, he was still far from breaching the tightly shut door that guarded his left shoulder. The ascension of the Black Iron Warriors appeared increasingly arduous. After annihilating several goblins in succession, Suyu scarcely paused before charging up to the 4th floor. Suyu, where are you?" he called out, his voice echoing through the dormitory, where goblins lurked in every corner, punctuated by the occasional scream of a woman. Yet, he could not afford to rescue anyone. He sprinted towards Suyu's room, calling her name frantically. With a swift kick, he sent a goblin tumbling off the balcony, its body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. As he raced down the corridor, any goblin that obstructed his path was either kicked aside or dispatched with a single strike. Within moments, he reached the door to Suyu's room, only to be confronted by a horrifying sight. A young woman lay sprawled on a trunk, her back torn open, seemingly lifeless, while another girl's head lay smashed against the bed, blood staining the white sheets crimson. Inside the room stood a goblin wielding a shovel, alongside 2 living girls. The goblin had just struck one of the girls with a wooden shield, causing her to scream and spit blood as she collapsed. The other girl rushed forward to support her. It was Suyu. The wounded girl, whom Suyu recognized as Lin Xiaolu, was a close friend of Suyu's. Just as Suyu witnessed this distressing scene, the goblin let out a wild howl and swung the shovel, aiming directly at Lin Xiaolu, who had just spat blood. Should the blow connect, it would surely cleave her skull in two. With a growl, Suyu propelled himself forward. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xiaolu unexpectedly shoved Suyu towards the oncoming shovel while retreating herself. How could this be happening? Suyu's eyes widened in horror as the shovel hurtled towards them. "Damn it!" he yelled, a surge of rage coursing through him. If Lin Xiaolu had pushed Suyu, he could have easily dispatched the goblin and saved them both. Instead, her fear had inadvertently propelled Suyu into danger. With a fierce determination, he leaped forward, his feet pounding the ground with such force that cracks formed beneath him. Just as the shovel was about to strike Suyu, he seized the goblin and rolled away with it. Upon landing, he unleashed a devastating claw strike, smashing the goblin's head into a pulpy mess. Suyu's sudden arrival had saved Suyu from what she thought was certain death. "Suyu?" she stammered, her voice filled with disbelief, as the gravity of the situation washed over her, and she began to weep. Suyu stood tall, stepping forward to embrace her, while he grasped Lin Xiaolu by her collar with a force that nearly lifted her off the ground. "You nearly got Suyu killed," he growled, his face twisted in fury. He could not tolerate any harm coming to her. Lin Xiaolu's face drained of color, her legs trembling uncontrollably until Suyu detected a foul odor. She had lost control in her fright. Suyu, recalling the recent events, felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Xiaolu, realizing that their friendship had irrevocably changed. "Forget it, Suyu," he said softly. "Let her go. In this perilous world, where death loomed at every corner, who would concern themselves with friendship?" He released Lin Xiaolu, who crumpled to the ground with a muffled cry, curling up as she sat there, unable to meet their gaze, her hands twisting nervously around her sleeves, caught in a web of fear and regret. "Come on, follow me," Suyu said, his anger dissipating as he considered the nature of humanity. While Lin Xiaolu's actions were despicable, they were not entirely unexpected. He took Suyu's hand and led her out into the corridor. Suyu, glancing back at the lifeless bodies of her friends, could not bear to look longer for fear of breaking down again as Suyu pulled her outside. With a sickening thud, the goblin's head burst open, its body sprawling onto the floor. Suyu led Suyu urgently down the stairs. "Where do we go now?" Suyu asked, trembling as she gazed upon the goblins brandishing shovels and wooden shields below. "Do not fear. I am here to take you away," Suyu reassured her, leading her down without further explanation. As they descended, 2 goblins appeared before them, and Suyu swiftly engaged, his claws dispatching them with lethal efficiency. Chapter 57. Lin Shi's severed arm. The surroundings were overrun with goblin creatures, plunging the school into chaos. Some sought refuge, while others fled into the forest, and a few brave souls remained to fight. Yet, the goblins proved to be slightly stronger than the formidable Linbu beast, posing a daunting challenge for ordinary individuals, resulting in heavy casualties. Although he was not a saint, willing to sacrifice himself for others, he would lend assistance within his capabilities. Rushing downstairs, he was immediately confronted by a throng of goblins. Suyu grasped Suyu's hand, shielding her behind him. With a swift motion of his left hand, a series of fangs manifested, and with a tremor of his arm, a flurry of fang projectiles erupted forth, each finding its mark as he activated his rending claw, dispatching goblin after goblin effortlessly. Suyu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Upon their reunion, Suyu had grown even stronger. His left arm, encased in black scales, resembled the claw of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, rendering even the mightiest goblin as fragile as paper. With Suyu's protection, Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of security. Suddenly, a familiar commanding voice echoed from another direction, followed by a resounding thud as a goblin was sent sprawling, a gaping, finger-sized hole punctuating its chest. Suyu turned to see Lin Shi, encircled by a horde of goblins, though he had managed to shoot down 3 with their bullets. The interval between shots forced him to retreat after each discharge, leaving him vulnerable in his current predicament. In a moment of dire urgency, a goblin swung its shovel, striking Lin Shi's left arm with a bone-crushing force. Lin Shi let out a blood-curdling scream as blood sprayed forth. The shovel had severed his arm nearly to the shoulder, leaving it to fall lifelessly to the ground. In agony, Lin Shi raised his right hand and retaliated, the goblin that had attacked him collapsing as blood erupted from its face. Damn it, how did he end up here? Suyu thought, raising his hand and pulling Suyu towards him as he unleashed a barrage of fang projectiles. The goblins surrounding Lin Shi became agitated, several of them succumbing to the onslaught. Suyu's fang projectiles, while having a delay between shots, could unleash multiple rounds simultaneously, unlike Lin Shi's solitary air bullets. Each had its merits and drawbacks. Despite having his left arm severed and being surrounded by goblins, Lin Shi clung to a thread of hope, struggling against the inevitable. The moment he heard the explosive sounds and saw Suyu charging towards him, a faint smile broke through his pain. Suyu had arrived, he was saved. Over the past few days, their group had developed an almost blind faith in Suyu, believing that his presence could resolve any crisis. With a series of rapid shots, Suyu darted past 3 goblins, his rending claw carving through them with lethal precision. As the goblins finally registered their injuries, they doubled over in agony, their bodies collapsing under the weight of their own wounds. Suyu's prowess as a second-tier black iron warrior was evident, and Suyu stood in awe at the display of power. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her back as a claw struck her. Reacting instantly, Suyu unleashed a powerful leap, evading the attack just as it grazed him, and countered with a sweeping motion of his rending claw to fend off the assailant. Sprawled on the ground, Suyu rolled and sprang to his feet, only to face a goblin knight, gnawing on a bloody severed arm. A wicked grin plastered across its face. This knight had taken advantage of Suyu's momentary distraction to launch a surprise attack. But Suyu's quick reflexes had saved him from a more severe fate. The severed arm in the goblin knight's jaws belonged to Lin Shi. Though Lin Shi had lost his arm, Suyu could have reattached it under different circumstances, but now it was beyond recovery, having been shredded by the knight's voracious bite. With a grim determination, Lin Shi glanced at his severed arm still clutched in the goblin knight's grip. Suddenly, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Suyu was taken aback, never expecting Lin Shi to flee in such a dire moment, but he had no time to ponder as the goblin knight charged at him. Meanwhile, several goblins were advancing towards Suyu, and, with a fierce growl, he swung his rending claw, disregarding the knight as he rushed to protect Suyu. He recognized the cunning nature of the goblin knight. Although it was slightly stronger than Linbu beast, it posed no real threat to him. Its superior agility, however, made it a challenging opponent to corner. In an instant, Suyu dispatched 3 goblins rushing towards Suyu, leaving the knight momentarily stunned, its anger boiling as it readied itself to leap at Suyu. Suyu pivoted, positioning himself in front of Suyu, lowering his arms in a gesture of feigned vulnerability. Without the ability to execute a spike assault, he intended to exploit the knight's cunning. Chapter 58. Ma's Eyes classmates today. At least 3 updates. Those with votes, please cast them. As anticipated, Suyu suddenly adopted a stance of complete non-resistance. The cunning goblin knight immediately sensed something amiss and halted its advance as it approached Suyu, then lunged sideways, attempting to seize Suyu from the flank. Suyu remained unyielding, and after 2 failed attempts, the goblin knight, growing increasingly incensed, finally exerted all its strength in a fierce grab aimed at Suyu's head. Just as the claw was about to make contact, Suyu raised his left arm, covered in black scales, to defend himself. Although the goblin knight recognized Suyu's superior strength, it remained undaunted, even attempting to toy with him, fueled by overconfidence in its agility and reflexes. Indeed, it had reason to be confident, reminiscent of the time Suyu had tried to storm the girls' dormitory but was ensnared by a goblin knight, escaping only through a sudden strike. However, at this moment, a grin spread across Suyu's face as a few sharp fangs emerged from the black scales on his arm. With a swift flurry of sounds, just as the goblin knight contemplated retreating, the fang projectiles were unleashed. Given the goblin knight's robust physique, the fangs might not have been lethal, so Suyu aimed for its feet. The cacophony of explosions echoed like popping beans, and the goblin knight howled in agony. Unable to leap away as Suyu charged forward like a demon. With a hiss akin to a steam whistle, the scales on Suyu's left arm fluttered, releasing a cloud of white mist that tore through the air, propelling his body forward like a colossal cannonball. Another goblin knight fell under his might. The peculiar energy within him surged once more as he targeted the door at his left shoulder, but it was as futile as a dragonfly attempting to shake a pillar. The door remained impervious, and the energy dissipated uselessly. Clearly, a far greater force was required to breach that barrier. After dispatching the goblin knight, Suyu dared not linger further, seizing Suyu's hand as they dashed towards the school's exit. The aura emanating from him instilled a sense of trepidation in the goblins, causing them to hesitate in their approach. Once outside, Suyu sprinted towards the location of Zhang Zhongmo and Zhao Shichang, noticing a somewhat unfamiliar girl among them, though he paid her no mind. From a distance, Zhang Zhongmo spotted Suyu and Suyu, promptly rushing forward to greet them. "Haha, Suyu," he exclaimed with relief upon seeing Suyu unharmed, followed by a hearty chuckle. Suyu released Suyu's hand and instructed Zhang Zhongmo to protect her before turning back towards the school. Ma Zai, observing from afar, felt a stir in her heart and called out, "Wait for me," as she chased after Suyu. Zhao Shichang, feeling helpless, warned the others, "Be cautious. No one is allowed to wander off. The food scattered about is crucial for our survival. If everyone flees and monsters attack, it would spell disaster." Zhang Zhongmo's astonishment was palpable. Yet, he chuckled, "I'll explain everything to you later." Suyu charged back into the school. Recalling how Lin Shi had abruptly abandoned them despite losing an arm, Suyu knew Lin Shi was not the type to flee in the face of danger. Escaping under those circumstances would have been even riskier, indicating he was likely in search of someone of utmost importance. Having already lost his left arm, Lin Shi, with his long-range abilities, faced peril in this goblin-infested environment. Ma Zai trailed closely behind, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." Relying on his memory, Suyu sprinted, vaguely recalling Lin Shi's direction toward the academic affairs office. Fortunately, the school was not extensive, and the scattered goblin corpses provided clear guidance. Few possessed the capability to slay goblins in the current school. As Suyu raced ahead, he intermittently fired fang projectiles to assist students under goblin attack, while Ma Zai followed suit, unhesitatingly delivering flying kicks to any goblins in her path. One goblin, sensing danger, raised its wooden shield, but Ma Zai's kick shattered both the shield and the goblin's skull, illustrating the sheer force of her strike. Unbeknownst to her, Ma Zai had significantly enhanced her abilities. With a firm stomp of her right foot, she unleashed a barrage of black steel serpents that swiftly ensnared 2 goblins lunging at her. Without breaking stride, she advanced, dragging the steel net behind her before delivering a powerful downward kick to a goblin's shoulder, sending it crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The other goblin was flung away, caught in the wake of the steel net. Ma Zai had genuinely grown stronger, her skillful application of the steel net showcasing an unimaginable potency. Suddenly, she heard a man calling her name. Ma Zai paused momentarily, noticing several familiar male classmates gathering to fend off a goblin attack. In their moment of peril, they called out for her assistance. Chapter 59. School leadership. Upon witnessing their peril, Ma Zai immediately dashed forward, executing a whip kick that resounded with a sharp crack, shattering one of the goblin's legs and sending it sprawling. With another swift step, she pressed her foot against the goblin's face. The force was tremendous, producing a sickening crunch as the goblin's eyeball was forced out of its socket. The sheer power of her kick was unmistakable. The group of boys, still trembling from their near encounter with death, stared in awe as Ma Zai effortlessly dispatched the goblin that had almost claimed their lives. Among them, a tall and handsome boy gasped her name, Zai, as if to say more, but Ma Zai merely cast him a fleeting smile before gracefully turning to pursue Suyu, leaving him standing there with a look of profound disappointment. In the past, Ma Zai had harbored a secret affection for him, shy and hesitant to confess her feelings directly. Instead, she had pinned a letter and discreetly placed it in his drawer, only for him to be preoccupied with courting another girl of considerable standing. In a bid to win her favor, he had humiliated Ma Zai in front of the class, declaring, "Ma Zai, stop writing to me. I will never like you. My heart belongs to her," before tearing her letter to shreds in front of their peers. This cruel display, despite Ma Zai's resilience, inflicted deep emotional wounds. And the boy's triumphant cruelty only served to bolster the girl's vanity, eventually winning her over. From that moment on, Ma Zai's feelings towards him soured into hatred. Yet, upon their reunion, Ma Zai found that she held neither affection nor animosity towards him. Her feelings had faded to the level of mere acquaintances. With a faint smile, she continued her pursuit of Suyu. Meanwhile, the boy stood in a daze, regret flooding his heart. Had he known that Ma Zai would become so formidable, he would have accepted her affection, thus securing a protector for himself. Cursing his fate, he turned to flee alongside the other boys as another creature approached. Suyu sprinted forward, soon hearing furious shouts ahead. Recognizing the voice of Qin Jiague, he quickened his pace. In front of the academic building, several goblins lay defeated, and Qin Jiague was unleashing powerful blows with his iron fist, each strike proving devastating. Behind him, Lin Shi, pale-faced, fired air bullets with deadly accuracy, each shot penetrating the goblins with alarming force, leaving behind gaping holes. A throng of students and faculty followed closely behind. Suyu slowed down, momentarily taken aback. Was Lin Shi risking his life to protect these school leaders? He felt indifferent towards them. Qin Jiague, emboldened by his victories, attracted even more goblins, including a towering goblin knight that roared ferociously as it bounded past its smaller kin to confront him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suyu shouted, "Run," and hurried after Ma Zai. The goblin knight, a formidable beast of the second tier, was far beyond Qin Jiague's capacity to handle. Indeed, upon spotting the knight, Qin Jiague remained undaunted, but his iron fist missed its mark for the first time, resulting in a brutal strike that tore a significant chunk from his shoulder. If not for his quick reflexes, he might have lost his head. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Shi cried out and unleashed an air bullet at the knight. However, the goblin knight merely swayed, evading the attack and lunging towards both Qin Jiague and Lin Shi, baring its razor-sharp teeth. The onlookers gasped in horror at the knight's ferocity. In that instant, Suyu let out a fierce roar, activating his rending claw, propelling himself forward like a dark missile. Qin Jiague watched as Suyu surged forth, inwardly lamenting that his spotlight would soon be overshadowed, yet recognizing that without Suyu's intervention, he was truly in peril against the knight. The goblin knight, sensing the impending threat, instinctively grabbed a nearby goblin and hurled it backward as it leaped away, covering a distance of several meters. The knight, cunning and suspicious, was caught off guard as Suyu's rending claw struck the goblin's chest with a thunderous crash, shattering bones and sending blood and organs flying in a gruesome display. Suyu surged forward, maintaining his momentum, and lunged at the knight, who, witnessing the devastation, recoiled in fear, its sharp intake of breath betraying its panic. In a desperate attempt to evade, the knight found its limbs ensnared by interwoven black steel cables that had mysteriously appeared on the ground, forming a net that immobilized it. The last sight it beheld in this life was Suyu charging at it with unrelenting ferocity. Despite raising its arms in defense, it stood no chance against the rending claw, which obliterated both its arms and head in one fell swoop, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Chapter 60. The wrath of the crowd. Suddenly, Suyu appeared, resembling a demonic deity, and in the blink of an eye, he dispatched the goblin knight with lethal precision. The remaining goblins, overcome by terror, fled in disarray. The goblin knight, their leader, had met an untimely demise, leaving the goblins in a state of profound shock. "Suyu!" A voice called out from within the crowd, a mixture of astonishment and delight evident in its tone. Suyu retracted the black scales from his left arm and turned to see a familiar figure emerge from the throng of teachers and students behind Qin Jiague and Lin Shi. It was none other than Lei Rui, the class monitor. Suyu was taken aback by Lei Rui's presence and smiled, "Hello, class monitor." He then spotted another familiar face, Meng Bo, their class advisor, standing among the group of teachers. With such monsters rampant in the school, our only option is to evacuate. Fortunately, They are quite capable and can ensure our safety, remarked another school leader, casting an appreciative glance at Su Yu and his companions for their recent display of bravery. Su Yu furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a glance with Qin Jiague, who wore a look of helplessness, signaling that they had not anticipated such a situation. They had inadvertently become the bodyguards for the leaders. Let us gather everyone in a secure location. The remaining monsters will be dealt with by you, Director Zheng said. Placing a firm hand on Lin Shi's shoulder, his expression grave. Everyone, follow me, Lin Shi commanded, his face pale as a ghost, with only one arm remaining. Yet, he gritted his teeth against the pain and proceeded towards the exit, a multitude of teachers and students trailing closely behind him. Qin Jiague felt a surge of anxiety. This group comprised at least 40 to 50 individuals. If Lin Shi led them away, it would exceed their expectations. What was Lin Shi thinking? Did he still aspire to curry favor with the school leaders even in such dire circumstances? So you found himself momentarily at a loss. Realizing he could not simply shout at them to wait and leave the school to face their doom alone. Ma Zai, sensing the unease shared by Su Yu and Qin Jiague, disregarded any concerns for decorum and exclaimed, Lin Shi, halt. What are you doing? Wasn't there an agreement we made earlier? Has he truly lost his mind? Su Yu wondered. Recognizing that the unfamiliar girl he had seen standing beside Zhao Shichang earlier was actually Yuan Niping, Qin Jiague's girlfriend, with whom he had only exchanged a few distant glances. What is Lin Shi thinking? We want to save everyone too, but we lack the capacity. He is attempting to lead 4 to 5 dozen people. We simply cannot manage that, Ma Zai murmured, resigning herself to follow along. Even more alarming were the other students, who, in their panic and chaos, suddenly spotted such a large group and rushed towards them, swelling Lin Shi's followers to over 100. The school leaders continued to shout, urging others to gather, resulting in an even greater influx of individuals. Ma Zai exchanged glances with her companions. If there were ample provisions, they would not mind the crowd. In fact, a larger group would enhance their safety. However, the pressing dilemma was that the scant food they had managed to procure could not possibly satisfy so many hungry mouths. Lin Shi, Qin Jiague clenched his fist, anger simmering within him. Let us go. A conflict seems imminent. Su Yu quickened his pace to catch up. Aware that their discontent was shared by others, including Li Dong and Zhou Huakong. Indeed, as they burst forth from the school, they were met with shouts of indignation. Li Dong was the first to react, exclaiming, Lin Shi, what in the world are you doing? Why are there so many people following you? Let us find out. Zhao Shichang's expression had darkened as he quickly joined Li Dong, Zhou Huakong, and Zhang Zhengmo in confronting Lin Shi. Lin Shi, what is going on? Li Dong called out, his face a picture of displeasure. Lin Shi slowed his pace, perhaps anticipating the backlash. His expression tinged with helplessness as he realized the number of followers behind him had exceeded 200. Whispers and confusion rippled through the crowd, many struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. A smile broke across Director Zhang's face as he remarked, I did not expect you all to be alive. This is splendid news. Hey, look over there. What are those large bags? Are they provisions? Suddenly, someone spotted the cluster of several large bags nearby, prompting an immediate uproar. I've been starving all day. Without hesitation, a dozen individuals surged toward the bags, eager to discover whether they contained food. Li Dong and his companions panicked, urgently shouting, Stop! Nobody move! They positioned themselves in front of the crowd, their expressions grim. Hey, Li Dong, what is the meaning of this? One of his classmates protested. Realizing the bags likely contained food. You're not willing to share? What is going on? Are you hoarding food while we're starving? You clearly saw the monsters wreaking havoc in the school, yet you chose to hide here? As frustrations boiled over, some began to push against Li Dong, while others, undeterred, rushed towards the bags, driven by hunger. After all, they had been pursued by monsters all day, and now that they sensed safety, their empty stomachs reminded them of their dire need for sustenance. Chapter 61. The simplicity of murder. Lin Shi stood there, seemingly unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this point. Qin Jiague took a few steps forward, regarding him with an unfriendly expression and coldly remarked, Teacher Lin, you are great, but we are not. I suggest you take them and leave. We won't accompany you any longer. Su Yu, let us go. Su Yu nodded in agreement. With over 200 people and more approaching from the distance, no matter how much food they had prepared, it would only suffice for one meal. Would they really be expected to starve alongside the others? Or perhaps attempt to taste the grotesque flesh of the deformed goblin corpses? Su Yu was not so noble. A large group surged forward, and Li Dong could not hold them back. Zhao Shichang shouted, Everyone, take action. Do not hold back. With a sweep of his right hand, he pushed the two people in front of him aside. Zhou Burong, who was guarding the food, also stood up, raising the gun in her hand. Lin Shi's face fluctuated between red and pale as Zhao Shichang laughed heartily, saying, "I think I should take the lead here." At this moment, Zhang Zhongmo, Li Dong, Zhou Huakong, and Zhou Burong all positioned themselves in front of the food, ready for confrontation. They were met by over 200 furious students and teachers, all of whom were equally baffled by the sudden hostility from Zhang Zhongmo and his companions. A massive tree crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, stunning the crowd of over 200. Everyone stood frozen in shock, including Director Zhang, whose mouth hung open in disbelief. Qin Jiague glared at Lin Shi and said, "Teacher Lin, have you forgotten our agreement? You have violated the principles. We do not need an unstable partner like you in our group." His anger boiled within him as he ignored Lin Shi and walked towards Zhao Shichang, while Zhou Burong and the others began to gather the large bags, preparing to leave. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the 200-plus teachers and students erupted in outrage. Someone shouted, "Why do you get to eat while we starve? If we must go hungry, then we should all suffer together. Don't forget that the food you brought for these 2 days was saved up by all of us. You ungrateful wretches." The uprising surged like a tide, igniting a furious response reminiscent of a powder keg explosion, as the agitated students and teachers surged towards the food. "Damn it!" Li Dong, in a fit of rage, finally struck out, landing a powerful punch on a student's face. The force of his blow was terrifying, and the student was instantly sent flying, his brain matter splattering. "Ah, he killed someone." The crowd's anger intensified as they surged towards Li Dong, Zhao Shichang, Zhou Huakong, and the others, showing far greater courage than when facing the goblin or the beast Lin Buzzhull. A chaotic brawl ensued, filled with cries of shock and disbelief. Even Suyu and Ma Zai were inevitably swept into the fray. The sheer number of opponents overwhelmed Zhao Shichang and his companions, and soon someone reached the large bags, tearing one open with a hiss, spilling out a trove of bread, bottled water, and biscuits. Upon seeing the food, the crowd went into a frenzy, rushing towards it. Zhao Shichang and the others panicked. With a fierce howl, they finally resorted to violence. Until now, he had only intended to block the crowd and had refrained from serious harm, but seeing the situation escalate, his right hand hardened, revealing a bone knife. With a swift motion, blood splattered as he no longer cared if his adversaries were classmates, alumni, or teachers. Instantly, 2 people fell lifeless to the ground. Qin Jiague let out a low growl, his iron fist exploding forth with far greater ease than when battling goblins, delivering a series of thunderous blows that sent several students who had just lunged for the food flying across the room. Among the throng of teachers and students, there were also black iron warriors who had gained powers from slaying monsters, yet they had only recently leveled up and could not compare to Qin Jiague and the others. Upon contact, they were easily dispatched, collapsing one after another. So you watched the bewildered Lin Shi in the chaos and sighed, "Teacher Lin, is this truly the outcome you desired?" Lin Shi's face turned ashen as he looked up. The fighting soon ceased, for Zhao Shichang, Qin Jiague, and Li Dong had genuinely resolved to kill, having already injured or killed over 20 individuals, leaving a tragic scene in their wake. The remaining crowd, now terrified, began to retreat. In their eyes, Zhao Shichang and the others had transformed into formidable demons. They had once believed that taking a life would be a daunting task. Yet it turned out to be alarmingly simple, perhaps even more exhilarating than slaying those monsters. Li Dong grinned savagely, having killed several, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. After days of slaughtering creatures, their hearts had grown numb. The prospect of taking a few more lives felt hardly shocking, eliciting no guilt. "Demons! Demons!" A female student cried out in terror. Siyu sighed, looking at Lin Shi, and said, "Teacher Lin, what on earth are you thinking?" Throughout the journey, Lin Shi had seemed like a decent person, and Siyu could not fathom why he would act this way. His actions had undoubtedly enraged Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichang, and everyone else. No one was willing to accept him now. "I just wanted to save her." Lin Shi trembled, his eyes fixed on someone within the crowd. Siyu turned to see that the person was their counselor, Meng Bo. A moment of realization struck him. Lin Shi was infatuated with Meng Bo. His arrival at the school was merely to seek her out, not realizing that she was with the others. With Lin Shi's naive and awkward demeanor, he was unable to express his desire to abandon the rest, resulting in the chaotic scene that unfolded. However, Siyu recalled that Meng Bo seemed to have an engagement already. Had it not been for this incident, they would have been married by the end of the year. It appeared Lin Shi harbored a secret affection for her. His character made it difficult for him to voice his feelings directly. Love truly was a perplexing matter. Suyu mused, shaking his head, and moving away. Qin Jiagawei tossed aside one of the large bags that had spilled half its contents onto the ground. Glaring coldly at Lin Shi, "Don't claim we are unfair. Consider this bag of food your share. Everyone, let us go." As he spoke, he hoisted 2 large bags onto his back. The others followed suit, with even Qin Jiagawei's girlfriend, Yuan Niping, straining to carry a bag. Lin Shi stood vacantly in the crowd, his face pale and his gaze vacant. The expressions of the others varied. Some were angry, some terrified, some helpless, some despondent, and some bewildered. Director Zheng appeared to have aged a decade in an instant, realizing he could no longer command anyone to follow his orders in the face of survival. Everyone would look out for themselves. "No, Li Dong, we are classmates. Take me with you. I want to go with you." Suddenly, a male student burst forth from the crowd, shouting frantically. He and Li Dong shared the same dormitory. While they were not life and death friends, they had a strong bond. Chapter 62. The gratitude of feeding with a sharp kick. Li Dong unhesitatingly sent the assailant sprawling to the ground, his face twisted in anger as he barked, "Get lost. We don't need you." From the crowd, a girl, her face etched with fear, suddenly lunged towards Suyu, grasping his arm desperately. She was a classmate of his. Though they were hardly familiar, merely acquaintances with a vague recognition. Suyu cast a glance at her, letting out a silent sigh. His eyes swept across the crowd, spotting their class leader Lei Rui, teacher Mengbo, and many others, all of whom were fixated on him or on the Qin family members, Ma Zai, and others. They all hoped to stay close to them, at least for the moment, to secure some food and stave off hunger. Observing this scene, Suyu quickly made up his mind. Even if he took one person with him, what would it matter? There were many more in need of assistance. With a resolute heart, he shook off her grasp and turned away, saying, "I'm sorry, but I am powerless to help." As he turned, he caught a glimpse of the despair etched on Lei Rui's face, causing a pang in his heart. She had been watching him intently, yet her pride prevented her from stepping forward to plead with him. The crowd, unwilling to linger any longer, hoisted their large bags and, after leaving Lin Shi behind, continued forward, now a total of 12, as if fleeing from danger. The atmosphere was indeed stifling. Some wished to follow them, but were met with Li Dong's scornful shouts to disperse. Ultimately, the group broke free and ran far away. Surprised, Zhang Zhangmo called out, "Siyu, what is the matter? Wait for me." Siyu dashed towards the school as if propelled by an unseen force. What is going on with him? Zhang Zhongmo wondered, perplexed. Beside him, Suyu's sister, Suyu, wore a slight smile and remarked, "Humph, is it not obvious? He is a soft-hearted person. Lei Rui once fed him when he was injured. With his character, he cannot bear to abandon her." Indeed, no one understood Suyu better than Suyu herself. At that moment, a group had gathered at the school gate, still not dispersed. A throng was scrambling for a bag of food discarded by Qin Jiagawei. Upon seeing Suyu return, they were taken aback. Ignoring the gazes of others, Suyu strode directly toward Lei Rui and asked, "Are you willing to come with me?" Lei Rui was momentarily startled, then slowly came to her senses, incredulously pointing to herself and asking, "Me?" "Yes," Suyu replied with a smile. She had once fed him, and this was his way of repaying her. Of course, whether she could survive thereafter would depend on her own skills and luck. There was little more he could do to aid her. Yes, Lei Rui finally understood, feeling a rush of emotion as she quickly moved to Suyu's side. With Lei Rui in tow, Suyu approached the somewhat anxious Lin Shi and said, "Teacher Lin, we all still have hope. I believe you can create an even better team, can't you? For the people you cherish, for the woman you wish to protect. You must live well and lead everyone. I may not be capable of such greatness, but perhaps you can." He gently patted Lin Shi's shoulder and cast a deep glance at Meng Bo in the distance, lowering his voice, "Teacher Lin, I leave Teacher Meng Bo in your care. If not for you, I would have taken her as well. She is truly kind. But I have faith in you. Perhaps we will meet again soon." With that, he finally led Lei Rui away. Lin Shi stood there, dazed, watching their retreating figures, and he felt his eyes moisten unexpectedly. The path Suyu and his group chose did not guarantee survival, nor was it certain that those left behind faced demise. Suyu's group had the advantage of more food and stronger individual abilities, resembling an elite team, while the others thrived on sheer numbers, with untapped potential. If they could cultivate that potential, they would become an incredibly formidable force. Suddenly, Lin Shi grasped the meaning behind Suyu's words. If he could organize the students and teachers, they could strive together and carve out a path amidst the chaos. It might be arduous and claim many lives. Yet hope still flickered, did it not? "All right, Suyu," Lin Shi resolved, his grip tightening as he silently vowed, "If we meet again, I will be stronger." I will ensure everyone thrives. The leading goblin knights at the school had already been vanquished by Suyu. The remaining goblins were few and could be managed easily, especially since many of the surviving teachers and students had evolved into low-tier black iron warriors. If they united their strength, clearing out the remaining goblins would prove manageable. They continued onward until the school was but a distant memory, finally stopping to rest and discuss their next steps, with Lei Rui included. Their number rose to 13, 6 men and 7 women, a clear indication that their burdens had grown heavier. This won't do. Everyone must become black iron warriors, Qin Jiagui stated. Noticing the fatigue on the women's faces, only then can we enhance our survival capabilities. Suyu nodded, affirming, indeed, once we become black iron warriors, we will not only gain extraordinary abilities but also recover from injuries more swiftly than normal. It is imperative that all of us evolve into black iron warriors. Lei Rui, Suyu, and the others exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them, but the thought of battling monsters was daunting, causing their expressions to shift. Li Dong interjected. Let's divide the food first. We can discuss the rest later. His primary concern was the provisions, fearing that someone might take advantage of the situation. With 13 individuals and ample food, everyone was satisfied, enough to last for 20 days. With this time, they believed they could navigate through the forest. Confident that they would eventually find an exit, Qin Jiagui suggested, we've been heading in this direction for a few days. Perhaps we should try a different path. There might be greater hope elsewhere. Recalling their previous 2 days of journeying through the endless forest, the group readily agreed to Qin Jiagui's proposal. Suddenly, Suyu stood up, smiling, and announced, Suyu, your chance to become a black iron warrior has arrived. Chapter 63. As the group deliberated their forthcoming journey and plans, Suyu suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming, Suyu, your opportunity to become a black iron warrior has arrived. The crowd paused in surprise, only to be interrupted by the rustling sounds emanating from nearby. Soon, a horde of goblins wielding wooden shields and iron shovels emerged. Suyu swiftly assessed their numbers, estimating around 15 or 16, before charging directly at them. Are we really going to fight? Lei Rui asked, her complexion pale as she adjusted her glasses. Fully aware of the goblins' terrifying nature, the thought of confronting these creatures filled her with dread, despite the presence of skilled allies like Suyu. However, Suyu chuckled. You need not intervene. In a flash, with a series of swift strikes, he dispatched all the goblins, leaving them unconscious without taking their lives. He picked up an iron shovel from the ground and tossed it to Suyu, saying, I've incapacitated them all. It's now your turn. The group was initially taken aback, but then realization dawned upon them. Li Dong exclaimed, Is this method truly viable? It seems remarkably simple. Reflecting on his harrowing struggle to become a black iron warrior, he couldn't fathom how effortlessly Suyu's companions could attain the same status. Suyu, Lei Rui, and Yuan and I Ping each picked up a shovel, hesitating as they approached the unconscious goblins, feeling a moral quandary about slaying the incapacitated creatures. Suyu, however, handed another shovel to Ding Shan with a serious expression, saying, Little girl, I understand this is harsh, but to survive in this forest, you must cultivate a steely resolve. Go, kill a goblin with the shovel. Zhou Bairong observed Ding Shan's pained expression and interjected, Suyu, perhaps it's unnecessary for Shan to do this. With a sigh, Suyu replied, Moving forward, we cannot predict what dangers lie ahead. If she becomes a black iron warrior, her chances of survival will significantly increase. Ding Shan trembled, clutching the shovel as she gazed at the fallen goblins. The thought of a 7- or 8-year-old girl being tasked with slaying goblins was indeed daunting. Catching sight of the unconscious goblins, Suyu steeled herself, closed her eyes, and swung the shovel down, muttering fervently, her teeth clenched in determination, though her words were indecipherable. Zhang Zhongmo, intrigued, leaned closer and discerned that she was chanting Suyu's name. Could it be that Suyu has transformed these goblins into his own opponents? He thought, shuddering at the terrifying notion. Fortunately, Suyu remained oblivious to her words, or he would undoubtedly be disheartened. Meanwhile, Lei Rui and Yuan and I Ping exchanged glances, contemplating their recent experiences before steeling themselves to strike down the goblins. Before long, aside from Ding Shan, the other 3 successfully dispatched a goblin each. Suyu observed Suyu's left hand with a mix of surprise and confusion. Her manifestation of extraordinary power mirrored his own. Had they been twins, he would have questioned their shared lineage. After each girl had slain a goblin, they found it increasingly difficult to continue, as the creatures lay unconscious on the ground. Aside from the 3 goblins they had taken down, several others remained incapacitated. Seeing their reluctance, Li Dong and Zhou Huaqing promptly stepped forward, seizing this rare opportunity to eliminate the goblins without risk while gaining formidable powers. Zhou Bairong, noticing Ning Yin, who had remained somewhat detached from the group, felt compelled to encourage her. Ning Yin, this is a rare chance. Why not step up and slay a few? She had long observed Ning Yan's hesitance to engage in combat, and with so many defenseless goblins available, she could not help but offer a gentle nudge. However, she was taken aback by Ning Yan's intense reaction. Siyu, meanwhile, unexpectedly noticed something peculiar. During their time at school, he had harbored a secret admiration for Ning Yin and often found himself lost in thought while gazing at her. He distinctly remembered her flawless, alabaster neck, unmarred by blemishes. Yet now, he caught sight of 3 tiny black dots on her nape, resembling minute moles. More intriguingly, these dots formed the number 666, akin to some ominous symbol or mark. How could this be? He was certain her neck bore no such marks before. And now these 3 sixes seemed to emerge from nowhere. A wave of astonishment washed over him as he confirmed the presence of 666. Gazing at the mysterious marks on Ning Yan's neck and recalling her recent odd behavior, Siyu's doubts intensified. He began to question whether something was amiss with her. However, what could possibly be wrong? He was perplexed, wanting to inquire but fearing that she would not divulge anything significant. As he pondered, an inexplicable chill crept over him, the number 666 lingering ominously in his mind. Li Dong and Zhou Huakong wasted no time in finishing off the remaining goblins, eager to advance to the next tier. With such an advantageous opportunity at hand, they could not afford to let it slip away. Siyu, Lei Rui, and Yuan and Ping successfully became 0-level Black Iron warriors, gaining their extraordinary powers, while Ding Shan remained unable to proceed. Though Siyu felt regret, he could not compel her. The group ultimately decided to circumvent the school and venture toward another direction in the forest. As they glanced back at the school from a distance, faint echoes of commotion reached their ears. With their provisions in tow, they fell into silence, hesitant to dwell on their thoughts. The only sounds accompanying them were the rustling of footsteps and the distant, indistinct growls that occasionally reverberated through the air, though too far to discern clearly. Chapter 64. The earthbound zombie after Siyu, Lei Rui, and the other 2 women transformed into Black Iron warriors. Their physical strength gradually increased, allowing them to carry large bags with apparent ease. Among the group, only Ding Shan struggled to keep pace, faltering after a short while. The food intended for her had already been taken by others, but her small stature prevented her from moving quickly, even with her hands free. In light of this, Siyu decided to divide his food among Zhang Zhangmo, Zhou Biyong, Zhao Shichang, and others, before once again shouldering Ding Shan. Thank you, big brother. Ding Shan whispered softly as she clung to Suyu's back. Siyu shook his head, reflecting that if she were capable of slaying a goblin, she would not find herself in such a predicament. As dusk descended, they arrived at a slope adorned with towering boulders that, from a distance, resembled colossal beasts lying in wait, emanating an eerie aura. Qin Jiagu looked at the darkening sky and suggested, "Let us ascend and take a look. Night is fast approaching. We shall spend the night here on the slope." Zhao Shichang nodded in agreement, and the weary group slowly made their way up the slope, occasionally steadying themselves with nearby branches. Ma Zai murmured with a wry smile, "Today marks the 5th day, hasn't he it? 5 days without a wash. This life is unbearable." The stench of sweat and blood clung to them, creating an almost unapproachable atmosphere. Fortunately, they were all in similar conditions, leading to a shared indifference to their discomfort, though it remained hard to articulate. As the group climbed higher, they suddenly halted in shock. Before them lay a massive pile of rocks, at the center of which was a vast, dark cave. The cavern appeared deep and foreboding, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. A chill crept over them at the mere sight. Their SA cave, Zhang Zhangmo began to speak, but Qin Jiagu quickly interjected, "Keep your voice down. Everyone, step back and avoid this place." Originally planning to spend the night there, the discovery of such a sinister cave prompted Qin Jiagu to reconsider, unwilling to take any risks. And they quietly detoured around it. As they moved away, Zhao Shichang and Qin Jiagu suddenly halted again, their expressions betraying a sense of trepidation. The group turned to see a multitude of peculiar rock formations ahead, interspersed with numerous depressions in the ground, resembling a honeycomb. Strange, Zhang Zhangmo thought to investigate further. But as he approached, a rustling sound emerged from the holes. "Be cautious. Could this be a goblin nest?" Qin Jiagu speculated, recalling that goblins typically resided in such burrows. Given the abundance of holes, it seemed likely that many goblins lurked within. However, he regarded goblins as low-tier beast soldiers, only slightly stronger than the lesser Linbu beasts. Thus he felt no immediate alarm. Just as Qin Jiagu finished speaking, the rustling intensified, and dark shadows erupted from the ground, leaping into view. In the blink of an eye, a dozen pitch-black creatures confronted Suyu and the others. These were not the goblins Qin Jiagu had imagined, but rather a horde of zombies, the likes of which they had only seen in films. These zombies were shrouded in a gray-black hue, akin to having donned iron shells. Their limbs were not as rigid as expected. Instead, they hunched over, their arms dangling, resembling a grotesque version of an ape. Most strikingly, these zombies lacked hands, replaced by foot-long black iron hooks that glimmered ominously, showcasing their sharpness. One of the zombies leapt from the cave, swinging its iron hook casually, shattering a nearby rock as if it were mere tofu. The power and sharpness of the hook were evident. Suyu's left arm instinctively activated his eye of perception, and an urgent message flashed in his mind. Name: Earthbound Zombie, the lowest tier of the zombie clan, a level 1 elite beast soldier. They can easily excavate burrows with their iron hooks and are mortal enemies of goblins, often clashing over plant roots. Goblins fear them greatly, crafting wooden shields and leather armor primarily for defense against the iron hooks of earthbound zombies. Though they do not consume humans, they revel in attacking them, seeking to transform humans into their kin. As Suyu absorbed this information, a chill ran down his spine. He recalled that the Linbu beast was classified as a level 1 beast soldier, yet the earthbound zombies before him were elite level 1 soldiers, seemingly more formidable than the Linbu beast, as denoted by the term elite. In the midst of his thoughts, Suyu's left arm crackled with energy as black scales emerged, enveloping his arm in an instant. 5 claws sprouted from his palm as he declared, "Step back, everyone. Be cautious. These are earthbound zombies, formidable foes." He surged forward to confront them. In truth, Suyu's warning was unnecessary, as Suyu, Lei Rue, Yuan Nipin, and the others instinctively retreated. The overwhelming aura of death emanating from the earthbound zombies instilled a primal sense of danger, prompting their withdrawal. Qin Jiagu, Zhao Sharchang, Ma Zai, and Zhang Zhongmo, the 4 first-tier black iron warriors, revealed their abilities. Qin Jiagu clenched his right hand, his black iron skin rapidly extending up his arm, transforming into a formidable iron limb. Zhao Sharchang's right hand was enveloped in a hardened shell, from which a bone knife emerged with a swift motion. Ma Zai's right foot sprouted black, ribbon-like tendrils, while Zhang Zhongmo's face partially stonyified, wielding a shovel in readiness. As the earthbound zombies emerged from their burrows and spotted the humans, they remained silent, swinging their iron hooks as they charged forward. The clash was instantaneous. Suyu extended his left hand, parrying one zombie's iron hook. With a tearing motion, his claws unfurled, producing a devastating rotational force that deflected the hook with a clang. Stepping forward, he brought his claws crashing down upon the zombie's chest. The power of the tearing claws was formidable. Upon contact, they ripped through flesh and bone. This earthbound zombie, being a level 1 elite beast soldier, proved significantly more powerful than goblins or Linbu beasts. In a moment of desperation, it struck back with both hooks, leveraging the incredible rotational force to avoid having its chest crushed by Suyu's claws. The resilience of the zombie's iron hooks was evident, even capable of withstanding the tearing claws. Chapter 65, Grievous Battle Against Zombies. At that very moment, Qin Jiague, Ma Zai, and others encountered the earth-walking zombies, revealing the disparity in their strengths upon first glance. Although Suyu did not manage to slay the earth-walking zombie, he succeeded in injuring it, sending it sprawling. Qin Jiague's iron fist exploded with a resounding force as it collided with another earth-dead zombie's iron hooks, creating a terrifying blast. Both combatants staggered, and while Qin Jiague's blow dislodged the opponent's hooks, he too felt the dreadful recoil, causing him to stumble backwards. Ma Zai, with a stomp of her foot, unleashed the iron net technique, only to find the approaching earth-walking zombie leaping into the air with the agility of a large monkey. Its dual hooks aimed at her chest and head, forcing her to evade with a swift kick. Zhao Sharchang swung his bone knife, producing a spark as it struck one of the earth-walking zombie's hooks, but the backlash left his right arm numb and sent him reeling. A second iron hook grazed his chest, tearing his clothing and drawing blood. Had he been a moment slower, he would have faced a grievous fate. Zhang Zhongmo wielded a shovel, but was ensnared by the opponent's hooks, which yanked him off balance and sent him crashing to the ground with a muffled groan. Behind them, Li Dong and Zhou Huakong, armed with shovels, witnessed the misfortunes of Qin Jiague and his group and were taken aback, hastily retreating. As zero-tier black iron warriors, They were no match for Qin Jiagui's team, and if they could not withstand the onslaught, what hope did they have? Meanwhile, Zhou Biyong brandished a pistol, firing twice at one of the earth-walking zombies, only to see it stagger slightly, 2 bullet holes appearing without a drop of blood being shed, its combat effectiveness entirely unscathed. In shock, Zhou Biyong watched as the zombie leaped towards her, its hooks extending menacingly. The other earth-walking zombies fanned out, closing in to encircle the group. Fall back. Flee. Suyu bellowed, propelling himself past the nearest earth-walking zombie to confront another one behind. This zombie swung its hooks towards Suyu, who, summoning all his strength, unleashed the rending claw, a torrent of thick white mist erupting from beneath his black scales, propelling him forward like a cannonball. With a deafening crash, the earth-walking zombie managed to partially parry the incoming rending claw, the 2 weapons clashing with a terrifying sound in showers of sparks. Suyu, he cried, pouring forth his energy, striding forward to deliver a heavy blow with his left arm. The impact sent the zombie's hooks flying, and in one swift motion, the rending claw struck the zombie's midsection. A horrifying sound of bones shattering and flesh tearing echoed as the earth-walking zombie crumpled, its torso reduced to a mass of mangled meat. Suyu's claw withdrew, leaving the upper half of the zombie to collapse, its body severed in 2. Even a creature of the dead could not survive such devastation. Lei Rui, Suyu, Yuan Niping, and others realized that these zombies were far more formidable than the earth gnomes, beyond their current capabilities to contend with, prompting them to hastily retreat to widen the distance from the horde of earth-walking zombies. On another front, Qin Jiagui roared as his iron fist collided once more with the iron hooks of an approaching earth-walking zombie. This time, the explosive force shattered the opponent's hooks, and he followed up with a kick to the creature's solar plexus, though he felt a sharp pain in his left arm as blood sprayed forth. Having been grazed by the other hook, Mazai executed a whip kick, striking one of the earth-walking zombie's legs. But it felt as though she had kicked an iron pillar, causing her to gasp in pain. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the zombie had lowered its hooks to its leg, and her kick had struck the iron hook. Cursed, cunning creatures, she muttered, quickly supporting herself with both hands to perform a backflip, landing on her feet to attempt the iron net once more. Yet, the approaching earth-walking zombie leapt again, its hooks slicing down like 2 black pythons, preventing her from executing her technique. These zombies were not only stronger than the elder brother Lin Bushue, but were also as cunning as the Earth Gnome Knights, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Within just a few exchanges, Ma Zai, Qin Jiagui, Zhao Shichong, and others found themselves in dire straits, drenched in cold sweat. Suyu, observing the chaos, felt a surge of urgency. His Earth Spike Ring's ability had already been utilized, and it would not be available for another 24 hours. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous asset against this horde of earth-walking zombies. As Mazai struggled to cast her iron net against the relentless earth-walking zombie, she felt her face pale with frustration. Suddenly, a figure dashed past her, and Suyu's voice rang out. Continue with the black-scaled arm. Unleash the rending claw. With a thunderous clash, the leaping earth-walking zombie's hooks met Suyu's black-scaled arm, yet he stepped forward, pushing with great force. In a flash, the zombie emitted a hoarse, inhuman groan as its legs were brutally severed by Suyu's rending claw, leaving only the upper half to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, Mazai stomped down with great force. With a resounding crack, the zombie's skull shattered, releasing a foul, dark liquid. In the thick of battle, Suyu, Lei Rui, Yuan Niping, Ning Yin, and Ding Shan retreated in a flurry, while Zhou Biyong held her gun aloft to cover them, only firing as a last resort, for her remaining ammunition was dwindling. Li Dong and Zhou Huakong, armed with shovels, found themselves caught in a dilemma, hesitating to engage the earth-walking zombies yet unwilling to flee. They hoped to seize an opportunity. Undoubtedly, if they could slay one of these zombies, they would immediately evolve into first-tier Black Iron Warriors. Chapter 66, Secondary Beast Soldier. Iron Chain Zombie. A total of 11 earthbound zombies emerged, with Suyu dispatching 3 of them. With his assistance, Mazai managed to eliminate 1 as well, leaving 7 remaining. Qin Jiagui, Zhao Shichong, and Zhang Zhongmo each faced 1, while the remaining 4 were drawn to Suyu and Mazai by Suyu's formidable display. They are coming. Suyu positioned himself protectively in front of Mazai, his face alight with excitement. The rending claw on his left arm surged to its utmost potential, a torrent of foreign power coursing through it. Mazai understood his intent. With him shielding her, she could unleash her full power without concern for the earthbound zombies' attacks, enabling her to fully activate the iron net. With a powerful stomp of her right foot, Mazai initiated the iron net. Strands of black, rope-like constructs extending and expanding several meters in an instant. The 4 earthbound zombies charged from all directions, each bending low like agile monkeys, their dual hooks raised menacingly towards Suyu and Mazai. Using Mazai as the fulcrum, Suyu dashed around her, creating a series of resonating clangs as sparks flew in the air. With his left arm, he forcefully deflected the 8 hooks aimed at them. At that moment, Mazai shouted fiercely, channeling her foreign power into her right foot and launching the iron net with all her might. Receiving the cue, Suyu let out a piercing howl and leaped into the air, disregarding the iron hooks being raised against him. His left arm descended heavily, crashing down. With a thunderous roar, one of the earthbound zombies' heads burst like a rotten watermelon, the rending claws terrifying force shredding it apart along with its chest. Suyu landed at an angle, propelling himself towards the second earthbound zombie. With a resounding thud, the second zombie's left arm, along with its torso, was torn apart, sending its upper body flying. Pain surged through Suyu's chest as the raised hook tore a large swath of flesh from him. With a powerful leap, akin to a fish leaping from the water, Suyu struck the face of the third earthbound zombie, instantly shattering its eyeballs, which exploded from their sockets. A sharp pain shot across Suyu's face as he was splattered with the decaying flesh. Meanwhile, Mazai executed a flying kick, connecting with the chest of the last earthbound zombie. The final zombie was yanked off balance by the iron net beneath its feet, crashing down, only to be met with Mazai's kick, which sent it rolling away with a muffled grunt. In this moment, with the power of Mazai's iron net, Suyu had felled 3 earthbound zombies in quick succession, the foreign power within his left arm becoming even more immense. Just as he landed, still catching his breath, a scream pierced the air, a girl-esque scream. Suyu's heart raced, fury igniting within him, his blood boiling in an instant. On the other side, Suyu, Lei Rui, Yuan Nipin, Ning Yin, Ding Shan, and Zhou Burong retreated hastily, distancing themselves from the remaining earthbound zombies to avoid collateral damage. With Suyu and Mazai's teamwork leading to the downfall of 3 more zombies, the tide seemed to turn in their favor. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the rocky incline where the girls had retreated, a sudden rustling sound emerged, followed by the descent of a massive shadow that crashed to the ground. With a swift motion, it sent forth a black chain. A sharp crack echoed as Ding Shan screamed, struck by the chain and sent sprawling away. The first scream Suyu had heard belonged to her. And as he looked up, he realized that a second chain, swung by the enormous shadow, was now hurtling towards Suyu. With no means to resist, Suyu felt a chilling dread as he witnessed Suyu being struck, her anguished scream echoing in the air. In that moment, Suyu's body turned cold. A primal roar erupted from him as he launched himself forward like a frenzied tiger. The looming shadow was none other than a zombie, towering and robust, its body entwined with massive black iron chains. These chains not only offered protection but also served as fearsome weapons, capable of shattering rock with ease. This was the Iron Chain Zombie, a creature of greater menace than the earthbound zombies, embodying the essence of a secondary beast soldier. Having encountered only the Golden Goblin, the Bull Demon, and the Goblin Knight as secondary beast soldiers, the Iron Chain Zombie before him marked the 4th of its kind. As it appeared, the chains lashed out, sending Ding Shan and Suyu flying, blood spraying in the air. The girls recoiled in terror, while Suyu bellowed, racing forward in a frenzy. On the other side, Qin Jiagui was equally alarmed, and Ai Ping abandoned her own earthbound zombie, rushing towards Yuan Nipin's direction. With a thunderous crash, Suyu soared through the air and collided heavily with the Iron Chain Zombie. The force of the impact sent both tumbling. As they rolled, the Iron Chain Zombie swung its arm, the chain striking with terrifying force. If it connected with his head, even Suyu would meet a swift demise. Driven by madness, Suyu swung the rending claw, deflecting the chain and igniting a shower of sparks as the deafening sound of metal grinding filled the air. Fueled by a surge of terrifying strength, Suyu struck the Iron Chain Zombie's chest with the rending claw. The chains that enveloped the zombie rattled, and as Suyu's blow landed, the high-speed rotation of the black-scaled plates clashed against the protective chains, sending sparks flying in every direction. The Iron Chain Zombie grinned wickedly, raising its hands to crush Suyu into a pulp. Suyu roared in defiance, a plume of steam erupting from his black scales as he concentrated all his foreign power into a single, powerful punch. The left arm, resembling a steam engine, expelled a torrent of white mist, and with a resounding crack, the chains before the zombie's chest began to snap, fragments of iron flying through the air. Unable to withstand the force, the Iron Chain Zombie howled as its hands halted mid-swing. Straining to look down, it witnessed its own chains fracturing and flinging away. while Su Yu's rapidly rotating arm approached, a harbinger of doom. Summoning every ounce of strength, Su Yu finally breached the Iron Chain zombie's chain defense, plunging the rending claw into its chest, piercing through its very being. Without hesitation, Su Yu's left hand continued its ascent, the sickening sound of bone and flesh tearing echoing in the air. As he raised his arm, the Iron Chain zombie's body began to split apart, its head ultimately crushed and obliterated, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 67. Cruel Forest. Iron Chain zombie amidst the surge of extraordinary power coursing through his left arm. Su Yu felt no elation. Upon rising, he beheld a landscape littered with the corpses of zombies. The remaining few earth-burrowing zombies had been dispatched by Ma Zai and their comrades. Awe was etched upon everyone's faces as they stared at Su Yu, their eyes reflecting a profound shock. Su Yu's frenzied display had left them astounded. An Iron Chain zombie, seemingly more formidable than the earth-burrowing kind, had been vanquished by Su Yu in a mere instant. The sheer audacity of it left them reeling, harnessing the might of his tearing claws. Su Yu had forcefully breached the iron chains encasing the Iron Chain zombie's body. Despite the severing of the arm-thick chains, his left arm's black scales had sustained considerable damage amidst the high-speed rotations and violent impacts. Unprecedented pangs of agony emanated from within his left arm, marking its first injury since acquiring its extraordinary power. The Iron Chain zombie's terror was now undeniably evident. Having slain the Iron Chain zombie, Su Yu wasted no time in rushing towards the spot where Su Yu had fallen. Upon the Iron Chain zombie's emergence, it had unleashed a flurry of iron chains, striking both Ding Shan and Su Yu. Given the Iron Chain zombie's strength, the chain's unleashed power was immense. Su Yu hastened to Su Yu's side, arriving just as she struggled to rise. Seeing her still mobile, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He knelt to assess her injuries, finding her cradling her left arm, her face contorted in pain. Her left arm was twisted in an unnatural manner, evidently fractured. Su Yu recalled that Su Yu's extraordinary power resided in her left arm. The Iron Chain zombie's terror was confirmed. A single chain strike had shattered Su Yu's empowered left arm. The impact's ferocity was undeniable, owing in part to the relative weakness of the power within Su Yu's left arm. "It hurts," Su Yu groaned. Su Yu reassured her, "It's all right. Your power is in your left arm. It will heal soon. It's nothing." As he spoke, he grasped her twisted left arm, murmuring, "Endure the pain." And with a sudden tug, he straightened it. "Ah!" Su Yu shrieked, cold sweat beading on her brow. Then, Su Yu also cried out as Su Yu bit down on his shoulder. Su Yu aligned her fractured arm, channeling a steady stream of vaporized power into it. Su Yu felt the pain subside, involuntarily releasing her bite, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Shan Shan, Shan Shan." Just as Su Yu exhaled, preparing to speak, he heard Zhou Birong's cry of alarm from the other side. A chilling premonition seized him. Su Yu released Su Yu and rushed towards the source of the cry. Besides Su Yu, Ding Shan had also been struck by the Iron Chain zombie. Su Yu's injury was minor, with her inherent power and Su Yu's vaporized power aiding her recovery. In half a day, she would be as good as new. But Ding Shan's injury. Upon Su Yu's arrival, he found Zhou Birong cradling Ding Shan, frantically calling her name while attempting to staunch the bleeding from her wound. However, the blood flow was relentless. Ding Shan's face was ashen, her lips slightly parted, as if struggling to speak. Ding Shan had also been struck on her side by the iron chain, but her injuries were far more severe. The chain strike had not only shattered her right arm, but had also ravaged her waist, leaving a bloody mess. Su Yu's heart sank at the sight. The force of the attack was similar for both Su Yu and Ding Shan, one struck in the right arm, the other in the left. The key difference was that one possessed extraordinary power, while the other did not. Su Yu's left arm, empowered by her power, had merely fractured, resulting in a minor injury. Ding Shan, lacking power, had her right arm instantly crippled, with the impact extending to her waist, causing profuse bleeding. "Shan Shan." Zhou Birong repeatedly called her name, desperately trying to stop the bleeding, but the wound was too extensive. Su Yu hastily knelt, grasping the stump of Ding Shan's right arm, and channeled vaporized power into her. He then noticed a horrifying gash on her left abdomen, revealing a mangled mess of flesh and internal organs. His heart plummeted. Su Yu realized that Ding Shan was beyond saving. If she had possessed extraordinary power, its remarkable healing capabilities, coupled with his vaporized power, might have offered a glimmer of hope. But Ding Shan lacked power. Su Yu couldn't help but recall the incident where he had stunned the goblins, urging Ding Shan and Su Yu to kill at least one goblin each. Only Ding Shan had refused. Now, the grim consequence had manifested swiftly. With power, Survival was possible even with severe injuries, unless the head was crushed or the heart pierced. Shan Shan. Shan Shan. Siyu, fully aware of Ding Shan's hopeless state, continued to channel vaporized power into her body, desperately calling her name. The influx of Su Yu's vaporized power caused Ding Shan's eyelids to flutter open. Shan Shan. Zhou Barong, seeing her awaken, cried out. The others gathered around, their faces somber at the sight of Ding Shan's plight. Sister Rong. Big brother. Ding Shan's lips trembled. With Su Yu's power aiding her, she felt the pain gradually diminish, her body growing lighter, almost ethereal. She murmured, I feel like I'm flying. Shan Shan. Zhou Barong finally wept, having been inseparable from Ding Shan since entering the forest, their bond surpassing ordinary friendships. Witnessing Ding Shan's agonizing death before her eyes, helpless to intervene, was an indescribable torment. Big brother. Suddenly, Ding Shan feebly moved her left hand, as if trying to raise it. Siyu, noticing, quickly grasped her small hand, saying, Big brother is here, Shan Shan. Big brother. Shan Shan. Shan wants to thank you. You've carried Shan Shan all the way. Shan Shan is a burden. Surprisingly, the little girl's face was serene. No, you're not a burden. Everyone loves Shan Shan, Siyu reassured her. Ding Shan's eyes closed silently, her hand limp. 2 crystalline tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. Zhou Barong collapsed upon her, wailing in despair. Siyu rose silently, retreating a few steps, his fist clenched tightly, his body trembling. Ma Zai, Lei Rui, Yuan nipping, and the other women rubbed their eyes, their rims red. Su Yu, in particular, felt a chill. Had she not heeded Su Yu's advice and killed a goblin to gain power, she would have shared Ding Shan's fate. At that moment, she understood the paramount importance of strength in this forest. Li Dong and Zhou Huakong, who had never been fond of Ding Shan, deeming her a hindrance, felt sympathy upon her death, remaining silent. Qin Jiagui approached Su Yu and whispered, Staying here won't do. This place feels ominous. We should bury her and leave quickly. Su Yu nodded silently. Qin Jiagui picked up a shovel and began digging a grave to bury Ding Shan. But as he struck the earth with the shovel, his body froze. Then, Qin Jiagui, Su Yu, Ma Zai, and the others turned their heads stiffly. Even Zhou Barong, who was wailing, abruptly stopped and looked up. A chilling aura suddenly emanated from everyone's spines. Chapter 68. The One-Eyed Corpse King. Everyone turned their heads, their bodies stiffening as a chilling sensation suddenly surged up their spines. The faint sound of shuffling echoed, and then emerged 3 colossal zombies, each ensnared in iron chains, silently appearing a mere dozen meters away from the group. These were the chain zombies, and to their horror, behind them loomed an even more monstrous figure, exceeding 3 meters in height. No one could comprehend how this giant creature had materialized, but as it came into view, it became evident that it was rising steadily from behind the 3 chain zombies, ultimately solidifying into a towering zombie. This creature was covered in green fur, its face a grotesque mass where its features had decayed into dark voids. Save for a single eye situated centrally, as large as a fist. This solitary eye spun incessantly, and like the chain zombies, it too was bound in chains. Yet its chains appeared to be embedded within its flesh, as if they had grown from the very sinews of its body. Particularly alarming were the dozens of chains that protruded from its abdomen, hanging menacingly in front of it, terrifying, malevolent, and eerie. Words could scarcely encapsulate the horror of this green-furred giant. As Siyu activated his eye of perception, he swiftly acquired information about this monstrous being. Name, One-Eyed Corpse King. A high-ranking variant among the zombie species, classified as a level 3 beast soldier. It possessed immense strength, terrifying offensive capabilities, formidable defense, and nearly no vulnerabilities. Its only drawback being its comparatively slower speed due to its massive size. Whenever it appeared, it was invariably accompanied by 4 chain zombies, making the One-Eyed Corpse King. In conjunction with the 4 chain zombies, nearly equivalent to a level 3 elite beast soldier. Siyu inhaled sharply, realizing that the chain zombie he had previously vanquished was one of the 4 that accompanied this One-Eyed Corpse King. What was more frightening was that this One-Eyed Corpse King was itself a level 3 beast soldier. It was crucial to note that even the formidable barbarian bull demon was merely a level 2 elite beast soldier, while the golden goblin was only a level 2 leader beast soldier. The One-Eyed Corpse King, however, completely surpassed the level 2 beast category, without a doubt rendering it far more terrifying and powerful. Fleeing was the only option for survival. Su Yu's mind raced, recalling the information his eye of perception had captured, which indicated that the One-Eyed Corpse King's sole weakness was its sluggish pace, while its offensive and defensive capabilities were virtually flawless. With a sudden, thunderous shout, Suyu roused everyone present. Pointing towards the dense forest nearby, overgrown with underbrush and towering trees, he cried out, "Scatter and flee." Faced with a level 3 beast soldier like the One-Eyed Corpse King and 3 level 2 chain zombies, should they confront them head-on? There was no doubt they would face total annihilation, leaving no trace of their existence. Suyu's roar jolted the group into action, instilling in them a blind faith in him. Moreover, the sheer enormity of the One-Eyed Corpse King exuded an aura of terror that compelled them to flee. Even without Suyu's command, they understood instinctively that this was a foe they could not hope to confront. Zhou Burong stood, releasing Ding Shan's lifeless body. She drew her handgun and fired several shots, each bullet striking the iron chains binding the zombies with a resounding clang. Once her ammunition was spent, she discarded the gun and extended her hand, summoning a flurry of black iron feather-like projectiles, 3 dark claws extending forth. It turned out that Zhou Burong was not only a black iron warrior but had also unknowingly ascended to a first-order black iron warrior. She had refrained from showcasing her powers, opting instead for gunfire, believing that her abilities could suffice alongside her companions, as she could still slay monsters with her firearm. The death of Ding Shan had profoundly shaken her, compelling her to abandon her gun and utilize her unique powers to confront these creatures. The zombies before her were beyond the scope of what a mere handgun could handle. Siyu, Lei Rui, Yuan Nipin, Ning Yin, Qin Jiague, Ma Zai, and others. Upon hearing Suyu's commanding voice, all dashed towards the dense forest, disregarding the thicket and branches ahead. Behind them, the 3 chain zombies stirred, emitting hoarse roars while swinging their chains as they closed in. The One-Eyed Corpse King ambled forward, its massive form moving with an unsettling calm. Zhou Burong, momentarily at a loss, hesitated to speak, but Suyu's voice cut through. Shan wouldn't want you to throw your life away. Remember, stay alive and don't act recklessly. Zhou Burong had stood frozen, contemplating facing the 3 advancing chain zombies with her own strength, forgetting that if these zombies were so easily defeated, Suyu would not be fleeing. In the blink of an eye, the 3 chain zombies surged into the underbrush, their speed exceeding that of the fleeing crowd. Here, Suyu suddenly called out, releasing Zhou Burong and turning to pounce on one of the chain zombies. Witnessing Suyu's maneuver, the fleeing group finally understood. Suyu was not merely escaping, but luring the zombies into this area to exploit the terrain for an attack. Ma Zai quickly grasped the plan. Leaping into the dense thicket where trees, undergrowth, and shrubs created a complex landscape, further darkened by the encroaching night, she sprang into a patch of underbrush and quietly summoned her iron web. Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichong, Zhang Zhongmo, and others recognized Suyu's intent. They refrained from openly confronting the zombies like Suyu, instead opting to crouch and conceal themselves, preparing for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Suyu's female companions genuinely fled far from the fray, not wishing to meet the same grim fate as Ding Shan, and understanding that their own powers would be futile in a confrontation. As the group scattered into the forest, adhering to Suyu's directive, they succeeded in causing the 3 pursuing chain zombies to disperse their assault, a result that Suyu had strategically aimed to achieve. Although he lacked confidence in facing all 3 chain zombies or the One-Eyed Corpse King simultaneously, he felt more than 90% assured when confronting just 1 chain zombie. Bolstered by his recent experience and the newfound strength coursing through his arms. Chapter 69. The Fierce Corpse King. The Iron Chain Zombie possesses an alarming combination of speed and strength, truly befitting its status as a second-tier beast soldier. Although it lacks the remarkable agility of the Goblin Knights, its formidable iron chain armor instills a sense of dread. Suyu anticipated that among the crowd, aside from himself, figures like Qin Jiague, Zhao Shichong, and Ma Ziyi, who were merely at the first-tier realm, would lack the extraordinary power necessary to penetrate the iron chains defending the zombie. Of course, if they could strike at its exposed eyes or other vulnerable areas, it would be a different story. However, the challenge of hitting such critical spots on the iron chain zombie is beyond imagination. Even Suyu did not entertain such notions. His plan remained consistent, to shatter several more scales of the black armor and swiftly eliminate the iron chain zombie while the Corpse King lagged behind. Once the iron chain zombie was dealt with, they could escape, thus enhancing their chances of survival. Otherwise, the zombie's speed would easily lead to casualties. Suyu dashed into the dense forest, observing as the iron chain zombies scattered towards the others as he had hoped. He immediately released Zhou Burong and, with a swift turn, leapt forward like a hunting leopard. The nearest iron chain zombie, noticing Suyu's advance, showed no fear. Instead, it swung its arms, hurling several iron chains at him, neglecting any form of defense against Suyu's approach. Encased in impenetrable chains akin to iron barrels, the iron chain zombie hardly bothered to defend against attacks, unless they targeted its critical areas. Suyu's strike, however, was directed at its chest, the most fortified part of its defense, and the iron chain zombie deemed it unnecessary to counter. With a smirk, Suyu roared, lowering his head as the chains missed their mark. The black scales on his left arm rose sharply, releasing a torrent of steam and white mist, akin to a boiler on the verge of explosion. This emitted an astounding force combined with rapid rotational energy, creating an unimaginable destructive power. Before the iron chain zombie could grasp the gravity of the situation, Suyu propelled its body along with his own, crashing into a large tree. A thunderous crack echoed as the tree splintered, while the chains across the zombie's chest shattered one by one, producing a series of sharp sounds reminiscent of popping beans or the snapping of tin bowstrings under immense force. The sound was delightfully crisp, yet it was soon followed by the horrifying noise of flesh and bone being shredded, despite the dim light that obscured their forms. The commotion caused by Suyu's attack attracted the attention of other zombies, especially the languid one-eyed corpse king, who suddenly widened its single eye and unleashed a roar that resonated through the forest, filled with excitement. Suyu's ferocious assault exhilarated it, having evolved from countless zombies. Its body thrummed with an insatiable warrior's blood. Initially believing that the trio of iron chain zombies could easily handle Suyu and his companions, it had grown somewhat lethargic. However, upon witnessing Suyu's ferocity, obliterating one of the iron chain zombies in a single blow, hearing the chain snap, and feeling the grotesque sounds of flesh being torn, its excitement surged. The one-eyed corpse king roared again, leaping into action. With a deafening crash, it snapped a tree the width of a bowl, landing deep within the forest and leaping at least 10 meters with each bound. Suyu gasped in disbelief, cursing the perceptive eye. Was such swiftness truly considered slow? At that speed, the one-eyed corpse king could catch up in mere jumps, and the situation was dire. Suyu's mind raced as he charged towards another iron chain zombie. The peril was immense, and if the one-eyed corpse king caught up, it would spell disaster. The iron chain zombie, intimidated by Suyu's prior strike, turned to flee upon seeing him approach. In a moment of panic, a commanding voice emerged from the nearby underbrush. Iron web. Ma Ziyi suddenly sprang forth, delivering a flying kick that struck the zombie's head. Ma Ziyi had been lurking in the grass, waiting for the right moment to unleash her attack. As the iron chain zombie attempted to escape, it suddenly found its feet ensnared, unable to move. Startled, it looked down only to receive a heavy blow to its head. Despite Ma Ziyi's formidable strength, the kick merely disoriented the iron chain zombie, failing to inflict any real harm. Yet this was sufficient. In that instant, Suyu descended like a vengeful deity. His claws tearing open as white steam erupted forth, soaring through the air. Following Ma Ziyi's kick, he struck the iron chain zombie's head with tremendous force. A cacophony of sounds ensued, chain snapping, followed by the skull bursting open, and finally, the relentless inertia of the iron chain zombie's headless body was sent crashing into a small tree. As the iron chain zombie fell, the black crystal within it was absorbed by Suyu. The gaseous energy within his left arm had intensified to a powerful degree, relentlessly battering against the door within his shoulder, showing signs of loosening. It seemed that if this energy could swell just a tad more, the door would open, granting access to a more potent realm. Hope surged within Suyu. If he could slay the last iron chain zombie, he would undoubtedly breach this barrier, potentially gaining even greater strength, allowing him to confront the one-eyed corpse king. With a roar, he swung his arms, and the chains erupted like a storm, filling his vision with a sea of black iron links. Suyu bellowed, his feet launching him forward in a flash, simultaneously unleashing his claws to prepare for defense. The resounding cracks echoed as iron chains lashed against the rending claws, sparks erupting with each impact. The blows, deflected by the rapidly spinning claws, were followed by a searing pain in Suyu's abdomen, where a chain had struck. Blood splattered as Suyu cried out, sent hurtling through the air. The attack tore away a strip of clothing and flesh, leaving a bloody gash half a centimeter deep. The one-eyed corpse king, emboldened by the sight of blood, roared with renewed fervor, leaping once more like a colossal mountain. Suyu, battling the pain, saw the descending shadow and frantically rolled aside. A deafening crash reverberated through the area as the corpse king landed, its massive feet narrowly missing Suyu. Had he hesitated, the impact would have crushed him, his organs exploding from the sheer force. As Suyu rolled, he swung the rending claws at the approaching feet. Meanwhile, Ma Zai, regaining her footing, stealthily crept towards the nearby undergrowth, preparing to unleash the steel web. Witnessing the Corpse King's might and Su Yu's apparent vulnerability, Ma Zai felt a surge of adrenaline. The thought of aiding Su Yu fueled her with an unexpected strength, amplifying her powers. It seemed her abilities were intertwined with her emotions, her right leg brimming with unprecedented energy. As Su Yu thrashed on the ground, his rending claws met the Corpse King's ankles. The creature's singular eye gleamed with bloodlust. Toying with the idea of prolonging Su Yu's suffering, it considered pinning him down, then methodically shattering his limbs. But as the Corpse King moved to lift a foot, it sensed an anomaly. Its legs were ensnared, hindering its movement. In that instant, Su Yu's rending claws struck the Corpse King's ankles. Sparks flew as the spinning claws met the massive iron chains guarding the Corpse King's feet. Haa! Su Yu roared. A plume of vapor erupting from his left arm as he relentlessly pressed the attack, knowing this might be his only chance. The chains shattered one by one. The rending claws poised to shred the Corpse King's legs, rendering it a toothless tiger. Hidden in the foliage, Ma Zai understood the stakes. She anchored her foot, channeling all her energy into the steel web, determined to restrain the Corpse King's feet and ensure Su Yu's success. The Corpse King bellowed in response, sensing imminent danger. Chains burst forth from its body, clattering wildly as it abruptly lifted its foot. With a series of sharp snaps, the steel web shattered under the Corpse King's brute force. The backlash sent Ma Zai reeling, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. With its legs freed, the Corpse King lashed out, its foot connecting with Su Yu's body with a thunderous boom. Su Yu, with a pained cry, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a massive tree. He slumped to the ground as the tree shuddered, shedding leaves. Sprawled on the ground, Su Yu coughed up blood, his body racked with pain. At least 10 bones were broken, his limbs numb. Despite the agony, his mind remained clear. His gaseous power surged within his left arm, swirling outwards, though it reverted to its original state upon leaving his limb. While less potent than its gaseous form, the power still nourished his body, aiding his recovery. With a groan, Su Yu mustered his strength and rolled across the ground. A moment later, the one-eyed Corpse King descended, unleashing a barrage of chains. Having abandoned its playful approach, it now sought to obliterate Su Yu with overwhelming force. Su Yu roared, unable to evade the onslaught. The chains rained down, threatening to turn his flesh into a bloody pulp. Desperate, Su Yu swung his left arm, the rending claws spewing vapor. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering crashes startled the Corpse King. It looked up to see trees toppling in Su Yu's wake, one crashing directly towards it. With a surge of adrenaline, Su Yu propelled himself forward, sliding across the ground like a fish, narrowly avoiding the descending chains. With a grunt, the Corpse King halted its attack to swat away the falling tree. This brief pause allowed Su Yu to scramble to his feet and sprint towards the dense thicket ahead. Ma Zai, clutching her chest, struggled to rise. She watched as the one-eyed Corpse King roared and plunged into the undergrowth. She yearned to aid Su Yu, but her left leg trembled, unable to support her weight. The steel web's destruction had inflicted a grievous backlash. The force was akin to halting Su Yu's rending claws mid-spin, a power capable of shattering his arm. Fortunately, Ma Zai's steel web was far less potent, mitigating the damage. Nonetheless, her left leg was nearly useless. The one-eyed Corpse King crashed through the thicket, its immense power leaving 2 deep imprints in the ground. Su Yu, however, had already emerged, fleeing towards the dense woods beyond. The Cyclopean cadaver, a towering behemoth of nearly 3 meters, found its immense form severely hampered by the dense thicket of trees. Conversely, Su Yu navigated the arboreal maze with the agility of an eel, his escape a desperate, frenzied flight. Abruptly, he veered, leveraging a sturdy tree trunk as a springboard. With a surge of power reminiscent of a salmon leaping upstream, he propelled himself skyward. The ripper claws on his left arm engaged instantaneously, ejecting plumes of vaporous mist. The potent counterthrust propelled him forward, creating a fleeting sensation of gliding as he traversed several trees, zeroing in on a shadowy figure. This spectral form was the 3rd iron-chained ghoul. It was this very ghoul that Su Yu had espied amidst his frantic retreat, prompting him to abruptly alter course, summoning every ounce of his strength to launch himself towards it. This iron-chained ghoul represented his last vestige of hope. Su Yu's injuries were grievous. Over 10 bones in his body were fractured. His continued mobility was a testament to his extraordinary power and unwavering will. At this juncture, he had pushed his latent potential to its zenith. He sensed that after this assault, he would be utterly spent, perhaps even succumbing to unconsciousness. This 3rd iron-chained ghoul was currently engaged with Qin Jiague and Zhang Zhongmo. Qin Jiague and Zhang Zhongmo lay in wait as the iron-chained ghoul lumbered into view. Qin Jiague seized the opportunity, unleashing the full force of his iron fist burst, aiming a devastating blow at the ghoul's cranium. He had witnessed Suyu's ripper claws obliterate the iron chains encasing the ghoul's chest. He surmised that his iron fist burst possessed comparable destructive power. This sudden, unexpected assault, he believed, would pulverize the ghoul's head along with the chains affixed to it. Qin Jiagui was brimming with confidence. His all-out attack struck true, his iron fist colliding with the ghoul's head in a resounding thud. However, Qin Jiagui was horrified to discover that the ghoul's head had not shattered as he had anticipated. Instead, his own arm throbbed with excruciating pain, as if fractured. He had overlooked the fact that Suyu, a second-tier black iron warrior, had needed to exert his full might to breach the iron chains girding the ghoul's body. Qin Jiagui, merely a first-tier black iron warrior, possessed power several times inferior to Suyu's. While confidence is commendable, Qin Jiagui's overconfidence proved his undoing. His desperate strike failed to achieve its objective. The iron-chained ghoul bellowed, extending a single hand. With a sickening sound, it impaled Qin Jiagui's torso, the appendage piercing through his chest and exiting his back, spraying blood in its wake. Qin Jiagui emitted a heart-rending scream. Simultaneously, Suyu, with a ferocious battle cry, pushed off from the tree trunk, launching himself at the iron-chained ghoul with every fiber of his being. His visage was contorted, resembling a vengeful spirit. This was his ultimate attack, and if it failed, they were all doomed, as the one-eyed corpse king would overtake them. This assault represented the collective hope of them all. The iron-chained ghoul, having just pierced Qin Jiagui's body. Since Suyu's impending attack, having witnessed Suyu's earlier slaying of the iron-chained ghoul, it immediately moved to hoist Qin Jiagui's lifeless form as a shield against Suyu's terrifying onslaught. Suyu watched helplessly, unable to intervene, only able to emit a primal roar of despair. It was over. His attack would obliterate Qin Jiagui, turning him into a mangled mess. Then, utterly exhausted, he too would perish at the hands of the iron-chained ghoul. And looming behind, the even more formidable one-eyed corpse king was already airborne, about to descend upon them. Suyu's mind raced, flashing through images of Suyu, Ningyan, Zhang Zhongmo, and his parents. It was all over. The end had come. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongmo, his face partially petrified, lunged forward silently. He opened his mouth, as if struggling to utter a cry, and with outstretched hands, seized the iron-chained ghoul's chain-laden arm. Summoning every iota of his strength, he brought his rock cannon head crashing down. With a deafening roar, the rock cannon head impacted the chains. Zhang Zhongmo's forehead instantly ruptured, spraying blood. Qin Jiagui, screaming, in this moment of life-or-death crisis, contracted and thrust his legs, lodging them squarely against the iron-chained ghoul's chest. Using this leverage, he managed to dislodge his body, which had been skewered on the ghoul's arm. With a spray of blood, he tumbled backward, crashing to the ground. This attack was fueled by every ounce of Suyu's power, with his vaporized power nearly entirely channeled into the ripper claws. The high-speed rotation generated wind pressure that nearly shattered eardrums. A series of cracking and snapping sounds erupted as the iron chains disintegrated one by one. The iron-chained ghoul emitted its final, agonized shriek. Suyu, brushing against its body as he flew past, raked the ripper claws across its neck. The ghoul's head was utterly obliterated, reduced to nothing. The colossal iron-chained ghoul swayed precariously for a moment before collapsing with a resounding thud, crushing Zhang Zhongmo beneath it. Zhang Zhongmo lay on the ground, gasping for air. He was utterly drained. In that fleeting moment, he had expended every last vestige of his strength, solely to ensure the success of Suyu's attack. Qin Jiagui, his body impaled and then forcefully ejected from the iron-chained ghoul's arm, crashed heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain and the violent impact robbed him of consciousness. The two bloody orifices in his chest and back revealed glimpses of his crimson organs, a gruesome sight. He lay motionless, his fate uncertain. Suyu, having expended his last reserves of strength, finally vanquished the third iron-chained ghoul. He collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly depleted. The pain coursing through his body threatened to overwhelm him. With a thunderous roar, the one-eyed corpse king's massive form descended from the sky. It arrived only a fraction of a second after Suyu, having been hot on his heels. Just as Suyu lay prostrate, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, a surge of new power coursed through his left arm. The vaporized power expanded violently, forming a formidable torrent that once again surged towards the gate within his left shoulder. Suyu understood that this newfound strength was the crystalline essence of the iron-chained ghoul he had just slain. With his left arm's vaporized psionic energy nearing its critical threshold, coupled with this newfound power, Suyu felt an immediate mental cataclysm, akin to mountainous waves erupting on a placid sea. The barrier within his left shoulder which had been suppressing his psionic energy, shattered with a thunderous roar. The vaporized psionic energy surged like a torrential flood, violently coursing through the newly opened channel in his left shoulder, assaulting the rest of his body. As it advanced, patches of ebony scales materialized frantically across his skin. Amidst the incessant hissing sounds, the one-eyed zombie king descended, unleashing a roar and stomping heavily on Suyu's chest. Given the zombie king's might, this blow threatened to crush and obliterate Suyu's ribcage instantly. A resounding thud echoed across Suyu's chest, but unexpectedly, the zombie king's fearsome stomp felt as if it had landed on a steel plate, emitting a dull clang. Looking down in astonishment, it beheld Suyu's chest shielded by a layer of thick, jet-black scales. These scales, forged like refined steel, acted as a protective armor. As Suyu lay prostrate, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The rampaging psionic energy surged powerfully towards other parts of his body, filling his chest in an instant. Simultaneously, for new barriers emerged within his body, preventing the energy from reaching his head, right arm, left leg, and right leg, thereby confining the vaporized psionic energy to his left arm and chest. The one-eyed zombie king, bewildered, stomped on the ebony scales, emitting a roar and swinging its chains towards Suyu's head. While Suyu's left arm and chest were now covered in black scales, the rest of his body remained vulnerable flesh. Suyu's mind raced with information, indicating his evolution into a third-tier black iron warrior, necessitating a choice between upgrading existing skills or mastering new ones. Currently, Suyu possessed 4 skills: Eye of Perception, Rending Claws, Lizard Arm, and Tooth Bomb. Opting to learn a new skill would grant him the Armor Shield ability. Alternatively, he could upgrade one of his existing skills. For instance, Eye of Perception could evolve into Holy Eye, enhancing night vision and information gathering. Rending Claws could be upgraded to the more formidable Rending Storm. Lizard Arm to Lizard Beast Transformation, and Tooth Bomb to Tooth Cannon. Observing the one-eyed zombie king stomping on his chest and swinging its chains towards his head, Suyu swiftly chose to upgrade Rending Claws to Rending Storm. Having grown most accustomed to Rending Claws, he opted to enhance his most familiar skill, maximizing its power in the current predicament. Almost immediately upon selecting Rending Storm, the skill's intricacies and principles flooded his mind. With a guttural roar, he swung his left arm upward, activating the evolved skill. The surging vaporized psionic energy concentrated in his fist, causing the air to emit a muffled boom. The one-eyed zombie king roared as the chains on its abdomen snapped, its massive frame unable to withstand the impact, and it crashed heavily to the ground. With a deafening crash, the zombie king collided with a massive tree trunk, causing it to sway violently before coming to a halt. It glared at Suyu with its single eye, filled with shock and horror. Its abdomen bore a gaping, fist-shaped wound, indicating that the one-eyed zombie king had been injured. The power of Rending Storm was immense. Suyu's first attempt, though uncontrolled and inaccurate, had still managed to wound the zombie king. Zhang Zhoumo, struggling to dislodge the corpse of the Iron Chain zombie from his body, witnessed Suyu's astonishing feat and exclaimed, "Excellent. Finish off this monster." Suyu stood his ground, shaking his head to regain clarity. He had undoubtedly transformed into a third-tier black iron warrior, his left arm and chest covered in steel-like black scales. His skill, Rending Claws, had evolved into Rending Storm, granting him greater psionic power. Feeling the inexhaustible flow of energy coursing through his left arm and chest, a surge of power emanated from his body, igniting a desire for battle. The one-eyed zombie king, observing its abdominal wound, paused momentarily before unleashing a furious roar, its chains flailing wildly. With a crouched posture, it charged towards Suyu. The zombie king, now truly enraged, unleashed its full power, determined to eliminate Suyu. Suyu growled, knowing that he had finally evolved into a third-tier black iron warrior, possessing the strength to contend with the one-eyed zombie king. Rending Storm. For the first time, Suyu stood firm against the zombie king, activating Rending Storm. Black scales protruded, emitting mournful wails and spewing dense vaporous mist. This mist formed a fearsome white whirlwind, enveloping Suyu's left arm, creating the illusion that he was manipulating a miniature cyclone. Chapter 73. The demise of the undead king. Suyu raised his hand, launching himself at the one-eyed undead king. The white whirlwind on his left arm elongated, resembling a colossal serpent in flight. Suddenly, the arms of the undead king collided with Suyu's tearing storm. The undead king's arms were entwined with iron chains, and with ferocious might, they clashed against Suyu's left arm, producing a horrendous, piercing sound. The frenzied tearing storm shredded the iron chains, causing them to snap and crumble, becoming ensnared within the white whirlwind. In an instant, Siyu let out a fierce howl and swung his left arm. The lengthy white whirlwind lashed out like a long whip. The resounding cracks echoed continuously as countless fragments of the severed iron chains, caught within the white whirlwind, rained down upon the one-eyed undead king's body. These fragments, propelled by the whirlwind's high velocity, struck with the ferocity akin to a barrage of bullets from a machine gun. The one-eyed undead king roared, caught off guard, and the exposed flesh on his body was pierced by the fragments, instantly lacerating his skin and creating gaping wounds. Enraged and in immense pain, the one-eyed undead king's expression turned frenzied. With a violent tug, he unleashed a multitude of iron chains, weaving them into a net that descended upon Siyu. With the force of these chains, even a mere brush would result in a gruesome fate. At that moment, Siyu regretted not choosing to comprehend the new skill, Armored Shield, which was inherently a defensive technique. Yet now, he could only retreat and evade, as only his left arm and chest were covered in steel-black scales, leaving the rest of his body vulnerable. As Siyu retreated, the one-eyed undead king charged forward with thunderous steps, crashing towards him like a heavy tank. Siyu extended his left arm to defend. The impact was tremendous, and he was sent sprawling far away by the undead king's force. With a loud thud, Siyu managed to grab hold of a sturdy tree, halting his backward flight. However, he gazed at his left arm with dissatisfaction. Logically, having upgraded his Tearing Claw to Tearing Storm, it should have been significantly stronger. Previously, at the second tier, he could destroy the undead king's protective chains with a full strike of the Tearing Claw. Now, having advanced to the third tier, with Tearing Claw evolved into Tearing Storm, he found himself merely damaging the opponent's protective chains, its power seemingly not much greater. How could this be? It was unfathomable. Siyu pondered, observing the dense white vapor emitted by the activated Tearing Storm. In terms of vapor density and quantity, it vastly surpassed the Tearing Claw. Yet it failed to exhibit the expected terrifying power. Perhaps there were alternative methods of application? As Siyu contemplated, the one-eyed undead king lunged again, arms outstretched and entwined with chains, attempting to crush him into a pulp. Siyu muttered in disbelief, retreating further. After ascending to the third tier, his speed had significantly increased, making it much easier to dodge the undead king's strikes. With a howl, the one-eyed undead king roared, bringing his hands together, transforming them into a colossal chain hammer, descending heavily upon Siyu. Looking up at the impending hammer, Siyu continued to mumble to himself until suddenly a realization struck him. With a fierce shout, he raised his left arm to withstand the chain hammer. This time, the black scales on his arm bristled, yet did not emit the white vapor. Instead, it resembled the initial understanding of the Tearing Claw, appearing somewhat peculiar. With a thunderous crash, the chain hammer struck Siyu's left arm. The terrifying force echoed through his body, causing a sharp cracking sound as his legs buckled, and he fell to one knee. In that moment, under the immense pressure, his body reached a critical point and erupted with power. Siyu let out a skyward roar. The storm braced against the chain hammer, and the Tearing Claw erupted with a surge of white vapor, clashing with the air and producing a deafening whistle. At that instant, the terrifying force exploded once more, forming a fierce white vortex that surged upwards. The one-eyed undead king emitted a wretched howl as the chain hammer, along with its hands, was engulfed by the white storm, disintegrating inch by inch, more fearsome than the most dreadful meat grinder. In an instant, the undead king staggered back, his hands reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. Siyu laughed maniacally as he rose, charging forward. In the undead king's disarray, he landed a powerful punch to its chest. Tearing Storm, Siyu roared, and upon impact, the white vapor erupted once again, generating a terrifying vortex of destruction, radiating waves of tearing force. The one-eyed undead king howled, witnessing chunks of flesh and shattered chains explode from its chest, akin to a time bomb detonating within, splintering outward and forming a bloody vortex. With a final anguished roar, the undead king's head was sent flying, and as the bloody vortex receded, only its two massive legs and severed arms remained, alongside the distant head, while its upper body had completely vanished. This was the true Tearing Storm, a tempest born of overwhelming tearing power capable of shredding everything, even steel. Unbelievably, the Tearing Storm skill possessed such a multitude of transformative applications. Siyu cradled his left arm, astonished, staring blankly at the corpse of the one-eyed undead king. He observed a gleaming black crystal floating, which then entered his left arm, flooding his body with newfound, potent energy. The one-eyed undead king, a Tier 3 beast soldier, contained energy within its crystal that could rival 4 or 5 iron chain zombies combined. As Suyu felt this alien power surging within him, it surged towards his chest, ready to unleash its might. Chapter 74. Exhaustion of Heart and Mind. The four gates sealing the flow of foreign forces to the head, right arm, left leg, and right leg remained utterly unmoved. Although the foreign energy surged with immense power, it was as inconsequential to the gates as a dragonfly attempting to shake a colossal pillar. Suyu vaguely understood that with each evolution, future enhancements would undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. Despite the tumultuous energy within him, he had never felt such formidable strength. Yet, mentally, he was utterly drained, yearning to collapse. The recent events, the emergence of the one-eyed corpse king and other monstrous entities, though transpired in mere minutes, were fraught with indescribable peril. Physically and mentally exhausted, Suyu gradually leaned against a nearby tree, contemplating the lifeless form of the one-eyed corpse king, wishing to sink down slowly. However, concern for the safety of his companions compelled him to muster the strength to stagger towards the fallen Qin Jiagu. He discovered that although Qin's body had been pierced, he had not succumbed to death. The foreign energy within him was working wonders, and the horrific wounds were staunching blood and visibly healing. Despite being grievously injured himself, more than 10 bones fractured, Suyu, having evolved into a third-tier black iron warrior, found that the foreign energy coalesced around his injuries, requiring no conscious effort on his part to heal. Suyu, Lei Rie. Upon seeing that Qin Jiagu was unharmed, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed beside him, leaning against the tree trunk. He called out twice, feeling utterly drained. Zhang Zhongmo, having found his way over, busily joined in the calling. Zhang Zhongmo had not sustained significant injuries. In the dark, shadowy forest, he could only discern vague silhouettes. Fearing that they might truly become separated, he raised his voice to call out. Seeing Suyu and Zhang Zhongmo, as well as the half-dismembered body of the one-eyed corpse king, Mazai exhaled in relief and slowly sat down. The events that had just unfolded had left her nerves taut. Now, she felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Though this vast forest teemed with terrifying, murderous creatures, fortunately, it seemed devoid of venomous insects or snakes, which was a blessing she dared not contemplate otherwise. This was a forest starkly different from their previous world, where many things defied their prior understanding. Chapter 75. The Vanishing Provision. Suyu cast a glance at him, remaining silent. He understood that Li Dong spoke the truth. Had it not been for a stroke of luck during the previous battle, he would have surely perished, and everyone else would have met the same fate. However, one cannot constantly rely on fortune within this forest. Luck will eventually run dry. Li Dong unexpectedly wore a peculiar smile, this notion isn't entirely unfounded. At the very least, we could survive for an additional 20 days or so. Perhaps even find a companion to share in life's pleasures. We could enjoy a spell of carefree living. Far better than languishing in this seemingly endless forest where death lurks at every turn. Li Dong's words were blunt, causing several of the girls, including Lei Rue, to blush. Mazai scoffed, pathetic, cowardly man. Suddenly, she turned even redder, and after calling for silence, she found herself unable to continue. As Suyu stood, he gazed intently at the sky and earnestly declared, I have been contemplating our presence here. There must be a reason for it. If we persevere, we shall surely find a way out. After all, it is impossible for this world to consist solely of boundless forest. If we hold on, we can surely escape. Li Dong interjected, but the problem is, before we can even leave, we are already dying. This was the first time Suyu had spoken so sharply, compelled by necessity. Li Dong was shaking the very foundation of their collective resolve. If this continued, he could incite further chaos. Under Suyu's intense gaze, Li Dong fell silent, overwhelmed by the terror of isolation within the forest. A shiver coursed through him, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground, his face ashen. Although Suyu reprimanded Li Dong, the latter's words stirred memories of his classmates, particularly Lin Shi. He wondered whether they remained at the school or, like them, had ventured into the forest in search of a way out and a glimmer of hope. If they could muster the resolve to consume the remains of monsters alongside the forest vegetation, while the experience would be harrowing, starvation should not be their fate. However, delving deeper into the forest would likely lead to catastrophic losses. If they stayed behind at the school, as long as the attacking monsters were not excessively grotesque, there remained a chance for survival. The abandonment of their fellow students weighed heavily on their hearts, a pain they had dared not confront in recent days. While they now questioned whether this forest was indeed the world they once knew, until the final moment of despair arrived, they still clung to a flicker of hope and anticipation. After all, humans often require hope to endure. Suyu spoke. A weak voice suddenly interrupted from the other side. The group turned to see Yuan Nipi and exclaimed excitedly, Jiague, you're awake. Qin Jiagui lifted his head slightly. Though gravely injured, he had fortunately escaped the clutches of death thanks to his extraordinary resilience, and he was awakening swiftly. We have no retreat. We can only forge ahead. If we do not persist until the end, how will we know if there are opportunities? The provisions we have are sufficient to sustain us for nearly a month. Remaining in the forest offers only a dead end. Just as he finished speaking, Lei Rui suddenly screamed, leaping to her feet. The others were startled, casting annoyed glances her way. What is it? Suyu inquired. Lei Rui pointed at the bags containing their provisions, exclaiming, something is amiss. The quantity is wrong. I distinctly counted 32 large bags, and now there are only 26 left. 6 are missing. The group fell silent, realizing that they had not truly counted before. It took Lei Rui's reminder for them to notice that the bags of food indeed appeared to be fewer. Is it true? Zhao Shichang stood up, astonished as he gazed at Lei Rui. She nodded emphatically. I would not misremember. But how could the bags have suddenly disappeared? Could they have been taken by other monsters? Yet, the creatures we encountered seemed uninterested in our provisions. Upon hearing Lei Rui's analysis, Siyu suddenly exclaimed, could it be other people? Other people? The group felt a chill run through them as they exchanged glances. Yes, perhaps after we entered the dense forest, others passed through here. If so, their numbers must be few, perhaps just 1 or 2 individuals, allowing them to carry away 6 bags of food. But who would dare to roam the forest at night? With Suyu's prompt, Lei Rui began to analyze further. Chapter 76. The new Third Order warrior Suyu contemplated the potential upgrade of his perception eye to the sacred eye, which would grant him the ability to see in the dark. Possessing such a capability would undoubtedly facilitate navigation during the night, if they were prudent with their rations. A single large bag of provisions could sustain them for an entire day. The sudden loss of 6 bags signified a drastic reduction in their food supply, nearly equivalent to a 6-day shortage, leaving everyone in a somber mood. The group shuddered at this realization. Circumstances had forced them to flee into the dense forest, making it impossible to carry their provisions. Unfortunately, the food they left behind was seized by others who stumbled upon it, taking only 6 bags, which was a fortunate outcome amidst their misfortune. Li Dong, while speaking, retrieved 2 packages of food from his bag and tucked them into his clothing, murmuring to himself that storing everything in one large bag was unsafe. It was wise to carry some provisions on their person as a precaution. With the loss of 6 bags, it was evident that their food would need to be redistributed. Zhou Huakong forced a smile. Despite the setback, the group, having endured a night of terror, felt mentally fatigued and did not dwell on the loss. Leaving this place was not a feasible option, especially with Qin Jiagui wounded and unable to move, and most others were feeling equally weary amidst the oppressive darkness. Thus, most lay on the ground to rest, save for those assigned to keep watch. After an indeterminate amount of time, Suyu, still in a drowsy state, was jolted awake by a sharp whisper. Reacting instinctively, he sat up, his gaze sharp, rousing the others from their stupor. The source of the whisper was Zhao Shichang, who was currently on night watch. He stood alert, his right hand transformed, wielding a bone dagger that extended a foot in length, prepared for any impending threat. Not far down the slope, soft footsteps could be heard. Zhao Shichang, having detected the sound, issued a low warning to alert the group. Siyu straightened and approached Zhao Shichang, momentarily taken aback when figures emerged from the underbrush below. The footsteps had indeed belonged to them. The 2 newcomers, upon spotting the group, appeared equally startled and began to speak rapidly in English. Suyu furrowed his brow, barely able to comprehend their words, which seemed to convey a message of reassurance that they meant no harm. At this moment, Ma Zai, Suyu, and Zhang Zhoumo had all risen to their feet. Despite being a university student, Siyu struggled with English and turned to Ma Zai, suggesting she communicate with the strangers. Given her background in foreign languages, he anticipated she would manage well. As expected, Ma Zai commanded the 2 in fluent English to halt. They complied without hesitation, one of them raising their hands in a mock surrender, humorously indicating their benign intentions. Suyu was most apprehensive about the possibility of their ill intentions. If they were hostile, Suyu, and Lei Rui could easily fall victim to an unexpected attack. Thus, he urged them to remain still while he approached alongside his companions, unafraid even if they bore ill will. As they drew closer, Siyu quickly discerned that they were indeed foreigners. Their school employed 2 foreign language instructors, but this was his first encounter with foreigners in the forest. The pair, a man and a woman, were tall. The man stood at least 6 feet tall, while the woman was approximately 5 feet 9. Their imposing stature radiated an air of authority compared to Suyu and his companions. The man sported a rugged beard, pronounced features, and a head of coarse black hair. His tattered clothing stained with blood and exuding a pungent odor. He stood like a spear, emanating a chilling aura. The woman, with golden hair and blue eyes, wore the hallmarks of a typical Western woman, pale, yet rough-skinned. Despite her disheveled appearance, she exuded an undeniable presence. Her expression one of vigilance as she scrutinized Suyu and his group. Both appeared to be in their 30s. As Suyu approached, he discreetly activated his perception eye. A sudden jolt coursed through him as he realized that the imposing man before him was, in fact, a third-order Black Iron warrior, while the woman beside him was a second-order Black Iron warrior. This explained their boldness in traversing the forest at night. As Suyu processed this revelation, he was unaware that the man's right hand subtly emitted a faint glow, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Consequently, information about Suyu and his companions entered the man's consciousness, prompting him to scrutinize Suyu more closely. At that moment, Suyu also held the designation of a third-order Black Iron warrior. Meanwhile, Ma Zai, Zhang Zhongmo, and Zhao Shichang were merely first-order Black Iron warriors and went unnoticed by the man. Ask them who they are and how they came to be here, Zhang Zhongmo suggested to Ma Zai, sharing Suyu's linguistic limitations. Ma Zai posed the question in English, and the man responded with a friendly smile, introducing himself as York and indicating that the woman was his wife, Genial. They were temporarily residing in a nearby cave and had approached out of curiosity after hearing the commotion. Chapter 77. Ambush upon such analysis. The news of the two foreigners residing in a nearby cave seemed credible. After Ma Zai spoke, the expressions of the two foreigners became somewhat uneasy. York hurriedly explained in English, "I apologize. I assumed you had all suffered misfortunes and that food had become ownerless. Since you are unharmed, I can return the food to you." Surprised by York's amiable demeanor, everyone paused momentarily. At that moment, Suyu was less concerned about the 6 bags of food. If they could trade those bags for 2 formidable individuals to join their ranks, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile exchange. However, could these foreigners be trusted? Why did they reside in a cave yet not seek a way out of the forest like the others? These were all questions that needed clarification, but they could be easily resolved. With this thought, Suyu expressed his intentions to Ma Zai for translation. Why do you dwell in a cave, yet not seek to escape this forest? Are there others residing with you in the cave? Would you be willing to join us in our quest to leave this forest? We are currently searching for a way out, hoping to depart from here. Upon hearing Ma Zai's inquiries, York immediately broke into a smile, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes, of course. There are only 2 of us. The forest is too perilous for us to wander freely. We can only stay here, moving about in this familiar area where there are no formidable monsters. We have been waiting for other teams, and it is truly fortuitous to encounter you." His companion, Janiel, also smiled, appearing eager to join Suyu's group. Observing their reactions, Ma Zai smiled as well, sensing that this couple was not ordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare roam about at night, suggesting their strength might surpass her own. After a brief exchange, the couple exhibited great friendliness, which eased the wariness of Ma Zai and her companions. They ascended the slope, introducing Lei Rue, Suyu, and others to them. The couple appeared benevolent, nodding and smiling at each introduction. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a faint, nearly invisible glimmer shimmered on the back of York's right hand, scanning the information of everyone present. Upon realizing that, aside from Suyu, none among this group possessed significant strength, several even being below the first level, York's bearded face broke into an even broader grin. "How long have you been here in the forest?" Suyu suddenly inquired. Ma Zai promptly repeated the question in English. York hesitated, then turned to Ma Zai with a bitter smile. "Almost a month now. Each day feels like living in hell. We are forsaken sinners. This place is unsafe. Come with us to our cave for some rest. It is better than here." Janiel interjected warmly. "Really? You have been living in that cave for nearly a month? Is there a place to bathe?" Suyu, proficient in English, quickly asked. Janiel appeared taken aback, her eyes darting briefly before she replied, "Yes, there is a stream nearby where you can bathe." Suyu joyfully exclaimed. But Suyu's heart sank at her words. He cast a discreet glance at the couple. They exuded a strong odor of blood and sweat, far worse than his own. If there was indeed a stream near their cave for regular bathing, why did they smell so foul? Clearly, she was deceiving Suyu. The question was, why? The only plausible reason would be her fear that they would not follow her to the cave. Hence, she used Suyu's inquiry about the stream to entice them. For the girls in their group, the allure of a bathing place was undeniably tempting. Just then, Lei Rui whispered, Suyu, moving closer to him. Suyu, that foreign woman is certainly lying. Just look at her. She must have gone many days without a wash. Her claim that there is a stream for bathing near their cave is surely false. Suyu glanced at Lei Rui, silently admiring her quick thinking. The couple evidently did not understand Chinese, so despite witnessing Lei Rui and Suyu's conversation, they remained oblivious to its content. Suyu smiled, offering a friendly nod to them, hiding any suspicion while softly advising, be cautious. I am unsure why they would lie, but these two might not be trustworthy. Gazing at the food scattered about in bags, Suyu contemplated the couple's intentions. If they intended to ambush them for the food, it didn't seem logical. They were normal people and should recognize that joining their group in search of an escape would be more promising. Otherwise, even if they killed them to seize the food, it would quickly be consumed. What, then, were they truly thinking? Why did Janiel deceive Suyu? Did they harbor malicious intent? As Suyu pondered, he remained vigilant, observing as Suyu joyfully picked up the bags and exclaimed, Everyone, let us hurry. There's a place to bathe. Noticing a flicker of joy in the couple's eyes, Suyu felt a sudden urge to delay their departure. It is too dark now. Let us wait until dawn to leave. Suyu's discontent was palpable, but upon receiving a glance from Suyu, she fell silent, placing the heavy bag back down. Janiel, seeing them set the bags down again, appeared surprised and asked in English, What's wrong? Aren't we going? Mazai explained in English, It is too dark now. We should wait until dawn. After all, it will be light soon. Oh, Janiel replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, while Yerk cheerfully remarked, That works too. Let us wait until dawn. As he spoke, he walked closer to Suyu and added, Do any of you have cigarettes? The one thing I cannot tolerate in this forest is the lack of smoke. Mazai translated for him. I have some. Zhang Zhongmo pulled out a pack from his pocket and tossed it to York, saying, Here, this is for you. He still had plenty of supplies in his bag, so he didn't mind parting with a pack of cigarettes. York extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips with a look of delight, then approached Suyu, asking, Do you have a light? Although Suyu's English was limited, he understood the simple inquiry and shook his head. Just as he was about to say he had none, York's right fist silently swung through the air, striking Suyu on the back of the head. The distance between them was minimal, and York's sudden attack left the others bewildered in an instant. His punch connected with Suyu's skull. The speed of the strike was astonishing. As York's fist shot forth, it sprouted bristly black hairs, transforming into a grotesquely swollen hand bristling with spikes, resembling a giant cactus at first glance. Chapter 78. Collision of Titans. York suddenly launched an attack, his right arm transforming into a massive appendage resembling a cactus. With a swift motion, he struck at Suyu's nape, seemingly on the verge of a successful hit. In a split second, Suyu raised his left arm, revealing a series of black scales that effectively blocked the blow. The unexpected assault from York caught everyone off guard. Yet Suyu appeared to have anticipated it, remaining composed as he calmly inquired in English, Why? Indeed, Suyu was perplexed by York's motives. Was this aggression merely for sustenance? However, he had long been wary of York's intentions, and the ambush was within the realm of his expectations. The encounter was more intense than Suyu had anticipated, and he absorbed the impact, feeling a surge of pain as numerous steel spikes pierced him. Simultaneously, he activated the ripping storm. As their arms interlocked, York unleashed his special ability, firing steel spikes. Suyu could not evade them, and he too embraced the onslaught. A series of black scales rose, unleashing a formidable force that generated a whirlwind of vapor. York howled in agony as the ripping storm struck his chest with tremendous force. Despite a layer of dark green, bulging skin covered in spikes shielding his torso, it was insufficient to withstand the terrifying ripping power of the storm. Chunks of his mutated skin were torn apart, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as York's massive frame was sent hurtling backward. With a thunderous crash, York collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Suyu stepped forward, ready to pounce, but was suddenly overwhelmed by sharp pain and swelling throughout his body, accompanied by waves of numbness. Any movement exacerbated the agony, as if the steel spikes within him had shifted to inflict further harm. Among the onlookers, only Suyu posed a credible threat. Eliminating him would render the others inconsequential. Genial, now a second-tier black iron warrior, witnessed her husband embroiled in a mutually destructive struggle with Suyu. Alarmed, she acted without hesitation, launching an attack against him. Her unique power manifested in her left leg, which transformed mid-kick, sprouting steel feathers, her foot evolving into a claw-like appendage with 3 long spikes and 1 short spike, capable of inflicting grievous harm. As the claw lunged towards him, it threatened to tear out Su Yu's heart. No. York, clutching his torn chest, struggled to lift his head and howled in desperation, trying to halt Genial, fully aware of Su Yu's formidable nature. But it was too late. As Genial's claw approached, Su Yu, in a life-or-death moment, endured the searing pain and swelling within his upper body, extending his left arm and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, with a series of explosive sounds. Genial gasped in agony as multiple blood holes erupted on her body, while Su Yu advanced with determination, activating the ripping storm. From the outer scales of his black armored arm, jets of vapor shot forth, propelling his strike downward with the force of a rocket. With a resounding impact, his fist crashed into Genial's kicking leg, followed by a second eruption of vapor, the full might of the ripping storm unleashed. The sound of bones shattering and flesh tearing filled the air as Genial's mutated leg, encased in steel feathers, was obliterated, reduced to a mangled mass. Genial, clutching the remains of her left leg, howled in pain, rolling on the ground, nearly losing consciousness. At that moment, the others finally reacted, rushing to intervene. York, witnessing the instant destruction of Genial's leg, let out a piercing scream, momentarily disregarding the gaping wound in his chest, and charged once more at Su Yu. No, York, run! Genial screamed, writhing in agony on the ground. She realized the extent of Su Yu's power. York's chest was nearly annihilated. He stood no chance against Su Yu. No, Genial, you must escape. The children need you. York roared, his body surging with energy, the wound in his chest visibly healing, while his right arm swelled in size. Suddenly, he unleashed another barrage of steel spikes. The piercing sound was relentless. Su Yu, now clad in black scales, attempted to evade, but his strength faltered. He could only shield his face with his left arm as steel spikes once again penetrated his body. Aside from the areas protected by the black scales, every other part was struck, intensifying the numbness and pain, rendering him nearly immobile. Die! York bellowed, his terrifying right arm bristling with newly formed spikes, akin to a porcupine, as he charged at Su Yu. Seeing Su Yu in peril, Mazai stepped forward, intending to deploy her iron web, but it was too late. York collided violently with Su Yu, sending both of them tumbling through the air, entangled in a chaotic heap. Su Yu yearned to unleash the ripping storm and shred York's body, but his senses began to fade, and he found himself unable to respond. York, realizing the effectiveness of his steel spikes, grinned maliciously as he raised his right arm high, preparing to smash it down upon Su Yu's head. Stop, or I will kill her, Mazai suddenly shouted in English, followed by Genial's anguished scream. Don't worry about me, child, Genial cried out. York's expression shifted dramatically as he roared again, lifting his right arm once more to strike at Su Yu. However, in that brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Zhongmo and Zhao Shicheng silently lunged from either side. Zhang Zhongmo's rock hammer collided heavily with York's back, producing a deafening impact. York let out a muffled groan, propelled away from Su Yu. Simultaneously, Zhao Shicheng's bone knife slashed into York's back, drawing forth a fountain of blood and leaving a gruesome, foot-long gash. Enraged that York had disregarded Genial's safety, Mazai let out a furious cry, stepping forward to stomp down. Though she did not crush Genial's skull, she shattered her remaining left arm. Chapter 79. Pulling the needles, a piercing scream escaped from Junel's lips. Her extraordinary power had concentrated entirely in her left leg, which had now been utterly destroyed by Su Yu. It was almost as if all her strength had been rendered useless. Blood poured from her severed left leg, and after a final cry, she fell into unconsciousness. In an unexpected turn of events, after a frantic shout, he abandoned the motionless Junel on the ground and fled in panic. The crowd stood in shock, unsure whether to pursue him, but despite his severe injuries, York's speed far surpassed theirs, and he quickly vanished from sight. Don't chase him, so you managed to call out? His body surging with power as it crashed against the surroundings. The steel needles embedded within him were slowly being forced out by his extraordinary ability. Help me pull out the needles, he uttered with great effort. Zhang Zhongmo and the others snapped back to reality, hastily removing Su Yu's shirt. As Su Yu retracted his dark scales, they could clearly see the black spots on his skin, each one a steel needle being expelled. However, the process was painfully slow. Zhang Zhongmo attempted to assist Su Yu, but was swiftly pushed aside by Ma Zai. Step aside, let me help him. You men are too rough. As she spoke, she crouched down, illuminating Su Yu's body with a flashlight. Upon spotting the steel needles, she earnestly began to extract them with her delicate hands. With each needle removed, Su Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, the agony on his face diminishing slightly. After Ma Zai had pulled out a dozen needles, Suyu suddenly regained his composure and declared, "All right, I can manage from here." Mazai was taken aback. "What do you mean? I can help you just as well." Suyu's expression grew somewhat bashful, and Zhang Zhongmo, noticing this, exclaimed, "The remaining needles must be in that area of his body, right? Lady Ma, perhaps you should assist." "Huh?" Mazai was stunned, her face instantly flushing red. She shot a fierce glare at Zhang Zhongmo. Thrusting the flashlight into Suyu's arms and turning away, "Zhang Zhongmo, you're such a scoundrel. Conveniently sized lady, I merely spoke the truth. Alas, in this day and age, speaking the truth has turned one into a rogue, while the true rogues have become paragons of virtue," Zhang Zhongmo lamented. Suyu turned away, taking the flashlight himself, quietly extracting the remaining needles, each one lodged in a most private area, causing him to curse the entire York family silently. Meanwhile, Suyu glanced at Suyu and then at Mazai before suddenly saying, "Mazai, you must have feelings for Suyu." Her directness caused Suyu to flinch, inadvertently pushing a needle deeper into his body, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. This girl truly had a knack for shocking revelations. Mazai was momentarily dumbfounded, glancing at Suyu before laughing. "What are you saying? I like everyone. It's the same for you too." She deftly shifted the awkward conversation. After removing the last needle, Suyu took a deep breath and stood up. "Are you all right?" Zhang Zhongmo approached with concern. Suyu replied affirmatively, "By the way, what about Junel? Did she escape?" Mazai huffed, pointing to a distance. "Isn't she lying there? Looks like she is unconscious. This couple is utterly detestable." As Suyu approached, he suddenly paused, placing his hand beneath Janelle's nose. After a brief moment, he stated, "She is dead." Mazai gasped and hurried over, confirming she had indeed lost her breath. Suyu regarded Janelle's left leg, which he had completely mangled, and remarked, "She bled to death." It seems that if a place with extraordinary abilities suffers total destruction, those powers will also vanish. Otherwise, she wouldn't have perished. He felt little sympathy for her demise, recognizing it was a consequence of their own actions. However, he pondered, what drove this couple to attack us? Was it merely for our supplies? One would think that rational individuals would understand that forming alliances offers far greater safety than remaining alone. Suyu was perplexed, and Zhao Shichong interjected. "Perhaps these two are simply madmen. No, they're murderers. They might not need a reason to kill." "Suyu, don't dwell on the motives. We will never comprehend the thoughts of a madman." Suyu shook his head as Qin Jiagui, clutching his chest, slowly sat up. After such a long time, his wounds were healing, allowing him to rise unaided. "Yes," Suyu acknowledged. "He is a Tier 3 Black Iron warrior, while his wife Junel is a Tier 2 warrior. If he truly seeks revenge, it would indeed be troublesome." Li Dong immediately stood up, declaring, "If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let us eliminate him while he is severely injured." Zhou Huakong nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhang Zhongmo added, "Indeed, as the saying goes, if he shows no mercy, neither shall we." We kindly invited them to join us, and instead, they attempted to kill us. These two deserve no pity. Foreigners truly are a bunch of foolish pigs. Mazai shot him a glare. "You're generalizing too much. There are good people among foreigners, just as there are bad people in our own country. Much like that old chain smoker among us." Zhang Zhongmo felt wronged, casting a glance at Mazai. Suyu raked his fingers through his hair. Daybreak is approaching. Let us postpone everything until then. He had begun to suspect that York possessed a more advanced ability than the eye of perception, allowing him to move freely at night. After all, he had been the first to launch an ambush against Suyu, likely knowing from their profiles that Suyu was the only Tier 3 Black Iron warrior. Eliminating him would render the others insignificant. Chapter 80. The Burial. However, these two foreigners failed to perceive that I had already harbored suspicions about them. Consequently, upon noticing his pretext to draw near, Suyu became fully vigilant, exercising utmost caution, thus evading his surprise attack. I was astonished to discover that York possessed the capability to unleash an all-encompassing steel spike assault, rendering evasion nearly impossible. The only shortcoming was its relatively diminished power. These steel spikes could only hinder Suyu, but not take his life. At this moment, we found ourselves in the darkest hour before dawn. If York possessed the sacred eye that granted night vision, pursuing him now would likely result in disastrous consequences. Qin Jiagui murmured in agreement, stating that since we were all gathered, we should exercise caution and await the dawn to deliberate on our next course of action. This York posed a significant threat to us, and everyone recalled the incident with the blood monkey hound. That creature was merely a low-intelligence beast stalking us, whereas York was a being far more formidable and astute, presenting an immense danger. The group piled food in the center, seated themselves on the ground, leaning against each other, facing outward, and stood ready for any eventuality, especially wary of the fleeing York, fearing he might return to launch a surprise attack. Suyu's prowess was evident to all. Yet he had fallen victim to York, who had managed to escape before the group despite sustaining severe injuries, a testament to York's terrifying capabilities. Taking advantage of this moment, Suyu, Zhang Zhongmo, and Zhao Shichang excavated a large pit in the ground. Zhou Burong personally cradled Ding Shan's lifeless body, gently placing her into the pit, sighing sorrowfully as she began to cover the body with earth. Sleep well. Perhaps upon waking, everything will return to normal, and all that has transpired will merely be a nightmare, Zhou Burong murmured to herself. Suyu cast a glance at Genial's body and, after a moment of contemplation, approached and lifted her remains, laying her beside Ding Shan. Regardless of whether they were friends or foes in life, he silently wished for their peaceful coexistence in death. He then picked up a shovel and began to fill the pit with soil, with Zhang Zhongmo, Zhao Shichang, and others assisting until both Ding Shan and Genial were interred. Once everything was in order, as Suyu seated himself, he suddenly sensed something, leaping to his feet without uttering a word, and swiftly lunged forward. Black scales manifesting on his left arm. The underbrush rustled as he charged into the thicket, and the others soon spotted a shadow that immediately turned and fled. "It's York!" Li Dong exclaimed. Ma Zai also stood, astonished at how quickly he had returned. Qin Jiagui clutched his chest and shouted urgently, "Suyu, do not pursue him." In the dense darkness of the forest, it was uncertain whether Suyu could catch York, and even if he did, the outcome was unpredictable. Most importantly, if Suyu became separated, the situation would become dire. Recognizing this, Qin Jiagui called out to Suyu, who, aware of the potential dangers, refrained from continuing the chase. "This cannot stand. This individual must be eliminated." Suyu suddenly halted before the group, running his fingers through his hair, his expression devoid of emotion, even emanating an air of foreboding in the darkness. Whether for his own sake or for the others, York posed an insurmountable threat. For self-preservation, either they must vanquish York, or he would systematically eliminate them. Zhang Zhongmo exclaimed, "The issue is that York is not a fool. He will not wait for us to hunt him down. How can we possibly locate him?" Qin Jiagui sighed softly. Indeed, after Suyu startled him, he will likely become even more cautious. This man, witnessing his wife's death and burial, can remain undetected nearby. Such a person is truly formidable. Reflecting on how both York and Suyu had evolved into third-tier Black Iron Warriors chilled Qin Jiagui, who realized that as a mere first-tier Black Iron Warrior, he would be no match for York. Suyu pondered, stroking the Earth Spike ring on his right hand, murmuring, "If only I could have activated the Earth Spike assault back then. York would not have escaped. We cannot find him. Must we passively wait for him to come to us?" Zhao Shichang's voice altered as he contemplated this dilemma. Suyu tugged at his hair, while Qin Jiagui pressed his chest, and the group fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Lei Rui spoke up. "Do you all remember that this couple mentioned they lived not far from the stone cave?" Zhang Zhongmo scoffed. "Those two were deceiving us, Captain Lei." "Do you truly believe them?" Lei Rui exchanged glances with Zhang Zhongmo, asserting, "If they do not reside nearby, where did they place the 6 bags of food they took earlier? They came empty-handed the second time." Zhang Zhongmo paused, touching his face, perhaps. But Suyu had already come to a realization. Looking at Lei Rui, he smiled slightly. Indeed, Lei Rui's conjecture may not be unfounded. This couple could very well live nearby. If so, we shall turn the tables on them. Once dawn breaks, we will thoroughly search the vicinity. We might uncover something of significance. Qin Jiagui nodded in agreement. York poses too great a threat to us. We must eliminate this hidden danger. For any one of us could fall victim to him. As the group conversed, the sky gradually brightened, heralding the arrival of a new dawn. The events of the previous night had been tumultuous, and as the surroundings illuminated, everyone exhaled in relief. With the assistance of his girlfriend, Yuan Niping, Qin Jiagui stood, gently pushing her aside to stand alone, slowly stretching his arms. Remarkably, the severe injuries he had sustained had healed substantially. As he touched his chest, a satisfied smile spread across his face. At this rate of recovery, he surmised that he would likely be fully healed within a day. Chapter 81. The Search for York. Suyu, in which direction shall we search for York? Ma Zai inquired as she effortlessly slung 2 large bags over her shoulders. Suyu's expression reflected deep contemplation, his gaze directed towards the route York had taken during his escape the previous night. Suddenly, Zhou Burong interjected. "I have a method to trace the approximate path of his flight." Zhao Shichang's eyes lit up with interest as he exclaimed, "Is that true?" Zhou Burong cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Do you think my role as a police officer is merely ornamental?" The death of Ding Shan had profoundly affected Zhou Burong, igniting her resolve rather than diminishing it. She had previously remained in the background, tending to Ding Shan, but now she exhibited the astuteness and strength of a seasoned police officer. Fueled by anger over Ding Shan's demise, she had even contemplated confronting 3 Iron Chain zombies alone. A rash decision that nonetheless required considerable courage. Stepping forward, she began to analyze the subtle clues left behind by York's escape. While they might appear insignificant to the untrained eye, for her, a diligent officer, they held great importance. This way, Zhou Burong declared confidently after a brief examination. Pointing decisively in a direction, Zhang Zhangmo, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Officer Zhou, can you really discern that? It seems indistinguishable to me. Are police officers truly that remarkable?" His skepticism was palpable. Zhou Burong's expression softened with a hint of nostalgia as she responded, "My father was a criminal investigator for decades. I learned much about detective work and tracking while shadowing him in my youth. My aspiration was to become an exceptional criminal investigator, but alas, there is often a gap between dreams and reality. I became a beat officer instead." A faint smile graced her lips as she assured them, "Rest assured, I possess a certain level of expertise in tracking." Observing Zhou Burong, Siyu scratched his head, beginning to understand. When Ding Shan was alive, Zhou Burong's nurturing instincts had shone through, making her appear as a gentle maternal figure. Now, with Ding Shan gone, she had reverted to her sharp-witted persona as a police officer, brimming with vigor as if she had transformed entirely. Indeed, it seemed women were the most capricious creatures in existence, Siyu mused darkly, picking up the 2 large bags and following Zhou Burong, with the others soon trailing behind. Yuan and Iping offered to assist Qin Jiague, but he smiled and shook his head, indicating he could manage alone. "If we encounter York, Siyu, you will engage him, while Mazai utilizes her iron web to ensnare him. Together, we shall overwhelm him, regardless of his formidable abilities," Zhou Burong strategized. The group swiftly devised a plan to confront York. As long as Siyu could entangle him momentarily, Mazai would easily trap him, allowing Zhao Shichang, Zhang Zhangmo, and others to join forces against York, ensuring his inevitable demise. Zhou Burong led the way along York's escape route, but after traveling about half a mile, she suddenly halted, scrutinizing the ground before veering left. "York turned here. I suspect his hideout is not far from this location," she stated with a serious tone. Hearing this, Qin Jiague cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. York is a 3rd-tier black iron warrior, as formidable as Suyu." Zhao Shichang added, "If we do encounter him, Qin Jiague, stay back with the others and do not engage. We will handle him." Qin Jiague nodded, still recovering from his injuries, although he could walk. He lacked the strength for combat. Heightened alertness enveloped the group as they scanned their surroundings, eager to spot York and eliminate the looming threat. Suddenly, Zhou Burong, leading the way, stopped and whispered, "Look." Following her gaze, Siyu parted the branches before him and spotted a cave opening about 30 meters away, partially concealed by large boulders. Even the inexperienced members of the group could discern signs of disturbance in the surrounding underbrush, indicating recent passage by either man or beast. Zhou Burong observed, "The ground here is quite disordered. York's trail leads to this cave, which may serve as their temporary refuge." However, Zhang Zhangmo interjected, "Officer Zhou, that may not necessarily be the case. It could just as easily be the lair of a fearsome creature." Zhou Burong frowned slightly, while Su Yu, curious, remarked quietly, "Look at that pile of stones. It's quite intriguing." Turning to see what had caught Su Yu's attention, he discovered another stone formation a few meters away, clearly constructed by human hands rather than naturally occurring. "Indeed, how peculiar," Zhang Zhangmo mused, his curiosity piqued as he stealthily approached the stone pile, with Su Yu closely following. As they neared, an unpleasant odor assaulted their senses, revealing that the pile formed a hollow structure approximately a meter in diameter, filled with refuse. Su Yu frowned slightly and whispered, "What is it?" Zhang Zhangmo, wearing a wry smile, replied quietly, "Good grief, what bad luck. This stone pile is merely a makeshift toilet, filled with excrement. Human excrement," he added for clarity. This revelation prompted a collective sigh of relief from the group, as they could now surmise that the cave nearby was indeed the temporary abode of York and his wife, who had likely constructed this rudimentary toilet. With their suspicions confirmed, Siyu, Mazai, Zhao Shichang, and Zhou Burong stealthily proceeded through the underbrush, following their plan to confront York. They approached the cave, careful not to alert him. moving quietly until they were within 20 meters of the entrance. Suddenly, Zhao Shichang shouted, startling everyone. Siyu instinctively raised his left arm to shield his face as a sharply pointed tree branch flew towards him, striking him in the chest with a dull thud, knocking him backward. Fortunately, Siyu had activated his otherworldly powers beforehand, causing protective black scales to emerge and shield him. Otherwise, the force of the branch could have easily pierced his chest, resulting in severe injury or worse. Chapter 82. Mechanisms and Traps. Beware of traps. There are traps here. At that moment, disregarding any concern about alerting York, Zhou Burong shouted loudly. She rolled to the ground, and in an instant, her right hand mutated, evolving into a claw adorned with steel feathers, resembling an eagle's talon. With a swift motion, she grasped a branch that extended toward her, using it to propel herself backward. Suddenly, several sharpened wooden stakes erupted from the ground, narrowly missing Zhou Burong. Siyu and his companions, stealthily approaching the stone cave, were utterly unprepared for the traps hidden among the weeds. Although rudimentary, these mechanisms caught them off guard, resulting in significant injury. Zhao Shichang suffered the worst, as a sharpened stake pierced through his foot, causing him to collapse in agony. Siyu had just been struck by a flying branch, momentarily dazed and rolling aside. When he attempted to rise, Zhou Burong, witnessing his struggle, shouted, "Siyu, be careful. It's dangerous." Before her warning could fully resonate, a deafening rumble echoed, and the ground beneath Siyu suddenly gave way. Startled, Siyu gasped as he felt the earth crumble beneath him. With a grunt, scales emerged on his left arm, allowing him to anchor himself into the soil and stabilize his descent. Looking down, he saw a pit approximately 2 meters wide and 3 meters deep, filled with sharp stakes. Falling into such a pit would surely turn him into a pincushion. None could have anticipated the multitude of traps hidden here, and more terrifying was the sight of York. A robust figure, emerging as a rock, was displaced not far from the cave. As a third-tier black iron warrior, his recovery was remarkable. Nearly all his injuries had healed overnight. Upon seeing the group, he silently charged at them. "Siyu, York is behind you," Zhang Zhamo shouted frantically. Among them, only Siyu had the capability to confront York. Suspended by one arm against the pit's wall, Siyu heard Zhang's desperate cries, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. Gritting his teeth, he extended his right hand, gripping the earthen wall with a fierce determination. Although his right hand could not mutate, it was empowered by an extraordinary force, amplifying its strength significantly. Ignoring the pain, he clutched the wall, his nails scraping against it painfully, but he harnessed that grip to activate a storm of tearing winds with his left arm, slashing downwards. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall collapsed, and Siyu leaped upward, propelled by the force of his movement. York, unyielding and silent, had his right arm and chest in a state of mutation. Muscles bulged grotesquely, sprouting steel spikes akin to a porcupine. He had set numerous traps around his temporary dwelling, originally designed to fend off wild beasts, which now served to ensnare Siyu and his companions. As Siyu and the others struggled, York did not flee but charged forward. Fortunately, he still possessed his pistol, fully loaded. Zhou Burong, although low on ammunition, had conserved some bullets. With a series of gunfire, York did not evade the bullets, merely shielding his head and face with his right hand as he surged toward Zhou Burong and the others. The bullets struck his arms and chest, producing a series of dull thuds, piercing his swollen skin, but the small wounds quickly healed, proving ineffective against him. Realizing the dire situation, Zhou Burong attempted to shift her aim to York's legs, but upon pulling the trigger, the gun clicked empty. As she fumbled to reload, York was already upon her. Aware of her imminent defeat yet compelled by the gravity of the situation, Zhou Burong discarded her empty gun, her right hand entering a state of mutation to face the oncoming York. Without a word, York suddenly trembled, his right arm waving through the air, producing a series of sharp sounds. Zhou Burong barely had time to react before a rain of steel spikes descended upon her, and she screamed in agony, receiving the full brunt of the assault. York, moving with terrifying speed, collided with Zhou Burong, who was sent sprawling, blood spilling from her mouth as her insides were jarred by the impact. Meanwhile, Ma Zai shouted defiantly, having just kicked aside a sharp branch that had hurtled toward her. She launched herself at York, aiming a fierce kick at his head to prevent him from finishing off the severely injured Zhou Burong. In the chaos, Zhang Zhongmo also rushed forward. Their initial plan had been meticulously crafted, believing they could easily subdue York. Yet, they had not anticipated his formidable prowess and the elaborate traps he had laid, which disrupted their strategy entirely. Zhao Shichang, with his foot impaled by a stake, lay on the ground in agony, while Zhou Burong was gravely injured and unresponsive. Qin Jiagui, still incapacitated from previous wounds, could not assist. Li Dong, Zhou Huakong, Ning Yan, and the others, lacking even the first tier of strength, were rendered useless in this dire moment. In the blink of an eye, only Su Yu, Ma Zai, and Zhang Zhongmo remained capable of action. With a thunderous crash akin to two boulders colliding, steel cables spiraled around Ma Zai's right leg, preventing York from piercing a hole through it. Yet, despite her defenses, how could a first-tier warrior compare to the third-tier York in speed and reflexes? York, undeterred by his first failed thrust, advanced swiftly, aiming again with his spire. Ma Zai cried out as the sharpened point pierced her chest, and as York withdrew it, blood gushed forth. He readied for a third strike, this time aimed at her head. Chapter 83. The frantic York. Both York and Su Yu are third-tier Black Iron warriors. However, they belong to different categories of fighters. Su Yu's greatest strength lies in the devastating power of his rending storm, while York lacks such formidable skills. As Su Yu had surmised, York possesses the Eye of Perception. Upon reaching the third tier, he opted to enhance it into the Eye of Holiness, granting him night vision capabilities, allowing him to move freely under the cover of darkness. Coupled with his Steel Needle Barrage, which rains down like a tempest, his attacks are nearly unavoidable and cover a vast area. Yet, in terms of sheer offensive power, he pales in comparison to Su Yu. Otherwise, the moment his sharp spike struck, Ma Zai would have met his demise without the need for 3 consecutive thrusts. In the meantime, Zhang Zhongmo had already lunged forward. Perceiving the danger to Ma Zai, with a fierce roar, he charged in, lowering his head and transforming his face into a rock-like visage, ready to unleash his rock cannon headbutt. York, unable to deliver a third thrust to Ma Zai, withdrew his spike, swinging his right arm to unleash a barrage of steel needles. A simultaneous, anguished cry erupted from Zhang Zhongmo and Ma Zai, as they were pierced by the rain of steel spikes. York then executed a flying kick, sending Ma Zai tumbling away. With a resounding thud, Ma Zai fell into a thicket laden with traps, whereupon several sharpened wooden stakes erupted from the ground, impaling him instantly. Ma Zai let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing motionless among the underbrush. On the other side, Su Yu finally extricated himself from the pit trap, only to witness this horrifying scene. Overwhelmed by shock, he shouted in despair, "Ma Zai!" Throughout their journey, Ma Zai had provided him with countless assistance, and an unspoken bond had formed between them, a camaraderie that neither dared to voice. Su Yu had long regarded Ma Zai as his most trusted ally and partner. The iron net had been of immense help to Su Yu, especially during the encounter with the Golden Golem, where without Ma Zai, Su Yu would have perished at the hands of that formidable foe. In that instant, Ma Zai's shadow flickered wildly in Su Yu's mind. With a piercing howl, Su Yu's body erupted in a cacophony of hissing sounds, as every black scale on his left arm and chest stood on end, releasing torrents of steam and white mist. In that moment, Su Yu's entire being resembled a colossal steam engine awakening from a slumber. With a furious roar, Su Yu propelled himself forward, fueled by the terrifying thrust of the steam, launching his body like a rocket. At that moment, York had just kicked Ma Zai into the thicket and was poised to thrust his sharp spike into Zhang Zhongmo's chest. The disparity in strength was evident. As a first-tier Black Iron warrior, Zhang Zhongmo could barely react before the spike penetrated his chest to a depth of 3 inches, threatening to impale him completely. It was in this critical moment that Su Yu descended upon the scene. His speed was beyond description, a complete eruption of power that surpassed York's, catching him off guard as Su Yu's left arm collided with York's mutated, swollen right arm. The sound of a sharp crack echoed as both warriors, equal in rank, clashed with fierce force. The impact was akin to 2 iron rods striking each other with immense might, resulting in mutual injury. With a pained scream, York's right arm twisted grotesquely, the bones shattered, and blood gushed from his swollen limb. Su Yu, too, suffered greatly, his black scales shattered, and fissures appeared in the bones of his left arm. After advancing to the third tier, Su Yu had slain the formidable one-eyed king of the undead. Absorbing immense crystalline power, combined with his mutated evolution primarily focused on destructive force. In this fierce collision, he ultimately gained a slight advantage. York, clutching his distorted arm, howled in agony as he staggered back. Yet Su Yu, rolling back to his feet, lunged forward with renewed ferocity. Suddenly, York erupted into mad laughter, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Among all, Su Yu was the one he loathed the most. His wife, Janiel, had perished due to Su Yu's brutal assault that shattered her thigh and rendered her powerless, causing her to bleed to death. If it weren't for Su Yu, Ma Zai, Qin Jiagui and others would have been utterly defenseless, and the situation would not have escalated to this point. Damn it, Yurk bellowed in English, his most despised foe being none other than Suyu. The madness of his hatred compelled Yurk to halt his retreat, disregarding the terror of Suyu's rending storm as he charged forward. Once again, Suyu's rending storm crashed against Yurk's chest. In an instant, Yurk's swollen and distorted chest caved in, forming a vortex of flesh and blood, steam erupting, shrouding both warriors in a cloud of white mist. Behind them, Qin Jiagui, Suyu, Lei Rue, and others watched in stunned silence, their hands tightly clasped, sensing the cold sweat emanating from one another. The brutal close-quarter combat of two third-tier Black Iron warriors was a spectacle beyond imagination. Yurk's chest was shredded in a heartbeat. Yet a sinister grin spread across his face as he seized Suyu, pulling him close and then violently tossing him away with all his might. Suyu sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. The overwhelming force propelled them both into a trap. A series of sharp stakes erupted from the ground as they rolled past, and Yurk's frenzied screams mingled with Suyu's as blood splattered, piercing them repeatedly. The searing pain coursed through Suyu's body, intertwined with the will to survive and the fury directed at Yurk. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed his rending storm. Steam swirling violently as it formed a terrifying vortex of blood and mist, constricting Yurk's chest. Meanwhile, Yurk's right arm sprouted steel spikes that viciously plunged into Suyu's body. The gruesome battle left the ground soaked in blood, a sight that would haunt the soul. In the wake of this carnage, Qin Jiagui, Yuan Niping, Lei Rue, Li Dong, and Zhou Huakong stood in shock before erupting into cries, while Suyu's sister, filled with madness, raced forward, shouting Suyu's name, disregarding all else. Chapter 84. The decaying bodies of children. Suyu's voice echoed in Suyu's ears, compelling him to shake his head vigorously to stave off unconsciousness. He and Yurk lay on the ground, motionless, impaled by a multitude of sharp wooden stakes that had firmly pinned them to the earth. Their bodies were pressed closely together, allowing them to hear each other's labored breaths. Yurk's breathing was erratic. His chest had been torn apart by the violent storm, shredded beyond recognition. Were it not for his tenacious vitality as a third-tier Black Iron warrior, he would have perished long ago. Yet, even so, he was ensnared in the final journey of his life, his body emitting a continuous hissing sound as the vaporous force seeped away through his skin. Suyu fared slightly better, although waves of dizziness washed over him, and an indescribable fatigue threatened to pull him under. However, his fading consciousness reminded him that he must not succumb to sleep, for if he did, he would fall into an eternal slumber. I will soon see Janiel. Our child will be together forever, Suyu, and Suyu finally rushed forward, calling out desperately. The others also surged into the scene, their faces pale with horror as they beheld the sight of Suyu and Yurk on the ground. Their bodies were grotesquely pierced and strung together by the sharpened stakes. Drenched in a crimson tide of blood, blood flowed relentlessly from Yurk's 7 orifices, and suddenly, his eyes widened in terror, bulging as if he had remembered something crucial. He managed to extend a trembling hand, grasping Suyu, and shouted in English, "The exit map, there is an exit, you must live." Qin Jiagui, who had just rushed over, felt a chill run down his spine and demanded sharply, "The exit map. Where is it?" Yurk's eyes bulged as he strained to utter the last word, staring intently at the crowd. Suddenly, his entire body stiffened, then gradually slackened. Yurk was dead. In his final moments, it seemed he had awakened from a haze of resentment and hatred, as if wishing to impart a secret to the others. Alas, he could only convey half of his message before succumbing to death. Qin Jiagui murmured, "The exit map? Does he mean there is a map to escape this forest? To leave this dreadful world? If so, why did he remain here?" Lost in contemplation, Qin Jiagui was interrupted by Suyu, who had collapsed on his Suyu, incessantly pushing him with a face awash in tears. "I'm fine. I told you before that girl has a crush on me, right?" "Ha ha ha," Suyu chuckled weakly, fighting to remain conscious, focusing his will to channel the vaporous force that had begun to dissipate. He understood that he would not meet his demise. Had he allowed his will to weaken even slightly, he would have shared Yurk's fate. In that moment, he owed a debt of gratitude to Suyu's frantic cries, which kept him alert. Seeing Suyu still capable of jesting, Suyu felt a surge of relief, but her anger flared anew. "What are you talking about? You're gravely injured, and yet you're laughing?" "Ha ha, I'm fine. How is Mazai? Help me pull out these stakes." Feeling the vaporous energy radiating from his left hand throughout his body, Suyu urged Suyu to remove all the stakes embedded in him. Suyu's face turned pale at the sight of the blood-soaked scene, paralyzed by fear. "Let us do it," said Li Dong and Zhou Huakong, stepping forward. Lei Rue, relieved to see Suyu alive despite his severe injuries, hurried to check on Ma Zai's condition on the other side. This battle had left everyone gravely wounded. York's demise nearly decimated their ranks. Each stake removed from Suyu elicited a gut-wrenching scream akin to a slaughtered pig, cold sweat mingling with blood cascading down his face. Zhang Zhongmo stood frozen, his body riddled with steel spikes, enduring unbearable pain. Hearing Suyu's anguished cries, he could not help but shout, "Yu, stop screaming. Your cries make my own wounds feel worse." Meanwhile, Zhao Shichang finally mustered the strength to pull out the stake piercing his foot, groaning in agony. As for Ma Zai, who lay amidst the weeds, 3 stakes had pierced her body, thankfully sparing her vital organs. With the assistance of Lei Rue, the stakes were extracted under the influence of the vapor's force, ensuring her survival. The scene was chaotic and filled with despair. York was dead, and Suyu, Ma Zai, and Zhou Biyong were gravely injured. Particularly, Suyu had narrowly escaped death, while Zhang Zhongmo and Zhao Shichang sustained minor injuries. Zhang Zhongmo merely needed to remove the steel spikes from his body to recover, while Zhao Shichang's foot injury would heal after a brief rest. However, Suyu and the others required at least a day to recuperate before considering their next move. Recognizing the severity of their injuries, the group decided to temporarily take refuge in the cave once occupied by York. The uninjured members, Suyu, Lei Rue, Li Dong, Zhou Huakong, and Yuan Niping, worked together to carry the seriously wounded Suyu, Ma Zai, and Zhou Biyong into the cave, while also preparing to bury the deceased York. Qin Jiagui recalled York's dying words about the exit map and searched through his clothing, but found nothing of significance. Once at the cave entrance, they paused in shock. A foul stench emanated from within, causing everyone to cover their noses. Ningyan, particularly sensitive to the odor, even gagged. Inside the cave lay 3 decaying bodies of children, aged between 3 to 7 or 8 years. The sight of maggots crawling over the corpses sent Zhang Zhongmo and the others recoiling in horror. "How can this be?" Zhang Zhongmo exclaimed, unable to suppress his disgust. How could this couple endure living in such a repulsive place with the rotting bodies of children? Indeed, this couple must be insane, utterly incomprehensible. Li Dong could not hold back his outrage. How could any sane person tolerate having 3 decayed child corpses in their living space? Why not bury them? Quickly, drag those bodies out and bury them. Our situation is perilous. Suyu and the others are injured. If monsters appear now, we are doomed. Qin Jiagui urged solemnly. A sense of dread washed over the group as they realized the gravity of their predicament.